Chapter 201. Pa Pa Pa. 2mo felt Jihee's enthusiasm. Although he didn't think the song was that good, he still started to applaud. Because he could feel Jihee's happiness, it made him feel much better. Seeing him cheering, Jihee danced a section of the school drill from his old school. He forgot some of the movements and just did it randomly. He also made a song for himself. The sun is shining in the sky, and the flowers are smiling at me. Great, so happy. 2mo swayed his body back and forth, and became happy, shaking the ground. Jihee felt an earthquake. She quickly stopped and said hello. The performance is over, thank you for your love. 2mo also restrained his emotions, and lowered his head to chat with Jihee. I like the songs you sing very much. The emotions are very passionate, but your emotions are sad and passionate. I don't understand. You said that both your parents died. Wouldn't you be sad? My parents died when I was born. Sometimes it is very difficult, but when I think about it, life is still very beautiful. Jihee knew from what 2mo said just now that he didn't like negative emotions, so she planned to create an image of a little son with a miserable life, but a warm and optimistic attitude. Hearing this, 2mo expressed his emotions, cried freely, wiped a few tears, and then continued to talk to Jihee. Where are your people? He didn't ask about his spouse. It's not easy to find a spouse when he is underage and so thin. It's better not to poke other people's hearts. Ah, poor man, no home. Jihee began to recite the poem in a rhythmic manner, wandering around, begging everywhere, taking tasks, picking up rags. It's hard to survive, begging, living one day at a time. When reciting, pay attention to emotions and be positive. You can't really treat 2mo as an emotional garbage dump. Listening to Jihee's words, feeling Jihee's emotions, 2mo's mind immediately sketched out a tragic figure of a family member who died tragically, was abandoned by the tribe, and finally lived alone in the interstellar, relying on picking up garbage for a living, not having enough food, and being in a state of anxiety all day long. Miserable, too miserable. She can definitely be ranked in the top 100,000 of the interstellar miserable life rankings. Oh, I guess not too far back. After all, there are many more miserable than her. Her life is really not too miserable. This can also explain why she still has a badge of a garbage collector on her chest when she is underage. Children without parents always mature earlier. Thinking of this, his heart was full of sympathy. He didn't expect that today he would let it encounter a beast that was more miserable than him. When he thought about how much suffering she had endured to live to this day, he felt the same way. He just wanted to help. Don't worry, since you met me today, I will not let you be so miserable. Although I can't help much, and I'm not a very rich beast, I can still give you some mushrooms. Have a drink. 2mo took out a big bag of water from the space and gave it to Jihee, asking her to drink. Jihee instantly felt the stare from behind. She was chatting with 2mo, and the others were secretly paying attention to them. When they saw 2mo giving her something, their eyes almost popped out. Jihee said nothing, kept silent, lowered her head, pretending not to notice the gaze behind her. She carried a bag of water taller than her, standing straight. Seeing Jihee holding the water obediently, 2mo was relieved. Such a good child. Why is his life so miserable? So you came here today to get emotional mushrooms? Look at me, asking such questions. Who doesn't come here to get emotional mushrooms? So you are working 2 jobs? It's really not easy. In comparison, my life is much better than yours. At least my tribe has not abandoned me. In fact, for someone like you, you can find those love-brained races. Most of them are pleasing beasts, and they are terrible at licking. You can also be the ancestor at home, eat whatever you want, play whatever you want, and have the final say. How about I help introduce someone? Jihee, who was smiling, interrupted her immediately after hearing this. She remembered that she was here to complete a mission, not to find a partner. No, I'm not an adult yet, so I have to be more selective. For the sake of my performance just now, tell me about the Mushroom Chicken Talent Awakening Ceremony. It's easy, just gather 3 mushrooms. They have to awaken many times in their lives, and they may not awaken successfully every time. Sometimes they will awaken again if they are not satisfied with their awakening talents. It's just that their tribe is rich and willing to do this, and we can't control it. Our task is also easy to do. Just provide more emotions when doing the task. The more abundant, the shorter the task completion time. Just go to the fire pit over there. Stay in the middle of the fire pit for 20 minutes and then come out. Go ahead. I call you when the time comes. Do you see it? It's in the middle of that faraway white flame circle over there. Just sit there. Jihee looked in the direction of 2mo's finger, and the corners of his mouth began to twitch. This flame is completely different from the other flames. It is pure white, and the flame burns very high. It forms a cylindrical flame. If the size of the circle is correct, there is indeed a large open space in the middle. If you just stay in it for 20 minutes, will you really not be roasted? Isn't this the equivalent of going into an oven? While she was hesitating, she saw a figure with a body on fire, rolling madly in the dead leaves on the ground. Everyone around him stayed away from him, fearing that he would get on them. Some people even showed a look of grief for the dead. Gee, Seeing this, 2mo in front of her frowned. How stupid. How can this little flame burn you? It's over. Another bunch of hatred. I'm really speechless. If you don't want to come, go home quickly. Why are you lingering here? After saying that, he spat a mouthful of water over there. The flames went out, and the white man lay motionless on the ground. The others also stopped at this moment. Half of them looked at the man lying on the ground, whose life or death was unknown, and the other half looked at Jihi. Their expressions were gloomy. They all saw Jihi talking to the monster just now. Although they couldn't understand what they were saying, it was obvious that the two could communicate. And the monster's attitude towards this woman was much better than towards them. Then, if we catch her, will this game be won? No need to jump through this damn fire ring anymore? For a while, everyone kept exchanging glances, knowing each other's thoughts, and the atmosphere became weird for a while. Jihi turned his back to 2mo, greeted everyone's gaze, and slightly raised his mouth. Come on. Gatling is waiting for you. Chapter 202. The sharp contrast between Jihi's petite figure and the obedient beast behind him made everyone's breathing stagnate. The impulsive thoughts just now also stopped. The woman in front of him would not control the beast, right? As their thoughts flew, everyone lowered their eyelids and dared not look at Jihi. They just wanted to take advantage of it, but didn't want to risk their lives. Jihi was very satisfied. Just as he was about to retract his gaze and turn around, 2mo's huge voice came from behind. Did they glare at you? The next second, the beast suddenly stood up, its shadow blocked out the sky, and roared, You idiots, who don't even know how to jump a fire ring. You still have the mood to bully others? You are the worst group I have ever seen. Hurry up and jump. Jihi's mouth twitched when she heard it. She suspected that 2mo was looking for trouble and cursing. She already disliked the bad mood provided by everyone, cursing, and now she was looking for trouble. Although everyone didn't understand what 2mo said, they subconsciously tensed up when they saw the ferocious expression and roar of the behemoth. She quickly retracted her gaze, and continued jumping into the fire circle, as if nothing had happened. Even the person who was lying on the ground pretending to be dead, just now quickly got up, and started jumping into the fire circle again. His speed was much faster than before. Jihi, So he was pretending to be dead. Turning around, Jihi thought that the fire circle was actually not bad. It was just sitting for 20 minutes. She could do it. Then I go over there. Jihi waved to 2mo, and walked towards the fire. As for pretending to be pitiful to trick Mushroom, Jihi had never thought about it. She just wanted to get some convenience, not to be lazy. Instead of spending so much effort, going back and forth for a long time, and not necessarily getting what you want, it is better to sit quietly in the fire for 20 minutes. Unlike the scorching heat of other flames, the temperature of this fire is not too high. Although the flames burn very high and people can't see the situation inside clearly, it doesn't make people feel uncomfortable. Jihi looked at the flames and kept taking deep breaths in his heart. Even though she had a healing talent, looking at the fire, her legs felt as if they were weighed down by 1,000 pounds, and were extremely heavy. It takes a lot of courage to rush directly into the fire. At this time, screams of other people came from behind. Jihi looked back and saw that another person's but was on fire. He was rolling in the mud while screaming. His companions were pouring water on him. And the big fire circle he was jumping was more than 2 meters wide. If he didn't jump over it in one go and touch the flames, this was still the most annoying thing. The most annoying thing was that he didn't jump once and it was over, but had to jump continuously many times. Only when the emotions are gathered together can you get the mushroom. Leave smoothly. Thinking about that scene, Jihi turned his head silently. Half a caddy and 8 ounces, at least you don't have to jump all the time. Barbecue is barbecue. With a hard heart, Jihi twisted the water he was holding and squeezed it on his body, making sure that his whole body was wet. Then he covered his head and face with his hands, and rushed into the flames with a fierce force. As soon as the flames touched Jihi, they quickly burned on her body, making her feel like she was being burned. Fortunately, the wall was shorter than Jihi had imagined, and she jumped over it easily. Ji fell to the ground and rolled quickly, trying to put out the flames on her body, but it was useless. The burning sensation became more and more intense. She waved her hand violently and released a bathtub, and jumped into it. Water splashed, but the flames did not go out. It was still burning on Ji's body. She lay in the water, rolling, and the severe pain made her not notice that although the flames were burning, her skin was not damaged. She just felt the burning pain deeply, deep into her bones. Until now, she had not forgotten what 2MO said, and she did not want to feel fear, hatred, etc. Her hands glowed white, and she tried her best to ignore the pain in her body and think about happy things. She thought about her first strawberry cake in her life. She thought about her first 100 yuan. She thought about the first 10,000 yuan saved in her bank card. It's okay. She can be treated, she won't die. These are all experiences, and they are normal. She doesn't feel any pain. She doesn't feel any pain at all. Time seems to be extremely long, as if every minute and every second is stretched infinitely. Finally, it seems like a long time has passed. Ji felt the pain in her body gradually lighten, and then disappear. She emerged from the water and breathed deeply. Her whole body was shaking. At this time, she heard 2MO shout, "Is it time? Come out quickly." Okay. After answering subconsciously, Ji realized that the originally clean water had become very turbid, with many impurities floating in the water, and it looked very dirty. She quickly stood up and stepped out of the bathtub. It was not until then that Ji realized that her clothes were intact and not burned by the flames. Except for being a little dirty and wet, they looked exactly the same as when she came in. Ji, ? If there was no fire, what was the pain just now? She could clearly feel that the burning sensation was not an illusion. Ji felt an indescribable sense of relief all over her body. It was as if she had removed dozens of kilograms of weight, and she felt extremely comfortable from head to toe. This, she suddenly understood. The fire just now was definitely a good thing. Not wanting to make 2MO anxious, Ji waved his hand to take away the dirty bathtub, turned around and walked quickly to the flame. Even if she was very close, she couldn't feel the heat of the flame. Suddenly she had an idea. Tentatively, she stretched out her hand and put it into the flame little by little. She felt nothing. It was as if her fingers were touching a ball of air. It was neither cold nor hot. She took her hand back. Ji raised his head and chest and strode forward. He stepped over the flames. He also exchanged glances with the two parties that were confronting each other outside. Shijing had never expected to meet Kagwazi in this dungeon. He had met this person before in the dungeon. He had a bad personality and liked to play tricks on people, like a madman. Look, who did we meet? Kagwazi smiled when he saw Shijing. Isn't this our leader, the savior of the world? Shijing frowned and didn't intend to pay attention to him. This kind of person is like this. The more you pay attention to him, the more he will bite you like a mad dog. But he thought so, and I behind him could fight 5 people alone, but I didn't want to. Who are you doing here? A dog can't take out ivory garbage. Stop provoking me here, I tell you, I'm not afraid of you. Oh, the guard dog is also brought out. Kagwazi narrowed his eyes slightly, only glanced at the person who was talking, and then turned his head to stare at Zhe. He knew that 1 against 5, the combat power was very strong, and it was hard to say who would win, and who would lose if they fought. But what does it matter? He is not afraid of death, so what if he loses? Thinking of this, he felt a surge of excitement and a desire to destroy, and wanted to vent it wantonly. Zi frowned, waved his hand, signaling that the 1-on-5 fight was over, and took the lead sideways, ready to go to the monster to accept the task. But the next second, he was blocked by Kagwazi again. Chapter 203. He frowned, said nothing and turned right. Kagwazi moved his feet and blocked Zhe, not giving way. The look on his face was full of provocation. You? 1 against 5, his eyes were blazing. This guy is asking for a fight. Zhe stopped him. The mission was important now. There was no time to waste with this guy. If you really want to fight, you can wait until the game is out. They were unlucky in this round, and they kept wandering around in that rat hole, spending most of the day to get out, and they couldn't delay any longer. Please move aside. I have a mission to do now. Zhe's eyes were calm, and his tone was flat. Come on, fight with me. Kagwazi stood lazily, as if he had no bones, but his eyes were faintly excited. When he thought about fighting with Zhe and turning Zhe into a puppet, he began to feel excited. This kind of blood splashing and stimulation made him obsessed. Zhe was silent. He slowly stretched out his left hand. Kudwazi stood up straight, his spirit began to tense, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Is it finally time to make a move? He has been curious about the gift of tribute for a long time. What exactly is it? I am so looking forward to it. Just then, they suddenly felt that everyone's eyes were looking past them and behind them. Several people turned their heads subconsciously. They saw a masked woman walking out of the flames leisurely. The white flames wrapped around her body, not only did not cause her any harm, but it seemed to cover her with a layer of beautiful halo. It was so strange that she didn't look like a human. The difference in salute, this person gave him a familiar feeling. As soon as he appeared in flames, he attracted everyone's attention. She blinked, and saw the people on the opposite side. Oh, it was quite a coincidence, they were all familiar people. You continue casually. Casually. The other people, no matter what they think. After saying this, he turned around and prepared to leave. As for the voice of someone calling her from behind, she just pretended not to hear it. She was not familiar with these people. Will she agree if she is called? But if she wants to leave, it depends on whether the two groups are willing. 1 versus 5 jumped towards Jihe. We meet again. What a fate! How did you get out of the fire just now? Why are your clothes not damaged? And do you know how this game works? Hearing this, Kudwazi sneered. You take yourself too seriously, don't you? Why should they tell you? This is what I can't stand most about you. You have to ask about everything. After saying that, he turned to look at Jihe and made a sincere invitation. This group of people is the most hypocritical. You are not suitable for them. Join us. This is your final destination. Jihe, I understand. The kind of destination that Jihe has. Glancing at 2mo, who was looking over here, Jihe raised her head and chose to ignore these teammates who delayed her mission. Let them look at each other like cross-eyed. She is not suitable. Without saying a word, she looked at 2mo and rushed over like a small cannonball. The whole person rushed out several meters in an instant. This attracted everyone's shocked gazes. Not only did the eyes of the people eating melon seeds darken, but even the eyes of the people paying tribute were full of shock. You know, this person hasn't transformed yet. It's not that no human can run so fast, but those with physical talents have already completed the transformation. Their speed is limited by time. After the body energy is exhausted, the transformation will be lifted. But the woman in front of him is still in human form. Then how can her speed be so fast? Everyone thought a lot in an instant. He was actually shocked, but she wanted to run faster, but she didn't expect that she would be so fast, and she arrived in front of 2mo in the blink of an eye. She didn't react, and fell to the ground. She simply didn't get up, and rolled on the spot, feeling sad and loud. What a miserable life. My parents died early, and I was burned by fire while doing a mission. 2mo, Everyone watching her, 1 against 5 approached to salute, and asked in a low voice. Captain, what are you going to do? Don't talk, just watch. The 5 of them responded with a knowing look, and took out a class attitude, carefully observing all of Jihe's movements. Not only that, the others also watched intently. Although they couldn't understand what was being said. But they could watch. Copy. 2mo was somewhat at a loss. This was the first time he encountered such a situation, and he didn't know what to do. This fire is a good thing. It can remove impurities from the body. Why is this little female still not happy? It hurts. It hurts a little, so what? 2mo said, his voice getting lower. He also knew that this was not a very fair thing to do. Fire that removes impurities is just a good word, but it is actually very painful, much more painful than the fire outside that only burns the skin. Since he awakened this talent, his business has not been very good. The fire was like thousands of needles, and the beast couldn't stand the pain. Although some people who didn't know the situation came to his place to test it at the beginning, after the reputation spread, no one came to his place anymore. As a result, the sales of his flame mushrooms also dropped. In the end, he became the poorest single beast in their tribe. He just thought that this little female had a hard life and should be able to endure hardships, so he recommended her to go. The starting point is good. Although there is a painless version of impurity removal in the Interstellar, isn't it expensive? His method is free. Anyone can do it. Just come. It's free. Woo, don't cry, I'm miserable. My awakened talent is not good. People in the tribe give me a nickname, calling me Tuwanjin, woo. It's alright now. I'm notorious and live alone in the outermost area. Today I was unlucky enough to encounter some pain and hatred. What kind of rubbish is this? I've been selling it off, but no one wants it even if I give it away for free. These people are here to defeat me. Why can't anyone experience the benefits of my flame mushroom? Although it hurts, it doesn't cost money. 2Mo howled loudly, not only stun Ji-hee, but also make other humans quiet as chickens. Why is this monster going crazy for no reason? If you want to eat people, don't eat them. Just eat the crazy woman rolling on the ground. After he finished speaking, Ji-hee didn't know when he sat up. Chapter 204. She pointed at the white flame and smiled sincerely. I like it. Although it hurts a little, if you give me more, I won't say you pricked me with a needle. Okay, here's the candy, don't cry. There was a small white candy in Ji-hee's raised hand, and 2Mo saw it at a glance. He looked at the white thing, then looked at Ji-hee. Hiccup, what did you say? I like it very much. Ji-hee's voice was gentle and full of sincerity. I give it to you. It's sweet. You won't feel sad after you eat it. Woo 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 woo, good beast, you are really a great beast. 2Mo was very touched. Ever since he awakened such a talent like a needle, he seemed to be abandoned by the world. I didn't expect to meet such a friendly little female. There is still hope in the life of a beast. He can still hold on. Eat it, don't be sad. Ji-hee said that she could provide full emotional value. At this moment, the image of 2Mo in her mind was a stray dog from her hometown. When she thought of this, her heart was filled with maternal love. 2Mo stretched out his sharp claws, touched Ji-hee from head to toe. Then he carefully picked up the candy with his fingertips, and tried to put it in his mouth. Under his huge body, the candy was pitifully small. But his expression was very enjoyable. It tastes so good. Ji-hee was watching 2Mo eating candy, and was suddenly grabbed by 2Mo, and put into his arms, using his huge body to block the sight of people around her. Hold it, don't let them see it. Then he secretly gave her more than 10 small white mushrooms without letting anyone see them. The mushrooms were still burning with white flames, which looked exactly the same as the flames that Ji-hee had just entered. Ji-hee stretched out his hands to take them, and held them in his arms. The flames were not hot, and there was no temperature. The mushrooms looked like the button mushrooms in their hometown, small, white, and very cute. White flame mushroom, D-level energy fruit. When taken, it feels like a needle prick, and also like a blazing fire. If you survive it, you can remove some impurities from your body. Note, you have just been burned by Bai Yin, so eating this thing is useless. I didn't grow many mushrooms in total. Since you like them, I give them to you. 2Mo was so happy. This person really understood him, and thought he had a good talent. These mushrooms were planted by him that year. After so many years, they were not sold, so he stopped planting them. Since this little female likes them, he gave them all to her. Although she has a bad fate, she is really kind. If it didn't take a long time to plant them, he would have given her thousands of them. Oh, by the way, you still need mushrooms for Goo Goo Chicken. After 2Mo gave all the mushrooms to Ji-hee, he seemed to suddenly remember something, and took out more than 30 red flame mushrooms, and handed them to Ji-hee. I give you more. Just give one to Goo Goo Chicken. You can keep the rest. When life is difficult, you can sell them for food. Flame mushroom contains fire energy, can continuously release heat, and can be used as a bomb after ignition. Note, be careful not to get hurt. Ji-hee's eyes lit up, and this time he rarely complained about his talent. This means that the fire mushroom is quite powerful. If you throw it out, you must keep a good distance. You know, she used to complain about the Gatling talent. Carefully put the fire mushroom away, it will be her ultimate weapon in the future. But you have to ask before using it. How far is it safe to throw it out? Ji-hee asked directly. If she wanted to play dumb, she could play dumb. She couldn't pretend to stutter, which would delay her from asking. Safe? Everywhere is safe. This is not dangerous. After 2Mo finished speaking, he took out a flame mushroom, and wanted to light it, and throw it to Ji-hee's feet to demonstrate, but Ji-hee stopped him immediately. Yes. Since their defenses are different, they shouldn't ask this question. Looking at the armor plates all over 2Mo's body, his defense must be very strong. She is weak and can't compare. Well, you still have to go to see the Mushroom Chicken Awakening ceremony. Let me tell you. After Ji-hee carefully put it away, she raised her head, and listened attentively to 2Mo's popularization of the Mushroom Chicken Awakening ceremony. After 2Mo finished speaking, she was very moved. What a good beast. She didn't ask a single question, he told her everything. I help you collect the garbage to repay you. Oh, you're so kind. Isn't that bad? It doesn't matter. After a lot of rejections from the man and the beast, 2Mo finally compromised. She agreed to let her help collect the garbage in return for the white flame mushrooms, and so many flame mushrooms 2Mo gave her. Ji-hee just waved goodbye to 2Mo, But she was stopped by Jijing after walking a few steps. Hello, do you want to work together to complete the game? Ji blinked. She was only 2 mushrooms away from passing the level, but this guy didn't have any. What was there to cooperate with? How do you cooperate? Ji was not very interested. She just hoped that this guy would finish talking quickly because she still had to collect the garbage. You help us translate, and we will be responsible for passing the level. If you get the mushrooms, we will give priority to you to pass the level. Ji was speechless. He still didn't forget to ask questions at this time. Don't you just want to know if the mushrooms are a clue to passing the level? It's not okay to ask directly. Why do you have to talk in such a roundabout way? TSK. As soon as he said this, Kugwazi, who was blocked by a 1-on-5 fight in the distance, laughed. Oh, you think she needs you to help her pass the game? Come to our place. I will give you everything you want. Kugwazi looked at Ji, full of hints. As long as you want it, as long as I have it. Oh, you come to her to make big promises? You can't say this without 500 years of MLM experience. I want a lot, you can't give me shit. Even worse than this stingy person. This person is not a good person at first glance. When my sister was painting a rosy picture for others, you didn't even know where to suck milk. Come on, show it, don't say I'm unfair, you two come together, 2.5 minutes each, whoever is the most convincing, I will cooperate with him. Ji crossed his arms, and stood there, making room for the two to show their skills. What slogans are you shouting? Let's do something practical. This time, she made it difficult for the two to do anything. No one spoke for a while. The air became quiet. Ji rolled his eyes, and turned away. It was useless. Instead of playing these petty tricks with her, it would be better to jump through the fire ring quickly. Getting mushrooms is worse than anything else. Wait. Seeing that Ji was really going to leave, Aichi Meizifan stopped in front of Ji. I have information that you are interested in. This level was too difficult for her, and she absolutely could not let this woman leave like this. Jumping through the fire ring may only be considered moderately difficult for other people. After all, these people usually train frequently, and their awakened talents are more combat-oriented. But she is different. Before becoming a formal player, she was an office worker, and her awakened talents were more auxiliary-oriented. She absolutely could not jump through this fire ring. What do you think? Ji took a big step back, and kept a distance from this person. Chapter 205. I know Xiang Tian, who can borrow 50 billion again. Love Tea Plum Powder took a deep breath, and dropped the bomb directly. As long as you tell me how to pass the level, I will introduce you to him after joining our organization. Ji This is really exciting good news. Before Ji could speak, I, who was next to him, couldn't help but said, You said you know him. So you know him? I also said that we had dinner together. Ji You two really had dinner together. Literally. Aichi Meizi Powder stared at Ji. I'm telling the truth. It depends on whether you believe it or not. Believe it. What do you have that is worthy of her belief? 1 against 5 with a face full of disdain, speaking loudly, I tell you, the boss of their organization used to be engaged in pyramid schemes. If it weren't for Jair, he would have been arrested long ago. Ji So he really was engaged in pyramid schemes. You're talking nonsense. Don't talk nonsense here without evidence. Aichi Meizifan was so angry that her face turned red. Why is this person so annoying? I'm not talking to you. Please don't disturb us. Is this your land? I am happy to stand here. It's none of your business. 1 against 5 rolled his eyes, and turned to look at Ji. Really, they are not good people. Xiang Tian borrowed another 50 billion is an organization with many people. The goods in his store are provided by many people. Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by the woman, who was eating melon seeds and watching the show. For some reason, he didn't want the woman opposite to know the true identity of Jihui. There is a person in our organization who can contact Xiang Tianzai borrow 50 billion through him. You also know how valuable the things in his store are, right? As long as you join us, you will have a greater chance of buying things in his store. Eating melon seeds and watching the show, I firmly believe that no one can resist this temptation. You know, many things in Xiang Tianzai borrow 50 billion store are wanted by everyone. Free? Ji was in the mood. This guy said it as if it was true. She almost suspected that she had lost her memory. Ahem, this sentence choked the melon seed watcher. What's free? This guy wants to get it for free. Normal purchase, but the chance of purchase is very high. Ji understood, it's the hand speed. Then why do I need you? Can't I go to her store to buy it myself? The things are all there. Ji was a little disappointed. Why can't I show off if it's not free? And some time ago, There were hundreds of people on the internet who wanted to borrow another 50 billion from the sky. Do I still need you? I just go find them. With a puff, I, who was fighting 5 people at once, burst out laughing. Isn't it? What you said is ridiculous, without any basis. I also said that I am his VIP customer, and I can chat with him every time. Do you believe it? You? The plum powder lover's eyes were blazing with anger. How could someone be so annoying? Wait a minute, stop arguing. He interrupted the quarrel between the two parties. When both parties looked at her, she spoke. It's actually very simple to get information. Take mushrooms. Who has mushrooms? Just give me mushrooms, and I tell you about this level. The people in front of him were stunned. Mushrooms will do? Aren't they everywhere? I get them for you now. Although Aichi Maize Powder thought it might not be the kind outside, he still tried to test it. Don't be too fancy. It's not the mushrooms everywhere outside. When he saw them like this, he knew that they didn't have mushrooms, otherwise he would not understand. Hurry up and find the NPC to accept the task. I have no other way. Be careful that you will be eliminated when the time is up. After saying this, he walked around the crowd and left quickly. Although the two parties did not get along with each other, they were both the type who would not release the eagle until they saw the rabbit. Even if they were tit for tat, they did not mean to let her take advantage of the opportunity. There was not much meaning in the words. If they continued like this, they would not get any useful information and would only waste time. It would be better to give them an idea and let them do their work. She could also go to the backyard to collect garbage. Anyway, it's no secret that you get mushrooms after completing the mission, and you know it sooner or later. It's perfect for them. Hey. Wait. Aichi Maize didn't expect he to walk so decisively. Just as she was about to stop her, she saw the 8 metal rods behind her grow back. It looked like if she dared to get close again, the ship would pour over her. For a moment, Aichi Maize didn't dare to get closer. She really didn't want to smell like shit. With just this hesitation, he walked a long way away. It's too late to chase them. Let's go and do the mission. We took a last look at the 3 people on the opposite side and led the way away. I approached Hui and whispered, Captain, what should we do? Do the mission first. Hui stood in the middle of the field, looked around, and looked at the fire circle in front of him. Although they are all fire circles, they are also divided into different levels of difficulty. I just don't know if the mushrooms obtained by jumping down the fire circles of different difficulties will be the same. Although the man just now didn't say it clearly. But smart people can understand that the task in this round is to get mushrooms. And this mushroom is related to jumping through the fire ring. The key to this round should be jumping through the fire ring. They all saw the man coming out of the fire ring and rolling on the ground with her. He wanted to pretend to be a rogue. But then the roar of the black beast made him feel that this rogue was not so easy to play. If you don't master it well, it's easy to fail. In this case, it's better to be safe. But in this case, they will have to jump through the fire ring. Fortunately, they have all been trained, and now their physical strength has greatly improved, so these fire rings are only a little dangerous to them. Be careful, and it won't be a big problem. 2mo, Why is your mood getting worse again? All negative emotions? So annoying. These people are so annoying. Did they come to him in a group to pick a fight? On the other side, he came to the back and saw the so-called garbage dump at a glance. It was different from the previous interstellar garbage. This garbage dump is outdoors, and it looks very dirty and messy. There is a lot of soil and dry leaves on it, which looks very consistent with the image of a garbage dump. Her mouth twitched, wondering what was in the garbage dump painted with ink. The garbage dump in front of her was mainly composed of 2 different colors of wood. One was gray-brown, and the other was reddish-brown, and the number of the 2 types of wood was about the same. Picked up a large piece of gray-brown stuff and looked at it, but couldn't tell what it was. There was no reaction after throwing away the talent. After thinking about it, he put it into the space. I will go back and look at it. If I really can't see anything, I will throw it away when the time comes. After searching for a long time, found that this pile of garbage only looked like garbage, but under the leaves, it was all wood, not so dirty. Although this gray-brown thing looks a bit like wood, it feels softer than wood when you pinch it. It is very wet. If you squeeze it hard, it seems to be wet. Not only this gray-brown wood is like this, but also the reddish-brown wood is like this. It is not as hard as it looks. He didn't believe it was really wood. She had been collecting garbage in the game for so long, and she had never encountered complete garbage. She held back and threw several talents in a row. The talent that had not reacted before finally responded. Chapter 206. Storage mushroom cultivation wood, a tool for cultivating skill storage mushrooms, which can be recycled. The nutrients have been absorbed, and now all that is left is a dregs. Note, the cultivated mushrooms are superficial, disposable goods garbage. Gee, Does this mean that she can cultivate mushrooms with storage skills using this attribute mushroom culture dish? Gee, he was overjoyed. As the name suggests, skill storage mushrooms are good things. In the real world, she can't use up her healing talent every day, which is a pity. With this storage mushroom, she can store the extra healing talent every day and take it out when she is injured. It is equivalent to having a few more lives. The extra mushrooms can not only be used by herself, but also sold. In this way, she can add another product to her store in the future. Thinking of this, he filled the space faster. This is a good thing. It looked ordinary, and I thought it was really rubbish, but I didn't expect it to have this use. What's wrong with disposable? Disposable is better than nothing. This is a mushroom that can store skills, a good thing. There are so many people out there who want it but can't get it. After testing the gray-brown wood, he began to test the reddish-brown one. This time his talent reacted quickly. Flame mushroom cultivation wood, a special tool for cultivating flame mushrooms, disposable. The cultivated mushrooms have a short lifespan and weak power. Note, it can only be used as a stove. The explosion power is too weak, and it can't catch up with the spitting of some races. What is the use of it? What's wrong with the stove? The stove is also a good thing. And the previous one was too powerful, and I was afraid of hurting myself when I threw it out. This one is not that powerful, just right. The number of those flame mushrooms, just now, is really not enough. Keep it as a must-kill. She often worries about her lack of strength. With this bomb, oh no, it's a flame mushroom. She can have another weapon to save her life. If anyone messes with her in the future, she will use the snowball toy behind her to throw the flame mushroom out and hit them all the way. Comprehensive coverage. There were quite a few rotten wood in the backyard, and they must have not been collected for a while. He did not miss any of them, and put them all into the space. After she put away all the rotten wood, she felt very happy and relaxed. When she looked up, she found that there was also a door behind the garbage pile. She walked over and pushed hard, and the door was slowly pushed open. She aimed at the opportunity, and took advantage of the gap in the door to get out. Goodbye, those people in the front yard. She will not accompany them anymore. This place is no different from the previous forest, with lush trees and dead leaves and rotten wood under the trees. Among the dead leaves, there are bright big mushrooms one after another. He couldn't sit still, cutting mushrooms with a knife while observing. She really couldn't tell which was which. After thinking about it, she simply didn't look for the previous way, picked up a shovel, scraped the moss, picked up mushrooms, and looked for Tumo's home. According to what 2MO said just now, you need to gather 3 attribute mushrooms to awaken the mushroom chicken, and she still needs 2. There are still 2 days left, so don't worry too much. The underground world has no difference between day and night, it's all equally dark. He was busy until she was hungry, and then she realized it was time to eat. She looked at the watch, it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. She hadn't eaten a single meal all day. There were mushrooms everywhere, and she was addicted to picking them up, and she felt that eating was a waste of time. She put away the shovel, climbed up the nearest tree, covered herself with vines, and leaned against the trunk, then reached out to take out the homemade lunch box from the space and started eating. While eating, she suddenly heard a noise coming from afar. Frowning, she looked towards the source of the noise, but unfortunately, she couldn't see anything because of the trees. After thinking for a while, he lowered her head and ate faster. If there was a fight, she couldn't do without physical strength. After wolfing down her meal, he wiped her mouth casually, jumped down the tree, and ran towards the source of the noise. After climbing up a huge tree, he hid herself and took out a telescope to look into the distance. It was a group of rabbits, and rats chasing a few humans. They move in groups, and although their individual combat power is not too strong, they are troublesome when they are in large numbers. The state of the human running in front is also a little bit wrong. He adjusted the telescope again and observed carefully. Someone in front was so sleepy that he closed his eyes while running and tripped over the roots of a tree and fell down. Not only that, there were also people pinching themselves while running. Damn it, how did these mice appear in the forest? Don't fall asleep. It's all over if you fall asleep. How could it be? Why am I so sleepy? We can't keep running like this. We have to kill these rats. You can beat them if you want. I can't do it anymore. I can't open my eyes. I'm so sleepy. You can't sleep. Absolutely can't sleep. If you sleep, you die? Listen to me, if a woman is not ruthless, her position will be unstable, and she will stab herself. These rats are not difficult to beat, we have already beaten them in the cave. As long as we unite, we will definitely beat them. Looking at the state of the humans in the distance, Ji-hee narrowed his eyes. The rabbit rats chasing behind these people are not very threatening. They just look large in size, at most 10. And there are 7 or 8 humans running away in front. If they really stand still and fight with the rabbit rats, they may win. The fighting power of these rabbit rats is different from that of the natives in the copy. They are the kind that can be defeated. She had picked up a lot of rabbit rat corpses in the cave before, and these people should not have failed to notice. As she observed, Ji-hee found that one of the people fell to the ground while running, and before he could get up, he was bitten by the rabbit rats that rushed up. Then a fireball shot out in all directions, landing on several rabbit rats, making them scream in pain. The person in front continued to run, and his figure gradually disappeared, but no one stopped to wait for him. This is a copy, and each of them is not even as good as her neighbors in her hometown. Ji-hee had no intention of standing out. She stood on the tree, wanting to see if there was any follow-up. The man stood up and struggled at first, firing a few fireballs. But as the rabbit rat bit, his voice gradually weakened and finally disappeared. Ji-hee put down the telescope and retracted his sight. The few people were too far away just now, so the sound was not very clear. She seemed to hear the word sleepy. But she was not sure. She frowned, concentrated her energy, and carefully felt her state. It was similar to her usual state, and she didn't feel so sleepy that she couldn't open her eyes. Why are these people sleepy? Chapter 207. Ji-hee inexplicably thought of the cough she had just entered the dungeon. At that time, she felt her entire lungs itchy. She couldn't stop coughing. After she used her healing talent, the feeling of wanting to cough disappeared instantly. Ji-hee's eyes darkened. It seemed that there were some other hidden dangers in this dungeon. At night, Ji-hee couldn't find another home for 2mo, and she couldn't bear to sleep, so she had to continue scraping the purifying moss and picking mushrooms. She definitely couldn't take a break. If she didn't need to sleep or feel dizzy, she could have worked non-stop in the past few days in the dungeon. After stopping to use her talent to heal her sore arm, Ji-hee looked around and suddenly found a reflection in the distance. She was a little curious and walked over carefully. She pushed aside the bushes. This is actually a lake? She didn't approach immediately, hiding behind a tree, and carefully observed. When she was sure that there were no other creatures near the lake, she walked over carefully. She touched the surface of the lake carefully with her hand. It is indeed water. At least it feels like water. Ji-hee was relieved a little, and stretched out his hand to fill the space. He could take the water back to the system store for experiment. If it is drinkable, it would be a good opportunity to sell it. I heard that there have been several battles over water resources in Africa, and many people have died. His neighbors are fine, with a daily supply of water, so they won't die of thirst for the time being. Although she was a little angry about the massive search for her some time ago, that was all for the upper class, and it had little to do with the common people. Although selling this water cannot completely solve the problem, it is better to have it than not. Ji-hee reached into the lake to get water while looking around vigilantly. Suddenly she found ripples in the lake. Something was swimming around at the bottom of the water. Observe carefully. It seems to be a fish. It is also a little green? She was not sure, but before she could continue to observe, the water surface quickly returned to calm. Ji-hee wanted to take a closer look, but the ripples appeared for a moment and disappeared quickly. The lake returned to calm. It was as if it was Ji-hee's hallucination just now. But she was sure that there was something in the water, and she was not mistaken. She did not take out the fishing net to try to catch fish. She continued to put her hand into the water to fill it. Fish or fresh water, both are good things. Of course, you have to get the easy things first. As for the fish, don't worry, it will come sooner or later. Here, Ji-hee, wearing a green vine cloak, lay on the ground and quietly filled the space with water, and suddenly heard a noise coming from afar. She frowned. After thinking for a while, she pulled her hand out, stood up, and prepared to go to the other side to check the situation. The water was not finished yet, and she didn't want these people to come. On the other side, the 3 people of Jihui were running for their lives in the woods. Behind them were more than 10 humans. Behind them were more than 30 rabbits and mice. Except for the 3 people of Jihui, everyone else was feeling very sleepy. They were so sleepy that they couldn't open their eyes, and their feet were numb, which made them stumble and run in the woods, looking very embarrassed. Boss, why do you think they are sleepy? Hong Tango felt something was wrong. Even if he was a person who was prone to sleepiness, He should be awake after being chased by so many big rats. Who can sleep at a critical moment? Maybe they didn't sleep before entering the dungeon. I can fight 5 people alone. His tone is steady and full of energy. He ran easily all the way and didn't feel tired at all. This amount of exercise is not as much as their usual training. Do you remember that we coughed during the day? Jihui did not ignore the changes in the crowd behind him. This state was obviously wrong. This sleepiness came so fiercely that it seriously affected everyone's reaction speed, so that they could not even stop to fight with the group of Pikas. It seems, what's wrong? 1 against 5 thought about it, and it seemed that he coughed a few times before, but he didn't take it seriously. Boss, are you saying that our coughing is related to the sleepiness of the group of people behind us? Hong Tango reacted very quickly, and immediately realized what Jihui meant. My guess is that we are in good physical condition. We just checked before entering the dungeon, and we shouldn't cough, but the 3 of us coughed. And you see, these people behind us can fall asleep even when being chased by rats. This is obviously wrong and very unreasonable. If they are normal people, even if they are sleepy, they will disappear when being chased by monsters. There must be something here. Z's voice was heavy. He was worried that they would fall asleep like the people behind them. I can fight 5 alone, and Hong Tango looked at each other, and both of them felt depressed. This is not an easy game. They did cough before, but the coughing stopped after jumping through the fire ring. They didn't take it seriously. Now it seems that this cough is not simple. I just don't know if they will cough again in the next few days. 1 against 5. I quietly looked back at the status of the people behind me. Many of them pinched themselves while running, trying hard not to fall asleep, but they would still slow down their escape speed due to sleepiness, and the rabbits and rats behind them would catch up and bite a big bite of their meat. Because of the severe pain, he suddenly woke up and rushed forward for a while, but soon he was invaded by sleepiness again and continued the process just now. The rabbit rat chasing behind them became more and more energetic, and there was no sign of sleepiness at all. In this case, it was only a matter of time before these people were caught up. He felt a little depressed when fighting 5 people alone. He couldn't save them. He entered the dungeon for a mission. He must clear the dungeon as much as possible, and after clearing the dungeon, he must obtain as many supplies as possible to bring back for research. Among all these tasks, being kind is not included. Besides, there are people of different skin colors following them, and it is hard to say whether there are people from their country among them. At this moment, the 1-on-5 suddenly heard a female voice holding a loudspeaker. 1 mushroom per person, a total of 19, hand over the mushrooms, and I will save your lives. I didn't take advantage of them before because I knew that these people had no advantage to take. Now that a day has passed, there must be a mushroom in my hand, right? Someone in the crowd immediately raised a dissatisfied voice. Why? You are making money from the war. We are all human beings and should help each other. Why don't you save us if you have the ability? Please save us. Yes, as long as you save us, everything will be fine. He pretended not to hear these words and picked up the loudspeaker. Countdown, I count to 10. If you don't hand over the mushrooms to me intact, I leave. 10, 9, 5, 4. We will hand them over. We will hand them over. Chapter 208. The last few people in the crowd collapsed first. He had been bitten by a rat. If he didn't hand it over, the rat would bite his neck next time. I tell you, if any of you don't hand it over, don't blame me for being rude. Even if I can't kill you, you can't leave this copy alive. The man's eyes, which were unable to open due to sleepiness, flashed with ferocity. He yawned the next second after he finished speaking. That's too much. Just give her 1 mushroom. Why give her so much? Seeing that they were taking too long, he stood up and turned to leave. The crowd immediately panicked, and many people shouted out immediately. Wait! We handed in. Wouldn't it be better to do this earlier? He tied a bag with a rope and threw it over, asking her to put the mushrooms in here. Once she was sure that everything was right, she would save the people. Oh, by the way, don't think that you guys who are running ahead have nothing to do with it. If you don't want to hand it in, leave now, otherwise I won't save anyone if you're short of 3 mushrooms. Seeing the people behind him digging mushrooms obediently, he immediately turned his attention to the people in front. She memorized the faces of these people. Day after day, they didn't want to dig anything, just wanted to follow along. They were so busy. This time, Jihui didn't say anything else, and signaled Hong Tango to dig mushrooms. The people behind him were obviously on the verge of collapse. It was easy to overturn for mushrooms at this time. And he also wanted to know if there was any way to restrain these rats. After checking the mushrooms and confirming that there were 19, he nodded with satisfaction. Good harvest. Press the launch button. The sound of something passing through the air. Everyone subconsciously looked up to the source of the sound. They saw black shadows constantly shooting in their direction. The woman was squatting on the tree branch, and the 8 metal rods behind her were constantly shooting black things. Along with the things being fired, there was also a pungent odor. "You're welcome. The money is paid." He saw the people below looking at her, raised her hand and waved. Even her father could sell her products. She is really a business genius. It is a pity that she did not have a place on Wall Street. The people running behind had noticed something was shooting at them early, but they were already exhausted, and the rabbits and rats were chasing them. They could not dodge for a while. Several people in the team were hit by the black object. Some were even hit on the head. However, the tribute people in the front of the team were agile and all dodged. "You? So smelly. What is this?" "Ugh. Looks like shit. You're going too far. You bought so many mushrooms from us, and you threw shit on us?" "Ugh. What kind of person is this? Too wicked. I beat her to death. She actually threw shit on people. I'm so sleepy, I want to sleep." A group of people were busy looking for something to wipe it, but they started to feel sleepy while wiping. Some of them still remembered the feces thrown at them, and they were ready to settle the score with Jihe. "It's alright, I leave first." Jihe still had a good attitude towards customers, who had just finished their consumption. At this moment, he was in a good mood and stood up to leave. "Wait, mice." The person who spoke turned around, and suddenly found that the mice chasing him had disappeared without a trace. It's not that everyone was stupid. It's just that because they were too sleepy, their thoughts were not turning around, their brains were not clear, and their reactions were many times slower than usual. At this moment, they suddenly realized that the mice chasing them were gone, and the anger that had been in their hearts was dissipated, and many people sat down directly on the spot. He didn't even ask why his father could drive away the rats. The one who was most seriously injured was even more grateful to have a life, and sat down to bandage his wounds. He was the last one to run, and had the most wounds from rat bites, which were bleeding continuously, staining his trouser legs red. Such wounds would need to be sutured by a special doctor outside, but he could only deal with it himself in the dungeon. Fortunately, he could bring in the hemostatic medicine bought from the game store. By the way, in addition to the supplies from the game store, he also tied some bandages on his body and brought them in. After entering the game many times, most people have found the bottom line of the game. This kind of thing can be brought in if you master the method. After getting a rest, the sleepiness that kept coming was even more overwhelming. Even if everyone didn't want to sleep, driven by this strong sleepiness, everyone still yawned continuously. One person infected 2 people. Finally, the first person in the crowd fell asleep leaning against the tree. Then the second one. Shijin and the others were not sleepy. He walked quickly to the tree where Jihe was, but didn't get close. Shijin said the classic line, "Exchange information?" Jihe smiled. Why is this person so keen on getting something for nothing? Mainly, she didn't really need their information. Where are the mushrooms? Let me make it clear first, if you don't have them, don't waste my time here. He wanted to tell her the news, but he didn't expect that this person didn't want it. He wanted to struggle. Are you curious about the game? Not at all. Jihe refused without hesitation. What a joke. If it comes to information, she may know more than them. Bring the mushrooms, or shut up. Jihe was silent for a moment, then nodded in agreement. He took out a yellow mushroom from his arms, raised it, and threw it to Jihe. Win type, I want to know about this dungeon mission. Jihe reached out, and took the mushroom deftly, took a quick look, and put it in his arms. Collect all 3 mushrooms, and you can get a ticket to the Mushroom Chicken Talent Awakening Ceremony. Note that the abilities of the attribute mushroom should not conflict, otherwise the awakening may fail. When the mushroom chicken awakens, it will fall into a coma, and there will be wild beasts coming to eat the mushrooms. You must prevent the monsters from approaching the mushroom chicken, otherwise the awakening will fail. Jihe frowned. What beast? How long will it take to stop it? Jihe shook his head. I don't know. I just know that you can't get close to mushroom chicken. The 2MO clan basically doesn't go out, and they only heard about mushroom chicken because it is their big customer, otherwise they probably wouldn't know. The 2MO didn't make it clear to Jihe before, just saying that wild beasts can't get close to mushroom chicken, otherwise mushroom will feel sick and fail to awaken. After talking about this task, Jihe was about to leave. Seeing Jihe standing up and about to leave, Jihe asked, Do you know why these people are sleepy? Jihe shook his head. I don't know. What's your name? Yuta saw Jihe was about to leave, and shouted, We've seen each other several times, and it's not easy to call each other by name. You can't just call me hey, right? Chapter 209. They had also heard rumors about this woman. They heard that she was very strong, controlled many weapons, and knew a lot of information about the game. But she was very cautious and never interacted with people too much. They had never heard her introduce herself. She wore a mask every time she came out, and no one had even seen her true face. Gee, he smiled, that's another price. Salute, I can fight 5 people alone, red sugar cake, eh? This person is really a money grubber. I can't give you mushrooms anymore. Shijin still wanted to know who this person was. She suddenly appeared, was very powerful, and was very mysterious. I can only exchange it for information. Ji nodded, that was fine. What organization did those 3 people belong to? Those people are from the God's Aid Society. Shijin looked indifferent. Oh, tell me more. Ji got excited. The name sounded like a cult organization, not serious. Where is God in this world? Let me tell you. I couldn't help but fight 5 people alone, so I immediately gave the 3 people a slap in the face. These people are not serious. They are not good. This game has only been launched for more than 7 months, and they have developed more than 100,000 people, just like a pyramid scheme. This organization claims to be founded by talented people. They think highly of themselves and believe that people are divided into different levels. The game is a kind of selection and evolution. They are advanced humans and have the identity of protectors. Ordinary people have to pay protection fees to get in and get protection. They usually issue some tasks and have gathered many talented people. I don't know who the leader is, I've never seen him, and he's very secretive. Nothing bad has happened yet. I just heard that they were involved in the robbery of the police station some time ago, but no evidence was found. My boss just went there, but he didn't catch anything. The people ran away, and he said I was slow. I was quite angry when I mentioned this when I was fighting 5 people. What does it have to do with him if he couldn't catch anyone? Ahem. Shijing pretended to cough on the side. Wink at Hong Tango, keep an eye on him. This kind of person with a loose mouth is really a double-edged sword. It's easy to let him go, but it's hard to take him back. Ji blinked when she heard this, arresting people. She had a guess in her mind, but didn't say much, changing the subject. Do they protect ordinary people? Yeah. I can fight 5 people alone, so I didn't intend to lie, but they charge protection fees, and those who want to get their protection must hand in supplies or have some value. What is that melon seed-eating talent? Puppet Man. Speaking of this, I can fight 5 alone, and my face looked a little unhappy. I looked at Ji. When he starts a fight, the loser has a certain chance of being made into a puppet by him, so unless it is absolutely necessary, it is best to refuse when he takes the initiative to challenge. That potato has a metal talent, and usually acts more as a bodyguard. That plum powder has an auxiliary talent, and can see a person's potential. Ji nodded and said nothing more. Can you tell us your name now? As soon as these words came out, the 3 people looked at Ji with burning eyes. My husband is offering sacrifices to the heavens, and I wish you great blessings. After making up a story, Ji was about to leave. Before leaving, she looked down at the 3 confused people and pointed in the opposite direction. There is a water source on that side. After saying that, she grabbed the vine with all her strength and swung away, disappearing in front of the 3 people in an instant. She had not forgotten that her mission this time was not to save people, but to keep these people from going to her pool. The mushrooms were originally a byproduct. The 5 people below watched Ji disappear into the darkness, muttering, My husband is offering sacrifices to the heavens, and he is blessed with great fortune. Can this game have such a long name? Yes, if you want, you can think of as long as you want, the game doesn't care. Hong Tango was very sure. She had seen a name with more than 40 characters. Is this a real name? I was even more shocked when I fought 5 people. How unlucky must this person's husband be? Let's put it aside for now. Shijing didn't dwell on this matter, turned around and glanced at the group of people who were already asleep behind him, and called the 2. Let's go to the direction she said to see. Although this person looks unserious, the information he gave is reliable at present. Captain, why don't you ask more questions? Hong Tango was a little curious. The husband who just sacrificed to the sky knew a lot of information. If they knew more, it would definitely help them to complete the task. He may not tell me even if I ask him. Shijing walked forward quickly in the forest. He wanted to know more, but could he get the answer by asking? Not necessarily. Once you enter the game, it is different from the outside. The people have no obligation to answer questions. If they don't tell him, he can't do anything. Besides, the man was determined to get rid of the enemy. If they asked more, he would definitely ask them for mushrooms. After completing the task, they wanted to try to take the mushrooms back, but they couldn't use them all. It's a pity that I didn't get bit by the fart bug, otherwise I would be invincible at this level. 1 against 5, he smacked his lips, feeling a little sorry. Zhou said nothing and concentrated on his journey. After a while, the forest was silent, and there was the snoring of people sleeping on the ground. He squatted down on a big tree in the distance and started to pick mushrooms. So happy. I picked up 20 mushrooms for free and sent those people in the opposite direction. Happy. These mushrooms are only 2 colors, red and yellow, with slightly more red and less yellow. The red one is the flame mushroom that I got before. He took a look and put it away. The yellow one is the wind mushroom. Wind mushroom, full of wind energy, a gust of wind will follow you after eating it. Note, great, you will have a strong wind effect behind you when you appear in the future. The talent is becoming more and more yin and yang. He put the mushrooms away, feeling satisfied. This deal was worth it. These mushrooms are not that good. They all have special effects. If you sell them, you can make a fortune. You can't get a few thousand kilograms of food, but 100 kilograms is still possible. Foreign farmers have plenty of food. Moreover, this wind mushroom does not conflict with the fire mushroom, so they can be used together to complete the task. She is now only 1 mushroom away from completing the task. Not bad. After climbing down the tree, he ran to the lake, lay down, put his hand into the water again, and silently accelerated the speed of collecting water. I hope no one will come to disturb her this time. She has no interest in saving the world. Ji Heyuan didn't want to drain all the water. She stopped after draining the water for 3 hours. She was lucky that no one came to disturb her during this time. She stood up and prepared to start fishing. When she was draining the lake just now, she found that there were many live fish in the lake. Now they were lying in the muddy mud with their mouths open helplessly. It was written all over his face, "Catch me, take me away." He had good eyesight. In the dim light, she spotted a long black creature at a glance. Its skin was reflecting light, and it looked very plump. Observing closely, this black creature was about 1 meter long, and looked a bit like a loach. It had 4 long whiskers on its head, which looked as long as its body. He touched it carefully. The surface was slippery, and there was mucus. He opened its mouth. Very good, it had no teeth. Ha ha ha. Loach, a very common fish that grows in freshwater lakes. It likes to eat mud and green vegetables. It has many thorns, and the meat has a very strong earthy smell. Note, if you pick up everything, it will only harm you. He doesn't care what talent says. How can meat harm it? Chapter 210. There is nothing wrong with meat. These strips are all meat. He bent down and reached out to immediately put the loach into the space. What if there are bones? I find a way. At worst, I can make it into fish balls and eat it. You can't just stop eating fish because it has bones, right? It's not like that outside. It's good to have something to eat. Why isn't it better than that insect bean cake? I heard that it's getting worse and worse. It's sour and bitter, and after eating it, the throat of a healthy person will be swollen, and it will take a long time to recover. Just after putting this loach into the space, he found another one in front of her right, which was bigger than this one. She quickly ran forward, grabbed it and took it away. Baby, what are you thinking about? Hurry up and get into the pot. As she was collecting them, he found that there were so many loaches. It was obvious that they had no natural enemies. They were so densely packed in the mud. Sometimes he didn't even need to walk, she could catch several of them just standing there. In addition to this loach, he also found a snail-like creature. The shell is black, the same color as the mud at the bottom of the lake, and it is very difficult to find. If he hadn't touched it, she wouldn't have found it. It's very big, about half a pound each. She reached out and touched it, and it was still alive. Mud snail, hard shell, small meat, grows in the mud, and the meat has a fishy smell. Note, small and unpalatable. He picked it up and weighed it. Last time, her space had matured a lot of shells, scallops and oysters, but she didn't have time to eat them. She wasn't really interested in this. Just like Tianfu said, there was not much meat, and it was fishy. If she picked it up while catching the loach and tightened the space at the same time, it would be fine. Going to look for it specifically would be a waste of time. After all, her time is precious in the dungeon. Now she still has 1 mushroom to get, and she really doesn't have time to squat here and feel it bit by bit. Recovering her mind, he bent down and continued to grope in the mud at the bottom of the lake. After more than 2 hours of hard work, he finally took away all the loaches here. She took the time to look at the watch. It was already 4 o'clock in the morning. It was another night. She was surprised. As she entered the dungeon more and more times, she not only did not get more rest, but started to stay up late to work. If she could not rest after leaving the dungeon, she was really afraid of losing her hair and becoming bald at such a young age. With a sigh, Ji-hee took out the fishing net, walked to the center of the lake, and began to cast the net to catch fish. It was already this late, so she simply did not sleep, and would use the healing method to relax herself. After comforting herself, Ji-hee began to catch fish with full concentration. Because she had taken away a lot of the lake water before. Many loaches swam along the current to the center of the lake and gathered together. The number was very dense. Ji-hee could often catch a lot of them with one net. Looking at the densely packed black big fish in the fishing net, Ji-hee felt indescribably satisfied. The feeling of catching one net after another was really great. If it weren't for the lack of time, she really wanted to catch them until the end of time. After more than 2 hours, Ji-hee had caught most of the fish in the center of the lake, and the remaining ones became less easy to catch. It's not cost-effective to continue wasting time here. Ji-hee simply put away the fishing net, turned around and walked away from the lake. It was already 6:30 in the morning, and she should continue her mission. After washing her hands, she leaned against a big tree and hurriedly ate 4 big buns, a salted duck egg, and a bowl of porridge. Ji-hee stood up and continued to move forward. Passing by the place where she was yesterday, she took a special look, but didn't see the fire. Continued to move forward, straight to the place where the ink-tattooed bird lived yesterday. Coming to the familiar fence, Ji-hee pushed open the door and walked in. This environment is completely different from the previous one. There are many small bays in the territory. Ji-hee only took a look and turned around to leave. Not suitable. She had previously obtained the flame mushroom and the wind mushroom, which are obviously related to water. Fire and water attributes are mutually exclusive. If you really get them, you are afraid that the awakening will fail. After leaving this fence, Ji-hee was looking for the third territory of ink while digging the purification moss. She was a little anxious, afraid of accidents, and she didn't rest all the way, and kept rushing forward. She didn't know if she had missed it in the middle, or if these 2mo lived in such a scattered manner. She walked all the way until noon before she saw the third 2mo territory. Relieved, Ji-hee walked quickly to the gate, pushed it open, and walked in. This territory was different from the previous 2mo territories. It was very clean. At first glance, it didn't even look like it was underground, the land was dry, and the air was fresh. Ji-hee had some differences, but his face was very calm, and he walked forward quickly. As she was walking, Ji-hee heard a very noisy sound. It was a little sharp and piercing, and she felt a buzzing pain in her head after hearing it too much. She was a little curious. Was this the place where the sound waves attacked? She walked to a huge venue, and saw the scene in front of her, and she couldn't help but widen her eyes. What is this? A bunch of little ink-tip turtles more than 2 meters tall. At first glance, there are at least more than 20 of them, playing in an open venue. Some are playing with balls, some are kicking their legs, and some are chasing people. And each of them is accompanied by a human player. These human players are now acting as babysitters, taking care of children. One man even carried an ink-painted baby that was bigger than him, and was spinning around on the ground. The ink-painted baby was probably a little dissatisfied, and was stretching its neck and shouting. As long as the man with a red face and sweaty forehead stopped, it would howl loudly. There was no other way. The people below had to move around the venue without stopping for a moment. Ji-hee took a look at the huge baby's feet that could only drag on the ground because of its height. Is this posture really comfortable? Silently withdrawing her gaze, Ji-hee looked towards the center of the field. There was a black 2mo lying over there, eating snacks and drinking drinks comfortably. He didn't even control his emotions. Just from the crossed legs, one could feel the comfort. Ji-hee, forgive her for her lack of knowledge. She really didn't know what kind of mushroom this was. Mushroom for many children and good fortune? Mushroom for 1 litter of 8 treasures? Mushroom for early childbirth? Mushroom for watching children? With a storm in her heart and a calm face, she tried her best not to let herself have any negative emotions, and walked quickly to 2mo who was sitting in the middle of the field. Chapter 211. Ji-hee walked up to this 2mo, and was about to tell her family tree, talk about the sadness of losing both her parents, and sing a song. But she was interrupted by the 2mo in front of her. This 2mo was much fatter than the first one, and there were several layers of scales on her belly. She looked wealthy. After seeing Ji-hee, she changed her lying position without Ji-hee saying anything. Oh, I know you, an underage female whose parents are both dead. No need to say more, I'm waiting for you. You're right here. My mushrooms are the best for you. If used properly, they have miraculous effects. Oh no, I suddenly remembered that I still have 3 big treasures. These are grown by my sister. They are the best of the best. You can't help me take care of the children. How about this? I heard that you like to collect garbage. Go and help me collect the garbage. I will give you these 3 best mushrooms. How about it? My mushrooms are good treasures. They are definitely better than the flame mushroom you just took. Trust me, it's worth it. In addition to this mushroom, I'm giving you some of my own mushrooms. If you use them well, I guarantee that you will have a smooth life in the future. Reach the peak. You are just lucky and came early. Today, in addition to you, there are a few idiots who came. Their life stories are much more miserable than yours. Our tribe has raised funds for them. Hey, if I didn't have so many children, I would also have to raise funds. You won't get a share. Raise funds? Yes, they are deaf, dumb, disabled, and have albinism. They are so pitiful. Although they are adults, their lives are worse than yours. Gee, Okay, you all have a trick up your sleeve, right? Usually, the world is full of people who cry poor and say they are nothing. But now it seems that everyone has their own special abilities. He looked back at the nannies who were watching the child, smiled, and went straight to the backyard amid their envious and jealous eyes. They thought that if one person came, they would be let go. But this person didn't come to see the child. This is too much. Why? We are all human beings. Why doesn't this person have to look after the child? God knows how hard it is to take care of this giant kid. These kids are so energetic. From the moment they entered the door, they didn't stop for a minute, running around non-stop and screaming crazily. They are also very strong. Sometimes if you don't pay attention, you will be hit in the eye socket by the fist. I saw Venus at that time. Really, there was a white light in front of my eyes, the kind in the literal sense. So devastating. These mushrooms are really making money. One of them stood up and started dancing. His talent is to use the sky dance to convey emotions and power, which can be used to communicate with the other party, or output skills to deal damage. At the beginning, the opponent could not understand his dance, and it did not hurt him. Now there are more dungeons. His ability has improved a lot, and his attack is much stronger. This time, when dancing, as long as he does not interrupt, he can communicate with the opponent. It cannot be said that he can communicate 100%, but at least he can understand 70%. After protesting for a long time, not only did he fail to pull the woman back to watch the child together, he also got a worse news. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he held a huge baby while discussing with his teammates next to him. Let's not talk about that guy. I heard that a few deaf-mute people came to the dungeon and held a charity show. They asked these 2MO to raise funds. I heard that many 2MO went. If we don't hurry up to complete the task, the mushrooms will be looted by those people in the future. He walked quickly. She was a little nervous knowing that someone was competing with her for mushrooms. This mushroom is very good, and she wants to get a few more. He walked quickly to the backyard and found that the environment here was much better than the first 2MO environment. Although it was a bit messy, it was not dirty. There was no dust in the corners, just a pile on the left and a pile on the right, looking messy. These garbage were mainly composed of 2 colors. In addition to the familiar dark brown wood, there was also a pink one. He guessed that the dark brown one should be the storage mushroom culture rotten wood. She picked it up tentatively and tested it with her talent, and it was indeed. He didn't recognize the other one. It was the first time she saw pink wood. She picked it up and looked at it carefully. From the outside, it was no different from the storage mushroom culture rotten wood except for the color. Even the feel of pinching is the same. This time, the talent responded quickly. Decomposing wood for cultivating multi-seed mushrooms. A tool for cultivating multi-seed mushrooms. The nutrients have been absorbed. Now all that is left is a dregs. It can only be cultivated once, and the effect is average. Note, there is only a 50% chance that the cultivated multi-seed mushrooms will get pregnant. Only 3 babies can be born at a time. It's rubbish. Jihee's eyes widened. Giving birth to 3 at a time? Is this rubbish? Then how can it not be rubbish? Does it have to give birth to 10 or 8 babies? If this is used on giant pandas, wouldn't there be countless giant pandas in a few years? And humans usually give birth to 1 child per litter, and it's rare to have twins or triplets occasionally. Guaranteeing 3 is already quite invincible. What's more, this fact that it applies to both males and females made her hesitate. How does it apply? Does the man eat it, and the woman gets pregnant with 3, or does the man eat it, and the man gets pregnant with 3? Why don't you explain this talent clearly? Who is pregnant, And, looking at the rotten wood of the multi-seed mushroom that occupies half of the area in front of him, he hesitated. Everyone knows what's going on outside now. Even if we take this thing back, will it really be sold? People are living in enough pain. Is there anyone who really wants to have children? And it's possible to get pregnant with 3 at a time. What a joke. Not to mention how to raise them after giving birth. How can they live during pregnancy? Pregnancy is not a matter of blowing. You need to supplement nutrition. Eating that insect bean cake every day will not give birth to a healthy child. After a little hesitation, he still packed these rotten woods of multi-seed mushrooms away. There is no time to waste. Just pack it away first. Although I don't think it can be used now. Don't be too old-fashioned. Open it. Look at this matter from a different angle. This multi-seed mushroom can also be used as a hidden weapon. What a good poison. If anyone offends her in the future, she will feed him this multi-seed mushroom. He will give birth after eating it. He will eat it after giving birth. He will keep giving birth and eating, and he will collapse directly. Ha ha ha. Maybe there will be a medical miracle of a man giving birth. He raised a wicked smile and began to load things into the space frantically. Now she felt that this mushroom was simply too good. This thing was not a poison, and the antidote probably had no effect on it. There was just no antidote. He loaded things into the space with both hands at a very fast speed. Probably because the business was good, the amount of rotten wood in the backyard here was more than 3 times that of the first 2MO family. It took he more than 2 hours to load all the rotten wood in the backyard. Chapter 212. After standing there for a while, and taking a sip of water, he turned around and walked back to get the mushrooms. The number of children in the venue was twice as many as before, and each ink-painted baby was accompanied by a human. It really worked, as many children as there were people. All of you who came must stay to look after the children. None of you can leave. He selectively ignored the faces of the childcare nannies and uncles who looked hopeless, as well as the deafening howling and crying in his ears. He found 2MO and prepared to receive the reward. Hey, you're here. Great job. Take it. Don't thank me too much. 2MO was lying on the ground while speaking. He seemed not to hear the cries of the cubs next to him. Now he saw he with a brisk voice and a relaxed tone. He felt so happy. As the voice fell, a pair of big paws appeared in front of he. There were more than 30 mushrooms in the paws. Most of them were pink, and only 3 were bright pink. After saying thank you, he took the mushrooms and was about to leave. Suddenly he was called. He didn't even need to say anything. 2MO started to speak. Wait, poor little thing, don't go. I give you some more tips. Life is hard, you have to stick to it. As long as you use the mushrooms I gave you flexibly, I tell you, a happy life is just around the corner. Do you want tips or mushrooms? Forget it, I give you more tips. You don't need to have too many children. Just a few dozen will be enough. Too many are just here to collect debts. As 2MO muttered, she grabbed a black card in her huge claws and scratched it against the badge on he's chest. The badge on he's chest emitted a passionate mechanical electronic sound. Thank you for your reward. Thank you for your 10-star praise. I wish you a smooth career. In response to the respected guest's feedback on the employment of underage females, our company has a reasonable explanation. This employment is in full compliance with interstellar regulations and is a cross-race support employment. It has been agreed by the contracting race and is completely reasonable and compliant. As for the issue of salary increase, we will consider it as appropriate. Please understand. Welcome to continue to choose our company. Our company will wholeheartedly provide better services for the nobles. You know what? When I entered the game several times before, I really asked for my opinion. If I didn't want to come in, I could refuse. It can be said that it was very democratic. And now, if I don't want to do the mission, I can just slack off. If I don't complete the mission, I will naturally be dismissed by the game. Life is still the same, and there is no big loss. It's just that these people have tasted the sweetness of the game. If they want to support their families, basically no one does this. Okay, poor little female. The ink-stained creature waved at he with some pity, and before leaving, he did not forget to remind him, remember, first find a good partner, feed him the bright pink mushroom, and then don't let him see outsiders. When he falls in love with you, he will let you go. After that, you will start giving birth, first 100 children, and when they grow up, you can let these 100 children raise you together, and they will definitely raise you to be fat and white. Listen to me, if a beast does not work for itself, it will be punished by heaven and earth. Goodbye, no need. She didn't want to have 100 children to support her. After finally saying goodbye to 2MO, who was keen on her having children, Ji turned around and left quickly. She had only stayed for a short while, but she felt a little tinnitus. She was really afraid that if she stayed for too long, her little son persona would collapse. After leaving Tumo's yard, Ji breathed a sigh of relief. With too many children, there would be noise. She hid under the tree, looked around, and made sure it was safe. Then she carefully took out the mushrooms and began to check. The light pink one is the multi-sperm and multi-fortune mushroom, and the bright pink one is the love brain mushroom. How can I describe the effect? They are both very strong. Love brain mushroom, after eating it, it can make any creature grow a love brain, strangle its IQ, reduce its brain capacity, and love dedication. The disadvantage is that the object of the love brain cannot be specified. Note, you are really cruel. Multi-sperm mushroom, after eating any creature, any gender can get pregnant, the savior of infertility, the favorite of a certain race, 8 to 10 babies per litter. The disadvantage is that it is very gluttonous, and nutrition must keep up. Note, Ji didn't care about the talent complaints. She carefully collected the love brain mushroom. She didn't plan to hand in this mushroom for the task, she wanted to keep it. This is a big treasure. If one of them is taken, no matter how outstanding a person is, they will be finished. Love brain is a terminal illness. Anyone who is infected with it will have to go digging wild vegetables, and they are the kind of people who are proud of digging wild vegetables. If anyone wants to stop it, the love brain will be the first to stop it. It's a pity that it can't be reproduced in batches. Otherwise, if anyone offends her in the future, she will give that person one. No matter how talented he was before. He must be thinking about love. After putting away the love brain mushroom, Ji took the 3 mushrooms in his hand. They were the flame mushroom, the wind mushroom, and the fertility mushroom. She couldn't imagine what kind of earth-shattering talent the mushroom chicken would awaken after swallowing these 3 mushrooms. It might be that wherever the flames go, all the burners will get pregnant. With the wind mushroom, the power is even stronger. If it blows on the fire, won't it scare away others? Awesome. Ha ha. It's a pity that she didn't awaken this talent, otherwise she would let those who stared at her enjoy the taste of pregnancy. Ji was grinning, and suddenly a white vortex appeared in front of her. She was stunned for a moment, and then tentatively put the mushroom in her hand. There was no big reaction when the first mushroom was put in, so Ji simply put all 3 mushrooms in at once. The white vortex began to rotate at high speed, faster and faster, and then the color changed from white to red. After spinning for about 1 minute, it threw out a white card and quickly disappeared. Ji quickly caught the card thrown by the vortex and looked down. There was a red vortex in the center of the card, and there were some symbols. There was a countdown at the bottom corner of the card, which showed 30 hours 11 minutes and 32 seconds. The numbers on it kept changing, and Ji guessed that it should be the time to teleport to the Mushroom Chicken Awakening ceremony. Carefully put away the admission ticket for the Mushroom Chicken Clan Talent Awakening ceremony. Ji jumped down from the tree and quickly pulled out a shovel to start picking mushrooms from the purifying moss on the tree. The task was completed, and she had no pressure at all. There were more than 30 hours left before the dungeon was out, and the rest of the time was hers. Ji was wearing a large net bag woven from vines, and she walked forward quickly while scraping the purifying moss. She kept looking around while walking. She wanted to find a home to be painted with ink. Chapter 213. Although she didn't have to hand in any more quests, she still wanted to do more quests at Tumo's house to get some mushrooms. These mushrooms with special functions are still very precious. For example, the ones that can help you give birth to a child, and the ones that can help you fall in love are pretty good. If there were some mushrooms that can help you have causality, it would be perfect. Let's just say that the mushrooms growing on the rottenwood in the backyard of Tumo's house are pretty good, and she wants to bring some back. Ji happily scraped the purifying moss off the bark while walking forward. Just as he pulled apart a huge patch of grass, he suddenly saw a lake. Are there so many lakes in this place? The water resources are so abundant. This is the 3rd lake she has seen in this dungeon. Ji quickly squatted down, hiding in the bushes and observing the surroundings. In the dungeon, she was more afraid of humans than the natives. After all, it is not certain that you will encounter the natives outside the dungeon, but the human nature of digging deep will make them keep pursuing. If they really find a person who can take away half of the lake in the dungeon, it will add a lot of trouble. After waiting for a while by the lake, Ji didn't find anyone else, so she was a little relieved. But she didn't relax. She squatted on the ground, carefully looked around, and moved to the lake step by step. With a big net woven by green vines on her body to help cover, Ji picked up the weeds and walked, looking perfectly integrated with the surrounding environment. When she came to the lake, she carefully laid down, put her hands into the lake water, and began to fill the space frantically. She set a time for herself in her mind, 1 hour. It would take only 1 hour. No matter how much she had filled, she would continue to move forward. This underground mushroom ridge was too big. She only walked a small part. There was still a large area ahead that she had not visited. When filling water, Ji-hee lay on the ground with her eyes closed and began to rest. She was too tired. She had not slept last night. It was good to take a nap now. In this way, she lay on the ground for an hour, half asleep. She always kept a trace of consciousness to let herself fill the space with water. When the water level went down, she remembered to move forward. In an hour, only 2 groups of people came. They didn't stop by the lake. They just drank some water and continued on their way. Their mission was not completed yet, and there was no time to waste. No one noticed that there was a person lying in the grass in the distance. There are strong people and weak people. Even if they are all talented, their starting points and end points are different. Some people are like fish in water in this dungeon, and they are doing well, and got a lot of mushrooms. Some people have only got 1 mushroom since entering the game dungeon. The strong felt that they were getting more and more supplies, while the weak felt that the dungeon was getting harder. When they entered this dungeon, they first got lost in the cave and were chased by rats. They finally found the entrance to the underground mushroom ridge, which wasted most of the day. With only half a day left, they just found the home of the giant beast. Some of the slow ones were driven out by Tumo inexplicably before they completed the task after working for several hours. If they insisted on staying, they would be beaten. Not to mention that in this dungeon, they would cough during the day and be sleepy at night. And as time goes by, their symptoms will get worse. If there is no danger, they can be sleepy, but the damn rats will come out to chase them at night. So at night, they not only have to resist sleepiness, but also have to escape from the malice of rats. After finally surviving to the next day, they found the monster's home and prepared to accept the task, but found that the tasks were not the same. The tasks of each Inktenering family are different. There are difficult and simple ones. If you are lucky enough to encounter a simple one, you can complete it in more than an hour. If you are unlucky, it is rare to encounter it, and it is possible to take 3 or 4 hours. For example, the task of looking after Tumo's children is not life-threatening, but it is tiring and takes a long time. If they don't look after the children for 4 hours, they will never be let go. At this time, they also have to consider that if this task requires them to spend a lot of time, the time allocated to other mushrooms will naturally be reduced. If they don't plan properly, they will not be able to gather all the mushrooms. When most people don't know how many mushrooms they need to gather for this task, they can only do as many tasks as possible. I couldn't help but feel anxious. When the time came, Ji-hee opened her eyes, moved her numb arms, pulled her hands out of the water, stood up, and started walking forward. According to the distribution pattern of Tumo's house before, she felt that she would have to walk for at least another 2 hours, and it would be good if she could run into it. After Ji-hee walked for more than 2 hours, she finally saw the 4th Tumo's house. From the outside, it was no different from the previous ones. Ji-hee pushed the door open and walked in. After entering, she saw countless mushrooms growing on the ground at a glance. Some mushrooms have a milky white air ring visible to the naked eye on their heads. These rings will gradually become smaller as they leave the mushrooms and finally disappear. Some mushrooms also have a small tornado on their heads, which looks very dangerous. Ji-hee, will this game make her fly? Help, she doesn't want to go. Thinking about the time she spent on the way, Ji-hee decided to go and take a look. If she didn't do this task, it would take her more than 2 hours to get to the next Tumo's house at the fastest. Walking to the middle of the yard, Ji-hee saw countless people sitting around, squeezing a big mushroom. Their faces were red and ferocious, obviously using all their strength. The gentle ones knelt on the mushroom and squeezed it with all their strength, pinching it with both hands. The more violent ones knelt on the mushroom and beat it crazily. Some people sat astride the mushroom, laughing foolishly while pinching the mushroom hard. The energy was as if the palace maid was possessed, and the attack was so cruel. Listening to the bang 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 and the laughter, Ji-hee felt that his worries were unnecessary. As long as she doesn't go to heaven. Isn't it just hammering mushrooms? She can do it too. Approaching the black 2MO sitting in the middle of the venue, just showing a smile, the 2MO in front of him spoke first. I know you, a poor little female with a miserable life. No need to say more, I know everything. Here's how, I give you a small mushroom. You have to let it absorb air 1,000 times, and you can complete the task. It's very simple. Oh, little female, Do you know how to make it absorb air? Just compress it, and it will absorb it. After that, he handed Ji-hee a fat mushroom with a white background and blue stripes. Compared with the others, it was smaller, but also 1 meter tall. Ji-hee took it, thanked him and walked to the corner. Chapter 214. When she left, she heard 2MO mumbling to himself behind her, "Hey, I don't know what this company is thinking. They don't hire good people, but only hire idiots. Now, I'm afraid that these idiots will not complete the task and be scolded. I have to reduce the difficulty of their tasks. It's too hard every day. Hey, forget it. It's not easy. I hope to get some healthy people next time. Although these idiots are pitiful, their efficiency is too low." 2MO muttered while taking out from the space button. Finally, he took out a bright red polka dot mushroom, found a knife, and cut it into pieces, and then threw a piece in front of each person. The mushroom in front of the person, who laughed foolishly, was obviously bigger than the others. All the people doing the task were stunned. Why were they given mushrooms when they were doing the task well? Did they succeed in the task? But it was different from the mushrooms given before. And this mushroom was so bright in color, it was obviously poisonous, and could not be eaten. Why were they given it? Was he going to poison them to death? As they looked at each other, they saw the black monster sitting back and taking out a big red mushroom and eating it. Everyone, shock! This mushroom can actually be eaten? Or is this creature not afraid of the mushroom's poison? Ji-hee sat in the corner, not in a hurry to move. In front of her was a piece of mushroom, neither the largest nor the smallest. Ji-hee understood. This meant that there were a few people in the room with even more miserable life stories. Thanks to her sensitive ears, she heard everyone's discussion clearly. She just looked at this mushroom and confirmed it with her hands. It is indeed edible and non-toxic. This ink-painted man is quite good. Maybe they were afraid that they would be too tired from doing physical work, so they provided meals for them. Just then, Ji-hee heard 2MO muttering to himself again, "It's so pitiful to be a fool. You don't know how to eat when there is food. Fortunately, my mother didn't make me a fool. I have to eat more mushrooms to calm my nerves. I scare MO too much." Ji-hee, They didn't dare to eat because they were not stupid. If they were really stupid, they would have picked it up and eaten it long ago. Everyone's talking did not delay the task. People who have been doing tasks for so long know that the tasks are their own and will not be reduced because of laziness. After watching for a while, Ji-hee understood how to do this task. It's not difficult, but it takes time and effort. In layman's terms, it's to squeeze the mushroom madly and wait until the whole mushroom is flattened. When the person on it leaves, the mushroom will slowly absorb air like a spring and return to its original shape. This whole process of inhaling is considered an air absorption. If the size of this mushroom is reduced several times, this task will be very simple, but this mushroom is not. All the mushrooms that 2MO gave to everyone were super big. Even the smaller one that Ji-hee got was 1 meter high. Some of the more sturdy men even got mushrooms that were more than 2 meters high, a head taller than this man. It would take more time and effort to empty all the air. And everyone needs to use all their strength to empty the air in the mushroom. At this time, we have to mention the advantages that the gifted with physical mutations have in working. Although their talents are not as powerful and lethal as those with spiritual talents, they are really convenient for completing tasks. With brute force, one can defeat two. Ji-hee lifted her feet and sat on the mushroom stem, using her body weight to press the mushroom. She beat the mushroom head with both hands. As she beat, the mushroom was dented one after another. It was really tiring. Ji-hee felt like she was boxing. Although it was not dangerous, it consumed physical strength. If it wasn't for the fact that I had just finished my meal, I wouldn't have been able to continue doing such physically demanding work. After beating the mushroom to its flattest point again and waiting for it to rebound, Ji-hee sat cross-legged on the ground beside him and wiped the sweat from his forehead. The reason why this mushroom is more convenient than the compressed quilt at home is that it will not rebound by itself during the exhaust process. As long as there is someone sitting on it, after squeezing it flat, it will maintain that state and will not change until the person leaves, then it will start to inhale. If the human body leaves during the process of pressing the mushroom, don't blame the mushroom for being rude. It won't indulge you, and the exhaust and intake process will naturally be considered a failure. At this time, Ji-hee realized that the mushroom that 2MO had just placed next to everyone had disappeared. It was probably eaten by someone. At least I don't know who was the first person to eat the crab. At this time, a strong voice came from the side. "Hello, do you want to eat this mushroom? If you don't want to eat it, can you give it to me?" Ji-hee looked in the direction of the voice, and saw a man in his 30s with dark skin and a simple smile. He kept a distance of 2 meters from her, and did not approach her. You can eat it. He did not move, indicating that the man could take it away if he wanted to eat it. As long as you know that this kind of mushroom is edible, it is everywhere outside. You can see several of them with a casual glance. It is really not a precious thing. Thank you. The man smiled and bent down to grab the mushroom slices and walked back, then sat down and started eating with big mouthfuls. Mushrooms taste good when cooked, but not so when eaten raw. Others dislike it and are unwilling to eat raw mushrooms, but he doesn't dislike it. The taste is not important to him. As long as he can fill his stomach and complete the task, this piece in his hand is the third piece he has asked for from others. Eating mushrooms? The man thought that he must remember to carry a few away when he goes out. This mushroom is a good thing and can't be eaten outside. He is a gifted person with physical mutation. His ability is not particularly strong, but he is strong. This task is not difficult for him. As long as he transforms, he can quickly crush the mushrooms. The disadvantage is that he gets hungry quickly. The mushrooms given by 2MO just solved his urgent need. With this mushroom supplement, he can finish the task in a short time. If possible, he wants to do as many tasks as possible, so that the mushrooms he gets can be taken out of the dungeon smoothly. He had taken out an empty bottle from the dungeon before. It was ordinary, and even a little worn. It was just given to him by the monster in the dungeon because he saw that he did a good job. But this bottle, when he took it back and looked at it in the mall, could actually hold liquid far beyond its own size, almost 1 ton. This solved his difficult life situation completely. He put the bottle up for sale and exchanged it for a lot of rice and water for his daughter. With the vegetables and other food he got from completing tasks, his daughter could live a good life and didn't have to eat insect cakes like other children. Thinking of his cute daughter at home, the man's dark face smiled. He was sincerely grateful to the game. Without the game, how could he, an ordinary person, feed his child in the extreme heat? Chapter 215. Others criticize the game, but he doesn't think so. The game is so good, it takes him out of reality for an hour every time, and nothing is delayed when he returns. After he comes, he just needs to work hard, and he will be given a lot of supplies after finishing the work. Where else can he find such a good job that can earn supplies and let him take care of children? He is just an ordinary person, with no culture, and he doesn't think it's so great to become a gifted person. There are so many gifted people around him, and each of them has strong fighting power. He just needs to be able to live safely with his child in the Doomsday. After completing the task, he lay on her back on the ground, gasping for breath, waiting for the mushrooms to finally burst into air. She felt exhausted. The most tiring thing was not the body, but the need to keep her emotions stable and happy while beating the mushrooms. No negative emotions. This made her feel torn. She really didn't know whether this task was easier or the task of roasting by the fire for 20 minutes was easier. That one was painful, but it was fast. This one was not painful, but the contrast between the long-lasting happiness and the fatigue made her very uncomfortable. But fortunately, the task was completed. After the mushrooms beside him returned to their original state, he carried the mushrooms to find 2MO to hand in the task. As soon as he stood in front of 2MO, the black beast that kept collecting emotions began to speak with a chatterbox personality that was completely inconsistent with its appearance. So capable. No wonder he is an A-level employee. His emotions are very accurate. Here are your mushrooms. Keep them. Oh, by the way, they said you also work part-time collecting garbage, right? I have some in my backyard. Go do it. I give you another tip. Or do you want my air-purifying mushroom? If you want this, I won't give you a tip. Mushroom. Is there any need to think about this? He shouted mushroom without hesitation, and said it twice for fear that 2MO would not understand. If you give a tip, the game system will deduct half of the handling fee, and if you give mushrooms, everything will be hers. He didn't think there was anything wrong with this. How can it be called stealing if the rules allow it? This is wisdom. You have good eyesight, and know that my purification mushrooms are effective. I tell you, if you put them in the house, the purification effect of my mushrooms is really amazing, and you can use one mushroom for a long time. 2MO took out more than 40 mushrooms, and handed them to Ji while mumbling. Except for the mission mushroom that was supposed to be given to Ji, the rest were considered extra. Ji, this ink is really generous. Air-absorbing mushroom can automatically absorb impurities and odors in the air, ensuring a fresh living environment. The size will continue to grow as the absorbed substances increase. Please destroy it in time after the color completely fades. Note, it can only absorb but not purify garbage. Ji's heart moved. Does this mean that this mushroom can absorb the odor in the air? If I take it home and put it in the house, can it automatically smoke away the odor? Are you not afraid of farting and knocking others out? Work and life can go on normally? It's no wonder he thought of this, because the fart bugs are so harmful now that many people have started to live separately. But thinking of all the talents, he felt that it was not that simple. It was introduced that it can absorb impurities in the air, which means that it can absorb not only odors, but also other dirt. If it is only used to absorb odors, isn't it a bit of a waste? Putting aside the idea for the time being, he put away all the mushrooms, said goodbye to 2mo, and walked to the backyard. Her departure did not attract the attention of other people in the yard. After all, pressing mushrooms is really a physical job. If you want to complete the task quickly, everyone needs to spend all their strength. Everyone's focus is on their own mushrooms. No one has the energy to look at irrelevant people while sweating. Walking to the backyard, he observed along the way. She found that each 2mo's home has its own characteristics. The first 2mo's home is obviously dirty and messy. It has not been cleaned for a long time. The 2mo with more children is obviously a bit messy. Although it is not dirty, it is just not tidy. This 2mo's shop is very tidy. I don't know if it is to establish a good image for customers, or if this 2mo himself loves cleanliness. He found that although the rotten wood in his backyard is piled up like a mountain, it is neat and tidy. It looks very neat from a distance. And there are a lot of them. Obviously the business is very good. But this way of stacking is a bit inconvenient for He. These rotten woods are pressed one by one, with no gaps. He can't guarantee that the rectangular block will not collapse if he pulls out a piece from the bottom. If she stepped on it directly, she was afraid of damaging the wood. He had no choice but to take out a table and step on it. She stood on the table and began to collect the wood into the space. In this way, she could barely touch the top of the wood pile by standing on tiptoe. First, she picked up a dark blue wood. He had never seen this color before. Absorbing mushroom wood, a special tool for cultivating air purification mushrooms. The nutrients have been absorbed. Only one crop can be cultivated, and the quality of the mushrooms is poor. Note: garbage. It is a waste of time to grow them. This is a good thing. He glanced at the rotten wood in the backyard. If she took all of it away, she could grow mushrooms and sell them in the future. Why would she be afraid of bombardier beetles? Isn't this the nemesis of bombardier beetles? So what if it's a one-time thing? She was fooled into buying a mushroom bag before, and they said it could produce several crops and last for a long time. But she found out that she could only harvest one crop after growing it. Who can she complain to? At least there is no false advertising. If they say they can grow one crop, they can definitely grow it. Moreover, the mushrooms grown have special functions. They don't cost money, and they are free. What's there to dislike? He quickly loaded the space. After loading the dark blue mushroom, he saw the familiar gray-brown mushroom again. Picked it up and threw a talent. It was indeed the storage mushroom wood. She discovered that these 2mo families usually have this kind of storage mushroom wood. The difference between more and less. Thinking of the introduction of talent, the 2mo clan makes a living by selling emotion mushrooms. So the mushrooms grown by the storage mushroom, which should be the kind of mushrooms they use to store emotions. Not only can it store emotions, but also talent skills. The mushrooms grown from the other colored rotten wood should be the mushrooms that they have acquired after their talents awaken. Like the multi-seed mushroom and the air purification mushroom, the colors of the rotten wood are completely different. This kind of rotten wood should be cultivated by 2mo himself. Although she thought about it, He's speed of loading into the space was not slow at all. She quickly loaded one pile, and moved the table to another pile. She raced against time, and never stopped. After loading all the rotten wood, he took a breath and started to walk out. Chapter 216. Just now she looked at the time. It was already 5 o'clock in the evening. After struggling for a second between rushing and finding a place to rest, he decided not to rest and continued to rush forward. She felt that she was in good condition now, and she would take a nap when she couldn't bear it anymore at night. After saying goodbye to 2mo, he walked out of the courtyard wall quickly, put a lemon in her mouth, and continued to walk forward while eating. Thanks to the lemon, Jihee's sleepiness was mostly dissipated. She opened her eyes wide, and continued to walk forward. Thinking of yesterday's cough, Jihee subconsciously used the treatment on himself. Treat the disease if you have it, and prevent it if you don't. After the treatment, Jihee felt that his sleepiness had subsided a lot, and he could still work for 5 hours. As night fell, a surge of sleepiness attacked everyone. Except for a few lucky people who found a way to remove mushroom spores from the lungs, most people were passively enduring it. This sleepiness came inexplicably, and many people noticed that something was wrong. But what can you do if you notice it? Knowing there is a problem and solving it are two different things. And the sleepiness comes earlier and earlier. They started to feel sleepy at around 8 o'clock in the evening yesterday, but today they felt sleepy much earlier. At 5 o'clock in the evening, many of them couldn't control themselves. They kept yawning. It was really bad to know that the state was not right and couldn't sleep, but still couldn't control themselves. It made many people panic. But fortunately, the gifted people were still stable. They calculated in their hearts that there was still one day, at most 24 hours to leave this underground mushroom ridge. As long as they survived this last time, they would be victorious. Fortunately, the mission only lasted for 3 days, otherwise they would have fallen asleep forever and never woke up. This was the 6th time I yawned in a 1-on-5 situation. After the fight, he realized something was wrong and immediately hit himself hard on the inside of his thigh, causing him to hiss in pain. His sleepiness temporarily dissipated. He quickly approached the person next to him and saluted. "Boss, something is wrong. Do you remember that those people were particularly sleepy yesterday? My situation is similar today. Have we been tricked?" Normally, he wouldn't be this sleepy even if he didn't sleep for 2 days when he was on a mission, but he clearly rested last night, so this state is definitely not right. "Well, finish this mission quickly, we have to get the mushrooms. We can't delay this mission." Jihui's voice was very calm. He also felt sleepy, but he could still overcome it. "If you are really too sleepy, pinch your thigh hard, you won't die." After saying that, he showed me how to fight 5 people at once. He hit himself hard in the thigh. He didn't hold back at all. After pinching, Jihui felt like he was resurrected. He stopped talking, then became more energetic, lowered his head, and started to work hard. His hands were almost rubbing sparks. Hearing this, the 1-on-5 sighed. I thought the captain had some good ideas. Well, his thigh was gone. Just thinking about it, he suddenly felt sleepy and wanted to yawn involuntarily. He was so scared that he quickly pinched his thigh hard and ran to the side to do the task with a grin. Before, he could hold on for a few minutes after pinching, but now the time is getting shorter and shorter. This sleepiness is too weird. He felt that after completing this mission, his thigh meat would be useless and might even rot. At this time, he suddenly saw Hong Tango holding something reflective and stabbing his thigh fiercely. He was startled and looked back, only to find that it was a thin and long needle. Hong Tango felt that the first stab was not enough, so he stabbed again. After the stab, he nodded with satisfaction and continued to concentrate on the task. I can fight 5 people alone, It's really scary. Is there a competition in this dungeon to see who is the most ruthless to himself? He felt that Hong Tango could be the champion. Just thinking about it, Hong Tango raised his head, and the two of them looked at each other. Hong Tango smiled slightly. After you finish the task, remember to find a place outside to solve it. We are in a hurry, so we need to apply some on our bodies. We need to prepare in advance, in case the sleepiness is too strong and none of them can resist it, and they accidentally fall asleep. Let's not talk about the malicious people among humans. Just the rats that come out in groups at night are enough to make them suffer. This is not their dormitory. If they fall asleep in an unsafe place, they may never wake up. I am a little unhappy that I can fight 5 people alone. If I don't go, I will do everything. Am I shameless? I can't do it. It's not tasty enough. Use yours. Hong Tango's face is full of flattering smiles. If she is the only one left, she has no choice. She will definitely go up. Don't she have teammates? We will all remember your sacrifice. When the game is over, I will treat you to cloudworm meat. I still have some oil and salt, and the groundhogs still have some cumin and chili powder. We can cut them into small pieces and put them on the baking tray to bake. It will be so delicious. That's fine, at least 1 pound. I can fight 5 people alone. After a little hesitation, I nodded and gave in. I still have a pound of white flour. Let's cook noodles later. He was just a little awkward just now. He was originally planning to go on his own. It was a pleasant surprise to be able to extort cloudworm meat. If he didn't agree quickly, Hong Tango would get angry and stab him with that big needle, and he would regret it. Anyway, he had thought it through, and he couldn't let the captain go, unless he wanted to see the captain's face become as long as a donkey's. Secondly, Hong Tango was a woman after all, and they were still teammates. He was the one who went to the toilet yesterday, and today he complained symbolically, but he didn't really want Hong Tango to go. Thinking of the chewy cloudworm meat, he smacked his lips and laughed. That pound of meat is quite a lot. Each of the team members can eat several bites. It just so happens that they haven't gathered for a while, so this time, They can get together to chat and satisfy their cravings. They don't usually go hungry. The canteen has 2 dishes a day, which is not bad when paired with mixed grain rice. Although it can't be compared with a pre-disaster situation, it is quite good compared to many ordinary people eating bean cakes. But eating in the canteen every day is also boring. They are all young people in their early 20s, and sometimes they still want to cook a little and eat something heavy. As for silver and copper coins, they couldn't keep any. The silver coins and materials obtained from missions must be handed in according to regulations, but each person can keep a little copper coins, about 1/5. They can't keep this 1/5. They didn't come out of nowhere. They all have families. When they learned that the seeds in the mall can be planted and the yield is very high, they exchanged the copper coins they saved for seeds and sent them back home. Now their pockets are cleaner than their faces. No, where did you get the cloudworm meat? We spent all the copper coins. Chapter 217. I can fight 5 people alone. He was full of suspicion. He suspected that Hong Tango had a way to make money. Last time, they exchanged seeds, and Hong Tango did not miss any. He exchanged the most seeds among them. I like gold before the natural disaster, and I didn't have much to spend the bonus. In addition to depositing it in the bank, I also bought a lot of gold bars, waiting for it to appreciate in value in the future. I exchanged a lot of food some time ago. Hong Tango looked at the moonlighter in front of him with contempt. He spent all his salary before, buying game consoles and sneakers. She advised him not to buy and save money, but he said she was not fashionable. Now it's okay, right? It takes up too much space in the house. And I'm still selling water in the dungeon. Since Xiang Tian borrowed another 50 billion store to collect gold and silver, we have been selling water in the dungeon to exchange for supplies and gold, so I can get a lot. Hong Tango generously shared her way to make money. When you go out this time, you can exchange a few seeds from the mall and raise them in the dormitory. Tomatoes will do. The yield is large, and the price is cheap. When you raise them well, you can sell them and earn another income. If you want to make extra money, you can only sneak over the wall at night to pick up garbage. Now the steel materials in those construction sites are probably gone. You still have time to go to someone's house to break off a door handle. What if it is made of iron, or those dog chains? Although the dog is gone, the chain is still there. Many of them are also made of iron. You can pick some up. I can fight 5 people at once, What if the dog owner doesn't pick it up himself? Can it be his turn? It always feels unreliable. Tribute, Should he pretend not to hear? In front of him, he encouraged his team members to climb over the wall at night to pick up garbage and steal dog chains, but after thinking about it, he chose not to say anything and pricked up his ears to eavesdrop. Borrow another 50 billion from Xiantian. The meat in the store is good, but it is expensive. He also wanted to hear if there were other ways to make money that he could refer to, so that he could learn from them. Hong Tango is the richest person in their team. He cooks for himself when he has nothing to do, and his net worth is several times that of others. Hong Tango was talking about her way to make money, and suddenly 2MO in the middle of the field stood up, shouted, and sat down again. It instantly attracted everyone's attention. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment, not knowing what the black monster was shouting, but finally stopped talking and focused on the task. Hong Tango also shut up, quickly picked up the needle on the side and pricked her thigh. She hissed in pain, then lowered her head and focused on the task as if nothing had happened. I can fight 5 people alone, salute. Why don't you say anything? Go on. What other ways are there to make money? If he was here, he would definitely understand what the monster said. I'm so sleepy, I should go to bed. There are only 10 minutes left. Those who fail to complete the task can come back tomorrow. At night, he had just finished collecting water from the lake and was about to move forward. Suddenly, she heard the sound of animals running. Very noisy. After thinking for a while, she took out the stick with feces from the space and clamped it under her armpit. She didn't want to touch those rabbits and mice. Although the meat could be collected, they were in groups, and their fighting power was not weak. It was not so easy to collect them in the space, and it would waste time. With time to fight the rabbits and rats, she could dig a lot of mushrooms and harvest a lot. Holding a wooden stick, he walked forward. As she was walking, she saw a group of people tied to a tree and sleeping. At first glance, there were at least 10 people. After careful observation, these people should be tying themselves. Each of them occupied a branch, and their whole body, except for their arms, was tightly tied by green vines. At this time, they were intoxicated and even snored. She really felt like she had traveled to the Green Ponzi cave, but the spider silk was much thicker. These people were asleep, And he did not disturb them. She held up the stick and prepared to continue on her way. Suddenly, she found obvious signs of trampling around. After a moment of silence, picked up the stick and rubbed it against the tree. You're welcome. With those people sleeping on the tree before, he didn't dare to rest in the copy. She chose to sleep in the space. 3 hours later, at 4 o'clock in the morning, the alarm clock rang, and opened his eyes in a daze. She took a wash basin and washed her face. After she was fully awake, she started to eat breakfast. She wasn't hungry, but she had to eat, otherwise she would have no energy. In this dungeon, she was either doing tasks or moving forward, which was very exhausting. 10 minutes later, flashed out of the space. She was in a weed patch by the lake. The weeds around were very lush, blocking her completely. After looking around and finding the right direction, he continued to move forward. On the way, she did not forget to shovel the purification moss with a shovel. After encountering a sleeping person tied to a tree again, he was helpless. Was she the only one awake in the whole copy, and everyone else was asleep? In addition, she couldn't count how many waves of sleeping people she encountered last night. Fortunately, the pigs in the space can defecate, otherwise she would not have enough pig manure. After walking forward for another 10 minutes, he encountered another Tumo's home. She also encountered it last night, but the door was closed at night, and she pushed it but it didn't open. I can only keep going forward. Time in the dungeon cannot be wasted. If I can't complete the task, I can still pick up something else, so it's not a wasted trip. He walked forward and pushed hard, but the door was still locked. Although the talent said that 2MO should go to bed early and get up early, 4 o'clock might still be a little too early. It is estimated that 2MO is not awake yet. He retreated and started picking mushrooms around. While picking mushrooms, she kept time and pushed the door every 10 minutes or so. It was not until 5 o'clock in the morning. The door was finally opened by She hurriedly walked towards the yard. If she completed her task quickly today, maybe she could get 2 mushrooms. Walking into the yard, he saw 2MO sitting in the middle of the field chewing mushrooms. The huge blue mushroom looked very small in his claws. He took a bite of the mushroom and dipped it in the seasoning, looking very comfortable. Seeing coming from a distance, he was very enthusiastic. Hey, good morning, you are here, you poor little female, have you had breakfast? Do you want to eat some mushrooms with me? My blue ones are better than the red ones. I've eaten. He waved his hand, I do the task. Oh, we're going to see a charity show today, do you want to go? 2MO extended a sincere invitation. Free? Of course not, but the show is great. I wanted to go yesterday, but didn't get a spot, so today is my turn. I'd better get back to work. Then you go and pop up these mushrooms. Oh, and there are tools. I have to find tools for you, otherwise you can't blow them up by yourself, and your lips will become too thick. Forget it, no one is here anyway, and the others are probably asleep because of the mushroom spores, so you can pump them up here. Chapter 218. After saying that, he took out a large basket of shrunken mushrooms and a giant air pump and placed them in front of The metal frame was very large, and the mushrooms inside seemed to be flattened, and they looked very strange, with several holes on the mushroom heads. Although they were flat, the length of these mushrooms was not short. The shortest one was probably about the same height as There were about 100 in the frame. She reached out and dragged the flat mushrooms out of the basket and put them on the ground. The mushrooms did not feel as hard as they looked, but were soft and quite moist. She looked around the mushroom stem, but couldn't find the air inflation hole, so she simply inserted the air pump into the hole in the mushroom head. These holes were quite tight, and the mouth of the air pump fit perfectly and wouldn't fall out. After inserting it, pressed her whole body on the air pump and started to pump air into it. She wanted to try if she could pump air in without pinching it with her hands. In their hometown, they had to pinch balloons with their hands to inflate them. After testing for a while, she found that there was no leakage, and he felt a little relieved. It was much more convenient without worrying about leakage. After thinking it over, she simply jumped onto the pump and bounced down as hard as she could on a trampoline. This was much more efficient than her using her hands. Seeing jumping on the pump, 2MO next to her kept clapping for her. Little female, you jump really well. I was worried that you didn't have enough strength to complete the task. Grinned and brought up the topic. How come those people are still sleeping? This is the feature of our underground mushroom ridge. 2MO was full of pride. The mushrooms in our underground mushroom ridge secrete a special sleep-inducing factor, which will be emitted into the air along with their spores. Long-term inhalation of these sleep-inducing factors can effectively improve the insomnia problems of interstellar people. This is a very good treasure. You know, insomnia is very uncomfortable. Some beasts are sensitive and prone to overthinking. They can't even sleep for several days and have terrible headaches. For them, a good night's sleep is simply the most blissful thing. Not only these people who suffer from insomnia, but also many interstellar people come here every year just to experience the sleep mushrooms in our underground mushroom bridge. Our mushrooms have even made the headlines on the Star Network because of their good hypnotic effect. That beast hadn't slept for more than a month. It was about to go berserk. If it weren't for our mushrooms, the consequences would be disastrous. 2MO said this with a proud look on his face. Although the mushrooms outside were not grown by them, they were grown by their ancestors, which was equivalent to what they grew. Gee, he understood. Then will it still be effective after leaving the mushroom territory? It can only last for a week at most. If you want to cure insomnia permanently, you have to stay with us for more than a year. But if there is no other way, we also sell special products here, sleeping pills. After taking them, you won't suffer from insomnia. The effect is very good, and there are no side effects. Jihee's heart moved. This kind of hypnotic mushroom sounds very useful. If it is used well, can it be an additional weapon? How long will it take to sleep after inhaling hypnotic mushrooms? About a day. 2MO thought for a while before answering. Generally, people who come to our underground mushroom ridge will not sleep until night. Our sleep mushroom is good in every way, but it will make the beasts feel uncomfortable when it first enters the lungs. Some beasts will cough and even have rejection reactions, but it is harmless and will be healed after a while. Jihee, I see. It turns out that she coughed on the first day because of these sleep mushrooms. After finding out, Jihee gave up the idea of using hypnotic mushrooms as weapons. The effect is too slow. Although they are powerful, by the time they take effect, the flowers are cold. As Jihee continued to jump, the mushrooms under her began to expand like blowing air, and finally turned into a gray fat mushroom. Jihee stopped until she could no longer blow air into her. She wiped the sweat from her forehead, jumped off the pump, pulled out the top connector with force, and reinserted it into the next mushroom. The mushroom that had just been inflated was taken away by 2MO, who was sitting next to her and eating, without Jihee's tube. Until Jihee finished inflating 200 mushrooms, she didn't see anyone else coming. After completing the task, before Jihee could show her acting skills, 2MO in front of her started giving her things. You are so capable. This is your task reward. 2MO felt sorry for Jihee, this silly girl. She must have been too miserable because of the death of her parents. She was mentally depressed and had severe insomnia. Even after coming to their underground mushroom ridge, they couldn't cure her. It's a pity that she couldn't stay, otherwise he could build a shed for her in the backyard and let her live there for 10 or 8 years. She can always be cured. Thank you. The reward this time was different from the previous one. It was very big. It was the flat mushroom that Jihee had pumped up before, but this was the uninflated version. Jihee couldn't use his strength to carry it on his shoulders. Just wave your hands to tighten the space. Air spray mushroom. Press it to emit air outwards, which will blow away the fog. Note, not as good as a hair dryer rubbish Jihee, In fact, she also agreed a little in her heart. What is the use of this air spray mushroom? Isn't it just an offline hair dryer? Can it blow away the fog? It's so hot in her hometown, and there's not a drop of rain. Where does the fog come from? What are you blowing? I'm afraid these mushrooms can only be put in the bottom of the box. Taking out another spinach from the space, Jihee held it up for 2MO to see. Change to sleeping pills. 2MO blinked, carefully stretched out his huge claws to pick up the spinach and looked at it, then glanced at Jihee, and then pressed his claws. A thin and long needle suddenly appeared in the air and stabbed the spinach. This length is only for Jihee's height. Compared with 2MO's huge body, this needle is not even as long as his palm. Jihee blinked. So this testing instrument can be customized according to body size? What procedures are required to buy it? Can anyone buy it? Or is it bound to an individual like an optical computer? Oh, natural food, no special effects, pollution level less than 5%, edible. 2MO's eyes lit up. Little female, do you have such delicious food? How much do you want to exchange? Let me make it clear first, I'm really not bullying you, but your dish is good, but it's still too small. Look at my size, I can eat thousands of them in one meal. How about this, you give me 20, and I give you a bottle of sleeping pills. Although my sleeping pills can't compare to your natural food, I'm big. Chapter 219. After saying that, 2MO took out a bottle of sleeping pills from the space. It was a big bottle that could reach Jihee's shoulders. Speaking of size, this bottle is indeed much bigger than her spinach. But with the exchange rate of the floating island in front of her, how could Jihee be willing? So she quickly sat on the ground and pretended to wipe her tears, but she spoke loudly and clearly, so that 2MO could clearly hear what she was going to say. My parents died early. I have been living alone until now. Eat insect meat, drink raw water. We only saved up a few vegetables. Life is hard. My heart is hard. Don't stop me. I'm going to crash into the clouds on the floating island and die today. I won't live anymore. My life is hard. Don't cry, don't cry. I really didn't lie to you. This sleeping pill of our race is very effective. It's very expensive. It's medicine. Jihee turned a deaf ear and continued to scream. Which of her words was a lie? Is the death of both parents a lie? Or is eating insect meat a lie? Or is drinking raw water fake? She has been acting for so long. Why is it not worth buying at cost price? Finally. Under her sad emotions. 10 spinach, 10, it really can't be any less. If it's any less, I might as well give it away for free. 2MO was heartbroken by Jihee's crying, and wanted to cry with him, so he had no choice but to sell at cost price. Oh! Okay, at least I didn't lose money. Okay. Jihee sat up quickly, and wiped the dust off her face. She could tell from her tone that this was the bottom line, and it couldn't be cheaper even if she grinded it. That's it. Anyway, there are a lot of vegetables in the space, enough for her to change a lot. Seeing you like this, stop crying. 2MO gently tapped Jihee with his hand, almost pushing her to the ground. Jihee suspected that it was taking the opportunity to retaliate, but there was no evidence. Without dwelling on this, she waved her hand and took out a pile of vegetables from the space, spread them all over the surrounding ground, squatted down and began to count. Some of these vegetables are spinach, and some are lettuce, of different sizes. The common point is that the yield is large. They are all produced in her space. 1, 2, 29.99, 30, 20 sticks. It should be able to exchange for 302 bottles of sleeping pills. After Jihee finished counting, he opened his hands to 2MO. Motioned him to take the sleeping pills. 2MO did not delay, he was watching when Jihee counted just now. With a wave of his hand, 302 bottles of sleeping pills were placed in the empty space next to him. Jihee quickly came over, put a bottle into the space, counted once, and finally counted 302 bottles. That's right. She nodded with satisfaction, turned around and looked at 2MO, pointed to the backyard. Collect the garbage. Although I think this mushroom is of no use, I have come here and completed the task, so I can't give up. I still have to take it. Go, I give you the reward first. There is also a door in my backyard. You can just go through the backyard later. 2MO waved his hand. This underage female is so good at bargaining that his eyes hurt when he saw her. Do you want mushrooms or silver coins? Mushrooms. Smart kid. 2MO took out the flat mushroom and put it on the ground next to Jihee, indicating Jihee to put it away. Including the ones given to Jihee before, there are almost 30 mushrooms in total. She waved her hand to collect all the mushrooms into the space, waved to 2MO, and then started to walk to the backyard. These alien beasts are very generous in giving rewards, which are much more suitable than silver coins. She can exchange silver coins for supplies when she goes back, but there is no place to get these mushrooms. Although she doesn't know what they are used for now, it doesn't stop her from collecting them. With the experience of collecting garbage several times before, Jihee came to the backyard and saw the familiar rotten wood and started to put them into the space. When she got a piece of gray wood, she threw a talent and then directly put it into the space. In fact, it is not very important whether the test results come out or not. With the experience of the previous times, she roughly guessed the function of this wood. Air spraying mushroom cultivation wood. A special tool for cultivating air spraying mushrooms. One-time use, the cultivated mushrooms have a short lifespan and weak power. Note: great. Collect 18 of them, and sprinkle some fluorescent powder on the air outlet to hold a concert. Jihee, if you don't want to talk, don't say anything. Why are you so sarcastic all day long? Ignoring the talent's complaints, Jihee concentrated on loading things into the space. Although he didn't know what the air spraying mushrooms were used for, and whether the aliens used them as hair dryers, he could tell from the number of rotten wood in the backyard that the business was pretty good. Although not as good as the multi-seed mushrooms, the number was not small, much more than the first flame mushroom. It was obviously still useful. It wasn't until 10:30 in the morning that Jihee finished loading all the rotten wood in the backyard. Not daring to stop, Jihee drank a sip of water, opened the door, and continued to move forward. If she moved faster, she could complete another task before teleporting today. This mushroom is not very useful. I hope the next mushroom will fight for it. With this confidence, Ji-hee walked forward with extra vigor. More than an hour later, Ji-hee pulled away the grass and found another lake. She found that the water resources in this underground mushroom ridge are extremely rich. From entering this copy to now, she has encountered at least 10 lakes along the way, and each one is not too small. If the people in my hometown, who can only get 1 ell of water every day, see this, they will be so happy. Ji-hee found the grass and crawled into it skillfully. She took out 6 big buns and ate them with one hand. She didn't forget to put the other hand into the water, and collected water into the space while eating. Thanks to her stinginess with time, she has mastered this method of multitasking without a teacher. After eating the buns, Ji felt that it was not enough, so she took out a duck wing to chew. Although there were a lot of ducks at the beginning, they were almost finished after eating for a few months. This is the last one. After eating the duck wings, Ji did not move, and lay there for another hour, until the water level dropped a lot before she stood up. Taking out the fishing net, Ji began to cast the net skillfully to catch fish. Perhaps due to the lack of natural enemies and the comfortable living environment, there are a lot of loaches in the water, and they are a bit stupid and lack a sense of defense. They don't even hide when they see Ji casting the net, and they have no other reaction until Ji takes it away. These loaches are very heavy. Ji estimates that any one of them can weigh more than 20 kilograms, and she can catch hundreds of them with just one net. In this dungeon, her biggest gain was the loaches in the lake. They probably weighed tens of thousands of kilograms in total. It was a surprising amount. After standing in the water for another half an hour to catch loaches, and seeing that they were not so dense, Ji retracted the fishing net and started to move forward. There were still 5 hours before leaving the dungeon. We had to hurry. After walking for more than 20 minutes, Ji saw Tumo's house in the distance. She breathed a sigh of relief, and it seemed that she still had time to get another mushroom. Chapter 220. Walking into the wall, Ji found that the style of this 2mo home was very different from other 2mo homes. Starting from the entrance, the ground was full of black mushrooms, and each mushroom was covered with tiny insects, which were entangled and squirming together, making people look very uncomfortable. For a moment, Ji thought about retreating. This mushroom didn't look right, and she didn't know what the task would be. What if she was asked to chew insects raw? What would she do? It's not that she can't endure hardships. Who wants to suffer when there is only a choice? But after hesitating for a long time, she still took a firm step towards the yard. There were still more than 4 hours before the teleportation, and if she wanted to find the next 2mo's home smoothly, she needed to leave at least 2 hours. Even if she didn't pick mushrooms or scrape the purification moss on the way, she would still have to walk for about an hour. Adding the time required to complete the task, 4 hours might not be enough. She was not used to keeping the time so tight, it was not her style. And what if she was unlucky and didn't find the next 2mo's home within the specified time, or that 2mo gave away all the mushrooms? Then this 2mo's home would be the last one she found in the underground mushroom ridge. She couldn't just let it go. Just now when she was doing the task, she heard others say that some 2mo's homes had no mushrooms, so it would be useless to go there. After making up her mind, Ji-hee's steps became more determined. She had already thought about it, and she couldn't back down even if she was asked to eat insects. What can't be eaten when the eyes are closed and the mouth is opened, as long as it doesn't kill you? Thinking about it, when approaching the yard, Ji-hee's eyes can't help but glance at the people doing tasks in the yard. She wants to see what tasks these people are doing and whether there is any reference value. Compared to other 2mo's homes, there are not many people in this yard, about 10 people, and they are all far away. And most of them are men. There are only 3 women, and Ji-hee is the 4th one. These people were holding a large wooden hammer more than 1 meter long, standing in front of a large basin, hammering something frantically. Ji-hee could clearly see that as the hammer was raised and lowered, black juice splashed out. At this time, a man put down the hammer, grabbed a few handfuls of black things from the bucket next to him, and threw them into the basin, and continued to hammer repeatedly. Ji-hee's heart was finally put down. Isn't it just physical work? She can do it. As she got closer, she found that there were bugs next to everyone's bucket, densely packed and constantly wriggling big black bugs. And they need to put these bugs into a large basin and beat them into mud. These black bugs are not known to be made of anything, and they are very hydrated. One man didn't control his strength well when catching them, and accidentally crushed one. The black juice burst out instantly, and sprayed all over him. This caused a series of curses. Although this scene looks a bit disgusting, Ji-hee accepted it well, which was better than letting her eat bugs. Hello, I take the task. Okay, I wait for you, go ahead, you still have to collect garbage after completing the task, right? You don't want silver coins, you want mushrooms, right? I know everything, just go ahead and do the task. My task is the simplest among all the inksuckers. He only said one sentence, and the inksucker started talking like a machine gun. It also considerately assigned he a place at the edge, keeping her away from others. Hey, I don't know what happened recently, there are so many idiots. I've told them many times that this bug will automatically hydrate if you pull its calf, but they ignored me and insisted on hitting it with a hammer. It's a good job, but they made it so messy that it was all over the floor. I have to mop the floor after they leave. I haven't said anything yet, but they are already unhappy. Every one of them is in a negative mood. What are they doing? They are not happy to do it, as if I forced them. Whoever is beating the bugs here, I guess they are not happy, right? Don't say you are unhappy, I see that almost everyone is doing it with a hideous face. If they really had a choice, they would probably want to give up. Retracting her thoughts, stretched out her hand and began to catch insects. She was rough, and not as delicate as other little girls, so she was not afraid of these insects at all. Grabbing a big insect, followed what 2MO said and pulled its calf. The next second, the insect began to melt at a speed visible to the naked eye, and finally turned into a pool of black water. Raised his eyebrows. It was quite simple. But this hand was inevitably stained with black water. Then she quickly started pulling the insect's legs. At first, she pulled them one by one, but later she could grab 3 at the same time, which greatly improved her efficiency. Compared with the others, it was like she was running at double speed. At first, only pulled them in the corner, and the others didn't notice her. But in the background where everyone was hammering, this person who didn't use a hammer, and was very quiet stood out. Then everyone noticed that there was a person in the corner, who just touched the black insects casually, and made them melt into water. What kind of talent is this? Corrosion? Under the gaze of everyone, Jihee's expression remained unchanged. She didn't raise her head to speak, and her movements were not concealed at all. After a while, someone noticed that the girl was pulling the insect's legs. Some of them had an idea and tried to pull it. The next second, they were surprised to find that the hard big insect in their hand suddenly melted. It just melted like that. This scene shocked everyone. Then everyone abandoned their hammers and started to pull the insect's legs frantically, at a very fast speed. Compared to the previous physical work, this method is so easy. Jihee saw it, said nothing, and continued to pull the legs. When a large basin of insects was pulled, Jihee's hands turned completely black. This method is simple, but it is inevitable that it will get on the hands, which is also unavoidable. After finding 2MO, she handed over 46 mushrooms before he could speak. Oh, keep it, I saw that you changed those little fools, and saved my poor land, this is what you deserve. Go to the backyard to collect the garbage, you don't have to come back, I give you the mushroom in advance. Don't worry, they all say you do a good job, I believe you. Thank you. After saying goodbye to the enthusiastic 2MO, Jihee carried the black mushroom to the backyard. This mushroom is black and slender, tied with vines, and it is not difficult to carry it on the shoulder. Insect-attracting mushroom, the favorite of insects. Where there is an insect-attracting mushroom, all insects will approach it enthusiastically. Note, a thing that attracts insects. Chapter 221. This mushroom is different from the insect-repellent incense that Jihee got before. Insect-repellent incense can disperse insects, and this insect-attracting mushroom can attract insects. Jihee thought of the parasites in the water, and his heart moved. If there are insects in the body of a person, will these insects be attracted out by the insect-attracting mushroom? Then is the effect of this mushroom similar to that of insect repellent? But all this is just speculation. We need to test it for details. When we came to the backyard, the situation here was similar to the previous one, with 2 different colors of rotten wood stacked crosswise. In addition to the familiar gray-brown color, there is also a dark black wood for growing worms. This should be the wood for growing worm-attracting mushrooms. I picked it up and checked it, and it was indeed correct. Worm-attracting mushroom wood, a special tool for growing worm-attracting mushrooms. The nutrients have been absorbed and can only be harvested once. Note, it can only attract small insects garbage. So, the worm-attracting mushrooms before can also attract big insects. How big of an insect is considered a big insect? More than 3 meters long, like a segmented insect? What happens after attracting them? If she can only attract them but not kill or anesthetize them, then what is the point of attracting so many insects? Eat them? Don't be kidding. She is pretending to have no food, not really. Unable to think of it for the time being, he withdrew his mind and concentrated on filling the space with rotten wood. How to say it? Although the props obtained in this copy are many times more than the previous copy, they can be sold in large quantities. Or those mushrooms and loaches growing in the wild. Although these mushrooms have magical functions, they are not just needed. Many people's current needs are food and clothing or survival. What are the uses of childbearing mushrooms, air-spraying mushrooms, and insect-attracting mushrooms? Who would spend resources to buy them to have children? Or use air-spraying mushrooms to blow fart bugs? Use insect-attracting mushrooms to suck fart bugs to one place and destroy them together? Don't be ridiculous. Rich people are not stupid. She has good things and those people coax her. Once the things are useless, these people will not spend resources to buy them. It's not time to sell these things yet. After thinking it through, he decided to put these mushroom-growing wood in the space for the time being and take them out when they are needed. It happened that she had learned from 2MO how to grow mushrooms before, and while there was still time, she could also grow a batch of mushrooms in the space. In case there was a real need in the future, she could also sell them. After leaving 2Mo's house, he took out the ticket for the Mushroom Chicken Talent Awakening ceremony, and the countdown displayed on it was less than 2 hours. There is definitely not enough time to complete another task. He simply stopped looking for 2Mo's house, and took out a shovel to start scraping the purification moss, and picking mushrooms nearby. Wherever he went, he would go. Although the remaining time could not accomplish anything big, these 2 hours were also very precious, and could not be wasted. This purification moss in front of him might not be as useful as prolin, but at least, it was related to medicine, and could be used sooner or later. When there was still 1 minute left in the countdown, he took his hand out of the pool, took out the invitation letter, and quietly waited for the countdown to end. As the countdown ended, the invitation in Jihee's hand suddenly turned into a vortex, and then quickly grew larger, gradually becoming as tall as a person. Looking at the vortex in front of her, she tentatively stretched out her right hand. The next second after her finger touched the vortex, a strong suction came and instantly sucked Jihee in. Then the vortex quickly disappeared. The surroundings returned to silence. When Jihee opened her eyes again, she had come to a huge open space, and all around her were the embarrassed talents. Looking up and looking around, there is a flame hanging above their heads. The flame is very bright and illuminates the slightly dim sky around. In the distance, there are many straw-built covered straw nests. One by one, it looks like they are planned. These nests only look like straw on the outside, and the material inside is probably metal. Jihee is very experienced. Before she could think, a cough came from her side. Cough, cough. Cough, cough. After the first person started coughing, the second one soon followed, and everyone started coughing like a chain reaction. Some people even coughed so hard that they couldn't stand up straight, covering their chests and bending over as if they were about to pass out. Jihee, Before she could start coughing, she started coughing. The coughs of the people around her gradually stopped, and they began to yawn. One after another, some people even yawned non-stop, with natural tears in their eyes. Jihee, So she has to yawn now, right? In order to blend in with the group, she yawned a few times. While yawning, she did not forget to observe the surroundings. They asked them to help their mushroom chicken friend awaken smoothly. So where is the mushroom chicken? Where is her cutest mushroom chicken friend? Yawning, Jihee walked forward along with the crowd. They had been in this scene for a few minutes, and no one came to find them. It would be a waste of time to stay like this. There were many people who had the same idea as Jihee. Although everyone was very sleepy, they still couldn't sleep peacefully when they came to a new scene. As they walked, they found that they had more doubts. Jihee walked in the crowd without saying a word. They all had the same goal, all heading for the row of houses in the distance. But when they got there, they found that the door couldn't be pushed open. Several people tried it, and it was the same. Everyone was instantly in an uproar. Is our current mission to find Mushroom Chicken's friend? Damn game. Why is this game so difficult? What should we do now? Let's pry the door open and go in. Or should we continue to look further away? What are you looking for? Don't you see that there are rows of houses like this nearby? Jihee listened silently, and went up to try, but she really couldn't push the door open. She turned around and chose to leave the crowd. Since she knew that she couldn't get into this house, there was no point for her to waste time with these people here. But she still had some hope. There were many small houses in this row. If they were not allowed to go in, what was the point of so many houses? Could it be Guguji's house? Every time she passed a house, she pushed it one by one. What if? I didn't know which way to go, so I might as well try hard on this door. It wouldn't waste much time anyway. If I can push it open, I make a profit. If I can't, forget it. Just thinking about this, the door in Jihee's hand was suddenly pushed open, and she was stunned. How did it open? Look, this person pushed the door open. Jihee frowned, quickly got into the house, and turned around to close the door. She didn't move, standing there staring at the door. Chapter 222. But after waiting for 2 minutes, there was still no sound outside the door, and it was quiet. This shouldn't be the case. Someone just heard her open the door. How could no one come to push the door? Walking back to the door, Jihee didn't rush to open the door, but chose to grope back and forth on the door with her hands. She didn't know which button she touched, but the door in front of her suddenly became transparent, and she could clearly see the scene outside the door. 5 or 6 strong men were trying hard in front of her door, their faces flushed, but they had no way to deal with this door. Jihee could still see someone's mouth moving, but she couldn't hear any sound. The soundproofing was amazing. Since she knew they couldn't open the door, Jihee was relieved and turned to check the room. Just as she imagined, the room was made entirely of silver metal. Silver walls, silver bed. In the middle of the room was a huge metal bed, with a mushroom-like metal table at the head of the bed. There was also a large metal sofa on the right side of the bed, with a few green grass plants on it. It was the only bright spot in the room. Jihee walked over and flipped through it. He wanted to find some clues, but they were all empty as if nothing was on them. On the left side of the bed was a round metal table of considerable size, with a lighted button in the middle of the table. Jihee didn't know what it was for, so he didn't press it for now. On the left side of the bed was an empty wall. Based on previous experience, Jihee stood at the wall and began to study. Soon she touched the door opening button. With a slight touch, the metal wall began to change and soon disappeared, revealing the sink and toilet inside. It turned out to be a toilet. It was hidden so well. I thought it was a place to hide treasure. Jihee walked in and took a look. It was very clean inside, and there were some things on the sink. The size was about the same as her hometown. Compared with the size of the aliens here, these things looked more like trial packs. She picked it up and smelled it. It smelled quite good. Not finding anything else, Jihee turned and walked out. The metal wall behind him closed silently, and returned to its original state. Standing in front of the round table, she summarized her impressions. This is more like a hotel than the home of Gaguji. If I guess correctly, this house should be where they will stay tonight. As for why Gaguji hasn't appeared yet, Jihee couldn't think of an answer for the time being, so she could only put it aside for now. Reached out, and pressed the button on the table that was emitting light. Then a voice came into Jihee's ears. Hello, dear guest. Would you like to eat now? Is it free? She had to ask first, in case she had to pay for it, she wouldn't eat. Yes, it's free. If you are not satisfied with the free food, we also provide ordering service. No, just bring up the free food. Okay. When will the mushroom chicken awaken? You will be waiting in the room on time at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, and the transmission will be started at that time. Please have a good rest tonight. I want to collect garbage. Where is the garbage collection place for mushroom chickens? After a pause, the voice continued. The map has been drawn on the table. Please record it yourself. As the voice fell, a map appeared on the metal table in front of Jihee in real time, and a little man symbol was used to mark Jihee's location. She quickly took out her mobile phone and took a photo. A good memory is not as good as a bad pen. No matter how good her memory is, it is not as practical as a photo. After taking the photo, Jihee took a closer look. The location of the garbage dump is not complicated and difficult to find, but it is still a little distance away. If you want to find it, it will probably take a while. After waiting for a while, the map on the metal table flashed 3 times before completely disappearing. Dear guest, is there anything else you need? Will this room be opened by others? No, the room will only be opened by its owner. All our rooms are equipped with the latest interstellar security system, and they are absolutely safe. Okay, nothing to worry about. Jihee understood now. It turned out that the other people did not open the room, just because the house did not belong to them, and the door did not recognize them. Then she could open the room, because it belonged to her. This mushroom chicken is quite particular. This is the first time to stay in a hotel after so many missions. After thinking it through, Jihee walked to the door. She found the button again and pressed it, and found that the people who were blocking the door just now disappeared. After such a long time, there should be others who opened the door and went in. There is no need for them to block here. After looking outside again, Jihee turned around and walked back to the dining table. She was going to finish her meal quickly, and go out to take a look. After sitting back at the table and waiting for a while, in less than 5 minutes, the table in front of him suddenly cracked. A hole appeared in the middle, and then 2 pots of food were sent up from the bottom. According to interstellar conventions, it is impossible to tell what the raw materials are. A plate of fluorescent yellow on the left, and a plate of fluorescent red on the right. There is also an empty bowl, and a metal spoon between the 2 plates. Ji-hee threw the talent into the 2 foods first. There was no reaction. Accepting the reality, she picked up the spoon and began to take a tentative bite. Well, if you ignore the appearance, the taste is actually okay. It's sour and sweet, like dessert, and it's delicious. The other one is a bit spicy, and it's crunchy when chewed, which is also good. After the first bite, the second bite is not difficult to accept. When Ji-hee was completely full, the food on the table was also empty. Sure enough, the free food is small in quantity. It's similar to their previous part-time jobs, which can only make you full, and don't think about taking it away. After eating, Ji-hee put down the spoon. The table began to flicker, and then the tableware fell, and the table returned to its original clean and tidy state. Ji-hee, interstellar life is so convenient. It's so happy not to have to clean up. After eating and drinking, Ji-hee pushed the door open and walked out. It was still bright outside, but there was no one, and the surroundings were terribly quiet. Maybe they all went back to sleep. After all, the series of yawns in the crowd just now were no joke, and they looked very sleepy. After carefully noting down where she was staying in case she couldn't find it when she came back, Ji-hee turned around and ran towards the garbage collection area. After running for almost an hour, she suddenly saw a tall metal wall. She frowned and took out her phone to look at the map again. That's right. The map did show this direction, and she had already walked most of the way, so she only needed to walk a little further. Putting down her phone, Ji-hee leaned against the wall to observe carefully. After searching for a long time, she still couldn't find the entrance. She took off the badge on her chest and placed it around the wall to test it. Chapter 223. The metal wall suddenly moved to both sides, making way for Ji-hee to pass through a small door. She walked in and found that the environment inside was different from the outside. There were many plants and some flowers. Following the map, Ji-hee walked forward for 15 minutes and finally saw a slightly old metal house. She breathed a sigh of relief. Finally arrived. Going around to the back door, there was a robot working attentively inside. Seeing Ji-hee, he scanned her immediately. A-level garbage recycling regular worker. Ji-hee, don't remind me again and again, I'm a garbage recycling worker, thank you. After the robot scanned Ji-hee, there was no other reaction, and it turned back to collect garbage. It didn't mean to talk. Ji-hee looked at it, but didn't say anything. She turned on the flashlight and entered the warehouse. The room was dark, and the lights were not on. The robot can see at night, and can see clearly without turning on the lights, but she can't. As the flashlight shone, Ji-hee saw the particles piled on the roof at a glance. She picked up a handful and looked at it curiously. They were big hard grains, a bit like the red beans in their hometown, but they were very big, like plums, and the color was similar. Aged beans. Very hard, many races use them to grind teeth, soft and salty after cooking, but the skin is still very hard. Note, aged, at least 1 year old garbage. Ji-hee, isn't it a bit like salty rice? Of course it's hard when eaten raw, and rice is also hard when eaten raw. As for whether it is stale or not, she doesn't care. People in her hometown have lost their voices from eating worm cakes every day, so why would they dislike stale bean fruit? As for the fact that the skin is hard after being cooked, it doesn't matter. Didn't you see that the rice crust is also hard? Why do so many people like to eat it? Take a look at clay pot rice. How many people love the rice crust at the bottom? If it is too hard to eat, then peel it and eat it. How can you starve when you have food? Rice is a luxury now. Adults are reluctant to eat it, and leave it to the elderly and children. The old man was reluctant to eat it, so he left it for the children. The children had to eat it, because they were weak, and would get sick if they ate too much bean cake. It was simply amazing. Ji-hee put his hands into the old bean cakes, and began to fill them into the space frantically. The bean cake mountain began to drop at a speed visible to the naked eye. As Ji-hee took action, the robot that had been working non-stop just now also stopped working, and leaned against the wall to start charging. Ji-hee took a look and then looked away. The important thing now was to work. There were a lot of bean cakes on the mountain, and it took Ji-hee more than 4 hours to collect them all. In the middle, she was afraid that she would not be able to bear too much, so she stopped collecting for a while according to the time. Finally, she didn't have a headache anymore. After collecting Dogwa Mountain, Ji-hee stood up and stood in front of the robot. She was ready to get close to the robot. But she found that the robot didn't reply after a few words. Helplessly, she could only give up, turn around and continue to walk in. This time, there were stacked white bags inside. Ji-hee opened them and took a look. They were all chicken feathers. Ji-hee, yes, chickens also shed feathers. But not much. Mushroom chicken feathers. Due to racial characteristics, a small amount of talent can be stored in feathers. Note, great, congratulations on discovering the treasure. In the future, when someone takes out a flashing weapon in a cool battle, you take out a bag of chicken feathers. Great, you can make the opponent laugh to death. Ji-hee, If this talent was not hers, she really didn't want to care about it at all. This is too outrageous. Now there are more complaints than introductions to the features. Before, it was usually just 2 words, garbage. Now it's even sarcastic. Really? Who can go to war with a coat of chicken feathers? It's way off the mark. Although the talent sounds bad, Ji-hee thinks the feathers of this mushroom chicken are still useful. It can store talents. It's basically the same as the skill storage mushroom. It's also a good thing. Don't worry about whether the chicken feathers look good or not, at least they can be used directly. If those people outside find the chicken feathers that can store skills, I'm afraid they will go crazy to grab them. Maybe someone will die. Ji-hee complained wildly in his heart, and quickly picked up the bag and put it into the space. Although such a big bag can fit more space at a time, it also consumes more mental energy than putting it one by one. Ji-hee had to rest after a while. It was not until after 1 o'clock in the morning that all the mushroom chicken feathers were packed away. He looked at the time and the things in the warehouse. Ji-hee thought she could still pretend for another 2 hours. She walked back at 3 o'clock and returned to her residence at almost 4 o'clock. She could sleep for another 4 hours before the teleportation, which was enough. After planning the time, Ji-hee did not rest. She turned on the flashlight and continued to move forward. In front of her, there were piles of long white fruits, each of which was as long as a cucumber, and the skin felt very smooth. Stale chestnut. The flesh is bland and tasteless, and it is choking. But it is the favorite of mushroom chickens, and they stock up a lot every year. Note, the skin of freshly cut ones is already very hard, and the old ones are even harder. You need to use a knife to eat this thing, it's not hard enough. Rubbish. Isn't this similar to chestnuts? Chestnuts also have hard skin. It's not a big disadvantage that it has no taste, just add some seasoning. It can be eaten directly without seasoning. Before, the cloudworm meat and Billy Ding were so disgusted, saying that it was not good in this way or that way. In the end, it was not enough to eat when I brought it back to my hometown, and it was almost eaten to extinction. The ones that are being cultivated in this space now cannot keep up with the speed of sales. In fact, because the price is cheaper than other foods, the last batch is empty, and the sales are particularly good. People also commented that this is the most cost-effective in her store. Many people encouraged her to make more high-quality and low-priced things online. Everyone needs it. Ji-hee touched the old chestnut mountain with her hand, closed her eyes, and began to put it into the space. It's a pity that these seedlings can't be found, otherwise she can have a few more new varieties in her space. But when she thought of the space that had been fully utilized, she felt it was not a pity. No matter how many new varieties were given to her, she had to have a place to plant them. The area was so small that it could not be compared with the tens of thousands of hectares of other people. It was said that we would go back at 3 o'clock, but when 3 o'clock came, Ji-hee looked at the pile of old chestnuts in front of her and still couldn't bear to leave. 4 o'clock, and loaded for another hour. At most, she would sleep less. She felt really bad that so many things were piled in the warehouse, and could not be taken away. With the spirit of putting food before life, Ji-hee insisted on loading for another hour, until 4:30 in the morning, when the warehouse was completely emptied, and then she stopped. Satisfied, tired but happy. Turning around and leaving, Ji-hee started running faster after leaving the garbage collection area. Tried to run back within 40 minutes. With this thought in mind, Ji-hee ran all the way at a lightning speed, and she was a little tired at first, but this made her run more energetic. When she was about to reach the resting place, Ji-hee suddenly found several figures in the distance. Chapter 224. Looking closer, it was the 3 of them who were eating melon seeds. These people had obviously woken up and came out to investigate the situation. When they saw Ji-hee, they immediately surrounded him. Aichi Mei Zifen still spoke for the others. Because they had met several times, she had some understanding of Ji-hee. This time she didn't choose to talk nonsense. We have mushrooms in our hands, and we want to know how to pass the task later. 3 mushrooms. He didn't want to pay attention, but the things were delivered to him, so there was no reason not to accept them. What if we give you the mushrooms, and you don't tell us or give us false information? Forget it. Aichi Maze even bargained, lower price, 1 mushroom. Goodbye. He rolled his eyes, and prepared to leave. It was a transaction, and it was consensual. She was not forcing him. Give it to her. Kagwazi spoke, staring at Ji, not knowing what he was thinking. Yes. Aichi Maze even was a little reluctant, but still took out 3 pink mushrooms and handed them over. Ji felt that this mushroom looked strangely familiar, so he took it and looked at it. Multi-seed mushroom. So everyone knows that mushrooms are useless for childbirth. He put away the mushroom, and was about to repeat what he said to Shijing to the 3 people in front of him. Suddenly, 3 figures jumped out from behind the dormitory next to him. I can beat 5 of them. Jihee's eyes lit up, and he shouted, Hey, the 3 people over there, hurry over here. Following her voice, I can beat 5 of them, and immediately ran over like a husky. The 2 people behind him looked at each other, and followed silently. He was watching the show with sunflower seeds and frowning. He didn't want to tell them the news. He sneered, Whose dog is this? Why is it not tied up? You are full of shit. I can beat 5 of them at once. My eyes were blazing with anger. She called me. What does it have to do with you? Leave here quickly, or I will be rude to you. After saying this, he looked at Jihee. These people are inhumane and very powerful. Jihee nodded perfunctorily. She didn't know whether they were powerful or not. She just knew that these 6 black-eyed chickens got together, and she would definitely find a chance to go back to sleep. Ahem, everyone be quiet, let me say a few words. After saying this, she quickly repeated what she had said to the 3 people. At the end of the words, she also interjected, These 3 people have bought this information in advance, and they also know it, so it doesn't count as me violating the rules. The mushrooms must not be returned. She is a person of integrity. After saying this, she was about to take the opportunity to leave. Kagwazi watching the show immediately stopped her. What's his name? Ask him. Jihee pointed at me and said, He knows. 1 against 5 immediately cooperated and showed a provocative look. Come on, beg me. Ignoring him, she was eating melon seeds and watching the show, looking at Jihee. Do you want to fight me? Jihee rolled her eyes immediately. Why is this guy not sleeping so early in the morning? What's wrong with him? Grab the odor collector, hold your breath, and press it down. The next second, everyone except her rolled their eyes. And she took the opportunity to run away. Listening to the sound of Aichi Maze powder retching, Jihee quickly left a message, Forget about fighting. Welcome to buy information from me, and take over various copy information. If you need supplies, everything can be discussed. Information is authentic. The 6 people who stayed in place, love to eat plum powder, too much. She is just a middleman. What's there to be crazy about? Eating melon seeds. Get her into the organization. How much information do you want in the future? I can fight 5 people alone. Glaring, you are dreaming. The 6 people looked at each other with disgust, and finally didn't want to waste time, so they glared at each other with disgust, said harsh words, and then turned and left. No one stopped him, and Jihee returned to his residence smoothly. She didn't even change her clothes. She set the alarm, and went straight to bed and fell asleep. It was already daybreak, and if she didn't go to sleep now, she really wouldn't have to sleep. The alarm rang at 7:50. Jihee sat up straight from the bed. She got up so suddenly that she was still a little confused. Knowing that she was in a hurry today, she didn't dawdle in bed any longer. Blinking, she came to the metal table and pressed the button, hoping to get a free breakfast. But she was told that the service only included 1 dinner, and she had to pay for breakfast. Jihee decisively chose to give up. She turned around and went to the wash basin, and spent 2 minutes washing up. After washing her face, she was completely refreshed. She sat at the table, took out breakfast from the space, and began to wolf it down. Because she was too anxious, she was afraid of choking, so she drank a bowl of porridge with a small plate of pickles. It was thin and not very hot, so she ate quickly and finished her breakfast in less than 5 minutes. There were still a few minutes to spare. Jihee came to the sink and started to fill the space with water. At the last minute, she stopped, returned to the metal table, sat down and waited quietly. When the time came, the metal table in front of Jihee began to change, and it dropped down little by little, and then a huge black hole appeared in front of Jihee. Jihee, is this asking her to jump? She originally thought she would be teleported away like before she came. Looking at the black hole, Jihee jumped directly into it. After that, it was like a whirlwind of speed, and she moved quickly through the dark hole. It wasn't always going down, but sometimes it went down, and sometimes it went up. It was just that the speed of going up and down was the same. Both were very fast. He didn't understand the principle, but she knew that it was really challenging to travel quickly in such a dark tunnel. After an unknown amount of time, she finally saw a ray of light in front of her. The next second, she was thrown into the air. He saw the big white chicken squatting in the middle of the field. This should be the mushroom chicken. Its hair was fluffy and soft, and the whole chicken looked very fat. It was sleeping with its eyes closed. He fell towards the back of the mushroom chicken. She adjusted the direction and fell on the back of the mushroom chicken. It bounced twice. No damage at all. After stabilizing her body, he reached out and touched the mushroom chicken under her. The meat was firm and elastic. Good chicken. Even though she, such a big person, fell on the mushroom chicken, the chicken showed no sign of waking up. It was obviously sleeping soundly. He was not in a hurry to get off, but stood behind the mushroom chicken and observed carefully. There were 3 mushrooms in front of the mushroom chicken. Judging from the color, they were the mushrooms she had handed over before, so this chicken was her partner. Looking around, they were now on an empty black land surrounded by lakes. Looking into the distance, there was no second island similar to theirs. He slid down along the wings of the mushroom chicken, picked up the 3 mushrooms placed in front of the mushroom face, and tested them. They were indeed the ones she had collected before. Holding the mushrooms, he didn't know what to do next. After thinking about it, she decided to wait. If there was no reaction after a while, she would feed the mushroom to the chicken. Sitting in front of the chicken's mouth, he waited for 5 minutes, but nothing changed except the wind. She turned her head to look at the mushroom chicken and decided to feed it the mushroom. However, she went up and touched the chicken's mouth. The chicken was asleep, and its mouth was very tightly closed. How to feed it? Looking at the mushroom in her hand, and the sleeping mushroom chicken in front of her, he decided to force the feed. Strong force can make miracles happen. Chapter 225. Putting on gloves, he began to pry the chicken's mouth open. The chicken's mouth was tightly closed, and she used a lot of strength to pry it open. As soon as she pried it open, she quickly put a steel pipe in the chicken's mouth. It can't be closed, it's not easy to pry it open again. While the chicken's mouth was open, she took out the mushrooms and stuffed them in, one after another, until she had stuffed all 3 mushrooms in. Then she stopped to look. No, the mushrooms were stuck in her throat, and she couldn't swallow them. She found the pestle and pushed it in. Until she was sure that all the mushrooms were swallowed, she closed the chicken's mouth. After that, it was a tense wait. 1 minute passed, nothing happened. 5 minutes passed, still nothing happened. Just when he thought she had failed at some stage and had made a mistake, a red flame suddenly ignited on the mushroom chicken, enveloping the entire chicken. The flame soared into the sky, with a scorching temperature. He was so scared that she quickly stepped back. This fire was not an ordinary fire, and it was not advisable to get close to it. At this time, a strong wind blew over the chicken, and the flames became more and more intense, and soon burned to twice the height of before. He was so scared that she started to retreat. She didn't stop until she was 5 meters away from the flames. Didn't she know what kind of mushroom she fed to the chicken? This fire was terrible. It couldn't be trusted. It couldn't be trusted. At first, he was still on high alert. 10 minutes passed, 20 minutes passed. 1 hour passed, and the mushroom chicken didn't change at all. It still looked like it was roasted by the fire, as if it had turned into a roasted chicken. The surrounding waters were also calm. He had already crawled on the ground and started to fill the space with water. Wasting time in the dungeon, she really wasn't used to it. Seeing this water here tempting her, she felt uncomfortable if she didn't take it away. After waiting for 3 hours, just when he was tired of waiting, the flame on the mushroom chicken finally began to shrink. She lay on the ground and turned her head to look at the side of the mushroom chicken. Was the awakening successful? However, this was a little different from what 2MO told her. Where was the mushroom? After another 10 minutes, the flame was completely extinguished, and the whole body of the mushroom chicken was revealed in front of he again. The white hair has turned into the same pink color as the mushroom. Apart from this color change, he did not notice any other changes. She walked forward and reached out to touch it. Oh, it's still a little hot. She threw a talent, but the talent ignored her. He had no choice but to walk around the mushroom chicken to see if there were any changes. After walking around for the 3rd time, he discovered the changes. 2MO was right. This chicken has started to grow mushrooms. One by one, huge mushrooms with white stems and pink caps emerged from under her feathers. They grew to more than 1 meter high, and then slid to the ground naturally. As the mushrooms fell to the ground, the chicken's expression became more and more comfortable, and her eyes never opened. She even began to snore. Gee, eh. She walked forward and touched the mushrooms tentatively, but her talent still didn't react. This time she threw it more than 10 times in a row, and finally, this time her talent gave her a reaction. Mushroom of mushroom chicken, mushrooms that will be excreted from the body when mushroom chicken awakens, taste sweet, edible, and have no special effects. Note: you eat mushrooms when you have chicken? Gee, eh. It's so good to be a vegetarian, it's safe. Eating chicken can easily lead to life-threatening situations. Look at that sharp beak, it reflects cold light, and it feels very hard. If you take a bite, I'm afraid you lose an arm. The most important thing is that this chicken is related to the success of her mission, so eating chicken is not allowed. With the help of her talent, Gee finally understood why wild animals would eat mushrooms. Talents all say that mushrooms are delicious. I guess these mushrooms must be really delicious. Gee quickly collected the mushrooms produced by the mushroom chicken into the space. Although she collected them quickly, the mushroom chicken produced mushrooms even faster. At first, only 1 or 2 mushrooms appeared, then 7 or 8 appeared at once, and then it became dozens of mushrooms. Instead, the speed was getting faster and faster, and all the mushrooms were growing rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye, and then they fell off naturally. Gee also gradually smelled a strong fragrance. I couldn't tell what it smelled like. It just smelled good. It smelled delicious. It wasn't the kind of fragrance that perfume smelled like. It just made people feel that this thing must be delicious. And as the number of mushrooms increased, the smell became stronger and stronger. It began to spread. Gee perked up. She had a feeling that it was coming. But this place was surrounded by water. What kind of wild animals could it attract? Was it a fish with legs, or an amphibian? A few minutes later, Gee found that ripples began to appear on the water surface not far away, and the ripples gradually grew larger. Then a reddish-brown head appeared. Is this a bullfrog? As the body of the bullfrog left the water, Gee was finally sure. It was definitely a bullfrog. It was just an enlarged version. It was about 1 meter long. Its hind legs were strong and sturdy, and it looked delicious. Did he know that she hadn't eaten dry pot bullfrog for a long time, and now he wanted to give her some? What a kind person. She was very satisfied. She didn't raise bullfrogs in her space. Giving up collecting mushrooms, Gee ran out, picked up a shovel and rushed up. She wanted to test her fighting ability. If she couldn't beat her, she would use a gun. Who knew that the bullfrog ignored her? It had no reaction to her arrival, jumped several meters, and went straight to the mushrooms laid by the mushroom chicken. Gee was so scared that she ran back quickly, grabbed the bullfrog before he got close to the mushroom chicken, and directly put it into the space, and at the same time did not forget to throw a talent. Quack frog. It grows in the lake corresponding to the mushroom chicken awakening talent. It loves to eat mushrooms. It will only float to the surface when the mushroom chicken awakens. The skin is inedible. Note: you spent so much effort to eat a leg? You really don't know how to eat. The legs of bullfrogs are delicious, and there is not much meat on them. And dry pot bullfrogs are so delicious, spicy, especially delicious. Shaking his head, putting the energy of food behind his mind, Gee focused on what was in front of him. The bullfrog jumped too far. According to the distance of this venue, it can get close to the mushroom chicken by jumping 4 times in a row, and then the mushroom chicken might fail to awaken because of nausea. But it is absolutely impossible. And she doesn't know how many meters away the mushroom chicken will wake up. Maybe it can sense it at a distance of 4 or 5 meters? In order to successfully pass the task, it is better not to take risks. Chapter 226. After making up her mind, Gee turned around and ran to collect mushrooms. In just a short while, many mushrooms appeared in front of mushroom chicken, almost filling up half her body. If she didn't quickly collect them into the space, the smell would become stronger and stronger. Once the smell becomes stronger, it will definitely attract more bullfrogs. I'm afraid there will be omissions by then. Gee put both hands together and collected them quickly. Just as she collected all the mushrooms in front of her into the space. Before she had time to catch her breath, 2 red bullfrog heads appeared on the lake behind her. Gee ran over quickly. She wanted to take the bullfrogs away before they got close. Although the bullfrog did not show any offensive posture, it jumped fast and far. It was a great test of her reaction ability. If she missed, the bullfrog would run towards the mushroom chicken from in front of her. Gee was fully focused and did not dare to relax. Suddenly, she reached out and took out the mushroom from the space and threw it to the side away from the mushroom chicken. Sure enough, the bullfrog that had just jumped towards the mushroom chicken stopped where it was and began to hesitate. Should they go to a place with more delicious food or eat the mushrooms that are closer? Guagua was so confused. Finally, they made up their minds to eat the one that was closer first, and then eat more. They couldn't miss any of them. So they quickly adjusted their direction, jumped over, and prepared to eat. He had been ready and waiting on the side. She took out the big net and started to swing it. She didn't care about the attack power, but just wanted the net to be big enough and the contact surface to be wide enough for her to collect the bullfrog into the space. After quickly putting both bullfrogs into the space, he didn't even have time to stop and catch his breath, and turned around and started running back. In such a short time, the mushroom chicken behind him produced more mushrooms than before, almost hiding the whole chicken. She couldn't stop. On the other side, other talents also showed their magical powers. This task is almost a paradise for wind talents. No matter how big or small the ability is or what type it is, as long as you can blow the wind and blow away the smell, it will be fine. Those huge bullfrogs came here for the fragrance. Now if they blow away the fragrance, they will lose their direction in the vast lake. Zhou Ping is a person with physical mutation talent. He has been in his element since entering the game. He passed several missions smoothly and was a little lucky. He got a prop that was not particularly precious, but had some special functions. He took it to the game mall to exchange for some supplies. He felt that this was the highlight of his life. He was an average student in school, and found an average job after graduation. He always thought that his life would be ordinary, until the game came, he was selected, and successfully became a gifted person, awakening his special abilities. Although it is different from what is described in the novel, in reality, the order has not collapsed, and he cannot directly become the boss. But he is also very satisfied with his current life. People around him compliment him. He is no longer the ordinary Zhou Ping before. His parents and family are proud of him. Even his aunts and uncles, and classmates who looked down on him before came to him, gave him gifts, and said good things, just to get him to help exchange some seeds from the game mall. After he received the things, he agreed to everything, and the quota of seeds he distributed was even scheduled for next year. Even so, people kept coming to him. His parents smiled every time they saw him. Life was so wonderful and happy. He even thought that there was nothing wrong with natural disasters. They were just hot spots, right? He didn't need to go out to work every day. He could spend a lot of time playing games on his phone. And all he had to do was participate in the game once a month. There was no better life than this. He thought the same when he participated in the mission this time. Although it was a bit difficult to get mushrooms before, he teamed up with a few reliable people and successfully completed it. This time, when he saw the bullfrog, he didn't think too much and chose to rush up and fight with the frogs. It was easy to kill one or two. Although it was a bit troublesome to stop them, it took a few minutes to kill them all. Sitting on the ground, Zhou Ping felt that this difficulty was nothing. If he mastered the rhythm, he could even take a short rest to recover his physical strength. Just when he thought that this mission would be completed smoothly without any danger, an accident happened. But as time went by, the mushrooms behind him gradually increased and piled up like a mountain. The fragrance they emitted became stronger and stronger, gradually filling the entire venue. Not to mention the frogs in the lake, Zhou Ping also felt a desire to eat it when he smelled it. It distracted him many times during the battle. And this tempting smell made many frogs crazy. More and more frogs landed at the same time. From the beginning of 2 to 5. Scattered throughout the venue, it became difficult for Zhou Ping to intercept the frogs at the same time. He was a little exhausted. Fortunately, he killed these 5 frogs successfully. Just when he picked up a mushroom to eat, he noticed at a glance that 8 frogs' heads appeared on the water surface around him at the same time. They swam towards this side quickly, and were about to land. Zhou Ping quickly put down the mushroom and ran out. Just when he had 4 frogs that he hadn't killed in time, 6 more frogs' heads appeared on the water surface not far away. Zhou Ping, damn it. He was extremely anxious. How could he fight if he didn't stop them in time? He didn't need many, just one, and the consequences would be disastrous. Zhou Ping desperately started to kill frogs, and he was so angry that he didn't hold back. Finally, under his outburst, he really stopped the frog army for a while. The outermost circle of the entire island was filled with frog corpses. Zhou Ping panted heavily, and he lifted his transformation, thinking that he could finally rest for a while. There were more frogs in the lake, and they seemed to be endless. If you killed one, 2 would come out of the water. Kill 10 frogs, and 30 will jump out of the water. Finally, the first frog jumped to the vicinity of the mushroom chicken and began to eat mushrooms. Zhou Ping's eyes turned red with anxiety. But it was useless to be anxious. There were 5 frogs in front of him. If he suddenly let go, the 5 frogs would rush over together, and the consequences would be even more disastrous. He could only speed up the speed of his attack. Try to rush back to rescue as soon as possible. Fortunately, there were too many mushrooms on the mushroom chicken, and it was covered with a thick layer of mushrooms. The frog ate the outermost mushrooms first. The body of the mushroom chicken was not touched. The game did not prompt him to fail for the time being. Zhou Ping was relieved a little. Fortunately. But he was obviously too relaxed too early. There was the first one. Soon the second frog jumped over and started eating the mushroom. Then the third one. Soon more frogs formed a circle and started eating mushrooms. When the tongue of one of the frogs was wrapped around the mushroom, it suddenly touched the hair of the mushroom chicken, bringing a sticky and slippery touch. Mushroom chicken moved, and then woke up from his deep sleep. Crazy howls resounded through the sky. Zhou Ping's heart trembled. He had only one thought. It was over. The next second, he heard the game's prompt sound. Mission failed, eliminated, then everything went black. He opened his eyes again, and was outside the game. It was 1 o'clock in the morning, and he was lying in bed, surrounded by his family with happy faces. Did the mission go well? Just come back safely. Are you hungry? I cook you a bowl of noodles? Zhou Ping stared at the ceiling, saying nothing. He was finished. Chapter 227. After smelling the fragrance of mushrooms, and finding that the bullfrogs just wanted to eat mushrooms, and would not attack actively, Hong Tango suddenly had an idea, and used her water talent to throw the mushrooms to the shore. As expected, the bullfrogs on the shore immediately changed direction, and no longer ran towards the mushroom chicken, but turned directly, and ran straight towards the mushrooms. The 2 bullfrogs even fought for the mushrooms. Hong Tango breathed a sigh of relief. She knew that this game was not that difficult, and it was still easy to pass it if she found the right method. Next, she threw half of the mushrooms to the edge of the island to attract bullfrogs, and threw the other half into the lake to feed the bullfrogs. She hoped that this would delay the speed of the bullfrogs coming ashore. Although they might not come ashore, it was always good to have them come ashore at night. After her talent ran out, she used her strength to keep throwing mushrooms away from the mushroom chicken. In this way, even if the bullfrogs came ashore, they would not disturb the mushroom chicken. It would also give her more time to react. In the battle to protect the mushroom chicken, many people were eliminated because they could not find a way to pass the level at the beginning, but as the game time lengthened, the remaining people found the right way. The number of eliminated people actually decreased. Everyone gradually discovered that this was not a fighting game, but a mushroom throwing game. As long as the mushrooms were thrown far away in time, and there were no mushrooms around the mushroom chicken, the frogs would not try to get close to the mushroom chicken. They would only eat the mushrooms closest to them, and had no interest in the mushroom chicken itself. After 10 hours, the frequency of mushrooms emerging from the mushroom chicken began to decrease. Many people breathed a sigh of relief. Throwing mushrooms continuously is a great test of physical strength. They didn't even dare to stop. Jihe's side was smooth. With space, she didn't have to throw away mushrooms like others, and the consumption of physical strength was not bad. She only needed to put 2 or 3 mushrooms in the distance to attract the attention of the bullfrogs, so that they would not jump to the mushroom chicken first when they came ashore. Her game was basically stable. Because these frogs, when there are other opponents and only one mushroom, will fight with each other. With time as a buffer, she can smoothly collect the bullfrogs and mushrooms into the space. Because he collected mushrooms quickly, the smell on her side was far less strong than that on other islands. There were not as many bullfrogs as on other islands. She lived a very easy life by herself. She could even find time to eat a few big steamed buns to replenish her energy. Another 2 hours passed. The mushroom chicken finally stopped growing mushrooms, and he also collected the last bullfrog on the island into the space. She breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that today's mission should be successfully completed. The mushroom chicken in front of her was still sleeping quietly, like a sleeping beauty. He wiped the sweat from her forehead, walked to the edge of the island and lay down, recovering her strength and collecting water. She had been running for more than 10 hours. She didn't feel it when she was nervous just now, but now that she lay down, she felt her legs shaking involuntarily. After a break of about 10 minutes, he heard the sound of flapping wings behind her. She was moved and just wanted to look back, but suddenly heard a familiar prompt from the system. Time is up. All players who failed to successfully assist the mushroom chicken in awakening will be eliminated and deprived of their game player qualifications. Now everyone will be teleported out of the game copy. Jihee's eyes went dark. This time, unlike before, she was not successfully teleported out of the game, but fell into darkness. The game prompt sound came to her ears. Borrow another 50 billion from the sky. Hello, from the next game, you will enter the 2-star level. In order to prepare all the official players and complete the tasks better, a new way of playing will be unlocked now. From today on, those who successfully pass the game will unlock a new mode, Lucky Spin. Those who pass the game can choose to continue the original mode, accept the reward and leave the game. You can also choose the challenge mode and bet against the game. Those who choose to bet against the game will use all the rewards obtained in this task as chips for the lottery. The prizes include food and props. Please don't worry, even if you don't win the props, we will offer you food to ensure your bottom line. What are you still hesitating about? Come and join us. The system does not force this event. Please voluntarily choose whether to participate. Please complete the selection within the specified time. 5, 4, 3. Participate. As Jihee finished speaking, a red machine suddenly appeared in the darkness. And it gradually grew larger. The machine looked very primitive, somewhat similar to the slot machines in the game room. There were 2 windows with white light on the screen, showing 10,000 gold coins. It was almost blinding. And there was a lever on the right side of the machine. Very easy to understand. Jihee twitched his mouth. This was the visual impression of a third-rate gambling place. Are they going to make the players pay for everything? Black-hearted system. Finding ways to not pay wages. Though thinking so, Jihee still wants to try a new model. Every time she comes out of the game, the supplies she gets may be of great help to others, but it is really not of much use to her. Not to mention helping in times of need, it is barely icing on the cake. She doesn't need those vegetables. Even if she is given them, she will sell them to exchange for supplies to upgrade the space. It's better to come here and take a gamble. What if she could get something good in exchange? It doesn't matter if she can't get it in exchange, she can afford to lose. She grabbed the lever on the right and pressed it down hard. The next second, the machine lit up with cheap colored lights, and several ribbons were sprayed in the sky, accompanied by a burst of intense cheers and shouts. It can be seen that this machine is trying very hard to create an atmosphere that makes people excited. But the direction is wrong, and the efforts are in vain. In this empty darkness, the silence around seems to swallow everything, and people will feel abandoned by the whole world for no reason. In this environment, the behavior of this machine seems very inexplicable, and even a little embarrassing. Jihee's mouth twitched involuntarily. But he still clapped his hands and cheered enthusiastically. Oh great, really great, I have never encountered such an interesting machine. It simply makes me addicted, intoxicated, and I can't forget it at first sight. You don't understand how much I love you. I wish I could be with you every day. You are my sweetheart, you are my baby, you are my little angel. Chapter 228. Don't worry about how much sincerity there is. It's okay as long as the machine likes it. As Jihee praised, the lights on the machine became brighter. The screen turned faster and faster. Jihee was dazzled by the shaking. So Jihee continued to praise. The machine continued to turn, running in both directions. Finally, just when Jihee felt a little at a loss for words, and was about to read a paragraph from beginning to end, the machine was finally satisfied, and the speed of the 2 windows on it began to slow down gradually. Jihee rushed over at once, and the surging emotions in her heart made her come up with a lot of new words. You are mine, little baby, I can never love you too much. You are the wind, I am the sand, lingering to the end of the world. Look at the beauty under the lamp, look at the flowers under the moon, look at you in my dreams. The window was getting slower and slower. Jihee's eyes widened. Finally he could see clearly that the left window was full of food, including vegetables, grains, seeds, etc. There was even nutrient solution. However, these foods were no longer the local foods they were familiar with, but interstellar foods. Jihee also saw billiton, noni fruit, cloud worm meat, etc. There were many types, and the quantities behind were also different. This should be what the system called a guaranteed minimum. The right window was filled with gold coins and some strange things. From the appearance alone, it is hard to tell what the function is, so Jihee can only guess. If nothing unexpected happens, these should all be props. The system is generous. If one is given to each person, these talented people will be lucky. Her eyes lit up. She hugged the machine, gave it a big kiss, and began to say sweet nothings. Where did this big baby come from? It's exactly what I dreamed of. I love it so much. I dare not even think about how happy I would be in the future if I could have a super bloodline, super weapons, super defense, and super attack talent. I sing praises for you every night is you. He didn't even know what she was saying, all her energy was on the window on the right. There has never been a moment that made her so excited. Heart surged. She watched the window slow down little by little, and finally at a speed visible to the naked eye, it slowly passed through the long weapon, a drop of blood, and a protective shield, and finally was about to fall on a weapon that looked very awesome. He was excited, holding the two sides of the machine tightly. Oh my god! The Jade Emperor. Finally. Is she finally going to rise? She is going to be the most awesome boss in the world. As a result, he watched helplessly, at the last moment, when it was about to stop. This machine actually went backwards. It went backwards, just like that. In Jihee's eyes, it actually went back and stopped on a piece of mud, and stopped moving. Jihee only felt that his heart was fed to the little wolf dog. He was heartbroken, and the whole world was dim. It's over, completely over. She believed that even if her husband cheated on her, she would not feel as much pain as she did at this moment. Barbecue. It's over, the dream is shattered. A conspiracy. There's no doubt about it, an absolute conspiracy. She has never seen a machine go backwards. It's too much. She watched the mecha go backwards, and it should just stop, but this thing went backwards. She's sorry for the spit she just wasted. Jihee panted and rolled his eyes in anger. Just as she was about to open her mouth to curse, something even more infuriating was waiting for her. The familiar prompt tone of the system reminded her. Dear Xiantian borrowed another 50 billion. Hello, your lucky turn has given you two kinds of supplies. One is food. You can click to claim it, but the system does not recommend it. The other is a prop. Because the value is too high and there is a big difference between your salary, in order to maintain the principle of fairness and justice in the interstellar space, it does not violate basic laws. We will consult your opinion and adopt the principle of voluntariness. If you want to claim it, you need to pay an additional supply worth 70% of the object itself. Friendly reminder, 30% off is our biggest discount. Please don't hesitate, click to buy now. When you spend to a certain stage, you will be able to become our Super Deluxe VIP. Start a new life, starting from Super Deluxe VIP. Please believe that we will provide the ultimate service for our Super Deluxe VIP. Absolutely worth the money. What are you still hesitating about? Click to buy now. Yes or no not recommended. Jihee. I am speechless. I am really speechless. What is this equivalent to? They work in this company, but the boss doesn't want to pay them. But they can't not pay them. After all, they are working. So what to do? Just set up something like a lottery. Let them use their wages for each work to participate in the lottery, so that they can get another layer of skin from the employees. Self-production and self-sales. Perfect. This is a grasp of human nature. Everyone is greed. No one will think that their salary is too high. Most people are not satisfied, and have a fluke mentality. What if I get more luck this time? Will I make money then? Just once, only once. There must be many people with this mentality. Taking advantage of people's love of taking advantage of small gains and gambler mentality. System companies may get cheap labor, but talented people may eventually lose their wages. It's really like working for nothing. If you say there is no shady dealings in this thing, he will never believe it. There are ghost scales when buying vegetables in the vegetable market. Is this really an honest business? In addition, the system has mentioned the principle of voluntariness many times. What does it mean? No one forced you. You can choose not to participate. If you don't participate, you will still receive an ordinary salary. But are you willing? Everyone is curious, and they will be itching to come in and see what it is like. Come in and take a look. Wow, the left side gives basic supplies. Let's not talk about this for now. The right side gives props. What are props? This is the lifeline of wealth. It is 500 billion from heaven. This is not ordinary. Now anything with special functions can be sold at a sky-high price. According to what Jihee saw, any prop with special functions in the mall would be sold at a sky-high price. Who wouldn't make a fortune and reach the peak of life? Buyers are also happy. This is extremely hot. If before the natural disaster, they could exchange thousands of kilograms of grain for such a prop written in a fairy tale book, I'm afraid they would wake up laughing in their dreams. Don't think that just because life is hard in China, life is hard abroad. Chapter 229. People in China eat insect cakes because the country does not release grain from its warehouses. It only squeezes out a little grain like squeezing toothpaste when it is in trouble. The little grain released must be mixed with wheat bran, wheat straw, bark, etc. and insect powder to make cakes. Every day, people are kept in a state of not being full but not starving to death. It is different abroad, where the land is vast and the population is sparse. There are many large grain producers and farmers. They own multiple farms, and corn and other grains are exported to major countries every year. Even if a batch of them were eaten by insects at the beginning of this year, the remaining ones are enough for them to eat for several lifetimes. It can even be used to hire bodyguards, exchange for other resources, and live a higher status life than before the disaster. Moreover, those countries have few people to begin with, and even ordinary people can have much more resources than here. It was only after the disaster lasted for a few months that they started to decline a little bit. The rich people there are living a life of luxury and extravagance. The poor are gradually going crazy. Now that they know they can exchange game rewards for props, won't they be even more happy? As for the materials needed to exchange for props, only those who have food don't care. If they want to get props, they need to take the materials to the game mall and compete with others. This time, they just buy from the game. As long as the things are in hand, who cares about these? As for the game, there is no loss. So what if you draw a precious prop? They are not giving it for free, but spending resources to buy it, so they will not lose no matter how they calculate it. When she doesn't even know the original price, what is the difference between 30% and 50% off? This wave of operations directly developed employees into customers. Even the wool of employees was not spared. Really good. Although I thought a lot, only a dozen seconds passed, and the shopping button in front of G, he did not show the countdown this time, which showed that he was very patient. Good guy, when you enter the game, you count down 3 numbers directly, and when it is your turn to consume, your countdown seems to disappear. He was speechless, but still reached out and clicked yes. I know it is a black-hearted merchant, but I can't help buying. Not making progress is regressing. She didn't think there was anything on her body that the game copy would look at, except for food. Sure enough. As he clicked, the machine in front of him instantly changed and turned into a huge scale. On the left side of the scale was the prop that he pulled out, a piece of ordinary mud, and there was a transparent glass cover above the mud, so people could only look but not touch it. He took a closer look, but couldn't see what it was. On the right side of the scale was a huge tray with nothing on it. The system prompt sounded, "Respected Xiangtian, borrow another 50 billion, you can put the materials on the right tray, when the value is equal, the protective cover on the left will disappear." At this point, he did not hesitate, and directly took out the lettuce from the space and put it on, but the scale did not move. She continued to put on the bitter melon, winter melon, radish, cabbage, whatever she planted in the vegetable garden, and when he filled the scale, the things disappeared instantly, and a progress bar appeared under the scale. 1/20th. What can she do? Silently, she began to put vegetables on the scale. As for grain, she would never put it. Rice and flour are too difficult to produce, and she has to keep the ones in her space for herself. Vegetables are quite suitable, with a short planting time and high yield. Cucumbers, eggplants, tomatoes, pumpkins, zucchini. When he fills the tray, the vegetables on it will disappear instantly. Then the progress bar below will start to rise slowly. Finally, he finished the last plate, and the progress bar at the bottom showed that it was full. She exhaled and looked to the left side of the scale. The transparent protective cover there had disappeared. Walking forward, he gently picked up the mud. The next second, the scale gradually turned into white light spots in Jihee's eyes, and finally disappeared. Then, there was no nonsense. Jihee's eyes went dark. When she opened her eyes again, she had already laid back in the space capsule. She was still holding the mud block she had just pulled out. On the other side, most people in the world were frantically collecting supplies to exchange for props. After leaving the game, the system shocked all the talents. First, they notified everyone that the difficulty would be increased next time. Then they immediately asked everyone to draw a lottery. This kind of blatant thing. How many people can resist? There are very few people who can completely calm down, not be shaken by temptation, and willingly hold their wages and leave. Most people choose to participate in the lucky spin. Let's not talk about other things. Just talk about the props that the game specifically mentioned. Just these 2 words are enough to attract people. According to some props that have appeared now, they are roughly divided into 2 categories. Attack and life. No matter which one, the effect is amazingly good. With such a prop placed in front of them, how could they not be tempted? They must gamble with their salary. As for failure, didn't the system say that there is a guarantee? What is there to be afraid of with a guarantee? When the lottery results came out, they were even more ecstatic. Are props actually required in every game? Against the backdrop of the glittering props on the right, No one even looked at the food on the left. Everyone chose the right item. It was time to put the supplies. Everyone was dumbfounded. Unlike people like He who carried supplies everywhere, they had nothing on them. So what could they use to exchange? The system was not unreasonable. So they were given 3 minutes. Within 3 minutes after leaving the game and returning to reality, they could choose to put the real supplies on the tray that appeared out of thin air beside them. If someone could gather the required supplies within 3 minutes, then the exchange would be successful. Of course, if the required materials cannot be collected within 3 minutes, the exchange will fail. The default selection is the food on the left. With the system's rules, all the talents went crazy instantly. Put everything you can see on the scale. Only 3 minutes. If they don't collect enough and don't get the props because the time is too short, they will really cry to death. Among these materials, the system does not want everything. Houses and vehicles are not wanted. Electronic products, secondhand clothes and shoes are not wanted. Not only do they not want it, they will also remind them not to litter. Only animals, plants, food, brand new fabrics, metals, minerals, oil and other tangible and practical things are accepted. Dad, Mom, hurry up and move our food here. Girl, don't worry. I've called your grandma's house for you, and we'll send it over right away. Son, we can't hand in all the food. We still have to live. If you hand it in, how will your dad and I survive? Child's dad. Chapter 230. Half the world went crazy for these 3 minutes. After waking up in the room specially used for them to enter the game, Jahui started to make phone calls frantically. There are many places for them to enter the game, and this is just an inconspicuous one. The original intention of setting up such a place is just for safety, to prevent the enemy from coming to attack, and the advantage is good confidentiality. Safety is guaranteed. There is a guard every 5 steps and a sentry every 10 steps outside the venue, and countless people patrol to ensure the safety of these talents when they just come out of the game. But there are not enough supplies. Originally, I was thinking about safety, and I didn't expect the game to do this. This caught everyone off guard. Tribute was extremely anxious. The system loves to do this. Not only did this update come without any signs, it was particularly sudden. The changes in the game several times before were similar to this time, and they love to do surprise attacks. Unless you find out, the system won't say anything. Now they don't even have any supplies to exchange, and it is a pipe dream to expect to successfully hand in enough supplies to exchange the props. Besides, there are hundreds of people in the room. Where can they get the supplies? The whole room was in a mess, and there were sounds of phone calls. After all, they were well-trained people, and even if they were a little flustered at the beginning, they quickly calmed down. There was nothing they could do if they didn't calm down. Poor. They all eat public food. The little food they save from their mouths on weekdays, you can tell by thinking with your head, can't replace anything. Unless the system does good things. Now, we can only rely on the top to find a solution. Shijing made 3 calls in a row before putting down the phone. Now 40 seconds have passed. They still have nothing around them. There are many people in this venue, including those from their Talent Management Bureau and those from the Army. Those from the Talent Management Bureau are under his control, and those from the Army are not under his control. He called all the people from the Talent Management Bureau to come to decide with him. He asked everyone what their props were. Although he made a phone call, it was only 3 minutes, and he really couldn't guarantee that the supplies would be delivered on time. Even if they were delivered, there was no guarantee that there would be enough for everyone in the room to change. He must try to choose the more powerful props to exchange first. There is no explanation. I think my prop looks like a ruler. My prop looks like a box. Mine is a long and thin tube. I am a seed. Mine looks very much like our cannon. The person who spoke was full of excitement. God knows how excited he was after seeing the cannon. When I think of the interstellar laser cannon in science fiction movies, one shot can destroy a planet. If they really have one, wouldn't they wake up laughing in their dreams? As soon as he said this, everyone's eyes turned to him. Not only the salute here, but even the troops on the other side quieted down and turned their eyes to him. It's no exaggeration to say that the room was silent for at least 3 seconds. Facing the stares of everyone in the room, Han Tan was a little nervous. He swallowed and repeated his words. Leader, believe me, this one really looks like the cannon we used to have, and it has a base. Zhou Wei frowned. It wasn't that he didn't believe it, but would the things in the system really work the same as their appearance? If they did, why didn't they even give them an explanation? The next second, the room exploded. Soon, the second and third people stood up, saying that their props were also cannons. Everyone, This is embarrassing. Cannons are so worthless? The appearance rate is so high. Why do I feel that the probability of a few percent is a bit different from the precious weapons I imagined? Random thoughts in my mind. The first batch of the cooking team outside the door has arrived at the battlefield. Oh, hurry up. Let's send the food in the kitchen first. I don't know if it's enough. It's all rice and white flour, and the vegetables are cabbage. Let's see if it's enough. Oh, by the way, we also brought the prepared big pancakes and steamed buns. In addition to these, we also brought soy sauce, vinegar, and soybean oil. Let's try them, and see if they can be absorbed. Before he could finish his words, another group of people rushed in from outside the door. They put down their weapons and ran out of the house. Everyone make way. We have brought the guns and bullets. In addition to these, there is also gasoline. Please put it aside for now. We will continue to draw. We also have office tables, chairs, and quilt covers. We have brought them here. Let's see if you can use them. Shijin collected his thoughts and began to try to organize people to exchange supplies. The room was in chaos but orderly. 3 minutes was a bit tense after all. After the superiors urgently dispatched a batch of supplies to be teleported by space talents, they finally succeeded in exchanging the cannon. Although this cannon appears very often, it may not be what they imagined. But among all the props drawn by everyone, this is the only thing that looks like a weapon. Other props, vases, monitors, grass, leaves, beds, sleeping bags, etc., do not seem to be related to weapons. They are more like props for daily life. They dare not take risks. You must know that the principle of one step forward leads to another step forward, and one step backward leads to another step backward is still applicable now. If they can seize the opportunity and obtain a strong offensive weapon at the beginning, then they can take the leading position in this battle of talents. After all, they didn't know much about the props in the game, so they could only guess as much as possible. This cannon was already a more reliable choice for them. Everyone held their breath and waited. Hundreds of people's attention was all on Han Tan this time. Not only them, but also several leaders and experts were on their way in special cars. Han Tan tried it, turned around and said to Jihui, "The system said that this place is not enough, and hopes that I can change to a larger place." Oh my god! Awesome! It's really special. What else can I say? Let's go out. There's plenty of space outside. Jihui hesitated for a while. No, we can't put it outside. It's exposed to the sun during the day, and there's no shelter. We still have to put it indoors. Leader, our logistics warehouse is very large, thousands of meters, and it's empty now. A local captain on duty shouted. Okay, let's go there. So the crowd was divided into two teams. One team went out to patrol and ensure safety, and a small number of people followed to the logistics warehouse. This weapon and prop exchange involves confidentiality, and the fewer people know about it, the better. So Jihui brought 4 people including Han Tan. There were 2 people from their talent management bureau, and 2 leaders from the mall on the army side. When they walked to the logistics warehouse, Han Tan finally nodded to indicate that there was enough space here. Chapter 231. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. If this place doesn't work, they will know to change to other places, which will increase the risk of exposure. Under the gaze of everyone, Han Tan waved his hand and placed the cannon that was successfully exchanged in the basement. As soon as the cannon was taken out, everyone took a breath of cold air. Their eyes were full of excitement. There was no other reason, they bet right. It really is a cannon. It stood in place, showing its huge size to everyone wantonly. It is simply a perfect combination of power and beauty. Its appearance is brilliant, made entirely of blue crystal, and it is now emitting a charming glow under the light. Jihui's eyes are shining as he carefully admires the cannon. His eyes are full of enthusiasm. No man can refuse this cannon, no one. This cannon is 100 meters long and 5 meters high, just a little bit away from the ceiling. The warehouse is a little shorter, and the cannon cannot be placed. Not only Jihui, but other people in the room are also very excited. Such a big cannon. How powerful would it be if it was fired? After a while, Shijing finally suppressed his excitement and turned to look at Han Tan, who was grinning like a fool, and asked, "Where are the shells?" Shells? Han Tan was stunned for a moment, and then repeated it like a repeater. Yes, where are the shells? Huh? Shells? Han Tan yelled with his neck stretched, his face uglier than his father's death. It didn't sell me shells, it only sold me cannons, no shells. This brought silence to the room. The smiles on the faces of the few people just now froze instantly. What kind of joke is this? What's the use of a cannon without bullets? What's the use? Calm down, calm down. One of them spoke, his tone was calm, and he spoke as if it was true. Maybe this cannon itself doesn't need bullets? We shouldn't limit it with our old perspectives. This is wrong. Haven't you seen the movie? That kind of laser cannon? Maybe it is. You can fire it by pressing it. Yeah, you make sense. Let's look for the launch button. The remaining 3 people felt that what this person said was very reasonable and right, so they didn't look at it, and just touched it. Be careful. Tell me when you find the button, don't press it. If an accident happens by accident, none of us can escape. Yeah. When these words came out, several people looked stern. Be more cautious. But after searching for a long time, they still couldn't find any clues. Not only the button, but there was not even a protrusion to press down. The cannon just stood there. No matter how people touched it, it didn't react. Everyone, not good. Somehow, there was a bad feeling in my heart. At this moment, several gray-haired old men suddenly rushed in from outside the door. They looked excited, sweat was still on their foreheads, and they were breathing heavily. Seeing the people who were lying on the cannon and groping, they immediately became furious. Get down quickly, get down. What are you doing? Do you understand what it means to respect weapons? Do you understand? What if it breaks? That's right, you're still lying on it. Get down quickly, or I report you to your boss. Hurry up. I shouldn't let you mess around. Look at the footprints on it, you're wasting resources. The 4 looked at each other, and jumped down without saying a word. What's the harm? Although the system is damaged, the quality of the items is still very good. As a result, their actions caused another scream. You're still jumping down while standing? You won't lie down. Oh my god, look at its muzzle, look at the diameter, how powerful the missile fired must be. Tribute to 4 people, Haha, the cannon is here, but we don't know where the missile is. This scene happened in every corner of the world. Although the threshold for prop exchange is very high, there are still many powerful people who have successfully exchanged. Among them, many organizations choose to exchange cannons. Everyone knows that the one with the hardest fist is the boss. But when the cannon was exchanged, they were dumbfounded. Without missiles, there was only a cannon, which was no different from scrap metal. But they were itching to try it out, and they felt unwilling to give it up. All parts of the world were in turmoil because of this game change. He lay in the space capsule, holding the ball of mud in his hand and raising it to his eyes. With the help of the weak light, he turned it back and forth, not missing any details, and looked at it carefully. In the end, he felt that this was a very resilient piece of mud. Unable to figure out what was going on, he threw a talent. After waiting for a while, the talent did not respond. Just when she thought she would have to throw it a few more times in a few days, the talent responded. False reality. After using it, the holder can make a mask for himself. The better the skill, the more real the mask. While having a false face, the holder can rename it. Note, only the weak need to hide their identity, and the strong can challenge the whole world alone. He just pretended not to see the remarks. She was quite satisfied with this prop. Although it was not a powerful weapon, it was good for hiding the identity. It just solved her urgent problem. Sitting up, he began to knead the mud. It was called mud, but it felt more like plasticine. After thinking about it, she took out a balloon from the space, blew it up, and put the plasticine on it. Start kneading. Half an hour later, he finally kneaded her second face. Round face, big eyes, high nose bridge. The moment the mask was put on her face, the mud changed naturally, and quickly fit her skin. The face gradually changed and finally became the image that he needed. The system prompt sound appeared soon. Please name the user. My husband is offering sacrifices to the heaven, and I have great fortune. Name successful. Please select the name to be displayed externally. My husband is offering sacrifices to the heaven, and I have great fortune. Change successful. Please call the system to change the name again. Chapter 232. As the system finished speaking, people all over the world began to divine who is the one who borrowed another 50 billion from the sky. They got a unified reply. No such person. Everyone was stunned. I wanted to test it again, but the stronger the talent, the stronger the restriction on its use. I just used it once. If I want to use it again, I have to enter the game again and pass it successfully. The talent will be refreshed again, and I can predict it again. As for those predictors with weaker talents, the restrictions are not so strong, but even if they test it, they can't predict anything. Those seemingly plausible answers would make even a dog dumbfounded, let alone other people. There was nothing he could do even if he was anxious. He was in a good mood, and happily climbed out of the basement in the backyard. With the false truth, she didn't have to worry about her identity being exposed for the time being. Although it couldn't fundamentally solve the problem, the fat man didn't eat all at once, so she was very satisfied. Back in the house, after taking a shower, Ji-hee lay on the bed and browsed the game chat channel. Zaya Jindu. Did everyone choose props or food? Seeing snow in the wind. Do you even need to ask? It must be props. If you are dead, what is the use of having more food? You must choose props. I am stronger and can go further in the game. Sooner or later, I will get more supplies. Sean Lauer. I didn't choose the spin. I am very happy to receive the salary given by the game. I don't have much ability. I can't eat the pie that falls from the sky. It's good like this. Kong Leezy. Woo-woo, I want to cry. After I clicked on the props, I didn't get enough. The game scolded me and said I was a poor ghost. I clearly didn't have any supplies, but I clicked randomly. It said I was wasting its time. Whoa. Your blessing is to have me. I didn't get enough either. Are you kidding me? Supplies are so hard to come by now. Every time I exit the game, I have to use all the supplies I get to feed my family. How can I save them? I took out all the food and things I have at home. The system doesn't care at all. Yu Jiao. What did you take out? Chou Bing. Ha ha ha. Feng Zhong Kan Shui. You are also a talent. Durian Tang. I am unlucky. When I said I wanted to take out supplies to exchange for props, my parents tried to stop me like crazy. Haha, they usually eat and drink my food, but they turned against me at the critical moment. Xiao. I scolded them, but in the end, when I didn't exchange for props, the game threw the food I drew on my left side to me. Although there are only 3 bags of nutrients, I am grateful for it, and it didn't make me bankrupt. Ha. This is a scam. Whoever buys it is stupid. I won't buy it anyway. I worked hard to earn that little bit of supplies in the game. Is it easy for me? It's not enough for me to eat. Forget worry. Everyone, go and have a look. There are many props on the mall. The effects are very good. Go and have a look. As soon as these words came out, the chat channel became quiet, and Ji-hee quickly exited and opened the mall. Every time you come out of the game, some people will put the props they got on the mall. Although not as much as she got, but with so many people, the total amount is not small. This time even more. The old props that were listed in the mall before were not sold, and they were removed by the sellers before entering the game. The ones listed now are all new. There are detailed descriptions under these props. They are confirmed by the system, and are authentic and reliable. The first one is a water bottle, which says that it will automatically store water, and automatically fill up 1 L of water every 12 hours. The price is 20,000 kilograms of rice. Ji-hee. The second one is a 5 meter long and 3 meter wide cloth, which is said to be UV proof, and can withstand temperatures of 65 degrees. The price is 10,000 kilograms of white flour. The third one is a protective shield, which is said to be able to resist attacks until it reaches a critical point. The system's evaluation is that the average strength of a talent can withstand about 100 attacks before it breaks. The price is 100,000 kilograms of rice plus 40 tons of clean drinking water. The fourth one. Ji-hee. The bad news. There are many similar products on the market, and the number of props is more than 10 times that of before. Good news. These people are selling at a very, very high price, even more expensive than the previous props, so she can raise the price many times. She reflected on it. It was her fault. She should have demanded it hard. She watched it quietly from beginning to end, then opened the chat channel, and looked at these people's criticism of the high prices. She closed the chat interface, opened her own store, and started to change the price. Her store now only has a little cloudworm meat, and other items with slightly special functions have been bought by people. Thinking about the prices these people were asking for, Ji-hee silently revised her pricing. She would set the same price as others. This is called respecting the market. With a happy mood, she quickly put up Shunhun sugar, pralin, and anti-heat fabrics, and marked them at a sky-high price. Let's try to see if they can be sold first, and then lower the price if they can't be sold. After occupying almost 60 stalls, Ji-hee began to put up cloudworm meat, mushrooms, and lake water. These are foods without special effects, and she didn't raise the price much. It's about the same as the whole market, or even a little lower. This is still mostly bought by the lower class people, and the upper class people should not be short of food and drink for the time being. Just consider it as a good deed. If all humans die, it will be meaningless for her to be alone. And she will not sell the last cloudworm meat for the time being after she sells it. The other cloudworms in the space need to be kept for reproduction. Although cloudworm eggs have been laid there, It is still a long way to go before they can grow up and be sold. After putting up all the store supplies, Ji took a look at the backstage and saw that many people came to her. Most of them wanted goods, and some saw that her price was very high and wanted her to lower the price and return to the original price. Some people even tried to test whether she was dead or not. She was not dead, she was alive and well, but she was invisible to you online. She took a quick look and was about to close it, when she suddenly noticed several messages with similar content. Someone is live streaming to you. Please give me a discount for notifying you. Jihi, ? How can she live stream to me? Didn't she just change her name? She touched the mask on her face to make sure it was still there, and quickly opened the regional chat channel and pulled out her phone to see what was going on. As a result, the most popular news on it is, the true face of Xiang Tianzai borrowing 50 billion is about to be revealed. Frowning and clicking, Ji saw a man opposite the camera, holding a prop and talking. Yes, I think she is from our country. And this prop is a new one I found. It can directly contact a person. It is very precious. I spent a lot of materials to exchange it successfully. It can be called the world's first. I decided to use it on Xiang Tianzai borrowing 50 billion for the first time. Yes, I just got the latest news. Someone predicted her again after the copy was released, but found that there is no such person. Chapter 233. I'm very worried about her safety. I don't know if she's in danger. If she's watching my live broadcast now, I hope she contact me. I'm willing to protect her safety. Yeah, I know what everyone is thinking. I see it all. Now I help you calculate it. Ji looked at the man in front of her, and said a lot of things in Korean. She was really speechless. Is this group of people sick? Why do they have to find her when she's a seller? After searching in China, I have to search abroad. It's really annoying. At this moment, Ji really wanted a prop that could be used to hit people through the internet. She had to give these idle people a big slap. Looking at the bunch of flatterers below. Mr. Haugen Yotun is the most powerful sorcerer in our country, a leader of the new generation, and his talent is the strongest in 1,000 years. I believe that Mr. Haugen Yotun can definitely find the 50 billion borrowed from Xiangtian and prove that she is from our country. Borrowing another 50 billion from Xiangtian is so selfish. Why can't she speak out openly, when so many people from all over the world are looking for her? Hiding like a rat in the gutter. I heard that Haugen Yotun has undergone blood purification in the dungeon, and his ability is far superior to others. This time, he will definitely be able to successfully borrow another 50 billion from Xiangtian. I'm really looking forward to it. Borrowing another 50 billion from Xiangtian encounters a major crisis in life. Talented is the title given to gamers in their country, and other countries don't call them that. Each country has given different names to its game players. Country R is a sorcerer, Country K is a mutant, and so on. The barrage was full of praise for the sorcerer, and there were people from a few countries cursing, but the number was far less than their local people. At this time, not only did the click rate of this live broadcast soar, but the game chat channel also exploded. This our countryman is the most insidious. It's dangerous to borrow another 50 billion from Xiangtian. I met him once in the game copy. He was neither male nor female, and he was insidious and cruel. He killed hundreds of people directly. He was really bad, but he was also really strong. I don't want them to find Xiangtian to borrow another 50 billion. Who of us hasn't bought things from his store? How many people have benefited from it? We have enjoyed so many benefits. Why do we have to get to the bottom of it? There is nothing we can do about it. His ability is too outstanding. There are more than 10 people with the gift of foresight. As far as I know, there are more than 10 people scattered in various countries. Although they are called differently due to customs and habits, they will not let Xiangtian borrow another 50 billion. That shouldn't be done now. Let Xiangtian borrow another 50 billion to accumulate more strength. A man is innocent, but he is guilty of possessing a treasure. Xiangtian's ability to borrow another 50 billion is too amazing. Among all the gifted people now, he is the only one. There are so many props. Who wouldn't be tempted? It will definitely attract other people's attention, but I hope he is safe. It's a big crisis this time. This pervert called Haugen Yotun dared to broadcast it live all over the world. He must be very sure. It's human nature. Do you dare to say that you have never thought about borrowing another 50 billion from Xiangtian? With her supplies, we can live a better life than before the disaster. This matter has caused a big stir. Shijing also got the news. He quickly opened the background to send a message to Xiangtian to borrow another 50 billion. I wanted to ask her if she needed protection, but I didn't get a response. Zhou Hui sent several messages in a row in a hurry. Please don't let anything happen. Just when everyone's nervous expectation reached its peak, the man called Haugen Yotsuin felt that the time was ripe, so he started to get down to business under the attention of tens of millions of people. Ji-hee frowned, put on a bulletproof vest, put on a gas mask, and then took out a Gatling gun. After thinking about it, he felt that it was not enough, so he put the hammer on his waist. If she really uses her ultimate move, she will definitely let these grandsons see how powerful she is. Watching the live broadcast camera follow Haugen Yotsuin to a room with a very traditional our country style. From the ground to the roof, this room is covered with strange spells, making the whole room look a little gloomy. In the four corners and walls of this room, more than a dozen candles were lit, and they were burning automatically without wind. There were also 4 men with masks kneeling in the room. When they saw Haugen Yotsuin coming in, they immediately knelt down and bowed. Prostrating himself, he attracted a bunch of flatterers in the comments. Ji-hee had no expression on his face. She watched Yotsuin, the follower, perform a strange dance on the ground, and then perform some stunts like swallowing fire. The people behind him cooperated with him by kowtow to him while he was dancing, and the candles flickered and shook. The atmosphere was really full. After working for half an hour, Yotsuin, the follower, finished his work, took out a knife, and cut a hole on his wrist. Miraculously, not much blood flowed out, like a red line, guided by something, gradually gathering in the air. Everyone held their breath and looked at the words. What could it be? As everyone watched, the blood began to change, and finally outlined a few words. No such person. Ho-sien Yotsuin, Everyone, Ji-hee, Heh, interesting. Ho-sien Yotsuin raised his mouth and showed a malicious and sinister smile. He seemed to be not surprised that he did not calculate that Xiangtian would borrow another 50 billion. However, this time he did not choose to communicate with the others in front of the video, but raised his hand to spray the spray produced by the mall on his wrist and neck, and waited for the wound to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. He took out the prop and started dancing again. Ji-hee, This guy has a good physique. He just danced for a while, and then he started dancing again, as if nothing had happened. More than 40 minutes had passed, and Ji-hee was a little tired. She went from being fully focused at the beginning to sitting on the stool and watching expressionlessly. I don't know why, it's very strange. She didn't feel scared at all, and she even had a faint expectation. Ever since she was roasted by the white flame, she had a vague feeling. She shouldn't be afraid of getting hurt. This is just a feeling without basis. Half an hour later, Ho-Heimura's face was pale and a little red. He sat in the middle of the room and announced that he would start using the most precious prop. After another 3 minutes of emotional expression, he finally took out the prop. Chapter 234. Ji-hee frowned, concentrating. Compared with the emotional prelude before, the process of using the props was mediocre. Like a drop of water flowing into the sea. Everyone waited for 2 seconds. Nothing changed. Ji-hee looked indifferent. System products are expensive for a reason. Soon, the system prompt sounded in her ears. Hello, someone wants to use the props to talk to you. You will be automatically connected in 5 seconds. 3 silver coins per second, borne by the holder. If the balance is insufficient, it will be automatically hung up. Ji-hee, who was concentrating and ready for battle, said, So this is a phone call. After laying the groundwork for so long, you just want to call her? She thought you were going to use some big move. This gadget is a bit of a joke. It is indeed possible to contact her. But you can also contact her by leaving a message in the back end of the store. There are many people who can contact her. This is just an additional automatic connection. Ji-hee tilted his head, took out an interstellar voice-changing toy, and adjusted it to the voice of a male pervert. 5 seconds passed quickly. As the call was connected, the back-heeled Yotsuin on the other side of the video was stunned for a moment, and then his face turned ugly. But his voice was very humble, and his tone was very respectful. Borrow another 50 billion from the sky? Hello, I am honored to be able to connect to you. Can you hear me? Ji-hee glanced at the time, and after letting the other side of the phone wait for another 2 seconds, he spoke, You are looking for me? The other side of the prop was being broadcast publicly. After taking 18 turns, the words were silent not only on the other side, but also on Ji-hee. Greasy, really too greasy. He didn't do anything, but just listening to the sound gave me goosebumps. He really looked like a pervert. On the other side, Yumura quickly adjusted his mood. After all, calls are charged by the second, which is very expensive. Hello, I would like to borrow another 50 billion from the sky. Since everyone is very worried about your safety, I will use this prop to contact you. Please don't blame me. I and my country welcome you very much. Would you like to come and see me? I am eager to meet you and show you all my sincerity. At the same time, I can also assure you that we have no ill will towards you. Please believe me. My address is Sakura Avenue X. If it weren't for the arrogant Haugen Yotsuin before, anyone who heard these sincere words would think that this was a good person. At this time, the number of live broadcasts soared, and everyone realized that Haugen Yotsuin had contacted Xiantian to borrow another 50 billion, and the barrage instantly exploded. Isn't there no such person? How can he still be contacted? Is there any special hidden props for Xiantian to borrow another 50 billion? The barrage popped up crazily. Just as Ho Xian Yotsuin was bowing and persuading. Suddenly, an ethereal voice came from the air. The natural disaster has come, and your greed makes me sick. You don't think about unity, don't establish the world, and don't raise offspring. You are like flies and dogs. Drive them away and return. Anyone who disturbs my peace, I will sacrifice your dirty souls to this disaster continent. Red blood will eventually wash away the sins. As soon as these words came out, the whole room was silent. Even the barrage that kept popping up was instantly quiet. Ho Xian Yotsuin's throat was hoarse, his mouth opened and closed, and he couldn't say a word. They kept looking for Xiantian to borrow another 50 billion, and spread it all over the world. Isn't it because she is a good person? Otherwise, you see, there are 200 stores in the system. Why didn't anyone look for the other 199 stores? Of course, their supplies are not as abundant as Xiantian's 50 billion. Of course, the most important thing is Xiantian's kindness. They are lucky, thinking that even if they offend her, begging and kneeling will not have serious consequences. Since she opened a shop, she has always sold goods in large quantities and at a reasonable price. Countless people survived because of him. After being grateful, the demons in her heart began to multiply and grow again, wanting to get more. People always subconsciously ask for things from kind people, and succumb to evil people. This is human nature. He had never thought about suddenly saying such a cruel and ruthless thing. He had thought that he would be angry, panic, and impatient when he borrowed another 50 billion from Tion. But she never thought that she would say such bloody words. He pursed his dry lips, looked at the direction of the video without leaving any trace, and was about to open his mouth to say something. The system prompt sound came to his ear. Insufficient balance, automatically hung up, please pay the fee in time. Followed by Yotsuin, Damn it, damn it. Damn the system, damn it for borrowing another 50 billion from Xiantian. He lowered his head, his expression gradually twisted, and then he regained his calm. He was about to raise his head and say something. Suddenly, he saw a dried human bone thrown over from a distance. He trembled all over. His body began to shake uncontrollably. He stretched out his hands, and finally picked up the bone. He held it in his hand. He listened to the conversation that was hung up. He looked down at the time, and saw that 2 minutes had passed without him noticing. This consumed 3 gold coins and 60 silver coins? This man is quite powerful. This system call is really a money-eating beast. Looking at the live broadcast, Ho Yotsuin is now lowering his head, holding a pale bone in his hand, making it difficult to see his facial expression. The barrage has now returned to normal. Xiantian borrowed another 50 billion, so he is alive. Nonsense, you can tell from his store that he is still stocked, he is alive and well. Now the question is Xiantian borrowed another 50 billion a man or a woman? The answer is, he has multiple personalities. I didn't expect him to be such a bloodthirsty person, I thought she was a good person. How can someone who can get so many supplies in the game be simple? I advise everyone to stop here. No one likes others to stick to them like a scabby dog. Yeah, let's not look for her anymore. What if she gets angry and doesn't want to sell things? The enthusiasm of the barrage discussion completely ignored Haugen Yotsuin, who was still kneeling on the ground. Just when everyone thought that today's live broadcast would end in such an anticlimactic way, 2 people suddenly came into Haugen Yotsuin's room. Adding the original 4, there are 6 in total. He lowered his head the whole time, and spoke hoarsely to the 6 people in the room. It's your turn. Yes. The 6 people walked straight to the middle of the venue without any hesitation, with Ho Yotsuin as the center, pulled out a knife with cold light, aimed at their stomachs, and stabbed it suddenly. A large amount of blood spurted out, instantly rendering the whole scene particularly weird and bloody. The barrage that was still discussing just now was stuck instantly. They had never thought that there would be such a scene. Bloody and cruel. The spurt did not scatter, but began to rotate around Ho Yotsuin, like a vortex formed by blood gathering, gradually enveloping him. The next second. Snap. Chapter 235. Black screen. Video interrupted. The scene is too bloody, so it is not suitable for viewing. Please watch the following video. The scene automatically jumps. One by one, cool talents that are not usually seen show their absolute strength on the screen. A beautiful dancer, stacking buffs for teammates while dancing, and stacking multiple states to help teammates become gods. A peerless singer, with a beautiful singing voice, starts group healing for teammates, full health and full mana. A loyal guardian, a protective talent, guards the world's peace with a wave of his hand, and keeps the peace in one place. The mechanical talent has taken action. Jihui saw that the video background was finally closed, and he breathed a sigh of relief. It was finally cut off. I hope these videos can divert everyone's attention. But, thinking of the strange scene just now, he waved to someone beside him. The person just now should be from the Curse Stream Club. Contact our people, and see what's going on over there. The state just now is not right, like a sorcery. When the talent awakens the talent, it is a more realistic reflection of the inner heart. Not all gifted people will awaken positive talents. There are also some evil ones. Although they are powerful, the consequences are very bad. As soon as he finished giving the order, a mechanical gifted person behind him said weakly, "Boss, I'm dying. I really can't do it. I just came out of the game. I didn't have time to rest. This matter is not worth a pound of pork. No matter what you say, it won't go through." As more and more mechanical gifted people came, everyone knew more about them, and didn't think they were that scary. Maybe later on, they will become as omniscient and almighty as everyone imagines, and can control the network. But not yet, their ability is almost that of a high-level hacker. Even in the dungeon, they will be disliked and dragged down because of their weak combat power. And now most of the background maintenance is done by mechanical talents, and ordinary people are only responsible for some other work. Talented people are gradually replacing ordinary people, and becoming the mainstream of society. After comforting his teammates, he immediately found another teammate who had not been blacklisted by Xiangtian Zijawubio, and asked him to find Xiangtian Zijawubio to talk about the whole story. The country has paid so much, so Xiangtian should be told about the loan of 50 billion. I won't say too much. At least pull him off the blacklist. Although the live broadcast was interrupted, the discussion did not stop. Countless related videos popped up one after another. Immediately afterwards, many well-known bloggers came out to discuss this matter. Although the video can't be watched now, this matter has not passed. What does Haugen Yotsuen mean by the last words? There must be some big trick. Haugen Yotsuen's ability is unquestionable. He will definitely not let Xiangtian borrow another 50 billion so easily. Why is Xiangtian so ignorant to borrow another 50 billion? She can just come out by herself. Why did our Haugen Yotsuen go to so much trouble to find her? I feel that this is a big deal. Didn't you see how many people died? So much blood, the blood must have been drained, right? Gee, he was speechless for a moment after receiving the backstage message. Did you buy less after being blocked? What did she say when thousands of accounts bought things from her? Gee, he has read it but not replied. Haugen Yotsuen. A large amount of blood swirled around him, and then seeped into his flesh through his pores. His skin was burst, and then his bones began to twist and deform. His body gradually grew larger until it broke through the house. After reaching a critical point, his entire body began to secrete a black mucus from the inside out. This mucus dripped onto the ground, corroding the stone bricks into a huge pit. But as more and more liquid leaked out, they wrapped around the huge body of the healed village and gradually became hard. Finally, he turned into an ugly big bug with a human face, multiple claws, and a bug body. The hard shell and sharp claws made him look like a monster. He opened his mouth and screamed silently, enjoying the feeling of this power filling his whole body, as if he could tear the whole world apart. The blood of the men in front of him had been drained out, and they were lying on the ground like mummies, deader than dead. Before Ho Yotsuen could enjoy this extreme power, the bones in his hand began to flash and emit black light. You should feel lucky to have sacrificed for the organization. It's your honor. The organization will not forget your child. Borrow another 50 billion from Xiangtian and bring it back to me. The evil whisper seemed to come from hell. Even at this stage, Haugen Yotsuen heard it clearly. He remained silent and acquiesced to everything the man said. He had no way out. Now, the only way was to catch Xiangtian and borrow another 50 billion. He could reunite with his son. Haugen Yotsuen roared to the sky, tore off his 4 legs, and threw them into the air. Dark and foul-smelling blood spurted out, outlining a strange curse seal in the air. Based on the 4 legs, the curse seal was blurred at first, then gradually became clear, flashing a black and red light in the dark night. And the 4 legs also seemed to melt, dispersing and disappearing bit by bit. An ominous aura gradually spread around. There was an explosion in the distance. Someone had already arrived. Heiyotsuan ignored those voices, he stared at the air, and the spell at this time suddenly seemed to be lacking in power, and began to flicker constantly. There was a tendency to fall apart. He was going to fail. No. Absolutely not. He gritted his teeth, and he must not lose after coming this far. He tore off 2 more legs with a ruthless heart, threw them into the air, and was quickly swallowed by the curse. Damn, it's still a bit reluctant. The loss of 6 legs was also a kind of injury to him. His current strength was not enough to support him to use this forbidden technique. If he was given more time. What a pity. I just hope that I can catch Xiangtian for borrowing another 50 billion this time. Otherwise, thinking of the fate of himself and his child, Heiyotsuan gritted his teeth, his face was gloomy, and his eyes were fierce. He stared closely at the spell in the air. This time the energy was sufficient, and the spell quickly became complete, flashing a black light, and quickly sucked Heiyotsuan in. At the same time, Ji-hee, who was watching the chat channel on the other side, also felt an irresistible suction. The next second, she disappeared from the room. Chapter 236. Spell Space. Ji-hee and Heiyotsuan fought against each other. The two faced each other, and listened to the rules quietly. This spell is called Slave and Master. The 2 people who were pulled in will fight in this absolute space paved with stones, with an area of about 1,000 square meters. The rules are simple. The winner is the master, and the loser is the slave. The master can decide the life and death of the slave. The entrance can leave the space only when the final victory is decided or one party dies. Ji-hee looked at the fierce bug in front of her that was as tall as a building. She swallowed the big wind mushroom silently and held the Gatling gun. She just wanted to live a stable life and live her own life. Why is it so difficult? After having the ability, she believed that she had never actively hurt others, and each time she was passively counterattacking. She would even make things convenient for others within her ability. If other people had her ability, they would have formed gangs to rule the world long ago. But she had no interest in competing for world domination. Her biggest ideal was to surf the internet, go out for a walk, and have a quarrel with old ladies. Go home and eat some delicious food, the pigs, cattle, and sheep in Xiongxiong's home. Why don't these people let her go, come to harass her life again and again? Everyone who prevents her from surviving. All will die. A huge countdown flashed in the air. 3, 2, 1. The next second, the invisible barrier between the two disappeared. Ji-hee exerted force on his feet, and the whole person disappeared instantly. When he appeared again, he had jumped into the air. The whistling wind drove her hair. Pressing the Gatling gun, bullets gushed out, rolling up the whistling wind, and rushed towards the huge bug. The big bug that Aramura transformed into followed him, and dodged swiftly in the air. His huge body did not bring any obstacles. He rolled flexibly in the air, and bent into strange postures to avoid the bullets. While Ji-hee was changing his gun, he suddenly pounced over and smashed a big hole in the stone ground. So you are really a woman, you hide so well. How about surrendering to me? As long as you surrender to me, I will save your life. Ji-hee's rapid space jump, the burning of white flames, and the blessing of the big wind mushroom made her seem to be flying in the air. Bullshit, you're nothing but your really bad mouth. Are you trying to kill me with your bad breath? After he finished speaking, his subordinate pulled the trigger steadily, aiming at the black giant insect. This time, Ji-hee found a good angle, and the bullet finally hit Heiyotsuan. The Gatling gun fired crazily, splashing a cloud of dust. Heiyotsuan screamed on the spot. The dust was all over the sky. Ji-hee emptied the magazine, and after falling down, he quickly changed to a rocket launcher, aimed at that area, and fired another shell. When he heard the sound of the rocket exploding, he stared at that area closely. She didn't think the big bug would fall so easily. The next second, she had a bad feeling in her heart. She quickly jumped into the air. At this time, a black giant bug suddenly rushed out of the dust, silently and quickly, and hit Ji-hee in the air. Ha ha ha, I'm kidding you. Let me show you what ultimate power is. I'm not afraid of ammunition at all. Don't make any more useless efforts. Submit to me, and I spare your life, otherwise don't blame me for being rude. As he said this, he rushed towards Ji-hee, obviously not wanting to give her a chance to breathe. Ji-hee rolled out several times in a row. After reacting, she immediately rolled on the spot to avoid the next attack. Her hands lit up white as she dodged quickly. At least 3 of her ribs were broken in that attack just now. Blood flowed down her forehead and into her eyes, making it difficult for her to open her eyes. He couldn't spare a hand to wipe it. She found that the condition of the bug was not very good, and there were several huge lacerations on its body. Dark green blood was slowly flowing down. But at the same time, his wounds were healing at a strange speed. He knew very well that this wound didn't look like it could be caused by a bullet. It looked more like it was cut by a sharp weapon. Ha ha ha, you can actually rebound damage. You're hiding it very well. Okay, you think you can win like this? You're dreaming. My abilities come from 6 gifted people. Surrender or die? Life is so boring. A toad is telling people what to do. Don't you even look at your face. Are you worthy? While dodging, he understood the meaning of the words in Yotsuin's words. She can rebound damage, but she didn't have this ability before. There was no time to think. The big bug in the form of Aramura rushed over again. He could only dodge and jump around in the field. The Gatling gun in her hand hit the big bug, but it was blocked by her armor, and it couldn't even slow down her attack. She wanted to throw out the fire mushroom, but the big bug was too close. If he wanted to attack smoothly, she had to find a chance to distance herself. Finally, she found the right gap, threw out a bulletproof car she had purchased, and jumped in. Before she could treat her wounds, he saw that the bulletproof car window she had spent a lot of money on had cracks on it. And as the attack continued, the cracks gradually grew larger. It looked like it would break in no time. Ha ha ha, so you have space. Ha ha ha, so you have material space. From now on, all the materials will be mine. You stupid woman, you have such a powerful ability, but you never thought of creating an empire. What a waste of resources. Now, all of this is mine, all mine. He jumped out from the other side of the car amid the wild screams of Yotsuin. The car was not sacrificed in vain. It bought her precious time for treatment. All the wounds on her body have recovered, and she is a brand new person again. Since the Gatling gun is useless, he simply conjured up a shovel. Rush forward and fight this giant bug hand to hand. She finally figured it out. These hot weapons are only useful for early-stage talents, and are completely useless for this late-stage mutation. Maybe throwing a missile or a nuclear bomb would have some effect, but can she get it? Or even if she bought it, would she really not die if it exploded at close range? She had just tested it, and this spell space did not allow her to enter the space to evade. It was not feasible to fight for a while, and then stop, and wear the monster to death. You can only fight hard. She had tested it, and every time the bug scratched a wound on her body, 2 wounds would appear on Hohi Yotsuin's body. The gap between them was gradually narrowing. But his self-healing ability is much stronger than Jihee's. Although the wound on his body is serious, it is also healing rapidly. Fortunately, Jihee still has a talent for healing. As long as she keeps on using it, then she can win. Jihee's mouth curled up a smile, and approached the big bug again. At this moment, she gave up all her defenses, and chose to trade injuries for injuries. Although the hot weapon is not easy to use, her shovel has not betrayed her. It is still sharp. With every swing, it can bring down a piece of flesh and blood. Haugen Yotsuin attacked frantically. The missing hands made her attack difficult. While beating her, she kept persuading Jihee, "Aren't you tired? Why don't you give up? Look how much blood you have shed. Submit to me, I will definitely lead you to a brighter future. You will definitely gain stronger power and higher status than now. You will be second to none." Ugly. Haugen Yotsuin didn't hear clearly. "What did you say?" "I said you look too presumptuous and make me sick. Look at you, you look like a rat in a gutter. How dare you continue to live? Your life is a joke." After the words fell, Jihee swung the shovel in his hand, and cut a huge incision on Haugen Yotsuin's chest. The moment the blood spurted out, Jihee quickly dodged. Haugen Yotsuin's eyes were blazing, and Jihee's move hit the hidden pain in his heart. If it wasn't for catching Xiantian to borrow another 50 billion, he wouldn't have to be so eager for quick success. He could have climbed to a higher peak. But he had no choice. He had paid so much, and for the person who was most important to him, he had to live on. He wanted to live a better life. Let those who looked down on him pay the price. He would never, ever lose. Haugen Yotsuin's eyes were bloodshot, and a worm-like mouth suddenly stretched out of his open mouth, and began to tremble a little bit, as if it was about to spray out. Jihee was quick-witted and rushed forward to grab it. With just this one pause, Haugen Yotsuin seized the opportunity. She didn't care about the mouth that was still held by Jihee, and the sharp insect limbs on her side directly pierced Jihee's body, and then quickly pulled it out. Red blood spurted out. At the same time, 2 huge blood holes appeared on Haugen Yotsuin's body. Chapter 237. Jihee seemed to feel no pain. She calmly took out the flame mushroom, and stuffed it into the mouth of Heal Yotsuin, and then inserted a long hard stone slab into it. She pushed the mushroom into his stomach. Eat, eat, eat. Eat you to death. The next second, she used her feet to gain leverage, and when Yotsuin attacked Ji again with its insect limbs, she dodges nimbly and quickly, and rolls over after landing. After standing up, she didn't even have time to look back, and began to run madly into the distance, listening to the hissing and roaring coming from behind. The next second, the air suddenly became quiet for a moment. Bang! A muffled sound came from behind, followed by a blood mist that swept over Ji and directly knocked her out hundreds of meters. Ji rolled on the ground continuously, not noticing that a white scaly creature suddenly appeared in the air and wrapped her whole body, so that she would not be blown away by the huge impact force. Ji rolled all the way to the edge of the space and touched the wall before stopping. Before she could even look up, a system notification sounded in her ears. The winner has been decided. Let us congratulate Xiang Tian for winning this game. Congratulations to the player Xiang Tian for winning the Omniscience Fruit. The winner will now be teleported out of the spell space. The next second, Ji returned to her house. There was silence all around, and the house was still as quiet, dilapidated, and silent as when she left. A system notification sound instantly reached the ears of all players. Considering the reality, the price of all materials in the system mall will be increased by 10 times from now on. Ji ignored the system notification. Standing in place, she suddenly spat out several mouthfuls of blood, and the internal organs could be vaguely seen. She was soaked with blood all over her body, and the huge blood hole in her body was still spurting blood. With a cold face, she stood in place expressionlessly, looking at the white light shining in her hands. Her eyes darkened. A sneer appeared at the corner of her mouth. She felt that she was now terribly strong. This bunch of scumbags. You just wait for me. Countless people in the world are anxiously waiting for the follow-up. Many people in country saw the incident caused by Yotsuin. It can't be concealed at all. Some people hope to borrow another 50 billion from Xiangtian and die, while others hope to borrow another 50 billion from Xiangtian and live. Everyone is frantically posting comments online, looking for any clues related to the follow-up. Finally someone revealed it. Yotsuin has died at home, and his body is gone. His whole body was shattered into pieces, and his death was extremely miserable. Then, rumors were spread by people with ulterior motives, and some people on the internet began to spread the cruel statement that Xiang Tian borrowed another 50 billion. This is a murderer who can kill such a respectable person as Yotsuin. He must be a psychopath. Strongly condemn it. It is irresponsible to allow such a person to appear. She must be arrested and strictly controlled. She must not be allowed to endanger society again. Some people also spoke up for Xiang Tian to borrow another 50 billion. He picked up the bowl to eat, and put down the bowl to curse his mother. He bought so much cheap food from others, but now he has turned his face against me. Eating so much can't stop you from spewing shit. So much food is enough to feed the dogs. Are you blind? It's obviously the one who provoked Yotsuin. He took the initiative to contact Xiangtian to borrow another 50 billion to find fault. Don't you allow him to fight back? He's dead. He deserves to die. The man named Yotsuin killed hundreds of people in the game. Why don't you do anything about it? Just when the two kinds of remarks were fermenting more and more, and everyone was shouting wildly, the system prompt sound made everyone shut up instantly. It was expensive enough to begin with. Now it's even more expensive? 10 times? It means that everyone's assets have shrunk 10 times in an instant. Then someone suddenly discovered the problem. The store where Xiangtian borrowed 50 billion yuan is empty. Can anyone tell me whether the shelves of the store where Xiangtian borrowed 50 billion yuan are empty, or whether she took the goods off the shelves? It's been 3 days, 3 days. Then many people who usually don't talk started to speak. Chapter 238. She didn't actively hurt anyone by borrowing another 50 billion from Xiangtian. She was kind enough to sell food cheaply in her store. For this reason, she is much better than those who could only talk nonsense. Is she sick? How many people would die if Xiangtian didn't borrow another 50 billion? Do you know that now, except for the government and the mall, only her store can buy water? You are harming everyone's interests by doing this. Well now, you got what you wanted. The store that borrowed another 50 billion from Xiangtian will no longer stock goods. No one can buy food. Everyone will starve to death together. I'm really speechless. I lost all my salary in the system space this time. It was not a big deal. I still have some gold at home. I can live by buying food in the shop that borrowed 50 billion from Xiangtian. But now you are doing this. Xiangtian borrowed 50 billion and stopped selling goods. What should we do? Are you going to let us starve to death? This is a conspiracy. You ran away the 50 billion borrowed from Xiantian. Now all the shops have raised their prices. Without precious metals, you can't exchange for goods. This is a kind of oppression and monopoly. You can't stand seeing others doing well. Why do you want to drag everyone down with you? This time the system suddenly increases the price. What should we do? Are we going to starve to death? Geniuses from all corners of the world have stood up and asked their own governments to give them an explanation. Now these geniuses are not weak in ability. 1 or 2 is okay. But if a group of them start to make trouble, it will be a disaster if one is not handled properly. Xiantian borrowed another 50 billion from customers all over the world. During her business period, although she sold a lot of props, she sold more ordinary food. These foods flowed into the market in large quantities, saving many people. The number of gifted people is huge. Although some of them chose to join the government or the consortium, there are still a large number of people who choose to live freely. Many of them live on the rewards given by the game, and on the purchasing agents in the store where Xiantian borrowed 50 billion. Now one of the 2 roads is suddenly cut off. It would be strange if they didn't protest. More and more people left messages to Xiantian borrowed 50 billion, hoping that he could stand up and say that he was still alive and not dead. If you don't want to say it, you can also put something on the store to prove that you are still alive. Unfortunately, it was like a stone sinking into the sea, without a single response. The top leaders of various countries were also very anxious. On the basis of the 10-fold increase in the mall price, the silver coins they got from the game could not buy anything. It was just like waste money. But now Xiantian borrowed another 50 billion and simply disappeared. There were protests from the people below, and natural and man-made disasters above. The governments of various countries were in a state of panic. They only wished that they could go back more than 20 days ago. They would definitely not let the situation develop like this. He knew everything that happened on the internet, but she didn't care. She lived her life at home leisurely. Her body was inexplicably weak during this period. There were no wounds, nor any other symptoms. She just felt weak. She used to go out to read books and catch insects every day, but after her body became weak, she felt very tired after walking for a while, and couldn't walk far at all. She simply didn't go out and rested at home. She had planned that if someone came to suspect her again this time, she would not pretend. Directly confessed her husband's identity as a sacrifice to heaven. With the identity of a gifted person as a cover, she didn't even have to go out to catch bugs in the future. If anyone came to her and said something, she would make them shut up forever. But she waited and waited, but no one else suspected her. Instead, other people got sick first. The fart bug was not cured, but became more and more serious. Now everyone dared not get together. Even if relatives went out together, they had to stay 2 meters away from each other. But in the past few days, people have started to have inexplicable stomach pain. At first, it happened once or twice, and everyone didn't take it seriously and endured it. Later, it became more and more serious, and the frequency of occurrence became higher and higher. Most of their pains came suddenly and violently. The patients' faces turned pale, their limbs twitched, and they were weak all over. Not to mention standing, they didn't even have the strength to chew food. And most of the patients were elderly and children. Strong people have no signs of illness for the time being. The collapse of this group of people has added a lot of turbulence to the life that was originally on the right track. Not only did the fart bug not get cured, but other diseases were added. This time, not only he had to rest at home, but others also began to rest at home. No one should think about going out to work. The neighborhood committee and Chile have been busy these days, going door to door, to count the number of people who have fallen ill. Even he was reported. He didn't have to pretend to be a patient, but no one asked her. After opening the door and seeing her pale face, Director Su said nothing, sighed, patted her shoulder comfortingly, and turned to go to the next room. He called out a few more times, but Director Su didn't even turn his head. It was obvious that he didn't care about her. He just told her to go back and lie down to rest, and not to come out as she had nothing to do. What could she do? She couldn't go out with a loudspeaker and shout that she was a gifted person. That would be so awkward. After a few days of busy work, although it was reported, there was no medicine at the top, and there was no better solution. They just told everyone to stay at home and try not to go out. In order to temporarily stabilize the anxious crowd, the community would distribute a bean cake and 1 ell of water to the patients every day. With this measure, many people were successfully appeased. Even to prevent inexplicable infection, things are placed behind each door, and try to minimize contact with each other. He lay on the comfortable big bed, wearing clean pajamas and browsed the phone for a while, closed his eyes, and began to pack supplies. This time, she came out of the copy and saved a lot of supplies, which had been piled up in the space. She dealt with some every day, and almost sorted them out today. In the past few days, she has been busy looking for ways to grow purification moss and mushrooms in the space. Mushrooms are okay. As long as there is enough water, they are not picky and can be planted quickly. He first tried to plant 3 kinds of mushrooms: the birth mushroom, the storage mushroom, and the air absorption mushroom. The birth mushroom and the air absorption mushroom can be used directly after they are planted. If the storage mushroom has no talent put into it, it will be empty. He put the healing talent into it, and the storage mushroom became the healing mushroom. She put most of the talent in one breath before stopping. With the healing mushroom, she will no longer be afraid when she goes out to fight with others. Compared with mushrooms, the planting of purification moss has not been smooth until yesterday. Chapter 239. She had collected a lot of purifying moss in the dungeon before, which was definitely enough for now. But this was also a kind of medicine, and she wanted to try to see if she could grow it successfully. It was not smooth at the beginning. Compared with Pralin, purifying moss was more picky about the growing environment, and her space just didn't have that dark and humid place. He thought of many ways, and finally her talent was able to mutate a rotten wood, which allowed her to grow it successfully. Rotten wood, a piece of wood that has been dead for many years, and has completely rotted inside. The tree species can no longer be seen, but now someone has given it a strong expectation to give it a new lease of life. It can create an environment suitable for the growth of purified moss. Note, your space is really colorful. Gifts are made, but they are really useful. She discovered that even if it didn't work well at first and didn't respond, basically, as long as she prayed sincerely a few times, spent a few more days, and kept chanting, it would burst out with new power. Ji felt that she had found the right way to use her talent. That is shamelessness. After tidying up the space, Ji opened the store backstage and started to block people. Since she became weak, she had more time for herself, including browsing her phone. I don't know what happened to the system this time. She just tried to ask, and the system provided more than 100,000 blacklists at once, all of which were malicious towards her. And it only costs 1 silver coin. She was too busy before and didn't have time to compete with Xiao Haizi. I have some free time during this period, so I just blocked all those who scolded her, blackmailed her, and directed her life in the background. She has a father and a mother. She doesn't tolerate anyone now, so I blocked them all. She blocked tens of thousands of people in the past few days. Her hands were numb from all the blocking. But this feeling is really good. It made her feel happy. Didn't they scold her? She didn't tolerate them anymore, and she didn't sell anything. After blocking them until her hands were numb, she prepared to take a break and took out the omniscience fruit she got last time. Omniscience fruit, S+ energy fruit, knowing everything after eating. Note, you plastic body, are you going to die? Before, her body was indeed weak, so she saw the instructions and didn't eat it immediately. Today, she felt much better, so she took it out and ate it immediately. Not taking revenge is not her style. Soon, she learned some information about the Cursed Dream Society, the force that Ho Hyakan belonged to. But in contrast, as soon as she used the perfect knowledge fruit, her body immediately felt weak. Sure enough. The stronger the talent, the greater the limitation. This limitation prevents her from using it recklessly, and also makes Ji temporarily obedient. But having the ability, but not being able to use it is not Ji's style. Despite her weakness, she predicted who in Country A was investigating her, and what their purpose was. What's the result? It's similar to what she guessed, with both protection and control. Want to protect her safety, and prevent other countries and forces from hunting her down. Want to control her, and use her power to help more people survive the natural disaster. As a result, she felt even worse. She couldn't do anything but lie in bed and play with her phone. After lying in bed for a few more days, Ji felt better. She simply started to torture the system. After getting a positive answer, she spent 1 gold coin to upgrade the store. From now on, in addition to selling goods, the store also has a bounty function. She immediately posted the bounty list she had been thinking about. White flame mushroom, D-level energy fruit, removes impurities from the body and purifies blood. Exchange, Ichiro Noda, the boss of the Cursed Dream Club, ability. Healing mushroom X5. Exchange, Hashimoto Na, the second in command of the Juma Club, ability. Healing mushroom, the ability to instantly heal physical injuries, diseases in the body, automatically invalidated when energy is used up. Exchange, Suzuki Mei, an internal member of the Juma Club, ability. Multi-seed mushroom, eat any creature, any gender can get pregnant, the savior of infertility, 3 babies per litter. Exchange, tank. Multi-seed mushroom, exchange, armored vehicle. More than 10 bounties were posted at once, all of which were props, not even a normal food. Except for the boss of the Cursed Dream Club, who was very powerful, and no one would kill him if she didn't take out the white flame mushroom. All the other mushrooms were planted by her later. She didn't feel bad about taking them out. Aren't these people just looking for trouble? Then don't be idle. Let everyone experience the feeling of being entangled. With the announcement of this bounty order, the whole world exploded. They didn't expect that Xiangtian would make such a big deal by borrowing another 50 billion to return. Let's not talk about the D-level energy fruit that appeared in the world for the first time, just talk about the healing mushroom. The game mall clearly wrote that it can heal instantly. What does this mean? This is a second life. And Xiangtian borrowed another 50 billion and took out dozens of them at once. How could it not be crazy? The multi-seed mushroom is more like a medical miracle, which made countless bosses sit up instantly. Don't think that you can get everything with money. Children are so magical. No matter how rich and capable you are, if you say you don't have them, you don't have them. Maybe in a few years, Jihe's multi-seed mushrooms can't be exchanged for anything, and no one wants them even if they are thrown away. But at this point in time when the natural disaster started less than a year ago, countless bosses still had abundant supplies, and their lives did not change because of the extreme heat. The child is what they have been looking forward to for decades. Now it is right in front of them. They can get it with tanks and armored vehicles. Why are they still hesitating? As for the series of shells and fuel behind, it doesn't matter. The tanks have been sent out, so what are the shells? The air absorption mushroom is very clear. It can absorb odors and impurities in the air. With this, you will no longer be afraid of being knocked down by fart bugs. It is definitely a good thing. Although it can't compare with the other 3, it is not bad. As for the white flame mushroom on the top, it is even more amazing. The game is clearly written, removing impurities from the body and purifying blood. Just looking at this introduction, it is definitely extraordinary. This is the first time they have heard of the existence of energy fruits. Just a fruit, absolutely no one can refuse. This is the ladder to power. And Xiangtian borrowed another 50 billion to take it out. How cruel it is. As for the truth, no one questioned it. To trade in the game mall, you need to put the materials up first and pass the system inspection before you can release them. No one can cheat the system. It's fine, after all, those people hurt her, so it's normal for her to fight back. With the release of the bounty order, many relevant personnel began to abuse online. Because he not only wrote his name and ability, but also his address clearly. How could they not be anxious and angry? How dare you? You offer a bounty right away, disregarding human life. Is there anyone to take care of it? Such people should be shot. Chapter 240. Too ugly. Do you think everyone can be corrupted by money? I tell you, you look down on the Taihan nation. The message disappeared completely after only a few messages were sent. Because someone found that their door had been blocked by the gifted. They no longer had the ability to speak again. On the other side, a city gifted committee, meeting room. Xie Cheng and Zijing looked extremely ugly. 2 people sat opposite the table. The old man had a stern face, and the young man had a kind face full of affinity. Then, from today on, we will work together. Then the old man nodded expressionlessly at the 2, stood up, and turned away with the young man. Xie Cheng and Zijing sat at the table for a long time without moving. Although they did not take the initiative to cause this matter, the consequences have already occurred. After the bounty list was posted for one day, Jihe lay at home and finished all the work he should do, and felt a little bored. Clicked on the system background. This person is busy every day, and suddenly he is idle, and he is still a little uncomfortable. As soon as the reward was announced, many old customers sent her messages, all asking about flame mushrooms and healing mushrooms. There were even many people asking her to put water on the shelves. Jihe ignored all of them. She didn't even put supplies on the shelves. As the temperature of the natural disaster stabilized and stopped rising, after eliminating a large number of people who couldn't adapt, the people who survived now more or less adapted to this temperature. Although it was unbearable, as long as there was enough water, they wouldn't die from the heat. Now water has become an important strategic material. It can be said that whoever controls the water has truly controlled the lifeline. But Jihe is not in a good mood now. Anyway, she is not a person with a high moral standard, so she simply ignores everyone. She has the energy to find fault all day long, but she is still not thirsty enough. At this time, she suddenly saw a different message, which was specially marked by the system, prompting her that she had not received the materials. It was a person named Xiang Lao de by Xian. Hello, borrow another 50 billion from the sky. I am another official spokesperson, and I am here to say hello to you. I have attached a variety of supplies with the message, and I hope you like it. A lot of supplies came with the message, including exquisitely presented dishes, toilet paper, daily necessities, and even the latest clothes developed by many countries. Bujiha looked particularly familiar, because it was the bright pink anti-high temperature fabric I bought from her. In addition to daily necessities, they also sent a lot of weapons, even tanks, missiles, sulfuric acid and other items. There were a lot of things. He saw at a glance that there were at least hundreds of them. After the official message, there were several more friendly messages. Hey, big brother, you can ask me any news you want in the future. We can share what we have. It's free, all free. In addition, we also provide state banquet chefs who know all kinds of skills. They can make spicy hot pot and cold noodles that you young people like. As long as you make a request, we can definitely meet it. In addition to chefs, we also have Suzhou Xionyang, game companions, etc., who can make clothes for you and play games with you. In short, we have everything that young people like, and we can even contact the previous stars and hold concerts for you remotely. I hope we can help each other and get through the difficulties together. He read the messages one by one and didn't think about replying. At the end, she suddenly thought that she really needed them to do something. Make clothes. Chapter 241. She also had some plain colors in a heat-resistant fabric, black, white and gray. She didn't know how to make clothes, so she just left them there. With the fur of the floating cloud beast she got from the floating island last time, she wanted to weave a warm coat, but after going home and looking at the guide, she found that it was not an easy task to weave well. So she put it aside for the time being. If this person could really help her weave the clothes, she wouldn't mind making a deal with him. It could only be a deal, nothing more. I have some fur of floating beasts and heat-resistant fabrics. I want to make some clothes. Can you do it? Chung Jun, who has been using the backstage 24 hours a day since he sent a message to Xiang Tian to borrow another 50 billion, started typing as soon as he saw Xiang Tian's reply to borrow another 50 billion. No problem at all. You can have as many pieces as you want. He nodded with satisfaction. With the system, she was not afraid of the other party playing tricks. As long as she signed the system contract, the system would naturally help her keep an eye on it. This is also a function that the system has just opened. Both parties can contact each other directly, but they have to pay a huge handling fee. However, the system gave her free service for the first 10 times. If it is an ordinary item, it is useless. This is unnecessary. It is not worth it. What do you want as a reward? No, nothing, just make a piece of clothing. He simply clicked on the transaction, and put the fur of the floating beast and a healing mushroom together. Free things are the most expensive, and she doesn't need these things, so she doesn't want to owe a favor. Otherwise, it would be hard to be ruthless when you want to settle the accounts later. Her talent every day can be filled with about 10 healing mushrooms or 15 mushroom chicken feathers. She can afford such a healing mushroom. In the transaction, it is stated that she provides the fur of the floating beast and the anti-high temperature fabric, and the other party helps to make clothes with all the materials. The code said that SML3 codes are required. After the transaction is completed, she gives an additional healing mushroom as a handling fee. On the other side, Chung Jun chose to agree when he saw the transaction sent by Xiantian to borrow another 50 billion. Although they really didn't want the supplies, since Xiantian had to lend them another 50 billion, there was no need to refuse. That healing mushroom is indeed a good thing. If used well, it can save several lives. It's rare. Chung Jun, who had a big order, closed the back end and happily went out to find a gifted person to weave clothes for him. There are many auxiliary gifted people now, and the clothes they weave can have special effects. Since they want to do it, of course they have to do it well, and they can't just do it. I believe that if they show sincerity, they can definitely win back Xiangtian's heart to lend him another 50 billion. They will definitely be able to trade more by then. After turning around many times, they came to a house full of people. He approached a young man and whispered, "How is it going?" "Not very smoothly." The young man shook his head. That person has a bit of talent. Before that, he had asked someone to assassinate the boss of the Cursed Dream Society in Country R. Ahem, no, not assassination, but persuasion. Persuade him to commit suicide quickly. This would be better for the whole world. Unfortunately, The progress has not been smooth. It's okay, this is normal, otherwise it wouldn't be so valuable. Take your time, and always put your own safety first. After saying a few more words, he turned and went to the next room. The people sitting in this room are all auxiliary talents. Although these talents are not strong in combat, they are very strong in other aspects. I have a business here. Chapter 242. He had a peaceful life here, eating and sleeping at home. Every day, she went to the space to plant crops and care about the growth of mushrooms, but outside, there was a storm. It was completely chaotic. A few days ago, someone took action and exchanged all the mushrooms that were easier to exchange. Every person who exchanged left a message for Ji, asking her not to be polite and tell them what she wanted, and everything would be easy. These were all powerful people among the gifted. Compared with the top, the bottom is crazy. All over the world, countless people who were originally adapted to extreme heat fell down because of pain. Unfortunately, the current medical conditions do not allow them to die in pain without treatment. The first straw that broke the camel's back was the first gifted person who died in this disaster. Not all gifted people are strong. Some gifted people failed to pass the game, but their abilities were not lost. Although these gifted people cannot buy supplies in the mall, but they still live more comfortably than ordinary people. Many of them have become the backbone of their families after the natural disaster. They gave food and clean water to their relatives and drank raw water themselves, thinking that they were strong and would be fine. How could they not panic when such a thing suddenly happened? Not only were they panicked, but their families were also panicked. If the backbone fell, how would they live? A few days later, he saw the message sent by Chung Jun. The clothes are ready and have been mailed to you. Please receive them. Our National Research Institute has discovered that the cause of this illness is water pollution. People drink a lot of raw water, causing the accumulation of worm eggs in the body. Although I know you don't drink raw water, I still want to tell you. We will post this news in the store. In the future, the National Store will also post some news in addition to selling things. Another thing is that the food grown after the natural disaster, whether it is the original seeds of our country or the seeds purchased from the gifted mall, contains a substance that cannot be detected for the time being. Excessive use of this substance will also cause a burden on the human body. I can't find a reason to avoid it for now. He looked at the message. This Chung Jun and Jing are really two different types of people. She basically didn't reply to messages these days, but Chung Jun kept sending her messages. Most of the time he would tell her some news, and a few times he would say something that young people should say to get closer. Just thinking about it, the phone popped up a notification sound. It was a video released by the country. Insects crawled out of the 7 orifices of a dead person, a video without censorship. At the end of the video, the experts' investigation results were also written. Related to drinking water. Water resources are now seriously polluted, and there are many insect eggs and parasites in the water. People now generally choose to drink raw water because of the lack of fuel and unwillingness to waste. It's okay in the short term, but this habit of drinking raw water has persisted for several months. The accumulated insects in the human body will hatch and eat away the internal organs, and the patient will have a swollen abdomen and cough up blood. In severe cases, there will be convulsions, foaming at the mouth, fainting, etc. As for the solution, it is also quite simple. There are some known anti-worm drugs that can work. Although the effect of a single pill is not very good, if you take a large amount, your life will definitely be fine. At the end of the video, the expert calls on everyone to take anhelmintics. So now the problem comes. Those who have food and medicine will not drink raw water. Those who drink raw water have no food and no medicine. The search for medicine swept the world. Because this disease is not in country A, but worldwide, and it is hot, and there are basically few countries that boil water for drinking. Some outbreaks occurred early, and some broke out late. Some countries did not believe the news released by country A, thinking it was nonsense. It was just a stomachache. How could it be related to insect plague? But they were slapped in the face later. A few days after this information was released, people in many countries were reported to have stomachaches. Then many people came forward to confirm that what country A said was true. That information was not wrong at all. At one time, many people ran to Jihee's backstage to beg her to buy some insecticide. But no one dared to provoke her at this time. All of them are easy to talk about and negotiate, and they have to be purchased with supplies. After all, if you provoke him now, you have to consider whether you can afford his revenge. There are many people in the world who are looking forward to someone provoking Xiantian to borrow another 50 billion, so that they can go to the bounty list to exchange for mushrooms. It's better to be someone from your own country, so that they can also exchange heads for some mushrooms. If you don't believe it, just look at the president of the Cursed Dream Society, who is still fleeing outside, and Haugen Yotsuin, who died without a complete body. As for Xiantian borrowing another 50 billion in combat power, no one doubts it this time. Haugen Yotsuin is a tough guy, and he died so miserably. I'm afraid he will be a tough guy to borrow another 50 billion from Xiantian. Can't afford to provoke. Chapter 243. I don't know when the wind direction on the internet began to change. When everyone talked about borrowing another 50 billion from Xiantian, they couldn't hide their indie. 18 years old, a young genius, extraordinary talent, strong fighting ability, money, food, strength, and a future. A youth with 4 qualities. You can never find such a perfect person again. It doesn't matter whether it's a man or a woman. This is the least worth mentioning thing in her outstanding life. A large number of people appeared in Jihee's backstage and left messages asking for support. Even those who were cursing in the world before disappeared instantly. Director Su, because the water source is polluted, from today on, everyone should boil the water distributed at home before drinking, and make sure to boil it for more than 5 minutes each time to kill bacteria and insect eggs. Director Su, the government will also filter and disinfect the water sent in advance, please rest assured. Director Su, because of the increase in various costs and the high consumption of water sources during filtration, the water source sent down every day has been reduced to 700 milliliters. I hope everyone can understand and tolerate each other. Director Su, a batch of anthelmintics has been urgently dispatched from above, and the quantity is not sufficient, so children around 10 years old should be used first, and the elderly and adults need to wait. Director Su, families with more than 3 people living in the family can bring their ID cards and household registration books to the exchange office to buy a seed from the talent mall, which can be exchanged with credit points or materials. The years are quiet. The life of the elderly is not a life. Why should the elderly wait? When we were young, we paid so much tax, contributed more than others, and were weaker, so we should be treated first. Keek's mother, you are really interesting. How old are you? Your body functions have declined. Even if you are saved, how many years can you live? Children are the hope of a nation. If all the children die, the country will be finished. Shan-gu, old lady, don't make trouble. It's already this time. We middle-aged people haven't said anything. Why are you standing up? What's up? Your butt isn't swollen anymore, can you stand up? A peaceful life. What's wrong with the elderly? The elderly are also human beings. They also have human rights. We also need equal treatment opportunities. Home with 2 treasures. Stop arguing. Don't you see that the daily water supply has decreased? One person only drinks 700 milliliters. In such hot weather, you will die of thirst before you are tortured to death by the disease. There have been many cases of people dying of thirst near our community. Professional foodie. Not to mention far away, where can I get firewood? How long has it been since we cooked at home? We have exchanged iron pots for food. Now you want us to cook at home? What a joke. Home has 2 treasures. Planting vegetables? What a joke. Planting vegetables does not require water. They are seeds, not food that can be eaten directly. You can't even feed yourself. So why plant vegetables? What a joke. Director Su, people with good health can go out and exchange supplies for firewood and ceramic pots. At the same time, everyone can rent them. Each person will boil water once a day, which takes at most half an hour. The rest of the time, you can rent the pot out and increase your income. Home has 2 treasures. It used to be shared bicycles, but now we are sharing big pots? Wu Wang, who has medicine? I have a seriously ill patient at home. If he is not given medicine, he will not survive in the next few days. Please help me and sell me some. Thank you. Shan-gu, where can we get it? I am still lying at home. You go to the hospital. Wu Wang, I went to the hospital, but they said that they would not accept patients over 60 years old. We need to wait in line. They asked us to go home and wait, but my parents can't wait. Shan-gu, man, I don't know what to say. I really don't have any medicine. My child used to drink boiled water, and there is no problem for the time being. Dong Rishiome, everyone, please save my little granddaughter. My granddaughter is only 11 years old. We went to the hospital but were refused admission. She is in so much pain at home now that she is skinny. I can't even buy her a painkiller. I wish I could kill myself back then. Please have pity on me, and help me find some anthelmintic tablets for my child. I count out to everyone. I am willing to give everything to anyone who can save my granddaughter. No one replied in the group. He had no way of refusing the supplies sent by the system backend. It was like the difference between sending money via Alipay and WeChat. One is accepted by default, and the other requires the owner's consent. System supplies are accepted by default. Unless he wants to spend some extra silver coins, she will accept all the supplies sent to her. Since the system opened this function, many people have sent her supplies in order to build a good relationship. Ji saw it and said nothing. Except for the boss of the Cursed Dream Society, all the other rewards she posted in the mall have been taken away. During this period, more people came to her to buy things than at the beginning. Ji ignored them all. It's not that he doesn't want to sell, but it's not the right time to sell. Many of the gifted people were trapped by the system this time. Although they successfully completed the task, they couldn't resist the temptation in the end and didn't bring back any supplies. The whole family needs to eat, so they naturally have to find a way to buy food. Now the only places where you can buy food and water are game stores and government stores. Not to mention the game itself, as water sources have become more and more precious in the past few days, the price of mineral water in the mall has also started to rise, from the original 10 copper coins/bottle to 30 copper coins/bottle. Multiply it 10 times. 3 silver coins/bottle. Those who can afford it don't need to buy it. Those who want to drink it can't afford it. The mall has become a place that can be seen, but not bought. As the extreme heat lasts longer, water resources are becoming more and more precious. Country A is still lucky, and the government is still using water supply to maintain social stability. Countries outside have already started fighting, and I don't know how many battles have been fought over water, which has also made them more and more anxious. Anxiety about the unknown, anxiety about not knowing when the natural disaster will end. Many people have died of thirst around Ji during this period. At first, everyone would feel sad about the death of others, but now they have become numb. Because they don't know how long they can live. Even Director Su, who had been diligently patrolling before, has become a shriveled old lady during this period. She is not a gifted person. The heavy workload and long-term lack of water have caused her health to be in a critical condition. But she still insists on patrolling around with a loudspeaker every day. Chapter 244. Comfort those families who are in desperate situation because of lack of medicine and supplies. Just like after natural disasters, some people reveal their true colors and start to go crazy. Similarly, some people have their own persistence. Ji looked at Director Su, who came to bring her water again, and shook her head. Director, you drink it. I don't want it. Silly child, who doesn't drink water? You keep insisting. Our country is working hard. It will be fine soon. You young people are the hope of the future. Director Su aged several years in just 1 year, but he was still optimistic. Director, I am a gifted person. I have water. Director Su was confused. How could the poorest child around them be a gifted person? Girl, don't lie to me. Don't you want to live? Why are you still talking nonsense? Director Su wanted to touch Ji's forehead with his sandy hands, but she dodged it. Well, Director Su, you know I don't want water anyway. Director Su still didn't believe it, but her voice was hoarse, and she didn't want to talk more. Okay. Even if you are a gifted person, you still need to drink water. Other gifted people have water. How can you not want it? Hurry up and collect it. I have been talking to you for too long and my voice is hoarse. After that, she found a water bottle and filled it with water, stuffed it to Ji and turned away. This child seems stupid. What's wrong with being a gifted person? Gifted people from other families also get water. She is not happy to get an extra portion. The country did not say that gifted people are not allowed to get water. Besides, she does not believe that this girl is a gifted person. She must not want to live anymore, so she said that. Being alone, he is also a pitiful person. Ji held the slightly turbid water, was silent for a moment, and quietly closed the door. It's rare that he didn't lie. Why don't you believe it? She is not only a gifted person, but also a terrifyingly strong gifted person, who can fight monsters alone. Go back to the house and continue watching the drama. In the middle of the night, after dinner, Ji opened the game mall, and started to put water, and other supplies on the shelves. It was either mineral water, or ordinary lake water, and the exchange items were various professional fighting teaching videos and medals. A copy of each national training plan. It's almost time to let it sit for so long. She will soon enter the 4-star level, so she needs to prepare in advance. It's obvious that the 4-star level must be difficult. She needs to be fully prepared. After putting the supplies on the shelves, Ji was about to exit when she saw someone in the backstage send her a teleportation prop. Dora's special prop for skipping classes. Dora doesn't like to go to school, but her mother always sends her to school, so she awakened this tool specifically for skipping classes. It can be used once every 24 hours, and the distance of each transmission is random, and does not exceed 3,000 meters. Note, it's okay SOSO. Gee. Not bad, I will give gifts according to this standard in the future. This is her worth, as the richest person in the world. As time went by, some people took deworming medicine and recovered and were discharged from the hospital, while others had no medicine, and their mild illness became severe, and finally died in pain. Many people posted death videos online to spread the atmosphere of panic, and a group of people took revenge on society before they died, beating anyone they saw, causing some chaos. It's not so bad in China, because the government has recycled a large number of weapons. Even if someone wants to retaliate against society, it's hard to find weapons outside. At most, they can just take small stones and go out to beat people. It's not that these people don't want to find big stones, but they can't find them outside now, because they are all picked up by people who pick up rubbish every day and go home to build stoves. As for wooden tables, chairs and benches, are you kidding? Wood can be used to make fire. It's such a precious resource. How can I leave it for you? Today's society has entered a stage where everyone is scavenging. Even some of the weaker talents have gone out to scavenge for scraps during this period. And in the end, these people who are taking revenge on society are often rushed over by enthusiastic people and knocked down before they cause much chaos, and taken to the neighborhood committee to collect food, make the last contribution of their lives. And everyone who finds will laugh as happy as if they won 5 million. It is said above that if you find and catch a person who intends to harm society, you will be rewarded with 1 kilogram of rice. You can get it at the nearest neighborhood committee. This is a very high reward. Therefore, after the corpse pickers, there is another job unique to the end of the world, the corpse catchers. People who are tortured to the end of the disease basically have no strength. As long as they aim and rush forward, they can basically catch one accurately. More importantly, they have to prevent someone from snatching people from them. Those guys inside, put the people down for me. Bullshit, let your mother go look at my fist. You dare to touch me? I take you to the toilet. You never come back. I have a talent. What a joke, who doesn't have one? I have one too. If you dare to reach out, I won't even give you a chance to return it. I have to rely on you to support my dozens of old men and women in the future. You? For days later, he was collecting mushrooms in the space. She had a small bamboo basket on her arm, and was carefully cutting the mushrooms off the rotten wood for the insect-attracting mushroom cultivation with a knife. Since she knew that someone had worms in their stomach, she started to plant worm-inducing mushrooms in the space, and just harvested them today. A worm-inducing mushroom wood is about 1 meter long, but less than 2 meters long. If it is suspended in the air, as long as it is given enough water, mushrooms may grow on the top and bottom of the wood, and a total of more than 100 can be harvested. Although the ability is much worse than the worm-inducing mushrooms obtained in the dungeon, he does not dislike it. Anyway, she doesn't need it. After carefully confirming that there is no mushroom on the worm-inducing wood, he found a large sack to store this batch of scrapped worm-inducing wood, and threw it back into the storage space. I can use it to make a fire later. After putting on his clothes and mask, he locked the door, and started to walk out. It was dark at night, and he walked silently in the dark without turning on the flashlight. The wind blew up dust, and covered people's heads and faces. With the large-scale death of plants, excessive felling of trees, and long-term water shortage, the land has become seriously desertified. Even a small wind that is usually inconspicuous can blow up a lot of sand. At first, no one cared, but the wind and sand have gradually become serious in the past few days, and tornadoes have blown in some areas. Although their city hasn't had a sandstorm yet, it has already shown signs of a sandstorm. The visibility is very low. You can take a pound of soil with you when you go out and come back home. It makes people stay at home more and more. He didn't come out to eat soil this time. She wanted to find a seriously ill patient to test whether her insect-inducing mushrooms are effective. Chapter 245. Although she didn't think she was a good person, she didn't want to be a liar. When he walked in the dark for half an hour, and didn't meet anyone, she knew she couldn't go on like this. If she continued walking like this, she might not be able to find a critically ill patient even if she walked until dawn. Thinking that the good things should be kept in the family, he turned and walked towards Dong Rishiome's house. During this period, Dong Rishiome posted videos of her granddaughter getting sick in the group every day, asking everyone to help find medicine, but no one could find it, and everyone could only watch the little girl getting weaker and weaker. It's not that people don't help, it's that in the first few months of the natural disaster, all the medicines were collected by the higher-ups. At that time, there were people with foresight talents, who worked day and night to collect all the supplies. Even if someone had some, it was just the medicines that were usually kept at home. After so many months of consumption, even if there was any left, it wasn't much. How could they give it away at this time? The situation of Dong Rishiome's family was known to their neighbors, and it was not an exaggeration to say that the family was penniless. Living conditions are at the bottom of the list. Even if there are channels that can provide medicine now, it is too expensive and she can't afford it. But who would be willing to give it away for free? Everyone has relatives. If you give it away at this time, will your relatives at home die without medicine when they are sick? This cannot be said to be selfish. After all, everyone will make this choice. No one will give up the chance of life to strangers and let their relatives die. That's a fool. So no matter how much you feel sorry for it, there is no other way except to say a few words to comfort them, and say some innocuous words. Dong Rishiome lost her husband at an early age and never remarried. She raised her son by herself and later married a daughter-in-law. The family usually made a living by selling vegetables at the morning market. They lived a happy life before the natural disaster. Although their conditions were not as good as those of the rich and powerful, they had enough food and drink. Her home was not far from Jihee's home, about 20 minutes walk away. It was also a small courtyard, and she had built a new 2-story house. I heard that she had just used up all her savings before the natural disaster, and the new house did not enjoy a happy life, but suffered from the disaster instead. Their family was originally in good condition. During this natural disaster, they had secretly stored some food. But when the thieves came, they saw that her house was the best and went straight to her house. They took away all the food and smashed the glass of her windows and everything in the house. Fortunately, the family was out at the time and did not escape the disaster at home. They finally saved money to repair the house and had a future. Later, they met someone selling fake seeds, and the result was, Jihee walked to their house, looked around, took a few steps back, took a run, jumped, stepped on the wall, and jumped over the high wall. When she jumped over the fence, she vaguely saw a lot of glass and nails on the top of the fence, probably to prevent robbers. Silently fell in the yard. Jihee looked into the house, and there was a light on, so someone should be at home taking care of the children. She was wearing a mask and her clothes were not her usual clothes, so she was not afraid of Dong Rishiome recognizing her, but just in case. She still had to knock them all down. She walked to the gate of the yard and knocked hard on the door. After making sure that the people in the house heard it, she dodged and hid behind the door. The person in the house hesitated and called a few times. Seeing that no one answered, he stood at the door and hesitated for a while. Finally, he carefully opened the door and walked into the yard. Jihee took this opportunity to rush out and knocked the person down before the person could react. This person was Dong Rixumiai's daughter-in-law. Because he didn't know how long the worm-attracting mushroom would take effect, in order to prevent accidents, Jihee directly tied up Dong Rixumiai's daughter-in-law's eyes and hands and feet. He took her back to the house. She closed the door again. The house was in a bad condition, with a strong odor, and was very dirty. The floor was covered with dirt. Jihee brought her in and left her alone. She did not forget the purpose of her visit. She started looking for the little girl. After searching several rooms, she finally found the little girl, who was not conscious in the basement. It is said that there are no fools. This family has not been idle during this period. They secretly dug a basement in their home, and usually eat and live in it. It is quite well hidden. Otherwise, if the basement door was not closed when the woman came out, she might not have found it so quickly. Jihee walked to the head of the little girl's bed and quickly covered her hands, feet, eyes, and mouth. She covered what needed to be covered and tied what needed to be tied. After finishing all this, she looked carefully to make sure that the nose was still exposed, and then took out the insect-attracting mushroom. Although she was not noble, she didn't want to kill an 11-year-old child. The girl didn't wake up when Jihee was busy with a set of things. It can be seen that the situation is really not good. If it is not treated, it will be in the next 2 days. As soon as the worm-inducing mushroom was taken out, Jihee walked to a distance of 1 meter and began to observe. At first, there was no change. After a few minutes, the little girl began to twitch all over and sweat began to appear on her forehead. She seemed to be struggling. Jihee thought about it, walked up, tore off the cloth on the child's mouth, and threatened in a hoarse male voice, "If you don't want to die, shut up." The 11-year-old child already understood the situation. Even if she was scared, she didn't dare to cry. She begged softly, "Uncle, please let me go. There are worms on my body. My meat is not delicious. Shut up." The little girl was about to break. He suspected that she was a pervert. She looked at the little girl crying and shaking, and she actually wanted to laugh. It was really good to be a bad guy, and it was always good to be a bad guy. She couldn't expose herself yet, so she could only let the little girl suffer for a while. After a few minutes, the little girl couldn't bear the pain and cried out. He was afraid of attracting people, so he threatened, "If you dare to make a sound, I will kill you." The main reason was that she used the worm-attracting mushroom for the first time, and she didn't know where the worm would come out, so she didn't dare to block the girl's mouth. Otherwise, what if the worm couldn't crawl out? She had planned it all for today. If the worm-attracting mushrooms didn't work, she would leave some anthelmintics for the girl as a reward for scaring her. Although it was just ordinary anthelmintics, it was enough for her. Hearing Jihee's threat, the girl didn't dare to make a sound and closed her mouth tightly. But the next second she couldn't bear it and made a retching sound. It was like a switch. The girl began to retch continuously, one after another. She struggled to crawl to the edge of the bed and began to vomit non-stop with her face facing outward. He watched as she vomited out a group of long-threaded worms, which were wriggling and struggling on the ground, looking very disgusting. Then they seemed to have found the direction and crawled towards the worm-attracting mushrooms together. Chapter 246. He hurriedly took the insect-attracting mushrooms farther away. But it was too far away, and the insect-attracting mushrooms seemed to have no effect. The girl stopped vomiting, and the insects crawled around on the ground like flies on the roof. He experimented back and forth a few times, and found that the closer to the girl, the better the effect of the insect-attracting mushrooms, and the farther away from the girl, the worse the effect of the insect-attracting mushrooms. The limit is 3 meters. If it is farther away, the insects in the girl's body will not be able to sense it. Moreover, the insect-attracting mushrooms can not only attract the insects in the girl's body, but also attract fart bugs and mosquitoes outside. After a while, He suspected that all the bugs in the room had come. 20 minutes later, the girl stopped vomiting and collapsed on the bed with a pale face. The stainless steel rice washing basin on the outside of the worm-attracting mushrooms on the ground was densely packed with bugs. She used a stick to pick up the stainless steel basin expressionlessly, and put the mushrooms at the bottom into the space. She was not going to take this stainless steel basin away, so she would just leave it here. It was bought wholesale for $9.9, and she had a lot of space, so she didn't feel bad about throwing it away. And it was brand new, there were no marks on it, and no fingerprints of hers, so there was no need to worry about being exposed. Putting a bowl of millet in the bowl they were eating in the room, Jihee turned and walked away. I hope this little girl can survive. When they came to the first floor, the woman who Jihee had knocked unconscious had not woken up yet, so she used her gloved hands to help her tear off the tape on her mouth. Don't suffocate to death, that would be a real sin. Turning around and leaving, Jihee jumped up and quickly disappeared into the night. An hour later, Dong Rishiome and her son came back exhausted. They went out to look for medicine for several hours, but found nothing. As soon as they entered the door, they were shot by their wife/daughter-in-law struggling on the ground. Oh my God, what happened? Child, go and see the child. I was knocked unconscious. I don't know how the child is. The woman almost cried with joy when she heard the familiar voice. No one understood how scared she was in the previous hour. She didn't dare to scream, for fear that someone would hear her and kill her. She was also afraid that her child had been killed. Mom, go see the child. Come, I untie you. Wang Du, Dong Rixiumi's son, urged his mother to go see the child, and he quickly untied his wife. Oh, okay. Dong Rixiumi was a little confused. She quickly ran to the open basement, and the scene inside almost scared her to death. The place was crawling with tiny insects, and her little granddaughter was lying helplessly on the bed. Ah! Half an hour later, the family sat together, and finally figured out what was going on. So, a good man came to our house, killed the worms for our child, and left us a bowl of millet? This, you said it was embarrassing. He just helped our child to kill the worms. Why did he leave millet? We can't find him here, how can we go back? Dong Rishiome's granddaughter was still a little weak at this time. He is a very fierce uncle. Child, this uncle is not a very fierce one, but a good one. He saved your baby's life. He is a good person. Remember, you must not tell anyone about this. Just tell others that your grandma found the medicine and gave it to you. You must remember this. Mom, we must keep this to ourselves. That person obviously doesn't want others to know. We can't do such an ungrateful thing, understand? Don't worry, your mother has lived for so many years, she knows everything. I got the medicine for my granddaughter today. Hey, what's wrong with the world now? Good people dare not show their good deeds. Okay, hurry up. Stop thinking about useless things. Go cook some millet porridge for my granddaughter. The child hasn't eaten for a long time. She is sick and her bones are all broken. She needs to be nourished. Okay, I go now. He returned home and took a shower in the space first. The sandstorm outside has become more serious these days. My nostrils are almost blocked by the dirt after going out. As usual, after a round in the space, he did not put the worm-attracting mushrooms on the shelf immediately, but took out the spicy crab and spicy shrimp to start eating. She is in a very good mood now. She won't be affected by the bug she just saw. After eating and drinking, she started to exercise according to the video. After all, there is no teacher to guide her, so she can only practice as much as possible according to the video. 2 hours later, he opened the store. She has started to put supplies on the shelves in the past few days. She put the worm mushrooms on the shelves of the store, and also wrote down the instructions for use. She guessed that the worm mushrooms should be useless for those patients with mild symptoms. The worms in the body are still in the egg state, and have not turned into worms. Even if they feel attracted, they can't come out. If you want to cure it at this time, you have to use insecticide. Insect-attracting mushrooms can only target those insects that have already hatched. Choose weapons or gold coins as exchange items. Now in Ji's shop, metal can only buy food and water, such as loaches and snails. The price is still the same as other people, selling at market prices. For mushrooms and props with special functions, her exchange items have become silver coins and weapons and other things that are not easy to obtain. At this time, there are still 3 kinds of materials to upgrade the space. After the initial mass death, the worm disease was brought under control. Knowing the cause of the disease, people all over the world began to drink filtered water and boiled it carefully for 5 minutes before drinking it, which effectively eliminated the risk of worm eggs hatching. The water shortage problem has become another difficult problem facing people. Now the water source distributed every day has been reduced to 500 milliliters per person, and there is basically nothing left after boiling it. People have entered a stage of extreme water shortage. Not to mention Africa, where no one cares. If you can find water, you drink it. If you can't find it, you die of thirst. It rains all night. The water shortage problem has not been solved. Sandstorms and tornadoes are coming again. Jihee's city is lucky. It hasn't encountered a tornado yet, just a sandstorm, but her neighboring city has encountered one. I heard that many houses have been blown away by the tornado, and the internet is now disconnected. Before he had time to rejoice, she found that her mobile phone could not connect to the internet. After trying several times, nothing worked. She opened the game chat channel. Xiao, it's over, no internet, I feel abandoned by the world. Seeing snow in the wind, don't mention it, my internet has been down for 2 days. Because of the tornado and sandstorm, the government can't spare any manpower to maintain the network. Ha, I'd rather die without the internet. You're lucky to have me. You still have time to go online. You don't know what the 2-star version is like. Why don't you practice it now? It seems that I can't go online for the time being. He doesn't know when she can recover, but she thinks it's hanging. It's good to be able to hold on for so long. Chapter 247. The sandstorm was fierce, and the stability that was already difficult to maintain was instantly reduced to its original state. The visibility was too low, so the water trucks and grain trucks could not arrive on time. The whole city seemed like an isolated island. Director Sue and Captain Chi have been running around these days, trying to stabilize the masses, but a good cook cannot cook without rice. Without supplies, the people who are about to die of thirst and hunger have no way to calm down. Fortunately, there is still a system. During this period, the system has replaced the original network and become the only way to communicate. During this period of time, the water and food that he brought back from the dungeon last time have all been sold out. Now the only thing missing for the space upgrade is one kind of energy stone. But the bounty she issued before, the head of the boss of the Dream Curse Society, has not been taken away. Many people explained to her that the boss of the Dream Curse Society is very talented, and that place is the territory of Country R, so it is not so easy to kill him smoothly. They made several arrangements, but the man successfully avoided them, and he almost killed him once. In short, he is very dangerous. He didn't say anything, after all. She couldn't go to Country R to hunt him down in person. It was useless to say anything else. As for asking the country to use props to hunt him down, she didn't mention it. After all, if it really came to that, her price would definitely not be enough. At night, she was stocking the store, and suddenly she felt palpitations. She wanted to make a prediction, But she thought that her body would be weak for a while after using the prediction. And now it has been more than a month since she came out of the game, and she could be notified by the game at any time. So she stopped again. If we predict now, she will definitely not be in her prime when she enters the game. And the next time she enters the game, it will be a 4-star game. She must be fully prepared. After closing her eyes, Ji-hee adjusted her mood and was about to sit down. A familiar system prompt sounded in her ears. Borrow another 50 billion from the sky. Hello, Ichiro Noda wants to summon you over. The time is about 5 hours. You will be sent back after the summoning time is over. Are you willing? You have 1 minute to consider. 60:59. Ji-hee lowered her head and thought about it, and she decided to go. Nothing else, just petty, just want to kill this guy. She looked down at the time. There were still 10 minutes to 12 o'clock. She didn't know whether she would enter the dungeon today, so she might as well prepare herself first. If she couldn't enter, she could just take it off. She quickly put on the clothes knitted from floating animal fur, and then put on a sports suit on the outside. Then she took out the mud and made her face look like a husband's sacrifice, and then clicked the consent at the last minute. Of course, she didn't forget to sit in the newly exchanged tank. On the other side, Ichiro Noda sat on the pile of corpses, confused, helpless and furious. Why didn't this prop work? He spent nearly 100,000 tons of food to exchange for this prop. How can it not work? Why haven't the people been brought yet? The next second, a huge tank appeared in front of him. Then came a series of artillery shells. Ichiro Noda, ? Ji-hee fired several artillery shells in a row before she was able to observe the surroundings. She was now in a cemetery. The night was dark, and the green candlelight in the venue was swaying in the wind. The surrounding environment was gloomy and terrifying. In front of her, countless fresh corpses were lying on the ground. Red blood dyed the ground, and an unpleasant stench filled the nose. There was no sign of Ichiro Noda. Ji-hee thought of his talent, and never thought that he could be killed in one shot. Turn the tank camera. The target was found quickly. The shell did not cause any harm to him. At this time, Ichiro Noda was facing away from Ji-hee, and was pointing a knife at a middle-aged man. The man spoke Japanese language and kept begging. No, no, please, please. Noda Ichiro did not hesitate, and cut the man's neck with a knife. Scarlet blood spurted out, but he laughed. Ji-hee, What, you want to scare her? Just kidding. This man really overestimated her moral level. Her moral level is that she has no morals. Regardless of the hostages on the opposite side, he pressed the launch button without hesitation. Seeing this, Ichiro Noda didn't bother to show off his talent anymore, and used his talent directly. As expected, the shells were not blocked when they entered the man's body. The imagined scene of being blown to pieces did not appear. All the shells disappeared instantly after entering his body, without causing any harm to him. And he stood there, still killing people with his back to Ji-hee. Instead, a man's body was suddenly blown away in the distance. He died instantly. Ichiro Noda, the boss of the Cursed Dream Society, has the ability to transfer freely. The name is ordinary, but the ability is extraordinary. He can transfer the damage he has received to people who are afraid of him. He keeps killing people in front of Ji-hee, just to make Ji-hee feel afraid of him. A normal person will involuntarily feel fear in his heart when seeing so many of his peers being killed. This is a kind of grief for his peers. This fear varies in degree. Some people overcome it, and it will not hinder their actions, and it may even turn into motivation and burst out with greater power. But as long as it happens, he can transfer the harm to this person. Then he is invincible. He pulled Ji-hee here, and killed her in front of her for this purpose. He wanted to make Ji-hee feel fear, so that Ji-hee's life would be in his hands. Before coming, Ji-hee had thought about how to kill this man. Finally, he concluded that it would not work as long as there were living people around him. As long as there were people around who were afraid of him, he could transfer the harm to those people. There were nearly 10 people under his feet, and fear flashed in each of their eyes. These were all his human shields. Before these people died, this man would not be hurt at all. She didn't speak, and Noda Ichiro couldn't help at first. These people died because of you, you killed them. Okay, start moral kidnapping. Don't talk to me, I have stupidity and disgusting. Ji-hee waved his hand and started to take out the drone. Chapter 248. Noda Ichiro saw Ji-hee lower her head and thought she was afraid. He became even more rampant. If it weren't for you, these people would still be alive and well. They all died in vain because of you. After death, they will go to the 18 levels of hell and ask for your life. The man grabbed a woman's neck and lifted her up to face Ji-hee. The woman struggled and looked at Ji pleadingly. Save me, save me, save me. Noda Ichiro looked at Ji with malice on his face. If you commit suicide, these children can live, otherwise they all died because of you. Ji was shocked. Ji was puzzled. Isn't this the bloody drama she secretly watched in the TV series of The Villagers when she was a child, the scene where the leader of the righteous path committed suicide for a stranger? When she was a child, she didn't understand how good it is to be alive, rich and powerful, eat whatever you want. Why die for a stranger? If they are related, it's fine. The main thing is that he doesn't know these people. From the bottom of her heart, she has lived for so many years, and she really never thought that this scene would happen to her. What virtue and ability does she have to be the protagonist of this scene? When has she ever given others such a positive image? How could anyone really think that she would commit suicide for a stranger after a few words? Is this person stupid? No, you bald fool. What do you think? You don't really think I would commit suicide for a stranger, do you? You are mentally ill. You didn't even blink when you killed him. But when it's my turn, you have high expectations of me? This made Noda Ichiro silent. That's the truth. But are you really not struggling at all? Based on her performance in borrowing 50 billion from Xiang Tian for such a long time, she should be a person with a high sense of morality. Like many people in country A, she is hypocritical and has a bottom line. Such people are the easiest to deal with. But how come the development of this situation is so wrong? She should be scared, heartbroken and self-blaming when she saw so many people die tragically. But why is she not sad at all? This is not right. Just when Ichiro Noda suspected that his talent was not working, he suddenly heard a strange sound. When he looked up, countless drones were hanging above his head. They were so dense that they almost surrounded the sky. There were at least hundreds of them. At the same time, a shadow emerged from the machine gun on top of the tank and shot directly at him. He showed no intention of holding back. Damn it! The next second, bombs were thrown over his head and dust filled the sky. After a round of bombs, Ji still didn't hear the familiar system prompt sound. She knew that this man was not dead. He was really lucky. Just before another round, she heard a familiar electronic prompt. Dear Xiang Tian Zaiji Wubiao, hello, the game is about to start, please be ready. Because you have obtained the admission ticket to the 4-star version of the Rika continent, this game will be automatically transferred to the 4-star version. I wish you a safe return. 3, 2, 1. Ji opened her eyes again and was surrounded by 4 tall walls of flesh, and she was sandwiched in the middle. She soon discovered that this time, she was no longer surrounded by humans, but giant beasts of different races. At this time, a deafening roar came from her left side. Hey, where did the underage dwarf come from? Have you stopped breastfeeding? Looking in the direction of the voice, Jihee's neck and body were almost tilted at a 45-degree angle before she could see the full appearance of the talking monster. It was a monster with white curly hair all over its body, and 4 sharp teeth on its mouth. He looked down at her with malicious eyes flashing. One of his hands was bigger than her head. After this punch, she didn't know if she could see the sun tomorrow. At this time, another sharp voice came from the right. That's right, an underage female is here to participate in the competition? Go home and drink milk quickly. The speaker was a thin and tall monster with hard armor all over his body, and a head like an alien. As he spoke, his saliva dripped onto the floor tiles, corroding a deep pit. And he was not even as tall as his thigh. He looked like a dwarf in front of her. At this moment, she was like a dwarf who had strayed into the land of giants, pitiful and helpless. At this time, a familiar reminder sounded in my ears. Hello, dear official players, welcome to the 4-star level treasure competition. The treasure competition is the most watched annual competition in the Rika continent. Every year, countless races travel across the stars to the Rika continent to participate in this event. And you will represent your race to participate in this event. Mission: clear the competition and get the top 3. Note: please go all out, otherwise your life will be in danger. I am speechless, really. Chapter 249. This game really looks down on her. This is a 4-star game. Let her get the top 3 in the game among so many aliens and monsters? It's impossible. There are at least hundreds of beasts around her, each carrying weapons, looking very ferocious, for these races that can even use saliva as a weapon. Her thin arms and legs are not enough for them to bite. Before he could think about it, a huge cheer suddenly sounded in the distance. The sound was deafening. Tansen! Tansen! Ah, it's Tansen! Shiwa, you are the strongest. Li Lei Ta, I believe you can do it. In the audience, countless cheerleaders stood up and cheered for their players, very enthusiastically. And with these cheers, the giant beasts around Ji He also waved their hands and shouted and jumped, and their emotions were extremely excited. Ji He stood in place, and was shocked to the point that her feet left the ground involuntarily. It was not that she didn't want to stabilize her body. Hundreds of giant beasts weighing thousands of pounds were jumping around her, and it was good that she didn't fall. Taking advantage of the gap when the giant beast beside her jumped, she looked around to see if there were any humans. But the giant beasts around her were too tall, like a flesh wall, blocking her completely. Except for the thick hair of various colors, she could not see anything at all. She tried her best to stabilize her body, and wanted to observe. Even if there were no humans, it would be good to have some familiar beasts. She also tried to touch the beasts of several races and throw some talents. All ended in failure. They were very alert. Even in this situation, whenever Ji He tried to create an accident and approached him unintentionally, they would subconsciously avoid him. Ji He frowned unconsciously. A real warrior. This was going to be tricky. As the cheers in the field became louder and louder, she looked up and saw countless silver round objects flying towards them and falling into the herd. Finally, when each beast had such a round ball, the atmosphere reached its peak, and the cheers were deafening. Ji He's head even hurt slightly because of the deafening shouting around. Just as she was trying to endure it. Finally, huge beast roars rang out in the field. The 188th treasure competition officially begins. Let us wish our contestants a safe return in advance. As soon as the voice fell, the next second, Ji He seemed to be thrown into a drum washing machine and spun wildly. The feeling of vomiting came to her heart, and she bit her lips tightly. Her eyes were red from holding it in, just to prevent herself from vomiting. If she vomited now, wouldn't she be vomiting all over herself? She couldn't stand it. When she opened her eyes again, she saw a crystal white world. The endless white ice surface and the blue sky complemented each other, and the cold wind whistled past, rolling up a piece of broken ice not far away, and fell on Ji He in pieces. It was like a heavy punch. They came to the ice field. The cold wind blew, and the dizziness and vomiting were instantly suppressed. Ji He's fingers were frozen and unconscious. There is a tendency to necrosis. At this moment, she couldn't help but feel lucky that she was well prepared and wore clothes made of floating animal fur. Otherwise, she would have frozen to death as soon as she came in. She quickly used healing magic to restore her fingers to health. Then she found gloves and put them on, and took out the flame mushroom and put it close to her body, and then she breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 250. This place is much colder than the snowy mountain where Rabbit's family lived last time. Even with this set of clothes, she could still feel the bone-chilling cold, but she was not frozen to death. Moving her body, Ji He looked up and looked around. Other giant beasts were obviously well prepared and entered the state earlier than Ji He. The thick fur and hard shell made them not afraid of the severe cold, and they could quickly enter the combat state even in such a cold area. The cold environment around them did not seem to cause any harm to them. Occasionally, the eyes that fell on Ji He were full of contempt. The weak ones were not worthy of participating in the competition. A sudden roar of an animal from a distance interrupted her thoughts. Following the sound, a group of icebergs with 4 legs were rushing towards them. They were really icebergs. Crystal clear, covered with layers of white snow. Short and thick icicles supported them to move quickly towards this side. Icebergs are big and small. The small icebergs are about 2 stories high, and the giant icebergs look like 8 or 9 stories high. Just when Ji He thought that the giant beasts around him would rise to the challenge and hit the iceberg, they turned around and ran. Damn it, iceberg beast, run quickly. Oh my god, such a big move at the beginning? What else are you not satisfied with? I didn't throw you into the house of flaming magma at the beginning, which was considered mercy. Hurry up and go. Hearing this, Ji He took out the Smurf without hesitation. What's the situation? Still keep it secret. If you are going to die, what's the point of keeping secrets? As soon as the Smurfs appeared, Ji He quickly jumped on them, and waved his hand to sprinkle 2 kilograms of white sugar. Smurfs, charge, charge quickly, charge. It was really terrible. In just a few seconds, those big icebergs were already in front of him, and the speed was faster than a 200-mile car. The beasts that roared just now had already run far away. Their huge bodies gave them a huge advantage in speed. And at this time, all those who fell behind were humans. The weakness of the human body was fully reflected at this time. In addition to her, there were 3 other people, 2 men and 1 woman, 2 white people, and 1 Asian man. Looking at the 3 people, Ji He's eyes flashed, and before she could think about it, the Smurf flew out. flying higher and higher with her. Just when she was about to completely leave the attack range of the iceberg, she suddenly felt a downward pressure, which made her chest a little stuffy. The SMF also gave Ji-hee feedback that it could not fly up. There was no way. Ji-hee could only grit his teeth and let it go down. It seems that the idea of flying to the sky to avoid is not feasible. I can only think of other ways. Lying on the cloud, looking back, Ji-hee couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Sure enough, they are all wealthy families. The three of them each have a floating island cloud. Now they are showing off their ferocious faces. That posture is much crazier than hers. It can be seen that they live a very wealthy life. Ji-hee, She sold this cloud wholesale. Lena, Peter, and Daeso all looked very ugly at this time. Knowing that it was a 4-star dungeon, they made a lot of preparations for participating in it, and they were mentally prepared when they came in. But they didn't expect it to be so thrilling at the beginning. They didn't give them any room to prepare. They encountered such a big crisis right at the beginning. It was completely different from the slow pace before. They didn't give people time to react at all. Elder Cloud was not fast enough. Even if they tried their best to sprinkle sugar, the distance between them and the iceberg was still getting shorter and shorter. Chapter 251. Fortunately, although old, she has good skills. Yun Duo dodged a few times and managed to dodge without any danger for the time being. Lena looked at the man next to her. Pete was also a ruthless man. She wanted to pull Pete to take the blame, but after thinking about it, she gave up the idea. She still had a trump card. It was not a life and death moment, so there was no need to tear her face apart. Pete also saw Lena next to him and frowned. How did this woman come in? What bad luck. Daeso, who was flying on the far left, stared at Ji-hee riding on the blue cloud in front of him. He could see at a glance that the flying speed of this cloud was much faster than theirs, and it was very flexible, completely different from their slowness. This kind of good thing would not be wasted if he used it. Ji-hee ignored the concerns of the people behind him, and looked at the icebergs behind. Riding on the clouds, although it was safe for the time being. But she did not feel relaxed at all at this moment. These icebergs were too fast. If they continued like this, not to mention the other three people, even she would be caught up. Just as she was thinking, she suddenly saw those icebergs begin to spin wildly on the ground. The way they moved forward changed from running to a tornado, and the speed was more than twice as fast. The white man was unable to dodge, and was almost hit by the spinning top. In the end, he used a prop to disappear. Ji-hee watched the cloud freeze into ice the moment it touched the iceberg, and then shattered into thousands of small ice cubes the next second. How many degrees below zero was this iceberg? Mr. Perfect, who left with the teleportation prop, had a distressed look on his face. Life-saving props were very precious, and he only had 2 on him. He used one at the beginning. How could he win the game? And that iceberg was so strong that it was terrifying. As soon as the cloud touched him, he could even feel a strong chill spreading through the cloud to his whole body. At that moment, his sixth sense reminded him frantically. He only had one feeling, which was to escape. Escape at all costs. So he didn't care about the pain, and decisively used the teleportation props to teleport to a place several thousand meters away. He was safe, and he was also away from the main group. He looked at the vast white, calmed down, chose a direction, and continued to move forward. In their country, he is also a talented person who ranks at the top, and he will never give up. His disappearance did not attract the attention of others, or even if others saw it, they would not care. This is not a team game. It all depends on personal ability. When the iceberg behind her caught up, the white woman at the end of the team used some acceleration props to increase the speed of Yun Duo instantly, and the whole person rushed directly into the big team. In addition, the man was not a vegetarian either. A glowing metal chain appeared out of thin air on his right hand, and he directly swung it to a monster. As the monster ran, he kept shortening the chain and flew forward. In the blink of an eye, Ji-hee became the last one. So, all the icebergs aimed their eyes at her. Several white tornadoes rushed straight towards Ji-hee. Ji-hee, Okay. Props, right? She was really not afraid. She lay on the cloud in a cross-legged yoga position, holding the cloud tightly with her left hand, and took out a big wind mushroom with her right hand and chewed it, and swallowed it. The next second, a gust of wind suddenly rolled up behind Ji-hee, carrying the cloud and her out quickly. Her eyes were blown by the strong wind, and she could only squint to aim in the direction. Chapter 252. Stretching out her hand, she struggled to pull out her goggles, and put them on. Only then did she feel better. On this side of the camera, under the hundreds of live cameras, naturally some viewers noticed Ji-hee. Although there were not many, only about 20 people. All underage females came to participate in the treasure competition? You use props now, money power. It's good to have money, I envy you to death. Is this the cloud on the floating island that is dying for sugar? The most snobbish. The flying speed is related to the purity of the sugar. The lower the pollution, the faster it flies. I swear with my 8 eyes that the sugar that this little female gave to this blue cloud is definitely less than 5% polluted. Aren't there still several of them? Don't you see how fast those clouds are flying? How lame. Why would such a rich female come to participate in the show when she can easily give such precious food to the clouds on the floating island? I noticed that she is the only underage female among all the contestants. What's wrong with being rich? Can she buy everything with money? She will be kicked out sooner or later. The beasts participating in this show are all cold-blooded warriors. They will not let her go just because she is an underage female. I think this little female is finished. He controlled the cloud to approach, and a stick came in her face. Stay away from me. Be careful or I will be rude. The blue cloud dodged nimbly, and he controlled it to take off and get away from the giant beast. Unlike the monsters in the previous copy who were full of kindness, after entering this game, these monsters didn't treat her very well. Ignoring was already considered relatively good, and there were countless beasts who looked at her with contempt and disdain. Many beasts would spit at he when she approached. Why do you like females to come here to participate in the show? You're wasting resources. You should give up your position. Fortunately, the show had just started, and it hadn't reached the stage of competing for treasures. Most of the beasts didn't use killing moves, but just threatened. He would be fine as long as she was careful not to get too close. She also kept a low profile, and tried not to attract attention. She found that when all the monsters were running, even if they ran very fast, they didn't get too close to each other, and they kept a certain distance from each other. Don't think that these beasts were not nice to they were even worse to other beasts. They were also tripping each other while running. They were still polite to mainly driving him away, and didn't really use any ruthless force. But they were really ruthless to the other orcs. She glanced at the camera that had been following her. They were really unscrupulous. In front of the camera, the hand was so ruthless. It was really not even pretending. At this time, she saw from the corner of her eye that a monster covered with mucus suddenly stretched out more than 10 tentacles to try to trip the alien monster beside it, but was caught and thrown away instead. It crashed into another unlucky monster. The tentacle monster took the opportunity to hug the black monster's head, tripped the monster with its tentacles, and jumped back into the team without any damage, continuing to cause damage. Seeing this, he silently manipulated the little cloud to fly a little higher, trying not to get close to any monster. Sure enough, when it comes to competition, there will be no harmony. Whether it's orcs or humans, it's the same. Just as the monsters in the team were tripping each other and playing dirty, several white whirlwinds suddenly appeared in front of the team. Chapter 253. They were running very fast, heading straight for the team, like a white tornado, carrying a lot of ice, instantly dispersing the entire team. Many alien beasts that came into direct contact with them turned into ice. They were eliminated on the spot. Of course, there were also strong ones, who were not afraid of freezing at all. Iceberg beast. There are also iceberg beasts ahead. I said it would not be so easy for us. Scatter quickly, spread out, find a new way. Damn it, don't block the way. You are a piece of trash. He controlled the Smurfs to fly quickly in the herd, trying to avoid others, but it was too chaotic. Iceberg beasts attacked them from outside, and beasts inside were trampling each other. In the chaos, Jihee's face was scratched by scattered ice cubes, and the red blood fell in the air, and the next second it turned into red ice beads. Scattered in the air. There was no time to heal. She controlled the Smurfs to dodge in the white whirlwind. The suction was too strong, and the Smurfs were a little out of control. This can't go on. The iceberg beast kept attacking the team, breaking up the team of hundreds of people, and dividing it into several small groups. He quickly searched for the target in the team. Got it. It was a black long-haired giant beast. His movements were steady and powerful, and even in such a strong wind, he ran fast and steady. Black and long hair, sturdy 8 legs, 4 arms, a sense of security at first glance. It's you. At this time, there was a white whirlwind on each side of her. He could even feel the cold wind carrying broken ice scraping on her face and body like a blade, scraping out fine and dense wounds, and before bleeding, the wounds would freeze again. He swallowed another big wind mushroom in one gulp, and her speed became faster. She found the right time, and when the 2 white whirlwinds approached her again, she quickly jumped onto a beast that looked like a mule. Little female, stay away from me. Excuse me, excuse me. Before the beast finished scolding, Ji-hee quickly jumped onto another beast and grabbed it tightly. Damn it, don't jump on me. I can't hear you, I can't hear you. After repeating this cycle, Ji-hee finally approached her target, which was the black-haired beast. Finally, with a jump, she landed steadily on the black-haired beast. The next second, a huge claw grabbed her. Hey, although I don't hit females, not every female can get on my back. Get off now. Ji-hee relied on her small body, and nimbly rolled on the long-haired beast to avoid it. Thanks to its huge body, even if Ji-hee jumped on it, there was still a lot of room. She was not afraid of falling off at all. I tell you, don't let me say it a second time, or I beat you to death. Brother, we are destined to meet each other. I give you 10 fruits with less than 5% pollution, take me away. You want me to make a mistake with only 10? Orcs never compromise. 20! No, I'm live streaming, only my future females can get on my back. You can't do that even if you're underage, get off quickly. Besides, I'm here to fight for treasures, not to be gentle with women. After saying that, a pair of big hands grabbed Ji-hee. She dodged quickly, and hugged the giant beast's thigh tightly, pulling her neck and shouting, 30, 30, is 30 fruits enough? There is really no suitable deal. You have to leave here anyway, I am not heavy, it won't affect you if you take me out. And everyone is watching the live broadcast now, I am just a minor. What is the difference between men and women? Really, don't treat me as a woman, don't treat me as a man, I have no gender. Are you here to find treasures? You don't have any treasures with. You now take me out, and I will give you fruits. Isn't this also a good thing? Think about it, is this the case? Chapter 254. The giant beast's big hands were scrabbling wildly, and it was about to catch Ji-hee. Hearing this, he suddenly changed his mind and roared, If you dare to lie to me, I will go to your tribe to offer a betrothal gift. No, I can't, absolutely. Trust me, good brothers for life. As long as you take me away, and leave these iceberg beasts, I will give you the fruit immediately. Ji-hee made promises again and again. She had never been so sincere since she could remember. She absolutely did not agree to this marriage. This black-haired beast is ugly and strong, and looks even less pleasing than the rainbow-colored segmented insect. She must be crazy to marry him for 30 bananas. Instead of marrying him, she might as well marry that insect. At least he is rich and easy to bully. No, you can actually be less obedient. Although you are not yet an adult, I can wait for you. Only when feelings are cultivated from childhood can they be true. I opened a slaughterhouse in our village. As long as you marry me, we can eat meat every meal. If you are willing to marry me, we can participate in this program together. At that time, I will be the first and you will be the second. All the treasures will enter our house. How great it is. Ji-hee, your abacus beads are bouncing on her face. She can get second place. Why would she marry? However, the situation is stronger than her, so she chose to hold the black long-haired beast's thigh tightly and didn't say anything. Looking back at the white whirlwind that began to surround the crowd behind her, she tried to change the subject. Can't you beat the iceberg beast over there? It's not easy to beat. It's not afraid of close combat, and its body temperature is minus 200 degrees. Any beast that comes into contact without proper protection will be frozen into ice. If you are alone, you can still try it, but there is no need to fight in groups. That thing is just a big ice block, and it will be useless if it is broken, and there are so many orcs around, they will also follow suit. It is not the right time to fight. We came here to find treasures. Only by finding treasures can we pass the level. Fighting with iceberg beasts is a waste of time. Ji-hee's ears moved. Does that mean we have to search for treasures in the ice field? She likes it. But what treasures are there in the ice field? 1,000 mountain snow lotus or 10,000-year ice essence fruit? Finally, after more than 10 minutes, Ji-hee and the black-haired brother came to a safe place. She immediately jumped down and handed over 30 bananas. Thank you, brother. Goodbye, brother. Hey, little female, if you regret it, come to me anytime. As long as you are willing to marry me, I don't mind letting you be the boss. Ji-hee waved her hand, ran away without saying a word. You don't mind, but I do. This is not a life and death crisis. There is really no need to sacrifice your appearance. Not really, really not really. Ji-hee left the black-haired beast and walked alone on the ice field, looking for clues related to the next level. As a result, she was sucked into the air by a sudden strong wind after just a few steps. The wind came violently without warning. She was about to hide in the space when the wind suddenly disappeared. After landing smoothly, Ji-hee looked around and could not find the reason for the wind. It seems that in addition to the iceberg beast, There is also a sudden strong wind on this ice field. She frowned, took note of this, turned around and continued to walk on the ice field. This ice field was terribly empty, with nothing but huge icebergs and ice surfaces. Long-term habits made her subconsciously want to try to put the iceberg into the space. The result was very smooth. Yan's transformation of her body also strengthened her mental strength a lot, and there was no problem in putting the iceberg into the space. Chapter 255. There is another good news. All the icebergs here are freshwater. Not bad. If it was seawater, she would hesitate. But freshwater, why hesitate? Since we are here, we can't come here in vain, right? She put the ice cubes into the space as she walked. These ice cubes are much easier to put away than snow. Just when he was about to put another iceberg into the space, she suddenly had a bad feeling in her heart. She subconsciously jumped back. The next second, the place where she was standing was instantly buried by a large number of huge ice blocks. The iceberg just now stood up and revealed its true face, an iceberg beast. Compared with the previous groups, this iceberg beast was alone, and it looked only 3 stories high. He wanted to try and see if he could beat it. After seeing the iceberg beast rushed over quickly. They don't have much IQ, and there is no blood in their bodies. They are all made of ice blocks. They naturally yearn for all life full of heat. He jumped quickly, dodged the first round of attacks, and took out her weapon to try to attack. The good news is that the shovel is still very powerful, and has not been frozen, so there is still hope of winning. The bad news is that these icebergs have strong defenses. If he wants to win, she can only trade injuries for injuries. There is no other way. While she was fighting with the iceberg beast, 2 iceberg beasts came from a distance. If she didn't leave, he would have to face 3. Without any hesitation, she jumped onto the smurf, swallowed the wind mushroom, and fled from here quickly. What a joke, she can still try with 1. She really can't do it with 3. After finally getting rid of the iceberg beast, he continued to walk on the ice field, looking for treasures and collecting icebergs. She found that when not attacking, the iceberg beast would disguise itself as an iceberg and stay still. It is impossible to distinguish with the naked eye. Unless she doesn't collect icebergs, she will definitely run into the iceberg beast, which is impossible to avoid. But can she not collect them? No. So the beast in front of the live camera saw this scene. As soon as he escaped from several iceberg beasts, she immediately provoked several other iceberg beasts, and kept running on the ice field. She never rested for a moment. She was so brave. She even provoked the sleeping iceberg beasts. He was not stupid, she had her own plans. Although she knew that the mission was to find treasures to pass the level, she didn't find anything that looked like treasures after walking on the ice field for so long. There was nothing on the entire ice field except iceberg beasts and icebergs. So she could only set her sights on the iceberg beasts. She wanted to try and see if there were any treasures hidden in the iceberg beast. Finally, she picked a suitable iceberg beast. It was about 3 meters tall, and alone. Compared with those huge icebergs, it looked much easier to deal with. She only picked the weak ones. She waved her hand to put away the blue elves, and jumped to the iceberg beast on the ground. She had not completely given up on guns. With the rocket launcher on her shoulder, she quickly jumped and slid on the ice, firing shells. The iceberg beast had a completely different flexibility from his huge body. It dodged 2 of the 3 shells, and missed only 1. But unfortunately, the rocket launcher did limited damage to it. It only broke its arm, and did not cause any damage to its overall body. After all, it still had that huge body. In the end, there was really no other way, so he put away the rocket launcher neatly after firing 10 shells in a row. Chapter 256. Pull out the shovel, and choose to fight it in close combat. Since the damage caused by the rocket launcher is limited, then rely on the damage rebound to grind it to death. When it causes damage to once, its body will suffer double damage. But he has a talent for healing and can definitely grind him to death. With a firm light flashing in his eyes, he chooses to trade injuries for injuries. The iceberg beast is worthy of its name. It is very hard, and he has a hard time beating it. But it is not invincible. Half an hour later, she stood there, holding the shovel in her right hand to support her body, breathing heavily. She looked at the iceberg beast in front of her, that was shattered into pieces, and exhaled gently. She did it. She won. The tiny ice cubes brought by the iceberg beast cut her face into fine and dense wounds, and the blood that came out had been frozen into blood beads, hanging on her face, which looked particularly beautiful. She raised her head, and aimed at the camera at a glance. She subconsciously pulled out a smile. Her eyes flashed with ambition, her eyes were bright like fire, and they reflected directly into the hearts of the beasts. Ah, I want to marry. The little female is so cool. Fighting the iceberg beast alone. This is an iceberg beast. An underage female has this kind of fighting power. It has been verified that it is definitely a special military force. No doubt about it. She retracted her gaze, her hands glowed white, and she was about to treat herself. Suddenly, she found that the body of the iceberg beast not far away was turning into white light, and scattered in the air. And where it disappeared, a faint red mark appeared. What is this? He was curious and subconsciously thought that this was the treasure she was looking for, so she walked over. At this time, a pure black figure suddenly appeared in the distance, so fast that it almost appeared as an illusion. It approached quickly, and headed straight for the red fruit. In an instant, it was less than 5 meters away from the iceberg beast, and his right hand was stretched out long. In the next second, it was about to grab the red fruit. The people in front of the live camera screamed in shock, and there were so many comments that they almost covered the screen. "Aw, Peace is so mean. How can it snatch the fruit that is not its own? What a joke. This is a competition, okay? The competition is about winning or losing, not the method." She couldn't bear the fruit, so it can only be said that she is weak, and it is not the fault of others. Yes, can the idiot above not show up? This competition is originally for the treasure, and it has never required the contestants to abide by any rules. The competent ones will take the place. Peace's speed is obvious to all. In my opinion, it is unexpected that this little female can beat the iceberg beast. It is normal for her to lose the treasure now. It can only be said that she is not capable, and it is not the fault of others. Peace's race is naturally fast. He was just passing by in the distance, and accidentally saw this little female fighting the iceberg beast. He had stopped to look for a while out of curiosity, but he didn't expect to find a treasure on this iceberg beast by chance. How could he not be tempted? In previous competitions, the results of the competition for treasures were only considered, not the process, and the means were not restricted. No matter whether the means were good or not, the actual benefits were the real thing. Since he had seen the treasure, it belonged to him. Looking at the treasure so close, Peace's face showed a smile of confidence. Just before his finger was about to touch the treasure, a shovel suddenly appeared beside the treasure. Chapter 257. The next second, the red object and the shovel disappeared together. Peace flew out because of his high speed. After putting the fruit into the space, he immediately took out the blue elf and started to run away. If she had not experienced the battle with the iceberg beast, she would still have the strength to fight, but not now. The battle with the iceberg beast just now was still a bit reluctant. At this time, her left arm was broken into 2 sections, her ribs were broken in several places, her clothes were torn, and she had frostbite in many places. The healing talent has been exhausted in constant use. At this time, she is not at an advantage in fighting the giant beast. She took out the healing mushrooms prepared in advance from the space to heal herself, and looked back. At just one glance, she gasped, and the black monster actually rushed to less than 3 meters behind her. This speed is too fast. Female, give me the red hope, and I will leave you a whole body. Peace's eyes were cold, looking at He as if he was looking at a dead person. It was his mercy. He wanted to take the fruit and save the female's life. Now that all this happened, he could not be blamed. She was seeking death. With a cold look in his eyes, he once again increased his speed. The distance between the two was shortened again. He felt the healing of various parts of his body, and the pain was relieved. He pulled out the shovel, and wanted to try to fight. As a result, he met the bloodthirsty eyes of Peace. The next second, she was thrown off the smooth and exhaled. This feeling was as if the whole person was hit by a mountain, and the internal organs were about to shatter, and a mouthful of blood spurted out uncontrollably. She opened her eyes, and faced the iron fist that Peace swung back. She disappeared in midair. Peace's attack missed, and he stood there with a fierce look on his face. He was determined to get this treasure. He, who had flashed into the space, vomited blood in large mouthfuls, and the bright red blood dyed the earth red. She trembled and took out the accumulated healing mushrooms to heal herself. This beast was too strong. She would die. She couldn't beat it. She was still too weak. Gritting her teeth, she lowered her head and silently healed herself. 10 minutes later, He, who had used up 3 mushrooms, lay on the ground in the space with her eyes closed. Not a word. After resting for a while, she took out the red fruit and held it in her palm. Let her see what is so wonderful about this fruit that makes monsters fight for it. At just one glance, her eyes widened. Red Hope, S+ energy fruit, Eating it can optimize blood and awaken the strongest genes. Side effects, very painful, there is a risk of exploding and dying. Note, there will be a 6-hour rejection reaction after eating. Ji stared at the fruit in her hand, her eyes gradually darkened, and the arc of the corners of her mouth could not be suppressed. Can you say it is indeed a 4-star dungeon? There are so many good things. The first one is an S+ energy fruit, which is really generous. I haven't found one in so many dungeons before. She carefully put the fruit away. The talent said that there would be a 6-hour rejection reaction, so she'd better eat it at night when she rests. It was dawn at this time, and if possible, she would like to kill a few more iceberg beasts. She would never mind how many of these fruits she has. It's best to eat this kind of fruit as a meal. With the fruit, Ji swept away the boredom just now, and her mood was extremely good. She rested in the space for another hour, and it was estimated that the time was about right, and the beasts outside should have left. Then she flashed out of the space. Chapter 258. As soon as she left the space, she felt a strong sense of crisis. She subconsciously teleported back. In the last second of teleporting, a black iron fist was infinitely enlarged in her eyes. He attacked her head mercilessly. It was that monster. He didn't leave at all, but stayed there waiting for her. Ji was standing in the space, breathing heavily. It was too scary. He was actually waiting for her there. With such strong fighting power, how much red hope could he get while waiting for her? Why bother with her, holding the red hope in his left hand, and the Dora's skipping class prop in his right hand? After hesitating for a while, Ji gritted his teeth and finally chose to swallow the red hope in one gulp. The transmission distance of the Dora's skipping class prop is random, and does not exceed 3,000. If she is lucky, she will be teleported to 3,000 meters and escape by accident. If she is unlucky, she will be teleported to a place dozens of meters away. And it can only be used once within 24 disappearances. At that time, she can only stay in the space. She might as well swallow the red hope, and give it a try. If that doesn't work, she can use the teleportation item to escape. As the red hope was swallowed by Ji, a hot current first surged in her body, and then a pain gradually became stronger, and swept through her body. Ji felt that his whole body was shattered, and his feet seemed to step on cotton, and he fell to the ground in an instant. It hurts. Outside the space, Pease saw the figure disappearing again, and a contemptuous smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. As expected, it is a female, so she will hide. Then you hide, he will wait here, he wants to see where this female can hide. Red Hope, the precious S+ energy fruit, is the most important treasure of the Icefield map. They are hidden in the body of the iceberg beast, and the contestants have to find it themselves. This kind of hiding is similar to a blind box. Not every iceberg beast has Red Hope on its body. If you are lucky, you can find Red Hope by killing one iceberg beast, but if you are unlucky, you can't find a Red Hope even if you kill 100 iceberg beasts. The organizer only gave out 10 in total, and hundreds of beasts had to compete for them. Pease didn't think he had to give up this fruit that was about to be obtained to find others. Who knows if this is the closest he has ever been to the Red Hope? He will never give up. If I'm not mistaken, this little female has awakened a healing talent. You're not mistaken, and it's super healing. I'm going to go see my brother. My brother has been disabled for many years. If this little female is really that strong, and only she can help my brother heal, my brother is willing to pay half of his wealth. I think Pease is short-sighted here. It's not worth offending such a powerful female for the sake of a Red Hope. Didn't he see the talent of the little female? Generally speaking, such a powerful talent is definitely not something that ordinary people can give birth to. She must have other means of survival when she comes out to do the mission. I think Pease will wait in vain this time. Am I the only one who cares about where the little female went? There are many types of talents. Let's make a rough guess. It may be a type of space opening up and hiding. This kind of talent is actually very easy to deal with. Just wait outside. When the energy is exhausted, it will be ejected. Lena has now transformed into a half-human, half-snake state, wearing a specially customized constant temperature suit, sitting on the cloud, holding a heating ball in her hand, yawning constantly, and in front of her there is an orc fighting an iceberg beast. Chapter 259. When attacking, be careful not to let the iceberg beast hit her. When he occasionally glanced at her, his eyes were full of undisguised love. Lena's ability is similar to Mary Sue. She can control a person and increase her favorability infinitely. With some effort, she can also control two people at the same time, but the control will be weakened. After entering the dungeon, she aimed at a giant beast. Relying on the protection of the giant beast, she believed that she could live well even in the dungeon. When she was bored, two figures appeared in the distance. She narrowed her eyes. They were two other humans. She knew them all. They were Avenger and Mr. Perfect. Unlike the low-key borrowing of 50 billion from the sky, many people like to live a high-profile life. These two people are well-known strong men in the game, one from our country, and the other from K country. Although they didn't enter the same dungeon, she knew each other's characteristics. Thinking about this mission, they had to enter the top 3. So is there any possibility of cooperation between them? Thinking of this, she smiled at the two people who were getting closer and closer. If you look closely, you can find that this enthusiasm is not what you see. Men are just tools for her to succeed. The giant beast behind her has already noticed the two people approaching and roared threateningly. It means that they are not welcome. The atmosphere became weird. He never felt that 6 hours was so long. When she finally made it through, she felt like she was alive again. Before, she thought that Bai Yin was painful enough, and this red hope was several times more painful than Bai Yin. But she didn't regret it. Feeling the strength of her palm, she exerted a little force, and her arm directly sank into the ground. It sank all the way to her shoulder. She supported herself on the ground with her left hand, trying to pull her right arm out of the soil, but she didn't use the strength well. The right arm didn't come out, and the left arm sank in again. Okay. When she finally adapted to her body and stood up again, she saw the dirty mud under her feet at a glance. The stench was overwhelming. She was about to cover her nose when she saw her blackened and cracked fingers, with dead skin hanging on them. Even if it was her own hands, she couldn't stand it. She quickly found the bathtub and jumped in. She changed the water 3 times before she was completely clean. Just as she was about to breathe a sigh of relief, she suddenly found that her arm seemed to be reflecting light. Looking down, she saw silver scales growing on her arm, not big, and smooth to the touch. At this moment, she felt something in her heart. This should be her body after the bloodline was optimized. It looked like a creature with scales, but it was still unclear what kind of creature it was. Looking at the scales, Ji took out a kitchen knife and gently cut it. She didn't want to hurt herself, nor did she plan to be an armless person. She just wanted to test the defensive power of the scales. The result satisfied her. The kitchen knife couldn't leave any marks on her scales, and because the scales were too smooth, the kitchen knife couldn't even use force. At this moment, the last fear of pain in her heart completely disappeared. What's the pain? The better life is the real thing. The heart moved at will, and the scales gradually disappeared into the body. After putting away the kitchen knife again, Ji looked at the turbid black bath water that still exuded a foul smell. He really couldn't say that he would use this water to water the land against his conscience. After all, she would eat the plants when they grew. Just when she was about to save it and find an opportunity to dump it later, she suddenly remembered the monster that was still squatting outside the space. Chapter 260. Looking at the large basins of dirty water, Ji smiled. She thought she helped them find their families. It's time for them to reunite. Everything was ready, and Ji flashed out of the space. At this time, she was wearing a specially prepared white dress, and she was ready to fight the moment she flashed out of the space. But this time, the person she thought would be waiting outside disappeared. She felt a little regretful and a little fortunate in her heart, as if she had punched cotton. It's really annoying. Shaking her head, she put this strange thought behind her and took the sewage back into the space. Keep it for now. Turned around and walked on the ice field. With a previous experience, she was more careful this time, bending down to reduce the risk of being discovered. As she was walking, she was far away, and she noticed a flash of light in the distance. Subconsciously, she felt that there was a treasure. She ran towards the light carefully and quickly, observing the surroundings all the way. Fortunately, she didn't run into other beasts. When she reached the glowing area, she immediately noticed a completely transparent plant growing on the ice, which looked like an ice sculpture with several square fruits on it. It was hanging down heavily. What is this? Can I touch it? Can I feel it? Will it freeze her? The plants in the previous dungeons were somewhat similar to those in reality, but this one was completely different. Her talent at least needed to be touched to work, and it was useless to see with the eyes. After thinking for a while, her right hand lit up with white light, and she touched left and right tentatively, and then left immediately. With just this one move, Jihee's entire left arm was completely frozen into ice, and it continued to spread to his body. She was shocked. Such a domineering energy. With a white light in her hand, she quickly treated herself. As the white light flashed, her left arm returned to normal. This time, her talent gave face and reacted quickly. Fong Binghua, grown in the polar ice field, the companion fruit of the iceberg beast, The toucher will be quickly frozen, and when the ice spreads all over the body, the whole person will fall into a deep sleep. The disadvantage is that it cannot distinguish between friend and foe. Note, you can eat it frozen with ice cream. Jihee's eyes lit up, looking at the ice cubes on the ground as if he had seen his relatives. For stars are powerful, and they are good stuff. Although it is a little troublesome that they can't distinguish between friend and foe, it's not a big problem. Moreover, this can be used to deal with Noda Ichiro. Just throw it at him, and the battle will end instantly. Isn't it to transfer damage? I let you transfer it. Thinking of this, Jihee quickly put the ice cubes on the ground into the space, and then continued to search. It can actually heal the arm frozen by Fong Binghua? Oh my god, what is it? Shocked my whole family. What kind of space talent is so amazing? This little female is really excellent. She has 2 talents, space and healing, and both are top-level talents. This little female's talent is definitely above S level. Healing? You're kidding. I guarantee it with my teacher's head, that's not healing at all. It's purification or reversal, directly purifying all negative states of the body and returning to the best state. Can your healing heal the arm frozen by Fong Binghua? I don't believe it. Where did you buy the water army? The barrage was noisy. This time Jihee's luck was not as good as before, let alone Fong Binghua. She didn't even encounter the iceberg beast. Chapter 261. She collected a lot of icebergs into the space. Before this, she would have a headache if she loaded something a little bigger. This time, she wanted to challenge herself, so she chose the 5 or 6 story high iceberg. She loaded several of them in a row, but she didn't feel uncomfortable. As expected, people still need to make progress. As he walked, Jihee found a yellow round creature covered with dirt, spitting mud with its mouth, and covered the iceberg beast in front of him with mud. The movement of the iceberg beast also became slow. At the same time, the ice on her body was slowly melted by the mud. This mud was not ordinary mud. But Jihee could not see the specific function. She only looked at it from a distance and did not get close. Before the yellow creature found it, she turned and left. After walking for about 20 minutes, she suddenly found a small black dot in front of her. Subconsciously, Jihee felt that this black dot was familiar to her. Taking out the telescope, she recognized it at a glance as the monster chasing her. He was fighting a huge iceberg beast at this time. This iceberg beast was much bigger than the one Jihee fought, and it looked to be 5 meters tall. The two fought back and forth. There was also the remains of an iceberg beast at his feet. Jihee guessed that he should have encountered 2 iceberg beasts at once. God is really blind. Why didn't he let him encounter 10? She looked at the fighting figures in the distance and squinted her eyes. Isn't this a coincidence? She eats everything but never suffers a loss. This person stole her things once and also took her smurfs. Shouldn't she steal them back to be fair? At this time, Jihee didn't know that not every iceberg beast would explode red hope. She thought that as long as she killed an iceberg beast, it would explode. Looking at the battle in the distance, she made up her mind and lay on the ground, slowly crawling towards the battlefield. Only those who endure hardships can become superior people. Since fate made them meet, there was no reason to return empty-handed. Smuff, I will definitely avenge you. When they finally moved to a place not far from the battlefield, the battle between Peace and Iceberg Beast had entered its final moments. Peace's fighting power was unquestionable. He was a real warrior, with great speed, steady and accurate strikes. There was poison on his claws, and every swing would dye the iceberg beast with a strange blue. This blue wrapped the iceberg beast little by little. Eventually it became fragile. Jihee had no distractions, and he focused on the figures fighting in the distance, looking for the right time. At this moment, all her emotions seemed to have been stripped away, and she was as calm as a machine. She could not feel the cold around her, nor did she have any fear of power. She looked ahead quietly. Finally, Jihee watched Peace give the iceberg beast the final blow. She did not move. It was not the right time. The broken iceberg beast broke into pieces and rolled to the ground. And a little red light appeared not far from Jihee. Her eyes lit up. That was it. She rushed out at an unprecedented speed, and quickly put the red hope into the space before Peace. You dare. Peace's eyes were bloodshot. Hey, guess if I dare. After Jihee said this, he waved his hand, and the dirty water from the bath just now was poured on Peace. It poured all over his head and face. In the extreme cold, these dirty water quickly turned into ice cubes, slowing down Peace's speed. Chapter 262. Just this second. Jihee used the props that Dora used to skip class. She disappeared in front of Peace in an instant. As soon as she left, a huge deep pit was smashed by Peace under her feet. looking at the empty ice field. Peace raised his head and roared angrily. This time, he swore that he would not leave until he saw that damned little female. Gee, he was lucky. Although she didn't know how many meters she was teleported. But she looked around and really didn't see the figure of the monster. She exhaled. She took out the red fruit and took a look. It was indeed the Red Hope. She carefully put it away. She would eat it after leaving the dungeon, but now she had to complete the task seriously. She found a direction and walked forward carefully. This time, the goddess of luck was not on Jihee's side. After she had spent a long time to kill another iceberg beast, she did not get the Red Hope successfully. After the doubt, she quickly realized that this Red Hope should be obtained with probability, not 100% certainty. Adjusting her mindset, she continued to move forward. Without Red Hope, it would be good to have Fang Binghua. Without Fang Binghua, it would be good to have Iceberg. In short, it was not in vain. Unfortunately, after several hours, Jihee had not obtained Red Hope again. But a ray of light connected to her palm, prompting her to go down. Jihee changed several positions, and the prompts were all downward. She understood that it was for her to dig down. Sighing, after all, she remembered that this was a competition. Jihee gave up looking for Red Hope, and picked up the shovel to start digging ice. She vented her frustration of not being able to find the Red Hope on the ice, banging and smashing the ice. She was frustrated. Everyone in front of the camera was shocked. 10 fruits, hundreds of beasts fighting for them. She got 2 alone. What kind of luck is that? When will it be my turn, a rich, strong, lucky little female? I'm tired of saying I envy you. Look at the poor guy next door, who killed 6 iceberg beasts. Isn't he strong enough? He didn't even get a single Red Hope. If it weren't for the side effect of the extreme pain, it would definitely be SS level. No, don't you have any sympathy for Peace? He's still waiting there, frozen stiff. No sympathy, he can rob other people's treasures, and others can rob his. They're just not as skilled as others. That's right, such a big male can fit into a small female, and still get beaten up like that. What a dead animal. He waved the shovel frantically to dig the ice. Luckily, the shovel was of good quality, and with every swing she made, the ice below would keep breaking. The more he waved, the more powerful she became, as if her whole body was moving. Sweat began to form on her forehead, and she fell into the ice cellar without realizing it, digging deeper and deeper. Except for eating, she did not stop for a moment. After all the Red Hopes were gathered, a light would appear in the palms of all the contestants' hands, prompting them to switch to another scene. This was the public reminder from the organizer, and it was the same in the previous episodes. Although the specific details were different, the general situation remained the same. So all the contestants changed their combat strategies, no longer fighting alone, but looking for teammates to dig the ice together. There is basically only one most valuable treasure in a map. Since the reminder is over, the treasure must have been obtained by the beast. Chapter 263. Fighting at this time is a waste of effort. Of course, if you know who has the treasure and want to steal it, the organizer will not care. She was digging hard here. The participating beasts on the other side had gathered together. They were showing off and bullying each other while taking a break. The purpose of participating in the show is of course to get treasures. But the treasures are limited, and there must be many beasts who are just running for the show. For such beasts, since they are here, they might as well seize the opportunity to introduce themselves. If you really return empty-handed, it would be good if you can find a female you like or have more job opportunities because of your good abilities. Single-eyed giant beast. Some beasts are too weak, and they got covered in blood just by killing an iceberg beast. Look, I didn't even get a scratch. My fighting ability is top-notch in our tribe, and I have tens of thousands of gold coins in savings. Marry me, and you can eat natural food every day. The giant beast covered with spikes next to him sneered. Is this worth showing off? Isn't this the most basic requirement? I have everything you said. I can cook and take care of children. As long as you marry me, all the property will be in your name. You can be free to be yourself, as long as you love me. After saying that, he swung his tail to the ice layer on the ground, smashing a small hole in the ice layer. Of course he was proud. He got one of the 10 Red Hopes. With this fighting power and luck, he could say that everyone else was rubbish. The slender, muscular, and fiery red-haired beast looked at the other side with disgust, spitting out flames, melting the ice hole in the crowd even bigger. I am different from these beasts with ordinary conditions. My family runs a chain supermarket, so you can take food as you like. I am also willing to put all the profits from the supermarket in the name of the female. In short, I am willing to marry a female beast. As long as you are willing to accept me, I don't mind joining the big family. A jelly beast covered with mucus and looking somewhat transparent is giving a speech to the camera. I can change my gender. Don't be so rigid about gender. 1, 3 and 5 are male, 2, 4 and 6 are female. I can satisfy everything you want. They are different. Look at the shape of the steel straight beast. Marry them, and they will cry 9 times in 3 days. But I am different. Marry me, and you will be happy. You will be happy. Haha, what a joke. In the last news, one of your tribe suffocated a female to death while sleeping. Why don't you tell me that when you sleep at night, you will unconsciously turn into liquid to wrap everything? An alien voice was hoarse and sharp. He turned to the camera and changed the subject. Our tribe is different. If you marry me, you can sleep hanging or upside down. You can sleep however you want. The beasts surrounded the ice cave in the middle of the field and showed themselves off. Although the default rule of this round is to break the obstacles and find the next level. But no one said how long it would take to break the obstacles, right? They can take a good rest and participate in the next round of the game in a better posture. Lena also brought Pete and Dazo to the gathering place of all beasts. The beasts that followed her and protected her before have all disappeared. Now she is protected by Pete and Dazo on the left and right. She has already found a way to know the task of this round. But she didn't expect that a red line would appear on her palm as soon as she got the task. Although it was a bit regretful that she returned empty-handed in this level. But she didn't feel discouraged. Chapter 264. It's just a fruit. She will catch up later. On the other side, Jihee's shovel was almost sparking, fearing that she would not be able to catch up with the others and fall behind. Finally, after Jihee dug for 7 hours, she saw that the ice layer began to thin and brighten. She felt a little relieved. It shouldn't be too late, right? Putting away the shovel, Jihee sat in the ice cave and started to eat. Although she had clothes woven from the fur of the floating cloud beast, Jihee's hands and feet were already cold in this extremely cold weather. I wanted to eat a bowl of hot noodle soup. As soon as the noodle soup was taken out, it went from steaming hot to room temperature in the blink of an eye, and began to cool down at a rapid speed, with a tendency to freeze. With a sigh, Jihee put the noodles into the space and took out the steamed dumplings again. 2 bites each. This one can be eaten faster, and there is still some residual heat. After staying in this cold weather for such a long time, she already felt very cold, and she didn't want to eat a belly full of cold food. After eating, she turned her head and signaled the camera that flew back to her at some point to leave. Solve your personal problems, you go out. The camera circled around Jihee and flew out. Jihee kept watching it fly away, then found the portable toilet and started to solve her personal problems. She really wanted to thank the young lady who made her clothes. Is it the young lady? These clothes have certain cold resistance properties, and they can resist an additional 5 degrees on the basis of the original ones. Don't underestimate these 5 degrees. At this temperature, every point makes a big difference. And the clothes are woven very well, the quality is really good. Unlike the close-fitting clothes in movies and TV dramas, all these clothes are woven into the style of autumn clothes. Comfortable to wear. After putting on her clothes again, Jihee took out a shovel and started to smash it. And the camera flew back unknowingly. After more than half an hour, Jihee finally smashed the entire ice cave to only a thin layer. She took a deep breath, looked at the camera, smiled, and waved. The next second, she jumped up with all her strength, and then broke through the ice and fell down. Instantly entered another world. Wow! Under the ice layer was not the ice water, or the cave she imagined. It was the sky. Under the sky was a huge waterfall, and the water of the waterfall was all melted ice. Jihee was falling rapidly in the air in a big letter shape. It was also a descent, but unlike before, she now felt a sense of physical and mental refreshment, which was very exciting. A second before she was about to fall into the waterfall, she took out the green elf, turned over and sat on it, stopping the trend of falling. This was another flying cloud obtained from the floating island. After sitting firmly, she looked up and looked around. On the other side, the male beasts who were still introducing themselves, the light in their palms suddenly turned blood red. It was still flashing. This was the director's way of urging them to get to the next level quickly. Where did this fool come from? Is he sick? What are the beasts doing? Don't they take a break? The beasts were dissatisfied, but they didn't dare to curse in front of the camera. They endured it again and again, stiffened their bodies, turned around and started digging holes. While digging, they cursed in their hearts, "Don't let them know who this beast is, otherwise, I will beat the shit out of him." Let him dig. Jihee rode on the green elf, landed on the water, and reached out to touch it. It was freezing cold. It was the water melted from the iceberg. Standing up and sitting up straight, Ji-hee took out a water pipe, put it in the water, and began to collect it into the space through the water pipe. Chapter 265. It would be a waste if you don't collect it. On the other side, after smashing it for 2 hours, the beasts finally broke the ice and fell down. I still remember that it was a video recording, and the beasts were more handsome than each other. Some of the winged ones flew up directly. They kept showing off their skills in the air. They left a series of cool poses. The beasts kept rolling their eyes. What the hell? Ji-hee was lying on the blue elf to collect water, and suddenly heard a noisy sound in the distance, and she immediately ordered the green elf to fly up. At a glance, I saw a large group of orcs in the distance going down the river. There were several more flying in the sky. The orcs in the water were not peaceful either, pulling each other, and trying to throw the beasts around them away. Ji-hee saw with his own eyes that a blue male beast manipulated the water flow to throw the opposite sex away, and rolled several meters away on the ground beside him. The other beasts were not surprised, and continued to pull the male beasts next to them. The weak are not worth paying attention to. The group of beasts were busy pulling each other, and Ji-hee looked through the telescope for a long time, but did not see the black monster that had made an enemy of her. Frowning. Did they not come down, or were they already ahead of her? When the other giant beasts saw Ji-hee, they found that she was an underage female, and they ignored her and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Ji-hee looked at the direction where they disappeared, without saying a word, and ordered the green elves to chase after them. She didn't know the next part of the show, but these beasts definitely knew. But she gave up after chasing for a while. There was no way, the water was too fast. These beasts were accelerated by the water, and the green elves could not keep up. She didn't want to fall into the water and torture herself. She just chose to let nature take its course. She would get there sooner or later if she followed the current. No rush. The boat would naturally straighten when it reached the bridgehead. If it didn't straighten, she would just lie down and wait for it to straighten. She let the green elf fly close to the water surface, and continued to collect water. She had to get one of the water and the beast, right? She couldn't catch up with the beast, but she had to get the water, right? The water flow was very long, and you couldn't see the end at a glance. The surroundings were first a stone ground made of huge stones, and then a green grassland appeared. The plants on the grassland were very lush, more than 1 meter high. The green elf flew for several hours, and Ji-hee finally saw a dense forest in the distance. It looked close, but it actually took almost another hour to reach the edge of the forest. It was already completely dark at this time. Feeling the lukewarm temperature around, Ji-hee thought about it, and decided not to go in today, to have a good rest outside, and to go in tomorrow morning. After setting up the tent, she came to the waterside and prepared to do some private work. She had discovered that there were living creatures in the water before, but she was in a hurry to get going at that time, and had no time to cast a net. It's different now. There's nothing to do for the remaining few hours, so I might as well sit and fish. The water flow becomes much calmer as it approaches the forest, and the creatures in the water can be seen clearly. They are not fish, but blue shrimps as long as their arms. Ji-hee reached his hand in, trying to lure a little cutie, but found that the little cutie was not fooled at all. As soon as they saw her, they all scattered and stayed several meters away from her, not approaching at all. Little guy, you have a strong sense of defense. Do you think you can run away now? Wishful thinking. Ji-hee took out the fishing net with his backhand and started to cast the net immediately. It was completely different from the ease of Yixingman. As soon as the fishing net caught the shrimp, a layer of white frost formed on it, and the whole fishing net became hard instantly. Chapter 266. Fortunately, she didn't need to scoop it up. She just needed to collect the fish into the space the moment she touched it. Although the shrimp had been taken away and entered the space, the hard fishing net was obviously unusable before it was thawed. Ji-hee took out the blue shrimp. Ice shrimp, it has strict requirements on water quality. It can increase ice resistance after consumption. Note, it is effective only when consumed in large quantities. Any shrimp has this special effect. It is really worthy of being a 4-star book. The shrimps are completely different from ordinary shrimps. If she could really survive this life, she would definitely be rich. Of course, she should eat the good things first. Ji-hee was not going to sell the prawns. She wanted to keep them for herself. She would wait until the prawns were no longer useful to her. Putting the hard fishing net aside to thaw, Ji-hee took out another fishing net and started fishing. She didn't have many things with special functions. Didn't she have a lot of these fishing nets? Her shop was her best source of goods. In each transaction, in addition to the silver coins that needed to be exchanged and the materials needed for space upgrades, she would also take out some food to exchange for things that didn't seem to be worth much to people nowadays. Miscellaneous items, such as clothes, slippers, towels, fishing nets, raincoats, etc. It cannot be said that these things are worthless, but compared with the most precious food now, they are still far behind. As long as he takes out food, there is basically nothing that cannot be exchanged. She stood on the shore and cast the net again and again. These shrimps are all for her to eat, so she must catch more. Standing on the shore and catching prawns, he was still thinking whether there were some ordinary fish in this water. The mud loach and the underground mushroom ridge last time tasted really ordinary, with a fishy smell. He simply didn't keep any of them, and sold them all. The mall may have the same idea as and gave the same price as cloudworm meat, which is cheaper than pig offal. In the end, all the loaches were bought by people. Many people also gave feedback that they hoped the store owner could bring more of these high-quality and low-priced things. There is no problem of unsaleable products at all. He saw people posting pictures online, and many people bought them and made them into fish balls, which tasted much better than eating them directly. The 4-star book is good, but the food obtained is too high-end. Except for water, all the supplies she got on this trip were of attributes. The upper echelons didn't want to sell, and the lower echelons couldn't afford to buy. If she could get some ordinary food, that would be great. Otherwise, she would have to apologize to the ordinary people who bought from the shops. So the audience saw it before the live broadcast. The only underage female contestant was performing shrimp catching and playing in the water here. She worked for most of the night. Others were eating, she was catching. Others were sleeping, she was still catching. It seems addictive. Late at night, a melodious song came from the dark forest, getting closer and closer to the tent. In the tent opened her eyes as soon as the sound was heard. She did not rush to get up, but she conjured a shovel, lay on the ground, and carefully listened to the song as she approached the tent little by little. The singing and dancing chicken did not feel the danger. He shook his fat body, and the sound became more melodious, intoxicating the beast. The chicken claws walked on the land, silent, and it looked at the cloak with excitement in its eyes. Just before her sharp beak was about to peck, the tent was suddenly torn apart, and the person, who was supposed to be sleeping inside, rushed out. Waving the shovel, he went straight to her head. He thought it would be other monsters, and never thought that a chicken would come to her door. Chapter 267. Her eyes lit up the moment she saw the chicken. Such a sensible chicken is rare. There happened to be a lot of mushrooms of mushroom chicken in the space. Let's go back and stew them in a big pot, and make the kids next door cry with envy. Look at this chicken thigh, it's so thick, you can't finish it in one meal. Thinking of this, he swung the shovel more vigorously. Singing and dancing chicken, the undisputed overlord of the periphery. The melodious singing and graceful tunes are famous in the interstellar. The thick feathers and the hallucinogenic singing voice, in the chicken's mind, it never thought that there would be an animal that would not be dizzy. At this time, it widened its eyes, as if it couldn't believe it. It sang and danced, and finally even spread its wings, trying to flap with its wings, but it was useless. Not confused by the singing, he waved his wings vigorously every time. Looking at the chicken that couldn't get up and died with its eyes open. He was very satisfied. Throw out an identification talent. Singing and dancing chicken, lives on the outskirts of the forest, omnivorous, singing has a confusing effect, can make people intoxicated, and long-term consumption of its meat can make the singing more beautiful. Note, those who are tone-deaf are naturally jinxed. I always feel that this talent is pointing at her. What's wrong with her being tone-deaf? There are many people who are tone-deaf. When she was a child, the most beautiful girl in her class was also tone-deaf. It doesn't hinder her singing. Is there no tone-deaf beast in the entire galaxy? Ignoring the talent, she reached out and put the singing and dancing chicken into the space. This chicken is 3 meters high and 2 meters wide, very fat, and looks particularly plump. The meat must be delicious. Eating more can make the singing more beautiful. Then she had to eat more to overcome her only shortcoming. After collecting the chicken, he turned and crawled into the tent. The tent was torn, and she was too lazy to fix it. She crawled into the sleeping bag, took out the shovel, held it in her hand, and fell asleep quickly. He was not sleeping soundly, but her brows were still furrowed in her sleep. She seemed to be worried about something. At dawn, when the first ray of sunlight shone on Jihee's eyes, she slowly opened her eyes. She rubbed her eyes casually, and looked down at the time. It was still early. She struggled to get up, and walked to the water to wash her face. After washing, she was completely refreshed. It was still a little early to enter the forest, so she simply took out the fishing net again and continued to catch shrimp. The fishing net that was frozen yesterday had all thawed, so it was just right to take it out and continue using it. At noon, everything was packed up, and Ji-hee entered the forest. She had been to several alien forests before, but this forest gave Ji-hee a very different feeling. Probably like the difference between trees in the park and trees in the primeval forest. Walking in the forest made her feel alert for no reason. Moreover, unlike the previous forests, this forest had insects chirping. As soon as she entered, it was like stepping into another world. Her whole body suddenly felt heavy, and she tried to jump. Before entering the forest, she could easily jump more than 2 meters high, but now she could jump less than 1 meter. She thought of a word, gravity. The gravity in this forest should be different from that in the outside world. Standing in place, Ji-hee relaxed, did warm-up exercises, stretched her arms and legs, adjusted her body to make herself more adaptable, and then walked in. Just now when she was standing outside the forest, she didn't hear any sound, but now standing in the forest, she could clearly hear the sound of insects flapping their wings. Reaching out to touch the big tree next to her, her talent didn't react at all. This talent has been somewhat unresponsive since entering this dungeon. Just after crossing a big tree, Ji-hee came face to face with a big mosquito that was almost half a meter long. It's no exaggeration to say that the mouth parts in front of this mosquito are as big as the needles used for intravenous drips in their hometown. With this injection, won't half a tube of blood be drawn? Just as he was about to move, an insect similar to a dragonfly with 4 pairs of compound eyes flew over from a distance and took the mosquito away directly. In a flash, it disappeared into the forest. Ji-hee silently withdrew his sight. Just as he was about to raise his foot and continue to move forward, he lowered his head and looked at a white caterpillar with thorns more than 1 meter long. The caterpillar raised its tail high and shook it at Ji-hee. The next second, a bunch of white silk shot out from its tail. Ji-hee evaded it nimbly. She kicked the big fat bug and said, "Goodbye? The alien beasts are big, and the bugs here are also big, this is normal." It only took 1 second to convince herself not to make a fuss. Ji-hee quickly dripped 5 drops of insect repellent on her body. Some things are to be used at critical moments. After the potion was dripped, Ji-hee found that the bugs finally stopped approaching her. It is a bit one-sided to say that they stopped approaching. They just stopped flying towards her, but the bugs around Ji-hee would not leave on their own initiative. If she attacks the bugs, they will fight back. Unlike her hometown, as long as the drops are applied, the bugs will automatically fly 1 meter away from her. Walking in the forest, Ji-hee was very alert with a shovel. This place gave her a very dangerous feeling. A large white beetle more than 1 meter long emerged from the tree hole in front of her right, opened its mouth, and inside it was full of fine and dense teeth. It just stared at her, as if it would not be polite if she dared to pass by. Ji-hee looked to the left, and it seemed to be very safe over there. But is this true? She swung the shovel like a golf ball, and hit a white caterpillar. This was the most numerous insect in the entire forest, and it seemed to have the lowest attack power, so Ji-hee picked the weakest persimmon and used it to explore the way. As soon as the white caterpillar rolled over, a half-meter-long plant suddenly emerged from the ground and swallowed it. It disappeared in an instant, and peace returned. As if nothing had happened. Ji-hee, This plant blended into the ground, and she didn't notice it at all. If the white caterpillar hadn't been so devoted just now, half of her leg would have been swallowed. She might not die, but she would definitely suffer. Ji-hee wanted to go around and avoid this section, and look to the right. There were several big trees of similar species here, which didn't look very thick, but were particularly red. She used a shovel to hit a white caterpillar to explore the way, but before the white caterpillar got half a meter close to the tree suddenly dropped countless green leaves, which directly chopped the insect into pieces and fell to the ground. Countless fine nematodes crawled out of the trunk, wrapped up the corpse, and returned to the tree. The whole world was quiet, as if the scene just now was just her imagination. Ji-hee, This forest is really not for humans to live in. She hadn't been in for 3 minutes when she came in, and she encountered several traps. At first, she had no experience and stepped on several pitfalls. Now her clothes and pants were torn and had several big holes. Chapter 268. Now she would not dare to take a step forward without exploring the way with things. There were traps at every step. It was too exaggerated. It was harder than surviving in the wilderness. There were several roads that could not be taken. Ji-hee stared fiercely at the big white beetle. Visible danger is not danger. Look at the power of her shovel. Perhaps she felt Ji-hee's determination. As soon as she walked in front of the big bug, before she swung the shovel, she saw the bug quickly shrink back, with no intention of attacking at all. Gee-hee, Gee-hee did not relax. What if it was a bug version of showing weakness to the enemy? She carefully walked away from this section to make sure that the big bug had no intention of coming out. Only then did she breathe a sigh of relief. Not in a hurry to move forward, Gee-hee squatted down and gave each plant around her a set of talents. There was no response. She was not discouraged. She stood up and continued to move forward with the big white caterpillar. Whether it was the caterpillars in the hometown or the caterpillars in the forest, they were not strong, so they did not become extinct, purely relying on strong reproductive ability. After walking for more than 10 minutes, Gee-hee thoroughly experienced the power of the forest. Unlike the one-star park, the 4-star forest is really full of dangers. She felt like she was doing a task for the first time again. She didn't recognize any of the animals and plants in the dungeon, and she took every step carefully. She also used her talent several times during the journey, but she didn't know if it was because her talent was too low or something else, and it didn't work again. There was no response at all. Without any prompts and not knowing the role of the surrounding plants, Gee-hee simply gave up the adventure. As she was walking, she suddenly heard a song coming from far away. How should I put it? It was quite melodious. It was a bit like the song from yesterday. The sudden appearance of the song in the quiet forest was not right no matter how I thought about it. There must be something wrong. Hiding behind the tree, she poked her head out to observe quietly. As the song came from far away, a fat chicken with a black background and green spots, and a long tail slowly walked out from the green bushes. It was exactly the same as the one that attacked her tent yesterday. It just needs to be fatter. It was really fat, and he couldn't even walk between two trees, so he had to squeeze in. He scraped off several feathers. Gee-hee watched the fallen feathers being swept away and eaten by the vines next to him. Most of the trees in this forest are active, and there are some that don't move at all, but not many. This singing chicken opened its mouth, sang while walking, and kept looking around, looking east and west. It didn't find its target, but only saw big white caterpillars all over the ground. It was disgusted and kicked it away. Even when kicking, her voice never stopped. Gee-hee had the experience of yesterday. She looked very calm at this moment. She aimed at the right time, exerted force on her feet, jumped up, and rushed out directly. She didn't say a word the whole time. She swung the shovel and hit the chicken's head. The singing and dancing chicken didn't react before being hit by the shovel. Gee-hee felt that just hitting the head was not very effective, so she swung the shovel and chopped the chicken's neck. The singing and dancing chicken finally reacted. It was startled, and its singing became high-pitched and sharp, and several hairs on its body fell off. Even at this time, its singing was tuned. However, Gee-hee's heart was colder than the fish killed in the supermarket for 20 years. In line with the ups and downs of the song, she hit it with extra strength every time. In the end, the singing and dancing chicken still couldn't escape Gee-hee's clutches. It became her trophy. Squatting down, she touched the big fat chicken leisurely. This thigh, it's all meat. It happened to be possible to contact the chef of the state banquet and take the ingredients back, so that she could also taste the level of the state banquet dishes. If it had been in the past, she would never have thought that she could have such a good life. She looked at the chicken again, waved her hand and put it into the space, picked up the shovel and continued to explore in the forest. They say that where there is a chicken, there must be eggs. This chicken has eggs, but where are the eggs? The chicken is so big, the eggs must be as big as ostrich eggs? Where is the chicken coop? Where is the chicken coop? The chicken coop is in the eyes of that kid. After searching for a long time, Gee-hee finally found the chicken coop. Although the chicken is stupid, the chicken coop is well hidden. On the tree, 4 to 5 meters above the ground, if she hadn't been careful, she might not have found it. The location of this nest is very hidden, and it can't be seen from under the tree. Facing the tree branch, there is some hay to cover the hole. Gee-hee jumped up, pushed aside the hay, and threw a talent. I didn't expect it to react, but who knew it would work this time? Sweet grass. After cooking, it can increase the sweetness. Eating it can relieve hypoglycemia, and it can also be used to make desserts, etc. Note: you don't dislike the chicken coop? Gee-hee, ? This is not just ordinary grass? Her first reaction was that the 4-star book was indeed different. Even the materials of the chicken coop were so high-end. She liked it. Gee-hee put the hay at the door into the space, and her face was full of smiles. She looked inside, and saw that the hole was quite clean. There was a huge chicken coop made of this kind of grass inside. It occupied most of the area of the entire tree hole. Isn't this a bargain for her? She quickly put all the hay into the space. While putting it away, she didn't forget to look for eggs. This kind of fat and big chicken that can sing little songs is quite suitable for her space. Unfortunately, she didn't find any eggs in the end. I just don't know if the chicken is a rooster or it's not time for it to lay eggs. The chicken coop was cleared out. He stepped out of the cave with a heroic mood. As long as you are willing to study, there are opportunities everywhere. With this joyful mood, He found that there are quite a lot of singing and dancing chickens in this forest. Basically, you can encounter another one as soon as you catch one. Moreover, these chickens, in addition to singing, don't have much resistance, so it is particularly smooth to catch them. Relying on her natural ability to kill mosquitoes, she didn't let any go, and caught more than 20 in a row. Unfortunately, she only found 5 chicken coops, and there were no eggs in these coops. Although it was a pity, there was nothing she could do about it. Walking in the forest, he slowly discovered that the effect of the insect repellent was disappearing. It took less than an hour to achieve almost no effect. Looking at the giant mosquito approaching, she frowned and dripped several drops on her body. Stay away from her. Looking at the mosquito that finally stopped approaching, she breathed a sigh of relief. He looked up at the tree in front of him, jumped up, and climbed up quickly. Raising his hand to remove the grass blocking the entrance of the cave, he was about to close his standing skin according to the previous rhythm. As soon as he got in, he found that a yellow fluffy ball had already been lying in the cave. He had a round figure and curly hair all over his body, looking like an enlarged version of a curly-haired chinchilla. He was lying in the cave with blue blood all over his body, motionless. He looked a little miserable. Chapter 269. He turned her head and looked at the camera that had been recording beside her, then looked at the camera in the cave, thought for a while, stood up and walked to the side of the man. See what kind of character this beast has. If she wants to attack that vicious beast, don't blame her for being rude. Egg roll beast, sensitive, xenophobic, defensive, helping relatives but not others, and loving money. Note, life-saving grace, hand in hand. Curly beast, he looked down and saw that it was indeed not dead, but unconscious. It was probably attacked by the singing chicken and taken to the nest to be eaten. A white light appeared on her hand, and she treated the curly-haired beast in front of her. The white light gradually faded, and the curly-haired beast opened its eyes, and looked at Jihi. His eyes were confused. Jihi smiled and waved, "Hi. Curly-haired beast, eh?" Thanks to this curly-haired beast for its friendly science popularization, Jihi finally knew that they were indeed participating in an interstellar treasure hunt. This episode is divided into 3 stages: ice field, forest, and desert. After finding all the treasures needed for each stage, you will receive a prompt to move to the next stage. Although it is a live broadcast, since it is a treasure hunting program, it is normal to have some casualties. As long as the death rate is not too high, it doesn't matter. After all, the interstellar is not a comfortable place. Wherever you go, there will be disputes involving interests. Sometimes the program even encourages disputes. After all, disputes are interesting. On the other hand, since it is for them to show off, there will naturally not be too many restrictions. After all, financial resources are also a kind of ability. The space button can be used for anything, it doesn't matter. The organizer doesn't care, and even hopes to encounter a few rich and inhumane people, so that it can attract more attention and bring higher ratings. Jihi, eh. Speaking of the display, the curly beast was still a little indignant. The ice layer is not a big fool beast. It is clear that the first level will take 3 days by default, which is also a preparation for a better clearance of the second level. But he is so good that he broke the ice layer before we had a thorough rest and fell directly into it. Gee, a stupid beast that broke through the ice Pretend that it's not me who's talking about him. She cleared her throat and changed the subject. What are we looking for in this level? The silk of the beautiful spider. The curly-haired beast-1 was very sure. The first level is the red hope, and the second level is the silk of the beautiful spider. Where can I find the beautiful spider? I don't know. Dewan shook his head. It depends on luck. With so many beasts looking for it, the possibility of successfully finding the beautiful spider is too low. After chatting, Dewan started to take out the space button, and finally took out a space ring, and stuffed it into Jihi's arms. Thank you for saving my life. From now on, your business is my business. If you have any problems, just come to me. I don't have any good things with me now, so this space ring is for you. Jihi held the space ring in his palm, and probed into it. It was about 100 square meters, quite large, and there were a lot of supplies inside. He didn't recognize them, but they looked like alien food. No, I'd like to help others the most. No, you must accept it. It was hard to refuse such a kind offer. Finally, he happily accepted the space ring, and Do-won was also satisfied. He repaid his lifesaver, and his good reputation of repaying kindness spread. Both of them achieved their goals. Do-won took the opportunity to invite, "Let's go together. This forest is not easy to survive, and we can take care of each other together. Don't look at me like this, I'm very strong." He looked at the furry creature in front of him, and nodded silently. She still had a good impression of Do-won. She hoped he wouldn't let her down. The two of them discussed, and rested for a while, before getting up to look for treasures. Do-won walked in front, and as soon as he jumped out of the tree hole, the whole beast disappeared directly in front of Ji-hee. Ji-hee? She rushed over and looked down. A big hole was smashed below by Do-won's huge body. The black hole was bottomless, and no one knew where it led to, nor what animal's nest it was. Ji-hee squatted beside the hole and thought. Less than 5 minutes after the team was successfully formed, the teammate disappeared. What kind of luck is this? The beast below did not give her time to continue thinking. A mechanical bird quickly flew out of the cave. "Come down quickly, there are good things here." Ji-hee blinked, jumped up, and jumped down. The camera saw her disappear, and hurriedly followed her. The cave went down all the way. Ji-hee slid out of the cave, rolled in the air, and landed nimbly. This was not the nest of some animal as she imagined. Looking around, this place was very vast, and there was no end in sight. The top of their heads was also very high, and in front of them were many withered and shrunken plants, each of which was about 2 meters tall. Do-won was squatting on one side, and his huge figure was particularly obvious. His face was full of excitement at the moment. Seeing Ji-hee, he waved his hand quickly. Come on, we're going to make money." Ji-hee came over and squatted beside him. The huge height difference made Ji-hee squatting down not reach Do-won's knees. She stood up again silently. "What is this?" "Moo vine, delicious. I have tested it in advance just now. The contamination rate is 20%, not bad, we picked half each." As he said that, Do-won handed Ji-hee a fruit that looked like a grapefruit, and asked her to test it as well. Ji-hee, Mine was lost. Do-won was shocked, his eyes widened. How could you lose such an important thing when you were out? What about your optical computer? It was lost too. After a moment of silence, Do-won took out a long needle from the space button and handed it to Ji-hee. "I have a spare one here, you can use it first. It's not as good as the one connected to the optical computer, but it has all the basic functions. You must not drop it next time." Ji-hee took it, and found a display screen at the end of the needle. She aimed the needle at the grapefruit in her hand. The needle tube sent something in front of it, and automatically inserted it. After waiting for a few seconds, the display screen at the end of the needle began to display. Natural food, pollution level 20%, edible. Ji-hee used his talent casually. Moo fruit, the fruit of moo vine. There are trace amounts of toxins when eaten raw, and the lips will become red, swollen, and itchy. After long-term roasting, the toxins will disappear. The taste is sweet and soft, and can be used as a dessert. Note: bake for at least 8 minutes, otherwise you will go see your grandmother. She looked at the fruit in her palm, lowered her head, and smelled it again. It had a grassy fragrance, which was quite nice. Good stuff. It is good to roast it over fire. It saves trouble. Right? We can sell a lot of gold coins if we pick them all. Do-won narrowed his eyes and smiled. All the materials they obtained from participating in this program belong to them. Although this plant is not a precious treasure, it can earn gold coins by selling it, which is also a kind of treasure, right? Chapter 270. How to pick it. Ji-hee looked at the dead plants in front of him, and couldn't find the place where the fruit was hidden. Watch me. Do-won smiled and took out a black ball from the space button and put it on the spot. When the ball landed on the ground, it began to hang in the air. Do-won took out a remote control, and controlled the ball to fly up and down. After confirming that it worked, he began to control the ball to slowly approach the plants. At first, the plants did not change much. When the ball approached, these plants that seemed to be dead just now suddenly became plump, turned dark green, and surged like a wave, swaying left and right. All the branches grew longer and thicker in an instant, and grew several times larger until a yellow fruit appeared above the head. It looked very similar to the fruit in Ji's hand. The next second, all the plants turned around and started to shoot yellow fruits towards the black ball, one after another. As soon as one was shot, the next one appeared, and they continued to shoot. Just like a basketball pitcher, He never stopped. As the black ball flew in the air, yellow fruits were thrown out one after another. Gee, Dawan smiled and manipulated the ball to turn rapidly in the air. The yield is good. Oh, I threw out 4 of these, and I can keep throwing. It's so powerful. Ha ha ha. The more yellow fruits were thrown, the happier Dawan was. This means they can give more. There were too many fruits, and these plants didn't distinguish between friend and foe when they smashed them, and they were crazy. Most of them were avoided by the ball and hit their companions. Dawan was very nervous and muttered to himself, "It has been hit 3 times. It can't be smashed anymore. It will break if it is smashed again. Don't be mean now. Wait until I'm out of the show before being mean. I didn't expect to come across such a good thing. There aren't many of them." Gee, he discovered. Isn't the function of this thing similar to that of a drone? She had stockpiled a lot of them before, but used them all, so she didn't bring them into the dungeon this time. She will stockpile more when she goes back this time. Finally, under Dawan's muttering, the black ball stubbornly persisted to the end, and all the Moo vines threw out all the fruits in advance. Now those wood vines without fruits are shaking constantly, and the amplitude is getting bigger and bigger. Even from a distance, he can feel the anger. They are really angry. Unfortunately, the golden fruits they threw out smashed the whole wood vine into a state of twist and turn. Their shaking looks not only unimpressive, but also pitiful. Dawan put away the black ball, looked at the middle, and waved his hand. We each take half, and we don't care about the specific yield. It depends on our luck. Okay. The 2 of them agreed and immediately separated, and went their separate ways. He collected the left side, and Dawan collected the right side. While the 2 were collecting the fruits, the Moo vine was still shaking, and the closer he got, the faster it shook. He was dizzy. She swung the shovel several times, and the plants around her finally calmed down. He was satisfied. The child is disobedient. Just give him a beating. When he finished collecting all the Moo fruits, the Moo vine on her side could no longer shake. It was shrunken and motionless. He walked over and patted it, and they started shaking again. This unyielding spirit. Not to mention, it was quite cute. She packed it quickly, and after packing it, she saw Dawan still lowering his head to pick up the fruits, so he checked the field again. After picking up the fallen Moo fruit, she looked up at the top of her head. The underground here is still different from the underground mushroom ridge. There is no mushroom, and the luminous objects are all a kind of insects flying in the sky. Some are similar to the fireflies in my hometown, but brighter. He thought it would be useful to take it back as a light bulb, so she took out the big net and tried to catch a few. These insects are very fast, and not easy to catch. She had just caught more than 10 when Dawan shouted, "I'm done, let's keep going forward." Coming. After putting away the big net, he and Dawan walked forward together. Let's look inside this cave first. If we can't find a way out, we go back. Okay. They were exploring the forest, and there was actually no fixed area. As long as they found the star beasts, it would be fine. After clearing the area where the wood vines were, the 2 continued to walk forward for a while, and suddenly found that the cave was quiet. He couldn't help but frown. Let's be careful, something is wrong. Dawan had already drawn his weapon, and nodded silently when he heard this. But he walked directly in front of He couldn't let his savior get into trouble in front of him. Otherwise, he really couldn't face the beast. As they walked, the 2 found a lot of dry giant trees in the distance, with wrinkled and cracked branches, which looked very strange from a distance. Dawan made a gesture to He, asking her to be careful. He nodded silently, and the 2 of them bent over and walked quietly towards the dry woods. In the middle of the woods, she saw at a glance the pupae wrapped in white silk hanging on the big trees in the distance. They were densely packed, hanging all over countless trees. And next to them, there was a huge spider lying. Feeling Dawan's trembling beside him, he looked up and gestured silently. Dawan's face was full of excitement. He bent over and whispered to He in a posture with his head down and his butt up, "We are rich, we are rich. This is really going to be a big deal." He raised his eyebrows and motioned him to continue. "A beautiful spider? This is a beautiful spider. I didn't expect our luck to be so good. We encountered a beautiful spider not long after entering the forest. Did you see the yield? It's a high-yield beautiful spider." Dawan was extremely excited. He didn't even need He to ask. He kept talking. "Her spider silk is a wholly hemostatic object. Did you see the viscosity of the spider silk? As long as you touch it, no matter how big the wound is, it can be closed instantly. It is said that even if the body is cut in 2, it can be connected and you won't have a scar. Our luck is amazing. What a good thing." Ji also got excited. Isn't this medicine? Although she has talent, who would complain about too much medicine? What is the most precious thing in the end times? It's either food or medicine. I go fight the beautiful spider later, and you go cut the spider silk bag. Dawan kept muttering about tactics. Ji looked at the spider with blue spots on its body and big spikes on several legs in the distance, and thought for a while, you may not be able to do it alone, I will go with you. Let's deal with the spider first, and then we will cut the spider silk bag together after killing it. As soon as she said this, Dawan covered her mouth immediately, and Jihee's face was full of question marks. Dawan looked at the camera and winked. This underage child is just ignorant. It's probably the first time he goes out for adventure. He doesn't know anything. I teach him more. Chapter 271. After saying that, he turned to look at Jihee, with a serious face. The beautiful spider is a first-class protected species in the interstellar space. We must love her and cherish her. We only need her silk, and cannot hurt her body. You hit her so hard. What if the skin of the beautiful spider is broken? I won't need you for a while. I will go. I have experience, and will definitely give the beautiful spider complete love. Jihee, She looked at the spider in the distance, that was bigger than a truck, and its legs covered with barbs, and fell silent. This figure can directly participate in Jurassic. Still need others to protect? Compared to this beautiful spider, she felt that she needed more protection. In the spirit of respecting the rules of the galaxy, she didn't say anything, listening to Dawan muttering and making preparations. In her heart, she was thinking about how likely it was to steal the beautiful spider. Secretly glancing at the huge body with the corner of her eye, she regretfully gave up this plan. Forget it, it's not appropriate to sacrifice all her space creatures for bandages. After the two were ready, Dawan made a gesture to Jihee, and without looking back, he rushed forward instantly. The spider didn't even have time to react before a bucket of water was poured on its head. The hair on its head shook in the wind. I love taking a bath. My skin is good. Dawan shouted the slogan, and turned around and ran. He twisted from time to time, looking particularly naughty. The spider was so angry that its color changed. It immediately climbed up, turned into a water blue stripe, and ran straight towards Dawan like a truck. The legs below moved quickly on the ground at a very fast speed. Looking at the hatred that was being pulled over there, Jihee took the opportunity to rush out, jumped onto the tree quickly, and threw a talent at the white spider silk first. Beautiful spider silk. The silk produced by the beautiful spider is full of stickiness and magical power. It can stop bleeding, and adhere to the wound immediately without affecting the next battle. Note, it's okay, just make do. Jihee raised an eyebrow. She picked up so many things, and there were not many things that she didn't complain about this talent. Happy. Seeing her cutting the spider silk pupa, the beautiful spider immediately quit and rushed back. Dawan reacted quickly and immediately took out a bucket of ice water from the space and poured it hard on the back of the beautiful spider, soaking the back of the beautiful spider. The angry beautiful spider immediately ignored Jihee and chased him again. TSK, don't worry, I have seen this set of procedures no less than 100 times, and now I have room to play. In fact, there is nothing in the spider silk, it is solid, and it is basically redundant. The beautiful spider is stingy. It throws its own spider silk to dry, and doesn't give it to others. Dawan howled as he ran, his voice was particularly loud. Jihee had many years of experience in picking up things, so no matter how the spider ran like a truck, she was as steady as an old dog when she used the shovel to cut the spider silk back and forth. She waved wildly. While cutting, she looked at Dawan from the corner of her eye. Dawan did not lie to her, he was really good at fighting, although fat, but very agile. He ran around in the woods with the beautiful spider, and he avoided it every time, which made the beautiful spider feel that he was about to catch him. But if you look closely, he didn't have any injuries on his body, and most a little dust. Whenever the spider Mimi got impatient and wanted to run back, he would pour water on her to make her angry, and keep her hanging like this. Back and forth, it was so annoying. Jihee mourned for the spider Mimi, and was so angry that the hair on her head was about to fall down, but she still hadn't caught it. His hands kept moving. It was called a shovel, but in fact the outer ring was very sharp. She had tried it before, and it was much sharper than many special knives out there. It was equipped with a long handle, which was very convenient. The silk hanging on the top of the silk pupa of the spider Mimi is thicker than the silk below, twice as thick as the silk below. Although it was only as thick as wool, it was very strong, sticky, and full of toughness. It was difficult to cut when it was stuck to the shovel, and it swayed back and forth, so she couldn't use her strength. Jihee simply used the shovel to dip the white pupae, lifted them up, and stuck them to the tree trunk. This way, she could also use her strength, and her cutting speed was much faster. After working hard and sweating, the spider silk in front of G, he was finally cut. The sweat on her forehead flowed down, and she didn't even have time to wipe it off. She quickly put the spider silk into the space, and started cutting the second one. We need to speed up. Lena and the other two were having a very bad time. At night, they were first caught by the singing chicken and almost eaten. Later, she was strong in resistance, and woke up successfully when being pecked by the singing chicken. After using props to wake up the two people, the three of them consumed a wave of props, and finally escaped to the forest. At this time, they were covered in blood, and they barely stopped the bleeding after using the healing mushrooms they had finally obtained. I thought that being caught by the chicken and almost being eaten was the biggest suffering. Later they found that it was not the biggest suffering, but the beginning of suffering. They were not interstellar natives, and they did not recognize any of the plants around them. Basically, every step they took was a pit. They could not walk in the sky, nor under the trees. They were miserable along the way. They changed their clothes at first, but later they were too lazy to change them. They had changed more than 10 sets of clothes, and they would be damaged for various reasons as soon as they were changed. There was no need to change them like this. Of course, the main reason was that they did not have many clothes in the space. The space button has a limited area. When I came out to do the task, I thought that 10 sets of clothes would be enough, but who knew that there would be almost nothing left at the beginning? All kinds of setbacks, and no idea what treasures were needed to successfully complete the second forest. The three of them were a little irritated. At this moment, a vine suddenly appeared from the trees behind them, and entangled Lena fiercely. It sucked her tightly against the wall of the tree hole. Strangled. Lena felt a breath of difficulty. This forest was really too difficult. She rolled her eyes while trying to save herself. Peter and Dazo also turned around to save Lena as soon as they found that Lena was pulled away by the vine. They had been bewitched by her talent and fell deeply in love with her. Although Lena could not control two people at the same time, they would definitely save her when their lives were not in danger. After the continuous efforts of the two, Lena was finally saved. She knelt on the ground, breathing heavily. I really thought I was going to die just now. The feeling of being on the verge of death was so strong. At this moment, she regretted it. If she had known this, she would rather give up in the 1-star level than come to the 4-star level. Rather than suffering here, it is better to go back and dominate. But when this feeling of dying faded, Lena thought of the benefits of the 4-star level and the space button she got from the orc, and this feeling of regret quickly faded. Chapter 272. Hold on, hold on. As long as she gets out of this world, the whole world will be hers. She closed her eyes and calmed herself down. She didn't bother to change her blood-stained clothes. She tore her pants open, transformed into a snake tail, and began to walk carefully in the forest with her sensitive perception. In this form, her perception would double. Although she didn't like it, at the critical moment of life and death, she didn't care whether it looked good or not. The other two also changed into beast form, and moved carefully in the forest. They all had enough food, and they could afford the consumption after turning into beasts. Deep in the cave, Ji-hee and Do-won had forgotten their purpose, and became spider silk harvesters. For 3 hours, the two did not go anywhere. Ji-hee was busy on the tree and sweated. Do-won beside him was also panting. The beautiful spider was even more tired. It couldn't even get up. Its huge belly was leaning against the ground, and its legs were shaking uncontrollably. Staring at Do-won, it was as if she saw the murderer of her father. She understood it too. As long as she didn't care about the spider silk, the ball wouldn't splash water on her. Forget it, she didn't want this little spider silk. Although the spider hated these thieves, the situation was stronger than people. She endured it. If these stupid beasts wanted it, they could take it and leave quickly. As soon as they left, she would move away immediately and stay away from these stupid beasts. Ji-hee wiped the sweat from his forehead and gestured to Do-won, indicating that everything was fine. Stand up, jump a few times, and leave quickly. Do-won understood immediately, and began to retreat tentatively, moving his fat body. The spider in front of him was motionless, as if it was dead. Even its eyes were closed. Ji-hee was much faster than Do-won at the outskirts of the forest. After she left the dead forest, she quickly found a bush and crawled into it. She wiped her sweat and drank water. Even though she didn't run below, the spider silk was not easy to cut. After waiting for a few minutes, Do-won also ran out. She stuck her head out and waved her hand to indicate that she was here. The bushes that could hide Ji-hee's entire body only reached Do-won's thighs. Do-won sat down, with most of his body exposed. He was sweating all over. I'm so tired. I'm not a military school student. I really can't stand running for so long. He was so tired at this time that he didn't care whether the camera was shooting or not. He took out a big bucket of water, put his head in it, and started drinking. He sat aside to rest. Seeing that he was full, he took out the beautiful spider silk. Hurry up and put it in. We each have half, how about it? No problem. Dewan felt energetic when he saw the beautiful spider silk. The tiredness just now was swept away. Who can refuse the treasure? He can't. After the two of them divided the treasure, a feeling of fatigue came over them. They all thought that they should sit down and eat before moving on. Dewan's family was well off. He did not choose to eat the nutrient solution, but took out a bucket as big as Jia's bathtub, which was filled with a white viscous substance. The camera rushed over and took a close-up shot. Dewan took out the detector and tested it. Ding, pollution level 14% edible. A huge sound came, and the pollution level 14% was called out very clearly. In the Interstellar, the most important thing is the pollution level, the second most important thing is the taste, and the worst is the appearance. If the pollution level exceeds 40%, no beast will risk eating it no matter how delicious it is. Looking at the camera in front of him, Dewan picked up the big spoon with satisfaction. The environment is limited, so I just deal with it. I usually eat much better than this. Alas, there is no way, just bear with it when you are out. If it weren't for your proud expression, she would have believed it. This is Versailles, tut tut tut. It's not that Dewan is showing off intentionally, it's mainly because the interstellar beasts have big appetites and eat a lot. According to their appetite, about 14% of the food is already a very good meal. It's worth showing off. He took a look at the meal that was enough for her to eat for a week and was silent. Fortunately, her appetite is not that big. As she thought, she took out a bowl of beef noodles and ate it in big mouthfuls. Now her appetite has also increased a lot, twice as much as before. But compared to the Dewan in front of her, it is still pitifully small. This bowl is not even enough for Dewan to eat in one bite. But the appearance is quite good. The noodles are clearly separated and covered with large chunks of beef. The color contrast makes this bowl of noodles particularly appetizing. The two of them didn't talk, each lowered their heads and concentrated on eating. The camera was filming next to them, and from time to time it took a close-up, and it was very busy. What did the little female eat? It looks delicious. It must be delicious. I'm so hungry. The nutrient solution in my hand is hard to swallow. The curly-haired one next to him is not bad either. He eats so much food with a contamination level of 14% at a time. He must be in good condition. They are rich, richer than the segmented insects. It's not bad to marry them. They help their relatives and not their relatives. They are very united. In fact, marrying them is indeed a good choice. After dinner, Dewan and he discussed for a while and prepared to move forward. Dewan has a good personality and is very talkative. He chats with him like a friend, and there is a long sense of relaxation. This kind of relaxation has not been experienced for a long time. As the two walked, Dewan, who was standing next to Ji and talking just now, suddenly disappeared. Ji jumped up suddenly, and a huge hole appeared on the ground where Dewan had just stood. And Dewan disappeared into the hole. At this moment, Ji was convinced. The second time. This is the second time that Dewan fell into the hole. With the experience of the first time, she did not act in a hurry, but waited to see if Dewan would notify her. Who knows, 5 minutes passed. The big hole was still there without any sound. Did Dewan really disappear? She approached carefully, put her head close to the hole, and looked inside carefully. It was pitch black. Nothing could be seen. It was also bottomless. Sitting at the hole, she hesitated for a second, and just as she was about to stand up, a balloon suddenly flew up from the hole. It exploded the moment it touched Ji. Dewan's voice came from inside. It was so scary. There was extremely cold water below. I almost got sent away. I have already quit the program. I should be teleported away now. Don't worry. Although I can't continue to accompany you on the mission, I will watch you outside. Give my share of the treasure back for me. Come on. Ji smiled. It was good that there was no accident. Then we will meet again. Although she had obtained the silk of the beautiful spider, she was not ready to rest. Chapter 273. There is still a TV show before the mission ends, and she wants to continue exploring the forest. Without Dewan's introduction, she doesn't recognize many of the plants around her. She has no choice but to be more careful. Although there are some dangers, the difficulty is not too great. She saw a small red and yellow fruit that looked a bit like a raspberry. She looked at it, and squatted down to test it with her talent. Thorn fruit, sweet and sour, a very common wild fruit. Long-term use can treat high blood pressure. Note: if you eat too much, high blood pressure will turn into low blood pressure. He was very satisfied. Any wild fruit can be eaten as medicine? It would be great if there were no dangers in this copy. It can be called a treasure copy. This is a small bunch of fruits, not many. He picked them all in a short time. There are almost 3 small bamboo baskets. After picking the fruits, she did not forget to dig up a thorny fruit bush, hoping that her space would be able to fight for some energy, and it would be great if she could grow it later. After leaving the thorny fruit bush, he also came to a rock wall. After a simple glance, he saw things like white fungus growing in the cracks of the rock wall. It shatters with a light pinch. It looks like falling silver dots. Not taking it seriously, she threw a talent. Arthropods grow in the cracks of underground cliffs, fragile, will damage the brain and cause hallucinations after ingestion, poisonous. Note: there are a lot of them on your hands. Remember to wash your hands before eating. He looked up at these earpods. His eyes became brighter and brighter. Isn't this suitable for that Noda Ichiro? Feed it to him, and he will become a fool. Stop him from showing off. He put on gloves and a mask and started picking. She didn't forget that this thing was easy to break. Don't let it float into her nose. She didn't want to become a fool. The vine ears on the cliff were not easy to pick, so he simply sat on the green elf, which was more convenient. As the vine ears were picked, she vaguely saw some light from above the rock wall. Exit, controlling the green elf all the way up. The originally wide entrance became narrower and narrower. In the end, he couldn't even sit cross-legged on the green elf. Looking at the increasingly bright light above her head, she simply put away the green elf and climbed up from the gap. Just as she struggled to stick her head out of the hole, before she had time to be happy, she made eye contact with the woman in front of her. This must be a special fate. Before she had time to get up, she sensitively noticed the gaze from behind, and subconsciously supported herself with both hands and squeezed herself out of the hole. But the hole was too narrow, so she came out a little slower. It was this 1-second delay that caused 2 men behind her to run over. One of the men waved his hand and fired a chain, trying to connect to Jihee's body. She dodged it deftly. The other man muttered something to himself, and then he suddenly began to trip over her left foot and was about to fall. She quickly turned into a shovel, supporting her body, and at the same time used the force to eject backwards. She nimbly dodged the attacks of the 2 men. She was about to fight back when she suddenly heard a strange sound. When she looked up again, a glowing chain instantly wrapped around her right arm. This is a prop. She subconsciously exerted force, and the chain flickered and tended to break. One of the men quickly shot out a chain to tie up Jihee's left leg. At this time, less than a minute had passed since Jihee jumped out of the hole. Lena seemed to have just reacted, stood up and ran while shouting, "Stop fighting! Stop fighting! We are all human beings. Why can't we help each other? Why do we have to fight each other?" With tears in her eyes, she looked at the other 2 people, and then at Jihee. "I'm so glad to meet our kind in the dungeon. Please believe me, they have no ill will towards you, but they were a little frightened by your sudden appearance." Jihee felt the strength of the 2 chains, and did not comment on this. He could use props and talents to attack her without any ill will. Do you think she believed it? Looking at the current situation, Jihee understood. It seemed that there were a total of 4 humans entering the dungeon, and 3 of them had formed an alliance to oppress her kind people. Lena's standing position at this time formed a triangle with the other 2 people, and they surrounded Jihee in the middle. She seemed to be unaware, looking at Jihee, and sincerely invited, "You are so capable, I envy you, unlike me who is just a pure auxiliary." Seeing Jihee didn't speak, her expression did not change. "How can you be so rude to girls, Mr. Perfect, Avenger? Let go of our friend." After speaking, the chain on Jihee did not show any sign of loosening. Peter smiled. "Hello, ma'am. My name is Mr. Perfect. You may have heard my name before. Please believe that we have no ill will towards you. It's just that you appeared too suddenly, so our actions are inevitably a bit inappropriate. We are all human beings of the same race. In this copy, we are the only most loyal friends to each other, so I sincerely invite you to join our team. Let us help each other and get through this difficult copy together." Lena hurriedly persuaded, "Yes, don't worry, we are all good people. It's not a mandatory requirement for you. If you really encounter life-threatening situations, you can prioritize yourself and you don't have to feel pressured. If we don't unite, we are no match for those monsters and will be eliminated. Although the task requires the top 3, we can eliminate the other monsters, and then select 3 of them to complete the task. Wouldn't this increase our chances of winning? Dazzo didn't speak. Because of his talent, he basically wouldn't speak unless necessary. During this period, the few people talked, but their feet didn't move. It sounds nice to say that they are friends, but their actions are full of toughness. This means that today's team has to be added whether it is added or not. Jihee was silent, considering the strength of several people, and the chains tied to her body. If she doesn't agree, it will probably be a tough battle. Although she doesn't think she will lose, but... She lowered her eyes, pretended to think, and nodded in agreement. Okay. She wanted to see who would betray whom in the end. Seeing her agree, Lena's face showed joy. She walked forward to pull Jihee. Jihee dodged. Before Lena's face changed, Jihee took her hand and showed it to Lena. I'm poisoned. I'm afraid it will be transmitted to you. No wonder, her fingers were stained after picking thorny fruits. Lena saw the color of Jihee's fingers, her eyes flashed, and she took a step back without saying a word, and no longer approached her. We will be teammates in the future. My name is the Little Queen of the Crematorium. Chapter 274. My husband is offering sacrifices to the heavens, and he will be blessed with great fortune. Jihee shrugged his shoulders after saying this. Can the chain be removed now? Hearing this, the other 2 people subconsciously looked at Lena. They were standing behind Jihee, and from this angle, Jihee could not see their expressions. Lena's expression remained unchanged, and she reached out to touch the chain enthusiastically. Of course we have to remove it, and we will definitely become good teammates and partners in the future. The chain disappeared quickly before Lena's hand was about to touch it, and Jihee moved his body and quickly stood up. Lena had been standing beside her, looking at her like a caring elder sister. Seeing Jihee's taciturn appearance, she quickly found a suitable character for herself in her mind. People with cold appearances are often very soft inside. Once such people get into their hearts, they will be easy to control. Her smile gradually deepened, and she looked at Jihee with pure love in her eyes. Great, there will be one more meat shield in the future. The team with different ulterior motives was established. Lena discussed with the 2 people next to her and called Jihee. Let's go. Our task in this round is to find the silk of the beautiful spider, which is related to the final score. We can't rest. Lena didn't mind sharing the information. She got to sell Jihee a favor. Such mission information was not confidential. If she said it out, she would appear honest. After all, knowing what the mission was did not mean that it could be successfully completed. Sure enough, she saw a flash of surprise in Jihee's eyes, and then she clearly felt that Jihee's attitude towards her had eased. She was satisfied. Such a simple information could gain your trust? She deserved to be deceived by her. Although she had many thoughts in her mind, her expression remained unchanged, still kind and enthusiastic. She chattered along with Jihee all the way, and kept looking into Jihee's eyes. Her talent was now used to tie up the 2 people next to her, and it was hard to tell that it was on Jihee, but increasing the time of looking at each other could still make people be subtly influenced by her ability. A group of 4 people walked forward in the forest. In order to show their sincerity, they even put Jihee in the back and let her and Lena walk behind the 2 of them. In this way, the difficulties ahead will be faced by the 2 men first. It can be said that they are full of sincerity. Lena also quickly received satisfactory feedback from Jihee. She felt that her efforts were worth it. After all, they are all friends. They treat others sincerely. It is not good for this woman to stay behind all the time, right? And what they are going on now is actually going back. Having stepped on a pit once, they know that it is probably dangerous. If they walk again, the danger is actually not that big. When the woman in front of them truly accepts them, it is time for them to explore the new map. If she encounters danger, it can only be said that this woman is unlucky. In the evening, the night gradually deepened. The forest was shrouded in darkness, and the shadows cast by the trees were like ferocious beasts, ready to devour everyone at any time. The few people did not plan to rush in the dark. That would be too dangerous. After finding a place, everyone sat down and prepared to eat. Lena kept calculating in her heart, but her mouth was very enthusiastic. She also gave food to Jihee. It was a small cake. Jihee took the food she handed over and pretended to be very happy. He raised his hand and gave her a portion of dragon beard pastry. This color of pastry is the best match for rattan ears. The 2 of them had their own ulterior motives. After exchanging food in surprise, they took a bite in front of the people opposite them. They looked at each other with tacit understanding, looking at each other as if they were looking at the stupid child of the landlord. At this moment, their thoughts were in sync. It was really stupid, daring to eat anything given by anyone. The other 2 had already taken out the canned food and started eating. After taking a few bites, the man met Lena's eyes, found an excuse, and got up and left together. Ji-hee saw it all, but said nothing. As soon as they left, Lena's expression changed. She approached Ji-hee, her face full of hesitation. Tears flowed before she spoke. Ji-hee, ? What's going on? She didn't say anything, and Lena's tears kept falling. After a long time, she finally couldn't cry anymore. She could only speak first. Please, please, please help me. These two men force me. After a lot of nonsense, Ji-hee finally understood. Just say that the two men also coerced her, and it seems that her situation seems to be good, but in fact, the two men never really believed in her. I hope Ji-hee can stand on the same front with her, because they are both girls, work together to complete the task. At the same time, she did not forget to tell her that she is a person with the gift of prophecy, saying that as long as Ji-hee can get her out of the copy, she is willing to do anything for her. Ji-hee cooperated with a look of shock. In her heart, she secretly complained. It's a waste for this woman not to act in a TV series. There are only a few people. She played a Mission Impossible, 4 people developed 2 small gangs, or 3 small gangs. If she hadn't recognized Lena, she would have taken it seriously. Mary Sue actually cried, and said that the liquor was using her and forcing her? What a joke. With her weird talent, men can't love her enough. How could they hurt her? She looked up at Lena's tearful eyes, ignoring her stiffness, and wiped her face with her dirty hands. She sincerely took on the responsibility. Don't worry, dear. I hate men who bully women the most. From now on, we will be good sisters. You and I are the best in the world. I will help you kill them both. On your 7th day, I will burn paper for you. Real money. The fake money is long gone. Although Lena was full of disgust when being held by Ji-hee's dirty hands, she couldn't help but spit on her when she saw her say that. She was nothing, but she would kill people. But she had to persuade her. Don't worry, we will get hurt if we kill them, so why not use them to complete the task, so that when the time comes, we can join forces and pass the dungeon smoothly. Ji-hee thought about it, then nodded, indicating his agreement. Lena believed that she had achieved her goal, and showed Ji-hee a weak but strong smile. The two looked at each other, each with their own ulterior motives. When the two men came back, they saw Ji-hee and Lena sitting on the ground intimately, lowering their heads and chatting. They looked at each other, and were very satisfied with what they saw. Tomorrow, this woman should take the initiative to explore the way ahead, right? In the middle of the night, several people slept on the ground in their clothes. Pretending to sleep, no one can sleep well. Ji-hee stretched his consciousness into the space to sort it out, kill time, and pretend to sleep. With these 3 people, she dared not fall asleep even if she had 10 lives. Chapter 275. Since she had slept too much yesterday, she was going to stay up today. After an unknown amount of time, she suddenly heard footsteps in the darkness. She subconsciously opened her eyes, and saw a dark shadow approaching. At this time, everyone else also sat up quietly. They said nothing, looking at the figure walking and stopping in the distance. When the monster approached, Ji-hee finally recognized it at a glance with the weak light. It was the monster that failed to rob her red hope, and was robbed back by her. Seeing his figure approaching, Ji-hee sat up and looked at Lena. Lena told her not to act rashly and wait quietly. Ji-hee nodded, which meant that Lena was scared and wanted her to protect her. Sister, don't be afraid. I will protect you, she whispered, thinking she was very careful, but the weak voice was still enough to be captured by the monster's sensitive ears in the middle of the night. Lena widened her eyes, and tried to cover Ji-hee's mouth with her hand, saying, Shut up, what are you doing? Ji-hee said he understood and continued. Sister, hold my hand, and stand with me in a while. I am here, you are here. Lena was shocked. How could there be such a stupid person? How did she survive until now? Shut up. She couldn't bear it anymore and snorted. But it was too late. Paisai had already recognized the voice of this damn woman. Not only did she play tricks on him, but she also took away the red hope he had finally obtained. Rage surged in his heart instantly, and Paisai ran towards everyone with a roar. He wants these people dead. Ji-hee shouted frantically, fearing that Peace couldn't see him at night, and found the direction for him. You two, get out of the way quickly, don't let the monster find you. Without waiting for others to react, she lifted Lena up, rushed down with her head, and jumped behind the 2 men with her on her shoulders. She looked like she was seeking protection. Although the other 2 felt a little puzzled, they subconsciously rushed up to stop Peace as he rushed towards them. Let's talk it over. Don't be impulsive. Peace didn't understand what they said. Looking at the expressions of the 2 men, he instantly felt that the four of them were in the same group, and his anger surged. He wanted to tear them all apart. He was very fast, like a ghost in the dark night. In just a blink of an eye, he rushed in front of the two people and hit them in the face. Although they were dodging, under the threat of Pease's force, they were like old hens facing an eagle, weak and powerless. The front teeth flew out in an instant mixed with blood. Pease still felt that it was not enough, so he continued to rush towards Ji-hee, but Ji-hee was one step ahead of him. She shook Pete frantically and yelled, "Wake up! He is going to beat you to death, you can't die." After saying this, she pushed Pete to Pease's side, turned around and pulled Daeso, but she pulled too hard and pulled the wig off directly. Looking at the bald head that was faintly reflecting in the dark night, Ji-hee quickly put the wig back on him. However, because of his lack of skill, the wig was put on the wrong way, blocking Daeso's eyes. "I'm sorry, I didn't know you were bald." "No, I meant that it's good that you're bald." "No, I meant that you shouldn't feel inferior." Daeso felt a surge of air rushing to the back of his head. As soon as he opened his mouth, the damned woman in front of him jumped away like a monkey, and the terrifying face of a monster appeared in front of him. Chapter 276. He quickly took out his props to dodge. It was obvious. At this point, it was no longer a question of whether the misunderstanding could be resolved. This battle had to be fought. Of course, the most important thing was that they could not understand what the monster said. When both sides heard the other side talking, they felt it was like a strange hissing. And he was stirring up trouble in the middle. There was no day to resolve this misunderstanding. He did not allow it to be resolved. So the three people instantly fought in a group. He also threw Lena aside. "No, if I don't go, they will die, sister, take care." After that, he took out his pistol and started shooting from a distance. While gesturing, he shouted, "I'm going to shoot, get out of the way, don't shoot you. Too fast. Too dark outside. I can't aim." In fact, the night at this time was as bright as day in Ji-hee's eyes. After swallowing the red hope, her ability has been greatly improved. At this time, she can clearly see the figures and movements of several people, including the two chains that tied her at the beginning. If she wanted, she could forcefully break free, but she would be injured. But then she couldn't take down all the people, so she decided to infiltrate the enemy and take them all away in one go. But she wanted to drug them. Before she found the right time, the monster came. Why can't it be called a special fate? Ji-hee controlled the overall situation, and she would help whichever side was weak. But at present, Peace's strength is undoubtedly strong, and he is completely in the upper hand when fighting 1 against 2, suppressing the two people so that they can't raise their heads. And it seemed like she was doing it with ease. Ji-hee started to get serious, but she found that the bullets could not penetrate the hard skin of Peace. The bullets could only make him frown. It couldn't even disrupt his fighting rhythm. In the 4-star version, the effect of bullets is really getting lower and lower. This was the case when facing the iceberg beast, and it was also the case when facing Peace. Ji-hee even had a feeling that when she evolved to the later stage, she would not be afraid of bullets. Peter and Daeso had been fighting for so long that they had begun to want to retreat. They were looking for a chance to leave. But it was obvious that this mentality would only make them fail faster when facing Pease. Before they could find the time to retreat, Pease found the opportunity first, and cut off Pete's left arm with his sharp nails. Bright red blood spurted out instantly. Pete screamed, and then without hesitation, he quickly took out the teleportation prop. But just a second before the prop took effect, the spike behind Pease's tail pierced his brain. Pete opened his eyes wide, and fell straight down. Pete's death severely stimulated Daeso, and he had no intention of fighting at this moment. He had just climbed from the bottom of society to his current position, and no one knew how much he had paid. He couldn't die. At this moment, he had only one thought in his mind, that is, to escape. His eyes were red, and he turned around and wanted to escape. Looking at the man's back, a sarcastic smile appeared at the corner of Pease's mouth. Making such a mistake in the battle, he seized the opportunity, and cut off Daeso's head neatly. The fishy and sweet blood sprayed on his face, making him look like a devil in the dark night. He raised his head, and wanted to speak, but a shovel still rushed towards him. The contemptuous smile, at the corner of his mouth, had not been completely pulled out, and the shovel hit his right arm. Chapter 277. A sharp pain swept through his brain. He groaned. If he was hit again, his right arm would be broken. His eyes were filled with shock. This female was actually a violent person. He did not dare to neglect it, put away his contempt, and concentrated on fighting back. Unlike the ease of killing several men before, he could see the trajectory of each of his counterattacks, and easily avoid them. He did not cause any damage, but was hit several times by Ji-hee. Knowing that it would be bad if this continued, he put away the contempt in his eyes, and finally looked at Ji-hee deeply, leaving a sentence, "I will come back." He exerted force on his feet, and quickly disappeared into the night. Ji-hee stood there, looking at his back, and did not chase him. There were countless properties of plants in this forest, and she could not take risks. Turned to look at Lena. Now she was the only one alive among the three good friends, which was not appropriate. Turning around, she saw Lena lying on the ground, laughing non-stop, gesturing while laughing, and saliva flowing down the corners of her mouth. She already looked like a dazed person. Is this the effect of the year vine? Ji-hee didn't know whether Lena was pretending or not, and she didn't care. Picking up the pistol, she aimed at Lena. Just as she was about to shoot, Lena sat up quickly, staring at Ji-hee with her eyes, and activated her talent, "You love me." Ji-hee's eyes were blurred for a moment. She looked at the person in front of her. Her heart was full of joy. She liked her so much, it seemed that she wanted to give her the whole world. There had never been a person who could make her like this. Lena looked at the person in front of her with contempt. No one had ever been able to escape her charm, never. She looked directly into Ji-hee's eyes. "Come here, help me up." She was confident that no one had ever been able to escape her talent. Now that two men were dead, this woman could not die before she found a new protector. Sure enough, Ji-hee nodded. He walked over and helped her up. His movements were gentler than ever before. Lena was very satisfied. She looked at the bloody bodies of the two men with disgust in her eyes. "Waste. I thought you were awesome, but you died in the second level. Fortunately, there was still a smart person. Go find their personal belongings and give them to me." After saying this, Lena turned around leisurely and looked for a place to rest. Who knew that the next second, she was kicked to the ground. Ji-hee knelt on her belly, grabbed a handful of mud and stuffed it into Lena's mouth. "Give it to your mother. I gave you face. I like you so much, but you don't dig out your heart and give it to me, and you still want my spoils? Bah, you shameless bastard. You are not satisfied with my love, and you even want to get my things. I tell you, you can cheat on my feelings, but you can never cheat on my money." Ji-hee grabbed Lena's neck with one hand and stuffed mud into her mouth with the other hand. "I want to let this unfaithful woman, who wants feelings and materials, see how powerful she is. You are not satisfied with getting her heart. Greedy. Look at her, let her know now, not everyone can afford to offend you." Lena really felt like she was going to die. Her mouth was full of mud, and it was difficult to breathe. She had never thought that someone would want to kill the person she loved the most. Isn't the essence of human beings to give? When you meet someone you like, shouldn't you give everything to them? They would actually kill someone for a little material. Oh my God. It was so unlucky to be liked by this perverted woman. She didn't want it, she didn't want it. Chapter 278. Lena immediately withdrew her talent and struggled frantically, but Ji-hee was so strong that her mouth was filled with mud and she couldn't close it. Her strength gradually weakened, her brain began to become chaotic, and her breathing was also blocked by the mud. White light flashed before her eyes. At this moment, she regretted it. She shouldn't have activated her talent and shouldn't have asked for material things. In other words, she shouldn't have pulled this woman into the team the moment she met her. He shouldn't have tried to use her to explore the way. Otherwise, she could still live well. Unfortunately, there is no if. As she felt the strength of the struggle of the person under her weakened, Ji-hee finally woke up. She confirmed again that she no longer had the idea of devotion in her heart. Only then did she breathe a sigh of relief. But she was scared to death. The person she liked actually asked her for supplies, and asked her to offer her spoils. This was simply a horror story. At that moment, she suspected that she had suddenly become blind and had been possessed by someone. This is not okay. This must not happen to her. This will make her feel that she has no love. She thought calmly, that must be Lena's talent. Patting the mud on her thigh, Ji-hee pulled out the gun, without any hesitation, and shot Lena in the head. This talent is too terrible. Let's say goodbye. Only when she was sure that the person was dead, Ji-hee reached out and began to search. Just now, she watched several people take out food. They must have space buttons on their bodies. This good thing can't be thrown away like this. Finally, the three people contributed 3 space buttons to Ji-hee. After confirming that they had no other supplies, Ji-hee flashed into the space. There were still a few hours before dawn, and she had time to sleep for a while. 4 hours later, Ji-hee got up. She was terrified in the dungeon these days, and she couldn't eat or sleep well. She simply didn't care about the few hours of space time. She found breakfast in the space, and ate, while looking at the space button. The space buttons of the three people were not the smallest ones. Lena and Peter's were about 12 cubic meters, while Daiso's was a little smaller, but it was also about 8 cubic meters. The supplies inside were very rich, with everything. There was a lot of meat, ham, and the like in the food, and the other part was survival supplies, including various weapons and tents, etc. Jihi also saw various guns inside. I don't know why they didn't use them at that time. But now they are all cheap for her. After putting the things away, Jihi found the remaining props for the three people. Not as many as she imagined. There are 6 in total, one of which is the chain that tied her last time. Li Yuan's dog chain. Li Yuan's dog is very disobedient and always likes to dig out the trash can, so this dog chain that was materialized by her wish will relieve her troubles. It can be tied to the target after use. Note: you can break free when your strength reaches a certain level. I think you should know. At this moment, Jihi was only glad that he didn't break the chain, otherwise he would destroy his own props. What a pity. Put it in the box she used to store props. Jihi started to look at the second one. Pollution monitor. Can detect the degree of food pollution. This one is not bad either. The teleportation prop that Chung Jun gave her last time was used this time, and she can give this to Chung Jun later, just as a return gift. Anyway, she still has another one given by Dewan, so this one is useless. The third and fourth ones are energy stones. Chapter 279. D-level energy stone. Contains energy and has a wide range of uses. Note: do you know about batteries? Jihi was shocked. She didn't even have this thing. So where did these two people get it from? You can't judge a person by his appearance, and you can't measure the depth of the sea. It's hidden. But now it's all hers. She didn't rush to send the energy stone into the space, and planned to keep it for backup. As the name suggests, it must have some use to be called an energy stone, and it should be kept for emergency use. In addition to these, there are 2 floating island clouds that she sold. There is still some time before they dissipate, and Jihi plans to sell them after leaving the space. Put the things in order. After she was ready, she flashed out of the space. The forest outside was full of insects and birds. The 3 bodies from last night have disappeared without a trace. Only a trace of blood remained to prove that what happened last night was not a dream. Jihi found the right direction and prepared to continue exploring in the forest. It was not easy to come here. Although she didn't hope to find the beautiful spider silk again, it would be good to have some other treasures. An hour later, Jihi was squatting on a big tree wearing a cloak, picking green fruits. Clean fruit, soak in water, and when it is completely melted, you can get a super strong laundry detergent. Put the clothes in, and take them out after 10 minutes, and they will be clean instantly. Not edible. Note: enhanced soap. This is what she just found. Although it is not edible, it is good for washing clothes. With this, she can sell the laundry detergent she has stockpiled. After picking tens of thousands of clean fruits, Jihi happily continued to explore the forest. She didn't know where the other beasts went. She didn't encounter any beasts along the way. As soon as she climbed up the hill, Jihi looked down and saw a pile of fruits emitting green light in the distance. And there were several huge ducks guarding them. These ducks were covered with gray hair, reflecting the light in the sun, waving a wooden shield in their hands, and patrolling back and forth around the green fruits. Jihi, this visual sense of guarding treasures. It really feels like playing a game. She quickly climbed down the tree and moved forward quietly. Just now she counted, there are 11 ducks in the middle of the field, and she may not be able to defeat all of them together. Her plan is to lure out a duck first and defeat them one by one. She threw a mushroom in front of a patrol duck. It's poisonous. As a result, the duck didn't even look at it, and kicked the mushroom that blocked the way away. Didn't fall for it at all. Jihi was not discouraged, and took out another large red mushroom with non-toxic spots. She cut off a piece and threw it out. This worked, and the duck ate it. She was delighted and threw another piece. She threw several pieces in a row, and just lured the duck out. She wanted to lure it further away, but the duck looked at the mushrooms, then looked at the path behind it, and simply stopped eating and turned around and walked back. Jihi, The TV series was bullshit. It lied to her. After trying several times, he found that the duck was not fooled. If the fruit was thrown close, he would eat it. If the fruit was thrown far away, he would not even look at it. He focused on patrolling back and forth. Jihi had no choice but to take out his gun and install the silencer. He aimed at the duck's big head and started shooting. Who knew that these ducks were very sensitive? Before the bullet was about to touch the duck's head, they quickly raised the shield in their hands to block their heads. The bullet was bounced back the moment it touched the duck's shield. Ji turned her head to the left and dodged the bullet. Okay, it looks like it's her old friend again. She clenched her right fist and turned into her big shovel. Aiming at the helmeted duck, she exerted force on her feet and rushed out instantly. The helmeted duck reacted quickly and waved its shield to block it as soon as it saw Ji. The two collided, making a dull sound of dong. Ji was not surprised by this scene. She knew how hard the shield was just now. The sudden appearance of Ji was also seen by the other helmeted ducks. They quickly divided the work. The remaining 6 ducks continued to patrol to prevent accidents, and the other 4 rushed towards Ji with shields. Ji looked calm. Under the siege of 5 ducks, he dodged nimbly and found the right time to counterattack. This duck has strong fighting power, and its feathers have strong defensive power. Ji didn't cause any damage to the duck's shield with the shovel a few times. He narrowed his eyes, and the next second, Ji held his breath and quickly threw a handful of devilishly spicy chili powder into the duck's eyes. Quack quack. The duck suddenly made a miserable cry, and the circles around their eyes quickly turned red, and tears flowed down, looking particularly miserable. Take advantage of his weakness to kill him. Ji quickly took out the rattan ear and stuffed it into the duck when it opened its mouth and screamed. None of the ducks were left behind. Rain and dew were equally distributed. She thought about it. Eating this rattan ear would make the duck stupid. That was only on the brain level. It would not affect her eating duck meat. The only drawback was that the rattan ear would not attack immediately. It would take some time. With this idea in mind, Ji walked the ducks around. The ducks' eyes were red, and they waved their shields wildly to attack Ji, and each blow brought a sound of breaking through the air. It was obvious that they were really angry. Ji did not fight them head-on. She aimed the shovel in her hand at the duck's eyes and ankles. Hit the weakest part. Finally, the calls of the ducks chasing after Ji gradually weakened, and their movements and eyes began to become uncontrollable. Ji knew that it was time. She grinned, waved the shovel, and prepared to aim at the weak part of the duck. Finally, with Ji's last effort, the first duck fell. It let out a shrill scream, then softened, fell backwards, and fell straight to the ground. The shield was also thrown aside. Seeing this scene, the other ducks were shocked and angry, and even the patrolling ducks could not help it. They rushed towards Ji frantically. They just came one by one. There were always 5 ducks on Ji's side. If all of them came up, they might still pose some threat to Ji, but they were still not at ease with the fruit they were guarding, so they were only willing to allocate half of their personnel to deal with Ji, and in the end, they were naturally wiped out. When everything was over, her calves were shaking from exhaustion. But she felt very happy. If someone had said before that she could kill so many ducks, she would have thought that person was joking. But now look at the ducks under her feet. Each one is more than 4 meters tall and can fit her. She killed 11 in total. How can this not be considered progress? Chapter 280. Squatted down and touched the duck. Helmeted duck. The skin and feathers are very hard and can be used to make weapons. The meat is old, hard, and woody, but edible. Long-term consumption can make muscles stronger. Note: hurry up and become a muscle Barbie. Muscle Barbie? Ji's mind instantly thought of the image of a certain cartoon. Cute face, strong body. It's so amazing. She suppressed this thought. As long as she could become stronger, it didn't matter if she was a muscle Barbie. Her eyes glanced at the shield next to her. Helmeted duck's exclusive shield. The shield that accompanies the helmet's duck is very strong. Although it is made of wood, it is as hard as steel. Note: it is very hard and can resist attacks from talents. Good stuff, she likes it. Putting away the duck and the shield, Ji aimed at the green glowing plant in the distance. The green fruits looked a lot from a distance, but when you look closer, you can see that there are only more than 10. It looks quite big. Ji stretched out his hand towards the green glowing plant. Helmet fruit. The fruit guarded by the helm duck, when held in the palm of your hand, will form a protective shield, and will automatically disappear when the energy is used up. Note: if you hold it in your hand and put on a wizard hat, you will play the role of the witch in your world. Protective shield. Can you say it is worthy of being a 4-star book? There really is no garbage. Every one of them is a good thing. Ji was so happy that he stretched out his hand and started picking. Each of these fruits looked as big as a basketball, and Ji couldn't hold it with one hand. If he wanted to use it, he had to hold it with both hands. When she thought about the huge glowing green ball she had to hold in her palm every time she wanted to use the protective shield, Ji felt a little embarrassed. She had never had a middle school period, so this image didn't suit her. But this treasure was really useful. It would be a waste if it was left unused. Before she finished picking all the fruits, Jihee's palm suddenly started to feel a little hot. With the experience of the previous level, Jihee instantly realized that this level should be over. But she still had 2 fruits to pick. At this moment, she quickly pounced forward and got the second to last fruit. In one pounce. Just when she was half a meter away from the fruit, a portal appeared under her feet, and it was about to suck her in. The shovel suddenly appeared and touched the green helmet fruit. The next second, both the person and the fruit disappeared. The whole forest returned to peace. Opening his eyes again, Jihee appeared in a huge desert. The temperature rose instantly. Looking up, there were no clouds in the sky, and the shadow of the sun could not be seen, but the burning sensation could be felt from above. Looking around, she could not see any living creatures around her. She was a little confused. Desert exploration was her weakness. According to her survival experience, in the desert, the temperature difference between day and night was too large, and it was hot and lacked water. But she had space. The above situations would basically not happen to her. After all, she used space and time so frugally just to use it in such a critical place. If there was danger, she would just hide in it. But she really couldn't think of any treasures in the desert. If the ice field and the forest could still bring some extra income, there was really nothing in the desert. Retracting her thoughts, Jihee lowered her head and began to organize her clothes. Sun hats, sun protection clothes, and pralin are all necessary. After finishing this set, she felt much better. Although it was still a little dry when she breathed, she was still used to the extremely hot environment in her hometown after living for a long time. Picking a direction at random, Jihee conjured a shovel as a crutch and walked forward. Walking in the desert is very tiring. The scorching sun and the hot wind make Jihee feel like she is in a furnace. The yellow sand under her feet is very weak, and she has to spend more energy every time she takes a step. After walking for a while, Jihee decided not to make things difficult for herself. Why bother? She is really not the kind of person who can endure hardships. After taking out the green elf and sitting on it, Jihee felt alive again. No wonder gods have a mount. This is really comfortable. The scenery of the desert remains unchanged. Jihee looked ahead and felt that the air was distorted by the sun. The yellow sand kept retreating. At first, she felt fresh, but after watching it for a while, she felt a little dizzy. After thinking about it, she took out a cup of mango smoothie and drank it. Seeing that it was still safe now, she was ready to relax a little and drink some drinks. She felt a little tired because she was too tense. Others liked to drink red wine to relax. She just liked to drink drinks. Just think of her as a wild boar who can't eat fine bran. She will never be an elegant person in her life. After a drink, she was in a good mood, and suddenly saw a different scenery in the distance. She took out the telescope and looked at it intently. The scene in front of her made her heart drop instantly. Under the dazzling sunlight, at the junction of heaven and earth, countless tornadoes connected into one piece, like a queue, one after another. The yellow sand was flying all over the sky. It was the first time she saw such a shocking scene. She just felt a little unwell. How could she, a mortal body, withstand such a natural disaster? This is too much of a compliment to her. Looking at the tornado, she didn't hesitate for even a second, and quickly took the green elf into the space. Goodbye, you. At the same time, the monsters walking in the desert saw the tornado in the distance, and some ran away, and some dug holes. Each showed their abilities. After entering the space, Jihee's originally anxious heart was instantly relieved. Looking at a space full of vitality, she rolled up her sleeves and prepared to start working. Wasting time is not her character. After planting in the space for a long time, Jihee has enough experience. She picked all the ripe vegetables first. This must be picked. It's time to get old. In addition to vegetables, the potatoes, sweet potatoes, and corn she planted before are also ripe. She bought a simple harvester in the mall before, which just happened to be useful. That is, when harvesting, she will be glad that the small space has its advantages. At least it is not like other people who have hundreds of acres of space, and it is as tiring as peeling a layer of skin after harvesting. The seeds of the crops planted in the space were all bought by her at the wholesale market before the natural disaster, and they did not fail to sprout like those outside. Jihee did not know the reason, so she simply ignored it. After all, she was not an expert professor at the agricultural college, so she should not embarrass herself. An hour passed quickly, and the farm work in the space was not finished. Jihee did not force it, and she would do it when she had time. After packing up, she just left the space, and before she could stand firmly, she was directly swept into the sky. She reacted instantly, and it was because the tornado had not passed. Chapter 281. This tornado lasted for an entire hour. She was spinning in circles as the strong wind swept her. Ji-hee struggled to take out her goggles and put them on her eyes, and then she could barely open her eyes. With the space, she was not afraid of being killed. There was actually nothing in the tornado. She was spinning so fast that she couldn't see anything clearly. Just as she was about to dodge into the space and continue to dodge, she saw a dazzling golden glow in the center of the tornado. Under the dazzling light, the yellow sand in the sky seemed to turn into a golden veil, protecting the golden light in the middle layer by layer. What is this? Ji-hee subconsciously thought it was a treasure. She began to adjust her body shape, trying to stabilize herself, and approached the middle little by little. The yellow sand in the sky blew all over her head and face. It made it difficult for her to get close. Just when she thought she might never be able to get close, half of her body was suddenly thrown in. The next second, she began to fall down continuously. The center of the tornado was actually still. But she didn't have the energy to pay attention to other things. At a glance, she saw the transparent gem floating in the middle. Energy stone. It was definitely an energy stone. It was more crystal clear and more perfect than the D-level energy stones she had seen before. She must get it. As her body fell rapidly, the distance between Ji-hee and the energy stone was rapidly closing. She stretched out her hands. It was almost there. Just a little bit. Caught it immediately. In Ji-hee's vision, the calm air around the energy stone suddenly began to change. A lightning bolt suddenly appeared in her eyes, followed by 2, 3. They entangled and gradually became thicker. Finally, it turned into a dazzling white light. It began to attack Ji-hee's arm frantically. Snap. When the first lightning bolt struck Ji-hee's arm, she felt a piercing pain that spread from her arm to her whole body. She subconsciously bit her lips. It hurts, it really hurts. A burnt smell gradually spread. Ji-hee gritted her teeth, aimed at the energy stone, and continued to reach out. The energy stone was right in front of her, if she couldn't get it at such a short distance. Then she really didn't have the face to ask for this energy stone. She was so angry that she bit her lips until they bled. She stretched her hand forward suddenly, and her arm was instantly engulfed by white light, and she caught it the next second. The whole person flashed and disappeared into space. Lying on the ground in space, Ji-hee's entire right arm was dry and burnt, and the flesh on it was burnt black, as if it had been roasted dry. Even the white scales turned black and curled. They were too young to withstand such damage. Ji-hee was soaked in cold sweat, and her arms were shaking uncontrollably. It hurts. Because she used too much force, her fingers became like chicken claws, and the energy stone was firmly trapped inside. Looking at the energy stone in her hand, she couldn't help but smile with joy. She did it. Her left hand lit up with white light, and she gently stroked her arm. After a moment, the halo in her hand disappeared, and her right arm was as smooth as before. This time the energy consumption is very large, almost 1/3 of the total energy. It is impossible for her to obtain such energy stones in unlimited quantities. At most, she can obtain 3 at a time, and then she needs to rest. Carefully observe the energy stone in the palm of her hand. It looks like an enlarged version of a diamond. B-level energy stone. Contains a lot of energy, and has a wide range of uses. Note, barely enough to get started. TSK. How presumptuous. Such a big diamond, I'm afraid it can be sold for hundreds of millions in my hometown, but now it's just barely enough to get started. Arrogant. Ji-hee happily put away the energy stone carefully, and lay back on the ground. With the energy stone, she instantly forgot the pain just now. Her mind was alive. She tossed and turned, as if there were nails under her buttocks. She couldn't lie down at all. No, she had to fight. The bicycle became a motorcycle. It was stable and comfortable, but poor. This was not okay. This would make her anxious. Having made up her mind, Ji-hee was fully armed and flashed out of the space again. The next second, the strong wind swept her and took her in a fast circle. With the experience from last time, she was very calm this time, trying to balance her body and look inside the tornado. What a pity. This tornado was empty. She was not discouraged, and quickly flashed back to the space, and flashed out again after a few minutes. After going back and forth several times, she finally saw the second energy stone. It was exactly the same as the one just now. Ji-hee was very happy. I finally waited for you. Fortunately, I didn't give up. I don't know how long it took, when Ji-hee collected the 11th B-level energy stone, and came out of the space. She felt the speed of the tornado, outside began to slow down gradually. Is this the end? She did not choose to go in, but looked outside in the direction of the tornado. It was still a mess, and she could not see anything clearly. Just when Ji thought it would take a long time for it to stop, she was suddenly thrown out. As far as she could see, in the yellow sand, there was a huge fortress made of sand, which looked very magnificent. There was no time for Ji to think about it, and she began to fall rapidly. Ji quickly took out the green elf and turned over to sit. Only then did she have the energy to observe the sand castle. Flying into the sky, she found that this sand castle was much larger than she had imagined. She had only seen the side just now. Looking down from the sky, the whole sand castle was integrated, reflecting the golden dazzling light in the sun. Sitting on the green elf and circling around, Ji found that it was impeccable. The whole sand castle was tightly closed, and there was no entrance. If you want to get in, you could only destroy it. Touch the sand castle. It was very hard, and felt like rough cement. Just as she was about to take out the shovel and start digging, Ji spotted two dark figures approaching from a distance. She quickly manipulated the green elf to land on the other side of the sand castle, found a yellow sheet of the same color as the sand, and draped it over her body, carefully burying herself in the sand, leaving only her eyes exposed. While the two figures were not completely close, she propped herself up with the sheet, quickly pushed the sand to both sides with both hands, and moved forward bit by bit while lying in the sand. She admired herself. She had figured out such a clever way to move forward. If she came a few more times, she could become a professional sand digger. Fearing being discovered, she did not get too close, but chose to stick to the bottom of the sand castle wall, trying not to attract attention. At this time, the two giants were gradually approaching. One of the giants was wearing yellow armor, with black eyes and a huge axe in his hand. The other one was aqua blue, with 8 legs under its body, and looked like jelly. They walked one after the other, separated by a distance, without saying a word, and were obviously on guard against each other. At this point in time, it was almost the final stage. Chapter 282. Everywhere you look, there are enemies. The two beasts stood a few meters away from the sand castle, staring at each other, and the atmosphere was very tense. Finally, the yellow beast couldn't help it first, and his voice was low like a bell. You or me? It depends on your ability. The blue beast didn't mean to take advantage of the other. Okay. After the voice fell, the two separated and walked in opposite directions. Ji stared at the two with burning eyes. She didn't know what to do in this level, how to win, and now there were 2 examples, she wouldn't miss them. Each of them took out something. Because it was too far away, Ji couldn't see clearly what it was, he only saw them put the things in their hands on the sand. Then, they turned around and left quickly, dug a hole, and buried themselves in the sand. After a while, the beach was quiet again. It was as if the two beasts just now were imagined by Ji. After waiting for a long time, the surrounding environment did not change. The two beasts were motionless, and Ji was also motionless. 2 more shadows appeared in the distance, one in front and one behind. Other giant beasts were approaching. Will their arrival break the peace? Just when Ji was a little anxious, the edge of the perfect sand castle on her right suddenly changed a little. As if gradually melting, the sand spread to both sides, and finally a hole appeared, and a huge golden scorpion flew out of it. It can only be said that it is a little like a scorpion, but not exactly the same. There is a round light bulb at its tail. It was glowing non-stop. Ji looked at the cave entrance that was so close, and his heart was beating wildly. At this moment, the scorpion and the 2 people who came from a distance looked at each other. The next second, a buzzing sound came from the scorpion's body. Ji heard someone cursed. Then he saw the big hole in front of him expand again, and 3 sand crabs flew out of the big hole together. They ran straight to the 2 orcs who came later. The 2 orcs also changed their faces, cursed loudly, and then turned around and ran. It happened that on the road they chose to escape, there was a yellow giant beast lying. By sheer coincidence, he stepped on the beast's head. The next second, the beast jumped out of the sand. He cursed. Where did this fool come from? Who are you calling a fool? Who is holding back is a fool. I beat you to death. The 2 were so excited that they fought instantly. Seeing this, the other blue beast was about to take the opportunity to enter the sand fortress, but just as it quietly moved a few meters closer, it was hit by a red beast. Its identity was exposed instantly. The yellow beast laughed wildly. No one else can enter. The roar of the beast filled the sky. The next second, the 4 beasts and the sand scorpion instantly fought each other. Ji looked at the bright hole beside her. Without a second of hesitation, she turned around and quickly went in. Of course, she did not forget to be cautious at this time, trying to make her movements as small as possible. She didn't want to be discovered. Although several beasts in the distance were paying attention to the entrance of the cave, they were still fighting in the chaos, so their attention was naturally distracted, and they really didn't notice Jihee's figure. One of the beasts with better eyesight only vaguely sensed that there was a figure moving inside. But when he turned around, he found nothing. When he thought about it again, he was hit hard in the eye socket. "Grandson, your grandfather is here. My grandfather died a long time ago." After entering the sand cave, Jihee suddenly found that it was completely different from what she imagined, and it was not empty. There were many platforms with piles of sand. Some were like rectangles, and some were sloped. Basically, there was such a platform every few meters. I don't know what it is for. It looks like an exhibition area for some kind of sculptures. She was afraid of being discovered if she blocked the door, so she didn't bother to look more and hurriedly walked in. In a place without light, the environment was very dim, without a single ray of light. But magically, she could see very clearly in the dark. Without a flashlight, she quietly moved forward in the dark. I don't know what the task is in this game, but other beasts want to go in, so she naturally can't let them go. When she walked to the dark place, he suddenly found a little light in the distance, illuminating the surroundings. Approaching quietly. Strangely enough, in Jihee's eyes, this glowing thing is constantly flowing. There is no other support around it. It is suspended in the air, like a ball of living sand. It is constantly changing its shape, emitting light, attracting Jihee's attention. She guessed that this should be some treasure. It can't be a sand scorpion, right? She saw it just now. The big sand crab doesn't look like this. She held her breath, slowly squatted down, looked around, and for a long time, she still found nothing, only her breathing remained. Swallowing her saliva, she tightened her belt, lifted the bed sheet, tried to reduce the noise, and carefully moved towards the light. As she walked, she suddenly heard a rustling sound. It came in waves, very regularly. It was like the sound of clothes rubbing against the ground. She immediately stopped, held her breath, and looked around. She waited for a while, but found nothing. Just as she was about to move, she suddenly heard the sound again. This time she found the source of the sound, which was the luminous body. It made a sound, then stopped, and then made another sound. She relaxed a little, but was still very careful, moving towards the light little by little. She kept watching the surroundings, fearing that the scorpion would appear and give her a hard blow. She didn't want to feel the power of the scorpion's tail at all. As a result, she didn't find any living creatures when she was almost at the light. Just as she was about to breathe a sigh of relief, she suddenly felt something under her feet. Jihee's heart skipped a beat. She didn't move at all. 1 minute passed, and the surroundings were still as quiet as before. She quietly moved her foot away from the object she stepped on, just as cautiously as removing a foot that had stepped on a landmine. Then she saw a solid scorpion made of sand. It was about the size of a zucchini. It was not very small. She guessed it was the scorpion's tail. Looking at the scorpion made of sand, she carefully reached out and held it in her palm to examine it carefully. It only looked like sand, but it actually felt very soft to the touch, like a rubber product. Sand scorpion fruit. The excrement of the sand scorpion, after being crushed in the palm of your hand, will turn into sand in 10 minutes. Note: speechless, you even touched your daddy. Jihee, why didn't you say it earlier? She already touched it. It's too late to throw it away now. At the moment, she was very conflicted. It was not right to throw it away, nor was it right not to throw it away. First of all, she had no interest in playing with her daddy. She felt that although she was not a germaphobe, she should be considered quite clean. Chapter 283. But this poop is not an ordinary poop, it is a prop poop. It turns into sand within 10 minutes, which means that it is not afraid of being hurt within these 10 minutes, and it is an invincible state. How could she not be tempted? Thinking of the cat shit coffee in her hometown, she hesitated for a moment, but still did not put down the sand scorpion fruit in her hand. It is so useful, she really can't bear to throw it away. At worst, she can sell some of it. It's embarrassing to play with poop by yourself, but if there are a lot of people playing together, that's the trend. Although she thought so, she still put on gloves on her hands. It's not because she dislikes them, but mainly because she has too many gloves, and it would be a waste if she can't use them all. Jihee, who wanted to convince herself, looked up and saw the luminous creature in front of her. In her eyes, it instantly turned into the huge scorpion she had just seen. Then he looked at her. Jihee, shit. The scorpion's tail was erected, and suddenly he saw the sand scorpion fruit tightly held in Jihee's hand. Suddenly it froze in place. Its tail swayed left and right without leaving any trace. Then it took a step back, pretending not to see Jihee, and turned its head and flew away. Jihee, Is it disgust? Is it disgust? She swore that she really saw the obvious disgust from the behavior of a scorpion, which was particularly naked. The corners of her mouth twitched uncontrollably, but she still did not loosen her hand holding the sand scorpion fruit. Instead, she took out a large sack and put it in. Forget it, I was originally a garbage collector, and now I have to collect poop, which is not too much. Jihee rubbed her hands in the sand, bent down, adjusted her mentality, knelt on the sand, and began to turn over. Since she is not afraid of being discovered, what else is she afraid of? These scorpions will thank her. Otherwise, who will deal with so many poops? The sand scorpion fruit is hidden in the sand, which is very confusing and difficult to distinguish with the naked eye. Jihee touched it seriously. At first, she was still in a rejection mood, but later she touched the second, the third. Her bottom line unconsciously began to lower a lot. So, the giant sand scorpions fought to the death outside, while Jihee was fumbling around inside. By the time they had decided the winner, Jihee had already secretly fumbled through most of the sand castle, harvesting a total of 89 sand scorpion fruits. She didn't go to the side where the hole was opened. A beast could come in at any time, so there was no need to take the risk. She didn't think she could win the team battle. There was no need. Just after she had finished fumbling with the sand scorpion fruits on one side, Jihee sat down on the sand and was about to take a rest, when she suddenly felt her body sinking. As soon as she lowered her head, she realized that the sand had covered her stomach. Jihee? With a slight movement, the speed of the sand swallowing became faster in the blink of an eye. It soon swallowed her chest. It felt very much like the quicksand that had appeared on TV before. Thinking of the first aid measures taught on TV before, she tried to lie down flat, but it was okay if she didn't move. As soon as she moved, the sand swallowed her head directly. Jihee's eyes went dark, and she felt suffocated. She frowned, and could clearly feel that she was sinking. Just as she was about to enter the space, she was empty. She fell straight down. She adjusted her body in time in midair, turned over, and landed smoothly. She stood up and looked around. It was completely different from the sand castle above. This place was more like a sand tunnel. It was pitch black in front of her, and she didn't know where it led to. There was also a dark hole behind her, like the huge mouth of a monster. After hesitating for a moment, she raised her foot and walked forward. The dark tunnel was so quiet that only the rustling sound of her feet on the sand remained, as if she was the only one left in the world. Her heartbeat became even louder. Suddenly, in the silence, she clearly heard the sound of sand being squeezed behind her. She stood still and turned her head to look. Sand suddenly began to fall from the top of the tunnel, like an hourglass, and the sand kept flowing until a huge black hole appeared. Several strange-looking insects flew out directly from it. Each one was about the size of a volleyball. Their eyes glowed red and looked very strange. They were not sand scorpions. The first few that fell turned into a black whirlwind and flew straight towards Jihee the moment they saw him. They were not friendly. Jihee turned around and ran without saying a word. Chapter 284. Just kidding, the black hole behind her is still producing bugs. After a while, the big hole behind her is completely blocked. She is alone. What can she use to fight them? Did she rely on her thick skin? Quickly passing through the dark hole, she could clearly hear her heartbeat and the buzzing sound of the bugs getting closer and closer behind her. It was too late. She couldn't run away. The next second, she dodged sideways, pulled out a shovel, and hit the bug that pounced on her with her backhand. The bugs were smashed back into the team. But it was useless. Instead, because of this pause, she was surrounded by bugs. The second and third ones pounced on her at a faster speed. She dodged and counterattacked quickly, and in the interval of the battle, she glanced at the endless army of bugs behind her. This couldn't go on. Gritting her teeth, she quickly searched in the space with her consciousness. Found it. Grabbing the sand scorpion fruit, she crushed it hard. In an instant, Jihee's whole body turned into sand. The next second, a large number of insects passed through her body. They knocked her to pieces. But the body made of sand quickly recovered. After all, in the desert, there is not much else, but the most is sand. Those insects were a little dissatisfied, buzzing back and forth in Jihee's body. But none of them could cause any harm to Jihee. Seeing this scene, Jihee grinned, pulled out a shovel, and hit the swarm of insects hard. Let you chase me, But I can't kill you. Big insects also have big advantages. The target is big, and he played with the pleasure of volleyball, which was very refreshing. In the gap, she took the time to touch it. Ugly ghost bug, the companion bug of sand scorpion. It is bloodthirsty and aggressive, has no IQ, lives in groups, eats both meat and vegetables, and has extremely strong vitality. After crushing it, mix it into the soil to prevent plants from being infested with insects. Note: garbage, stinking. Great. It can also prevent plants from being infested with insects. As expected, there are only treasures that are put in the wrong place, not complete garbage. Isn't this an insecticide? It's normal to have a smelly spot. If it doesn't smell, how can it kill the insects? It just so happens that the plant yield in my hometown is not good, and the insects are rampant. This is a good thing. As expected, the one who knows insects best is the insects. Looking down at the insects that are still unwilling to give up and keep shuttling in her body, he smiled. The more the better. Taking out the shot put, holding it with both hands, he began to perform a spitting show on the spot. I was so interested before that I collected a shot put, and I wanted to keep it to hit the bad guys, but I didn't expect that I didn't hit the bad guys, but I met this treasure first. In a round of falling, countless insects were killed at Jihee's feet. She was so happy that she didn't bother to put it away, and continued to circle quickly. Don't leave, come and play. A few minutes later, the insects may have felt that Jihee really had nothing to eat, or other animals may have come down. Distracted attention. Jihee's surrounding insects disappeared. Seeing this, she was still a little reluctant, but there was nothing she could do. She couldn't keep them. The insects flew too fast. No matter how she shouted, they left without mercy. Like a scumbag. Jihee could only sigh helplessly. Forget it, we meet again if we're destined to. She happily collected the piles of bugs under her feet. They'd be a big seller this time. Insecticides are good stuff. The seeds of the talented mall planted in her hometown have begun to bear fruit, and it's time for insecticides to show their power. When the time for the sand scorpion fruit came, Jihee saw her hands transformed back. It felt similar to before the transformation. The effect of the sand scorpion fruit is really good. If possible, she would like to pick up more. At this moment, her resistance to picking up shit is still at a minimum. As a result, when she turned around, she saw a golden sand scorpion floating in the air. And there were several sand scorpion fruits next to it. The head was exposed at the outside. Jihee, surprise! Chapter 285. Good. The yield is much higher than upstairs. Good job. She quietly walked over and quickly took away all the sand scorpion fruits. There were 8 sand scorpion fruits around this one, much more than above. Just after taking away all the sand scorpion fruits at hand, she looked up and saw the end of the passage, and there was light. Thanks to the ugly ghost bug for sending her to the home of the sand scorpion. The sand scorpions around here are very dense, much stronger than upstairs. She can meet one if she walks for a while. This made her feel very surprised. She was willing to keep such happiness for 10,000 years. While collecting, she suddenly found some huge red and green fruits in the corner of a sand scorpion cave, which looked a bit like watermelons. Some were big and some were small, hidden in the corner. If she hadn't searched carefully, it would be easy to miss them. She touched it out of curiosity. Shadong fruit. It can grow in any corner of the desert. It likes heat but doesn't like direct sunlight. It is edible and tastes very sweet. It can be squeezed into sugar. Note: choking to death. Isn't this just a sugar-added watermelon? She likes it. It can also make sugar, which is great. She did plant sugarcane in her space, but there were few seedlings, and it hasn't grown to a large scale yet. Now there is another food that can make sugar, which is great. She quickly picked all the sand apples in the corner to tighten the space, and finally pulled up the vines by the roots. Let's try to see if we can plant it when we go back. The land in her hometown is extremely dry. If it continues like this, it may become a desert in 100 years. It's just right to plant this shadong fruit. In the next cave, Jihee found another 6 shadong fruits. Just when she picked the last one, she suddenly felt the sand under her feet began to slide quickly again, swallowing her up. This feeling was inexplicably familiar. It seemed like she had just felt it. Jihee was confused. She simply ignored the quicksand under her, and quickly put the shadong fruit into the space. Even the vines were not spared. It's okay to fall down. The fruit can't be lost. It was still a familiar falling process. When she opened her eyes again, she appeared in a sand cave again. The layout was exactly the same as the one upstairs. As usual, The ugly ghost bug rushed out as soon as Ji-hee fell. They were the most competent guards. Their number was much larger than that of the upper level. But don't worry, Ji-hee had the sand scorpion fruit. It instantly turned into sand, and let the ugly ghost bug eat it. After a few minutes, the ugly ghost bug left reluctantly. It tasted like meat, but it was actually sand, which was terrible. Ji-hee waved and tried to stop him. Brother, don't leave, stay and chat for a while. She hadn't fought enough. The ugly bugs flew faster, as if there was a ghost chasing them. Ji-hee put down her hands, and happily began to pick up the dead bodies of the bugs. A pure natural and pollution-free insecticide, this is a good thing. If she had this treasure before the natural disaster, she could have grown organic vegetables, and sold them at 10 times the price, making a fortune. She collected all the dead bodies of the ugly bugs without missing a single one, and turned around to look for sand scorpion fruits. Bugs are good, and sand scorpion fruits are good too. Treat all useful things equally. The sand scorpions on this floor are much denser than those on the previous floor. There is one every few meters. They will suddenly transform when Ji-hee picks up sand scorpion fruits, but will freeze in place when they find her picking up poop. Then they will silently ignore her. Turn back to light. No human will have ill will towards the cleaning lady who is diligent and loves to clean. Similarly, no sand scorpion will hate Ji-hee who helps them clean up their poop. They loved it very much. At first, some sand scorpions would wake up when Ji-hee picked up the sand scorpion fruit and try to attack the intruder. Later, they ignored Ji-hee. No matter how loud she made noise, they closed their eyes and slept, pretending not to see. This also made it convenient for Ji-hee, and she harvested a lot of sand scorpion fruits. At the same time, with the increase in the number of sand scorpion fruits, the number of sand dong fruits also began to increase. She searched upstairs for a floor before she saw a dozen sand dong fruits, and she could find more than a dozen in any of the caves downstairs. It's really productive. Ji-hee found that the area of this floor was twice as large as the upper floor. The sand scorpions living there were also more densely packed. She had encountered other giant beasts along the way. They were chased by the ugly ghost bugs and fled in a panic. Ji-hee followed them, and picked up the insect corpses leisurely. The ugly ghost bugs would pay attention to Ji-hee at first, but later, no matter how Ji-hee provoked them, they would fly away like a gust of wind and would not stay at all. Ji-hee was helpless. In order to pick up more ugly ghost bug corpses, she had to clean up after other giant beasts. She really became a cleaning lady. For hours passed like this, and Ji-hee couldn't count how long she had been cleaning. She only knew that she had fallen down another 3 floors. This floor was surprisingly large, and Ji-hee walked for more than half an hour without reaching the end. But she was in a good mood. Although she didn't see the giant beast, from the corpses of ugly ghost bugs that were seen from time to time on the ground, there were indeed beasts on this floor. Why was she in a hurry? It was a good opportunity to catch more sand scorpion fruits. She didn't mind how much she had. Ji-hee walked and turned the ground with a shovel, and picked up the corpses of ugly ghost bugs when she found them. Turning a corner, she suddenly saw a figure with a stealthy look. Chapter 286. A huge striped body, a hunched back, and tiptoed toes. A sneaky back. It looked like he was doing something bad. Ji-hee's eyes lit up. Thank fate for letting you and I meet. She put on her cloak, and followed the monster carefully. The giant beast was very careful along the way, and did not alarm a single sand scorpion. Correspondingly, he did not lower his head to pick up any sand scorpion fruit. Then Ji-hee was not polite. She was originally ready to give up, but now that the person in front of her didn't want it, she would just leave. The two walked one after the other for about 5 minutes, and then they saw another stealthy figure. After the two giant beasts met, they rarely clashed, but quietly made a gesture. Ji-hee didn't understand. He only saw that the two formed a team, and were looking for something together. Soon, the third monster joined the team. Then the fourth one. They walked stealthily and carefully in the sand scorpion cave, which looked like a wall from a distance. With them blocking the way, Ji-hee couldn't see what was in front of him at all. But it was fine this way. She slowly hung behind, stopping from time to time to take away all the sand scorpion fruits. After a while, the large group of monsters finally stopped. Then they jumped into a black hole in front one by one and disappeared. Ji-hee was not in a hurry. After collecting all the sand scorpion fruits around her, she walked forward and looked down. It was pitch black, and nothing could be seen. It just didn't look like quicksand, but a black hole. She tilted her head, jumped lightly, and jumped down as well. It felt completely different from quicksand. She opened her eyes again, and came to a sand wall with a faint glow. The tall sand wall seemed to be several stories high. She looked up and noticed the top of the maze. It looked like it was designed specifically for giant beasts. She quickly took out the green elf and sat on it. What martial virtue? There was none at all. As a result, the green elf said it could not fly anymore after it took off for less than 2 or 3 meters. He did not believe in evil, and threw another handful of sugar down. It turned out to be useless. Forget it. She didn't force it, she simply stood up and tried to jump on the green elf, but when she tried hard, her head hit the invisible barrier above her head, making a dull bang. Oh my god! Ji covered the back of her head, and knelt on the green elf, feeling like she saw stars. She didn't hold back her strength just now, she just wanted to jump up, and see what was on the other side of the wall. As a result, she almost jumped away with all her strength. Just as she was screaming in pain, a giant beast came around the corner. He saw the floating island cloud under Jihee's feet, and was stunned at first, then shouted, "The maze doesn't allow the use of the space button, how come you can still use it?" Jihee keenly heard the key words, maze, not allowed to use the space button. I gave birth to it. As soon as these words came out, the giant beast on the opposite side had a complicated look in an instant, and then his eyes turned red, and he cried out, covering his face, and turned around and ran away. He looked like he was betrayed. Jihee? ? No. She didn't do anything. Why is she crying? People who don't know would think she did something to him. The crying beast that ran away in the distance went around the corner, and squatted down quickly. He pricked up his ears, and clenched his fists. He was confident of his behavior. The trick just now was a trick that worked every time in interstellar TV series. As long as he cried, the females would definitely feel sympathy and chase after him out of curiosity to ask questions. Chapter 287. When the time comes, he will just snatch the floating island cloud from under her buttocks. Sell it for a good price. He was secretly happy, and after a while, he suddenly realized. It's not right. Why hasn't the little female chased after him yet? He was shocked. Damn, why didn't she take the bait? Where did it give away the truth? I can't figure it out. The giant beast fell into self-doubt. He didn't care why the strange beast was crying. It didn't matter to her whether it cried or not, because she didn't beat it anyway. She just felt confused. When her headache was not so severe, she put away the floating island cloud, turned her left foot, and walked in the opposite direction. She had just learned a very important clue from the monster. Maze. Since it was a maze, the important thing was to find the exit. Does that mean that if they found the exit, they would have won the game? Jihee's only knowledge of the maze was from walking through the park in front of the orphanage when she was a child. The wall was very high, and she could not see the end at a glance. But it was one of her few joys. Although she was an orphan, she was not allowed to go out casually. She was under strict management. When she walked into the maze, she felt a rare sense of childhood happiness. She didn't feel uncomfortable. This maze was not pure black. There was some starlight on the sand wall, illuminating the way far away. She tried to mark the wall of the maze, so that she would not walk the same way repeatedly, but the marks she had just made would often disappear quickly in front of Jihee. Knowing that the wall did not allow her to mark, Jihee did not force it. Walking slowly forward, Jihee suddenly heard heavy footsteps, and panting behind him, and subconsciously turned his head to look. A skinny monster with sharp thorns all over its body, black and stacked skin, and pus oozing out from time to time, was chasing another monster, roaring non-stop. When the giant beast in front of him saw Jihee, his eyes glowed, and he ran straight towards her without hesitation. Jihee ran away. So disgusting. She used all her strength, but she couldn't get rid of the monster behind her. Two monsters followed closely behind Jihee, getting closer and closer. Just when he was anxious, as soon as he turned a corner, Jihee looked into the eyes of a black giant beast. It was the monster that had made an enemy of Jihee in the previous levels. Before the ferocious expression on his face was revealed, he saw Jihee running past him in a flash. The fierce expression of the black giant beast froze on his face. The next second, he saw a giant beast and a turbid beast chasing him from behind. He turned and ran. He shouted to Jihee while running, "What hatred do we have? You want to lead it to me? I didn't know you were here. I'm innocent. Didn't you see that I was also being chased? What is that creature? You don't even know the turbid beast?" The black giant beast shouted to the sky and quickly surpassed Jihee. "Are you from the garbage planet?" Coming from the garbage planet is considered a relatively unpleasant word in the interstellar space, and most beasts can't stand it. Some insults to the beast. "How do you know?" Ji-hee readily admitted that the evolution level of her hometown might not be as high as that of the garbage planet. Speaking of garbage planet, it might be too high. The black beast was silent. At this moment, he suddenly felt a little awkward and embarrassed. It was like a punch on cotton, which made him look particularly vicious. Chapter 288. Speaking so loudly to an underage female. He deserves to die. He opened his mouth, and his throat suddenly became dry. He couldn't say an apology. He slowed down his escape, cleared his throat, and began to explain. The turbid beast cannot be beaten easily. It is contaminated. If it is not well contaminated, it will be transmitted to us. Ji-hee nodded, not quite understanding. How did it get to us? It's hard to say. It could be blood, or even breathing. Anyway, there are risks in contact. Some beasts may be infected after one contact, and some beasts will never be infected after a lifetime of contact. Can't you beat him? Would you like to try? Ji-hee tried to provoke him. The black beast rolled his eyes. I'm not stupid. Sure enough, he didn't like this female at all. He glared at Ji-hee again. After saying that, he accelerated and disappeared in front of Ji-hee. It can be said that among so many monsters, his speed is the fastest. If he really wants to run, no one can catch up with him. As he disappeared, he turned into a turbid beast and chased after Ji-hee and a giant beast. Ji-hee rolled her eyes. She took out the tool, pressed it, and instantly moved to the other side, escaping danger. She wiped the sweat from her forehead and listened carefully, but didn't hear any sound. It was quiet all around. She didn't know where she was teleported to. Unable to judge, she simply walked forward in a random direction. After walking for a while, Ji-hee saw a giant beast lying on the ground. She blinked, turned her head, pretended not to see it, and turned away naturally. The whole process didn't take a second. After lying there for half an hour, he finally waited for his opponent, ready to eliminate his competitor by surprise. ? No, don't you have any curiosity at all? If you don't have curiosity, don't you want to pick up the spoils from him? What kind of beast? Until Ji-hee walked away, the beast didn't figure out why. What was wrong with his plan? After walking for about 2 hours, Ji-hee encountered several beasts and fled all the way. She was a little hungry, so she took out a piece of date cake from the space and stuffed it into her mouth. Then she took out a rope from her pocket, tied the nutritional supplements to the rope, tied a long string of them, and hung them behind her. Look at her business acumen. She found a business opportunity in an instant. Since the space button cannot be used, the other beasts must be hungry too. What else can I say? Sell the nutritional supplements. After taking a bite of the date cake, Ji-hee stretched his neck and shouted, "Let's go and take a look. The nutritional supplements of the old Ji family are on sale. Don't miss it if you pass by. Whoever is hungry knows." After shouting several times, Ji-hee finished eating 2 juju cakes. When she looked up, she suddenly saw a tall figure. It was the alien who stood next to her at the beginning. She was a little surprised to see Ji-hee. Just as she was about to speak, she saw a circle of nutrition supplements hanging on Ji-hee. Alien? ? Why are there so many nutrition supplements? Should I grab them? Ji-hee smiled warmly and showed a good attitude to entertain customers. Just pretended not to see the eagerness in the monster's eyes. Fate, do you want to pack the nutritional supplements? The local production is self-supplied, very authentic. The alien was stunned, confused for a moment. How much do you sell it for? Very cheap. Do you have energy stones? If you don't have energy stones, you can have props. I won't be picky. The alien is not stupid. She disagreed. Your price is too expensive. The nutritional supplements are sold very cheaply outside. You are wrong. You said it was outside. The price is different at a certain time. I brought it in with great difficulty, and I took the nutritional supplements out to sell them while I was hungry. You said I couldn't buy it at the original price and sell it at the original price. Wouldn't I lose a lot of money? At least let me earn some money. Ji-hee said confidently, and the alien felt that this was the truth. But I don't have any props. All my supplies are in the space button. It doesn't matter, just give me some chicken feathers. Ji-hee had already thought of a solution. She quickly took out the mushroom chicken feathers from the space and handed them over. I got a lot of chicken feathers in the last book, but I didn't find a suitable opportunity to charge, and now I finally found a supplier. The alien held the chicken feathers, a little dazed, but still obediently washed 20 strands for Ji-hee. If she was asked to wash again, she would not be willing. I still need to save my talent for unexpected events. I can't use up all my talent for the nutrients. This is absolutely not possible. Ji-hee didn't force it, and nodded to show his understanding. Carefully put the chicken feathers away, handed over a bag of nutrients, drink it, come back after you're done. The alien held the nutrients, and felt that his previous thoughts about this little female were too one-sided. She is a pretty good person. Saying goodbye to the alien, Ji carried the nutrient and walked in the maze. This time, the price was also right. Selling nutrient again, let these giants help her flush 20 chicken feathers. In this way, she can exchange more than 20 nutrient on her body for more than 400 talented chicken feathers. And each one is different. Equivalent to more than 400 props. She is really smart. So next, Ji went up to sell to every giant she met. No matter what the other party's attitude was. Adhering to the consistent principle that customers are God, she successfully sold more than 20 nutrition supplements with her eloquence and invincible thick skin, and also exchanged for more than 400 chicken feathers. She was in a very good mood. Extreme happiness leads to sorrow. As soon as Ji turned around, she suddenly smelled a pungent stench. Her expression was stern, and she subconsciously exerted force on her feet and jumped away directly. The next second, an ugly muddy beast appeared where she had just stood. He suddenly opened his mouth and spit a mouthful of pure black saliva at Ji, which looked very disgusting. Ji dodged nimbly. This turbid beast was at least 4 meters tall. Although it was not too big compared to other interstellar beasts, it could fit 3 of Ji. Thinking of what she had just learned about the turbid beasts, she pursed her lips, jumped in the air swiftly, took out a Gatling gun with her right hand, pressed the firing button, and the bullets flew out quickly, but they were all dodged by the turbid beasts. At first, the turbid beasts would subconsciously dodge when they saw the bullets, but after Ji finally shot the bullets into the bodies of the turbid beasts, these turbid beasts simply stopped dodging. The unique structure of their bodies made bullets unable to cause any harm to the turbid beasts. Ji faced it calmly. Tried one by one. Finally found that all the bullets were useless to him. Even his body would heal after being cut. Like a pile of mud. Ji put away all the weapons, and finally took out the shovel. After using it for a long time, she found that the shovel was her only friend forever. Chapter 289. She rushed towards the turbid beast head-on, relying on her brute force, and with one shovel, she directly slapped the turbid beast, which was much taller than her, and flew away. It hit the wall behind it. The turbid beast roared and pounced on Ji again. After narrowly avoiding the attack of the turbid beast again, Ji subconsciously used the shovel to chop at the right foot of the turbid beast, which had been vaguely present since the beginning of the battle. As she swung the shovel, the turbid beast in front of her was easily torn apart by her like an old newspaper, and the sticky and smelly blood sprayed out, and the right foot was directly separated from the body. The body fell down with a bang. But the right foot was still moving. Ji looked at the turbid beast lying on the ground in front of her, walked forward, and cut the right foot of the turbid beast into several small pieces with a shovel. Finally, when she cut behind one of the pieces, the front of the shovel hit a hard object. She felt something in her heart. She pulled the object out and rolled it on the ground. Throw a talent up. F-level energy stone. Contains weak energy. There is actually an energy stone in the body of this turbid beast. Although it was a little small, a mosquito leg is still meat. Ji didn't despise it. Because the turbid beast that the black giant just mentioned would pollute, although Ji was not injured, she still treated herself after the battle. Treat the disease if you are sick, and feel at ease if you are not sick. The white light disappeared, and Ji was ready to sharpen his knife to attack the turbid beast. Or else it would be strange. She didn't want to find the turbid beast just now, but she encountered 2 in a row. Now she wanted to find it, but she didn't encounter any. She was turning around like this, and suddenly saw a light at the end of the road in the distance. She walked over quickly, and at that moment, she was almost blinded by the golden light. Look what she saw. A black monster that looked as big as a castle was lying on countless gems and gold coins, with its eyes closed. Its head alone looked bigger than her. Black scales, short horns, 3 giant diamonds on its forehead, a round head, and glimmering scales. No doubt. The big boss. Ji's eyes suddenly caught sight of several dark green plants growing next to the monster. According to her years of experience, this plant is absolutely precious. Inexplicably, she felt that this was the final link of this mission. Guardian beast, companion spiritual plant. According to her years of experience watching movies, the duty of this giant beast is to guard the maze, and under his butt is the exit to leave the maze. As long as you defeat this giant beast, you can win the game. But, looking at the huge body of the giant beast, Ji was silent. She is a human, not a Superman. She needs to think carefully about what to do. Just as she squatted down, she suddenly heard footsteps behind her. A striped giant beast ran over, and didn't even stop when passing by Jihi. It rushed straight over. Then, with a snap, it curled up and lay in front of the giant beast, exposing its back neck, and the whole beast was shaking with excitement. Jihi, shock. What's going on? Just when she was confused, another giant beast rushed out from behind, passed by Jihi, and slid down. Next to the first giant beast, they lay very neatly. Jihi, ? What's going on? After that, several giant beasts appeared one after another, all rushed over and lay down, lowering their heads and exposing the back of their necks. Seeing more than 10 of them doing the same. Seeing this, Jihi gritted his teeth, exerted force on his feet, and slid down and lay down, exposing the back of his neck. Although this behavior seemed very much like a cult meeting to her, considering that she didn't understand interstellar customs. Chapter 290. Perhaps this is some special opening ceremony. She simply followed the other beasts, and lay down. She thought nothing would go wrong. But as soon as she laid down, the other beasts around her, who were still trembling with excitement, suddenly stiffened. They secretly glanced at her. Although these beasts laid down to show their submission, it does not mean that they have no perception of the outside world. Seeing that some females also lay down with them, they were so shocked that their jaws dropped. In the interstellar, in addition to respecting the customs of various races, there are also some behaviors that are generally recognized by the public. For example, a male orc lies down and exposes his neck to another male orc, which means submission and respect from the weak to the strong. When a female orc exposes her neck to a male, the meaning is completely different. This is a sign of courtship. Seeing this scene, the whole cave was silent. Even the giant beast that closed its eyes and pretended to be asleep opened its eyes. Baijio was injured in the battlefield some time ago and retired due to illness. He agreed to be the Easter egg of the program team to give a surprise to other giant beasts. I never expected to encounter such a dramatic scene. An underage female actually courted him, just a child's mind. He looked down and glanced, then raised his head and pretended not to see it. Nodded to the other beasts. Let's get started. Although he was injured, he could still give instructions to others. This was also the reason why the other giant beasts were so excited when they met the marshal. They had already guessed what the treasure of the last level was. That was the marshal's instructions. Orcs worship force. Being able to accept the marshal's instructions was the best reward for them. It is much more precious than other external objects. You have to know that this is the federal marshal. They can brag about the advice given by someone of impeccable status for hundreds of years when they go home. At this time, they stood up obediently, walked to the side, and started lining up in the order they met the marshal. Jihi saw their actions, and hurriedly followed them. She was at the end of the line. Although she didn't know what to do, she was lining up, so she would line up too. Baijio, The beasts, They almost forgot that there was a female just now, but she came out to show her presence again. Just finished courting, now lining up to challenge. What does this mean? This is not just courting the marshal. He also said that he wanted to defeat the marshal, ask for his hand in marriage, and let the marshal marry him, so that he can be the one who has the final say in the family. After thinking it through, the beasts took a deep breath in their hearts. They couldn't help but sigh at the bravery of the little female. She actually wanted to challenge the marshal with SSS talent, and she also wanted to be the master of the house, as expected. I said that the female had a plan for participating in this kind of competition. Now it seems that the plan is very big. But for some reason, they were slightly excited. It was as if they had discovered some secret. Baijio frowned. Looking at the underage female standing at the end of the team, he opened his mouth but still said nothing. He didn't feel anything. She didn't have the ability to read minds, so how could she know what other beasts were thinking? She was just a little curious. Why didn't the two giant beasts on the opposite side lie down? She quietly waved at them, signaling them to come over, but was rejected by shaking her head wildly. Worship is worship. Finding a partner is finding a partner. They don't have the courage of this little female to ask for the marshal's hand in marriage. They don't want to die yet. Ji frowned a little, but at this time she had already stood in the team, and the front row had started fighting, so she couldn't leave. She had to shift her sights and look forward. Chapter 291. Her brows furrowed as she saw this. This black, scaly beast was terrifyingly strong. It was several times bigger than other monsters, and looked like Godzilla. The other monsters looked particularly harmless in comparison. He sat there motionless, waving his arms, and the other monsters could not get close. In less than 5 minutes, The first monster that challenged him was knocked out by him and embedded directly into the wall. It was impossible to pull it out. Seeing this, the second beast rushed forward. It was similar to the first beast, being beaten continuously. This time, it took even less time, 3 minutes, and it was beaten out. Ji thought about it. She guessed that this level should see who can last the longest under the beast, and whoever will win will win. The first one lasted 5 minutes, and the second one lasted 3 minutes, so if she wants to be in the top 3, she must last longer. She made up her mind to last at least 5 minutes. She couldn't give up easily. Little did they know that this level would end when they met Baizhou, and the winner would be determined by the time each person saw him. As the first person to see Baizhou, Ji did not make any moves, but she was already the first. As for the final battle, it was just an Easter egg for the contestants. It was not included in the content of the competition at all. The other beasts would not say much when they saw Baizhou and wanted to leave a good impression in front of him. Each one was like a pouting gourd, and except for the cry of pain, they did not say a word. Finally, all the giant beasts in front of Ji were beaten away. It was Ji's turn. Baizhou looked at the little female who still didn't give up and walked in front of him. He frowned and said calmly, "You still have time to give up now. Marriage is sacred. In order to show respect for females, he will not let them go." Ji shook his head firmly. "Never give up. They have come this far, and the mission will be successful soon. There is no way she will give up." Baizhou frowned, said no more, and stood up. His huge body made him look like a towering mountain. Ji's head kept tilting up as he stood up. In the end, it was almost bent at a 90-degree angle with the body. It was too damn high. How could we fight? How could we fight? The other giant beasts were all sitting, and when it was her turn, she stood up. This was unfair. Her face turned black, and the corners of her mouth twitched wildly. In just a few seconds, she even thought of the epitaph. Here, a person who overestimated his own abilities was buried. The other male beasts shot envious glances at Ji. It was such a rare opportunity to be able to be fully supported by the marshal. The black-armored male beast that was at odds with Ji quietly gave Ji a thumbs up. "Well done, I support you in pursuing true love." Ji glared back. "What are you doing mocking her?" A calm voice like a spring came from above. "You still have time to give up now." "Never." Ji answered quickly, giving up something impossible. Baizhou nodded. The next second, Ji didn't see anything clearly, and the whole person flew out and embedded directly into the wall. "Give up? No." Ji struggled to jump out, turned into a shovel, and ran straight to Baizhou. The next second, she retreated quickly. This time Baizhou used a little more strength. Ji's ribs were broken, legs were broken, and arms were broken. She gritted her teeth, and a white light appeared in her palms, healing herself. Seeing this scene, Baizhou's eyes flashed with surprise. "I didn't expect it to be a cure." "No, maybe not a cure, a stronger talent than a cure." He said nothing, quietly waiting for Ji to be cured, and had no intention of taking advantage of her. A minute later, Ji was healed, her eyes were blazing, and she rushed forward again. The next second, paw. Back and forth more than 10 times, Ji vomited blood several times, her bones were broken and healed and broken again. She never gave up. Looking at her eyes, even if the other male beasts did not agree with this wedding at the beginning, they kept silent now. What a deep love. That's why a female suffered so much harm, but she was unwilling to give up. This kind of feeling is precious. Enough to make the beasts sing praises. They silently hoped for a miracle in their hearts. Although they didn't think the little female could beat the marshal, what if another 5 minutes passed? After being knocked out for the umpteenth time, Baizhou sighed, "Are you still unwilling to give up?" "Never." After Ji habitually said it tough, she silently calculated the time in her heart. It seemed like it was almost 5 minutes. Although she was not the first, she could be in the top 3. After a few more hits, she could give up. Baizhou was silent. The surroundings were also quiet. It seemed that the breathing was so quiet that people could not hear it. "Forget it, if you have not changed your mind after you grow up, I am willing to fight you again." As soon as these words came out, the other beasts took a breath of cold air. What does this mean? The marshal is willing to give the little female a chance. As long as she can win, the marshal is willing to marry. This is the marshal, the dream lover of countless females. Many females can only see the shadow of the marshal on TV all their lives, and they have no chance to see the real person until they die. Even if they wanted to propose to the marshal, they could not break through the obstacles and see the real marshal. But now they heard something. The marshal actually promised to give this little female another chance? What kind of fate is this? Oh my god. Are they going to witness a universe Cinderella shining into reality? This is something they dare not even dream of. What is this? Ji-hee frowned. Why, she has been beaten so many times, so she won't be counted. So lazy. Baijio was silent. Then what do you want? I want those plants. Ji-hee thought to himself. Even if he didn't win and couldn't hold out as long as other beasts, as long as he had plants that other beasts didn't have, that would be an advantage, right? Baijio didn't say anything. The beasts looked at each other gossiping. It felt like the whole atmosphere had become ambiguous. This wasn't just any grass. It was grass that grew from absorbing the marshal's aura. It was like a close-fitting object. Very private. Baijio didn't say anything. Ji-hee frowned. You don't want to? Whatever you want. Baijio didn't say anything, and sat back down. Ji-hee felt relieved. She stood up, carefully observed Baijio's movements, and slowly walked to the dark green plants. She reached out and touched them. Qilin grass. Grass that grows with the breathing of the black unicorn. After crushing and taking, it can eliminate negative states, including curses, etc. Note, yes, it can be seen that I usually underestimated you. Ji-hee, surprise. Good stuff. It can also eliminate negative states. She likes it. It's a pity that there are not many of these grasses, only 3. Chapter 292. Ji-hee pulled it down without hesitation to tighten the space. Just as she raised her head and was about to speak, Baijio waved his hand. The beast's eyes went dark. Opening her eyes again, Ji-hee found that she appeared inside a spaceship. This was an independent room that looked futuristic, surrounded by silver metal, full of technology. At this time, a broadcast came from above, and a mechanical voice sounded, "Hello, distinguished guests. The treasure competition has ended. The spaceship will land in 7 hours, and tomorrow will be a day off. Please attend the award ceremony on time at 9 a.m. the day after tomorrow." Ji-hee breathed a sigh of relief. The mission was finally over. Thinking that the spacecraft would still fly for 7 hours, she hesitated for a moment, but still took out the second red hope. She swallowed it in one gulp. She would not feel at ease if she did not eat such a good treasure. The familiar pain swept over her, and Ji-hee seized the last moment and stuffed a towel into her mouth. She lay back and fell directly. It hurt so much. On the other side, Baijio turned into a human form. His adjutant followed him, and his eyes could not help but look at the marshal. Shocking news. The old-fashioned and cold marshal was actually confessed to by an underage female, in such a grand way. Amazing. Jace, if you look at it again, you will be punished. Yes. The adjutant immediately looked at his nose and his heart, and dared not think of anything. He didn't want to be whipped. The long 6 hours finally passed. When Ji-hee got up from the ground again, she felt that her whole body was about to fall apart. She struggled to get up and walked to the bathroom, wanting to take a shower, but she didn't use her strength well and pulled down the bathroom door. Ji-hee, ? Warning, warning, damaging the bathroom door. Fine 2 gold coins. Speechless. Finally took a shower. She turned around and somehow bent the shower head. She was warned by the spaceship again and fined 2 gold coins. She was always careful, but when she was wiping off the water after taking a shower, she thought of leaning on the sink and raised one foot to wipe her feet, but she leaned against the sink. She was warned by the spaceship again, saying that she had seriously damaged public facilities, and the circumstances were very bad, and she would be deducted 2 gold coins. It has reached 3 times. If it happens again, the fine will be doubled. Ji-hee, It's okay, 6 gold coins are gone, heartbroken. The whole room seems to be a shoddy project. She pursed her lips, and took out a steel pipe from the space. Hold both ends and apply light force. If the steel pipe is intact, then this spaceship has cheated her. As a result, she watched the steel pipe in her hand being bent very smoothly, which was easier than she used to bend chopsticks at home. Looking at the steel pipe bent into a right angle, Ji-hee silently bent it back. The spaceship was wronged. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but smile foolishly. She looked down at her palms, and the next second, her hands were covered with silver-white scales, which looked like she was wearing gloves. She gently pinched the steel pipe, and with her hands, the steel pipe changed its shape freely, and finally she braided it into a twist and threw it back into space. She became a strongman. The speed of the interstellar spaceship was very fast. In the evening, they arrived at the planet where the next show was held. Ji-hee thought she would be intercepted when she got off the ship, but who would have thought that she walked down smoothly all the way? No resistance. Didn't they say she would be fined? Why didn't anyone stop her? Chapter 293. At this time, Other giant beasts also came down from the spaceship. Seeing Ji-hee, they greeted her cheerfully. Little female, the day after tomorrow at 9 o'clock in the morning, at the radio building, don't forget. Well done, I support you. Come on. We believe you can do it. The attitude changed from the tit-for-tat in the competition to a lot more friendly. Ji-hee looked at and listened to these words in a daze. She didn't understand them for some reason, so she could only nod perfunctorily. Would you like to come with me? I have booked a high-end hotel opposite the broadcasting building. No, I have something to do later. Ji-hee was too familiar with this kind of thing, and she refused subconsciously. High-end hotel opposite the broadcasting building. These words sound very expensive. She can't afford it. Besides, she didn't have a light computer, and didn't know if she would be caught if she entered the hotel. Farewell to the enthusiastic beasts. Ji-hee walked in a strange city, looked up at the huge metal high-rise building, looked at the advanced billboards around, and suddenly felt a little confused. A feeling of loneliness kept coming. It seemed that everything around her didn't belong to her. She also had a hard time fitting in. It was completely different from their hometown, the interstellar city. There was no dust or heat. The temperature was very comfortable. The surrounding buildings were all made of metal, reflecting the light under the streetlights. The surrounding hovercrafts flew over Ji-hee's head one after another. It was very technological. However, she didn't recognize any of the giant beasts on the road. Compared with them, she was not even as tall as their waists. Each beast was in a hurry, as if they had a clear goal. Only she didn't know where to go. Just as she was thinking, Ji-hee suddenly saw a store with flashing lights across the street. The sign read, Go-Go Beast Convenience Store. It should be a place to sell things. Walking in, Ji-hee found that the store was not big, only about 20 meters, and there was no one. There was a green robot at the front desk, playing with a light computer, and didn't even raise his head when he saw Ji-hee come in. Ji-hee blinked, said nothing, and walked in. Although the store is not big, it has everything you need. Fast food, snacks, water, vegetables, etc. The prices here are strangely familiar. I took a quick look. Mineral water is 10 copper coins / bottle, spinach 3/50 it's copper coins. It's the same as before the mall raised the price. Ji-hee looked at it and didn't buy it. Turned to the vegetable counter. There are not many varieties, about 2 or 3 kinds, each one is a handful, pitifully small. Unlike the mall, the spinach sold in this store has a pollution degree of 20% written on the back. In less than 5 minutes, she looked around the small supermarket. She found some snacks and nutritional supplements with special effects. Ji-hee took them to the front desk. The robot picked up the food and began to scan it. These foods were not too expensive. Basically, a bag of special foods cost about 2 to 3 silver coins. All the food added up to only 50 silver coins. Ji-hee tentatively took out the badge and prepared to pay. Ding! It does not have the payment function. The robot looked up. Please change a card. Ji-hee, Can she say that she only has this one card? So in the end, she walked out of the supermarket in dismay under the machine's cold eyes. Why do you come here to buy things when you have no money? It's a waste of time. Ji-hee, She didn't dare to refute, so she could only continue forward. After walking for about 15 minutes, she saw the door of a hotel. Compared with the super luxurious surroundings, it is very down to earth. Chapter 294. The decoration style is emerald green, and the front door is a monster's mouth. Ji-hee does not understand this aesthetic, but respects it. She walked in tentatively. The hotel receptionist is a transparent green jelly man. Ji-hee found that this time she could not only understand the interstellar language, but also read interstellar words. Behind the jelly man, there is a list of today's room rates. There are expensive and cheap ones. The expensive ones are 1 gold coin per night, and the cheap ones are 10 silver coins. Poor Ji-hee, As the richest person on planet M, she would have such an embarrassing day. This feeling is damn familiar. She put on a smile. Hello, I want to ask, is there any factory nearby? What kind of factory? Any kind is fine, food or clothing, it's alright. There is a meat canning factory, but it's also in the suburbs. It takes about 2 hours to take a hovercraft, it's a bit far. How much does a hovercraft cost? The jelly man looked at Ji-hee with a very strange look, full of disgust. 5 silver coins. Even the hover car has to ask how much it costs. It's obvious that he's poor. Ji-hee understood the expression on the jelly man's face, and silently took out a spinach, vegetables with less than 5% pollution. Do you want it? A moment later, Ji-hee walked out of the hotel with 6 silver coins in her pocket. She wanted to take a hover car. She had just asked the jelly man how to make a hover car, so she stood on the side of the road and waved with confidence. Soon, a small and exquisite hover car stopped in front of Jihi. "Quilala is here to serve you." After getting in the car, Jihi paid the money, told the robot where to go, and then looked out the window. The surroundings were bustling, and countless hovercrafts could be seen flying through the sky. It looked like an animated world. 2 hours later, the sky gradually darkened. After getting off the car and saying goodbye to Quilala, Jihi stood in front of a large iron gate. Looking at the gate in front of her, she thought to herself, whether she would sleep on the street or have a house today, it all depends on luck. Walking quickly to the front door, she raised the badge and began to slide it back and forth. After waiting for a while, the door made a mechanical sound. Beep, A-level garbage recycling regular worker, no danger. As the voice fell, a small door about the same height as Jihi appeared on the big iron gate, and she stepped forward and stepped in. As usual, it was an empty factory with no one. Jihi guessed that it might be time to get off work, and everyone else had left. She walked and looked, and not long after she walked, she met a khaki robot, and the laser in its eyes scanned Jihi from top to bottom. With the previous experience, Jihi did not move, as steady as an old dog. The light disappeared, and the robot asked, "Garbage collector, what are you doing here? We are off work." "What a coincidence, I am here to help you on duty." Jihi said righteously, "It just so happens that I have one day tomorrow. If possible, I am willing to spend my entire life in our factory tonight and tomorrow for 24 hours. Anyway, there is nowhere to go." Robot, After a while, it turned around and led the way. "You're right to come to our factory. We are famous for our high salary. As long as you are willing to work, the salary will be exceptionally generous. By the morning of the day after tomorrow, your work remuneration will be about 30 silver coins. If you clear all the garbage, we will give you an additional 30 to 50 silver coins based on the workload. Do you think you can accept it?" "No problem." Jihi was very satisfied with this reward. You know, before this copy, she worked very hard to get single-digit silver coins. I can't even imagine getting so many silver coins today. And it also solved her housing problem. She couldn't be more satisfied. Each robot has its own personality. This robot is obviously very long-winded. It keeps talking as it walks in front. He quickly understood the situation of the entire factory. This is a black and white pork canned food manufacturer. The contamination rate of their black and white pork is about 25%, the price is affordable, and the sales volume is also good. The backyard garbage collection area is divided into two. One is for storing internal organs and bones, and the other is for expiring products. No matter how good the sales volume of a manufacturer is, there will be a time when there is overcapacity. Shinji is very strict in food safety inspections, and most manufacturers will not make mistakes, and will choose to destroy such expiring products. After walking for less than 10 minutes, the robot brought Jihi to the door of a warehouse and said goodbye. It's off work. There is a most primitive robot in the warehouse, which looks much simpler than the previous robot and is working non-stop. Seeing Jihi coming, it stopped and tilted its head. Without saying a word, it continued to work. Its job was to destroy all the meat and bones in the warehouse. Jihi saw its rusty arms, walked up and patted it. Hey, little robot, this job is mine today. You go over there to charge and surf the internet. The little robot said nothing and shook its head to refuse. It continued to work in silence. After seeing so many lazy robots, it was a little strange to meet such an honest Jihi. Stupid, you don't know how to adapt. They asked me to come here just to let you rest. Jihi touched the robot's head lovingly and pushed it to the corner with brute force. The bones in this room are all hers. This robot should not delay things here. The little robot was still a little dazed. It tried to resist, but suddenly found that the pair of small hands looked white and tender, but in fact they were very strong. After the resistance failed, it squatted quietly on the side without moving. This person said to let it rest, but the boss didn't say to let it rest, but the supervisor just said to let this person come here to work. The little robot was in a dilemma. He didn't care about it, put it aside, and considerately plugged it in to let it charge. Then she turned around and walked into the house. She just found out that it was full of pork ribs. The pork ribs were several meters high, one after another, filling up the entire warehouse. It's no exaggeration to say that if they went back 100 years in their hometown, for pork ribs could marry a wife. Although there is not much meat in pork ribs, for ribs can be equivalent to half a pig, right? How many wives can be married with this room of pork ribs? There are 3,000 beauties in the harem. Jihi put her hands together and quickly loaded things into the space. Before, she had to rest after loading things into the space, but now she can load things non-stop. But she didn't feel tired at all. It was not until 1 o'clock in the morning that he finally loaded half of the warehouse with pork ribs. Looking at the warehouse where there were still many bones that had not been taken away, she suddenly felt tired. Chapter 295. She hadn't rested for a long time, and had just finished eating Red Hope. She felt very tired all over. Looking at the robot charging against the wall, she didn't set up a tent, but simply waved her hand to move out of bed, and lay down on it with her clothes on. Work and rest. Too much fatigue can easily cause hair loss. At 6 o'clock in the morning, he woke up on time. Just got up from the bed, and before washing up, he suddenly saw that the light at the door suddenly dimmed. Turning his head, he saw a strange robot coming to the door, pushing a pile of pork ribs, pig hearts, pig livers, pig heads, etc. It was as high as a hill, blocking the door. Still sending in. Until all the empty spaces left by he were filled. There were still many that were not sent in. They were just killed now. The little robot's dumbfounded voice sounded, "The factory will kill pigs at this stage in the morning, make cans in the afternoon, and sell them on the same day. This should be the last batch today. You are too busy, I will help you." As he said that, he was about to use a large shovel to shovel the pork ribs. "Put it down," he shouted, but quickly realized that he was too fierce. He immediately changed his tone. "I feel sorry for you, dear, stay aside, I don't need you, take a rest today." If she let it shovel it away, it would be a disdain for her work ability. After saying that, she didn't care about continuing to install the pig bone stick, and walked quickly to the door to start installing it. The little robot was frightened by he's shout. It was stunned and stood there, not daring to move. This beast is so fierce. He didn't even wash her face, and went straight to work, quickly putting all the pork ribs and pig organs into the space. Pain and happiness. If those bug eaters in my hometown knew about this much meat, they would be so happy. But he was numb from doing it. Her movements became mechanical. Fortunately, her mental strength has become much stronger now. Otherwise he would not be able to keep working. After a while, she took out the fishing net and started to cast the net. This way, the contact area is large, and more pig bones can be put into the space at the same time. After working for more than 8 hours, he finally finished loading all the newly delivered meat at the door, and she breathed a sigh of relief. She wiped the sweat from her forehead, pulled out a stool, and sat down to eat. She started working as soon as she opened her eyes, and breakfast and lunch were all combined into one meal. She was living a worse life than the landlord's old ox. After wolfing down her meal, he stood up, turned around, and started loading the big bone sticks at the back. These were piled high one after another. According to the style of the Star Factory, each big bone stick was filled with meat. If it weren't for the bones on both sides, it would be a big meat stick. It's just been a day, so it's a little dry. But it's not bad, it's still edible. Refusing to be pretentious, she went back to wash it, and put it in the pot. The number of big bones is far less than the ribs. She just loaded it for 2 hours, and it was gone. All that was left behind were pig heads and pig offal. The pigs are big, and the pig heads and pig hearts are also big. One pig heart is as big as 4 pigs in my hometown, and I can't finish it in one meal. The pig head is even bigger, if it is used as a tribute during festivals. This pig head can scare the tribute next door. G's hands moved numbly and quickly. But even so, she didn't finish loading all the pig offal in the warehouse until the evening. Such a long work. Except for her feet being a little numb from standing for a long time, she didn't feel uncomfortable anywhere. Chapter 296. The mental power is even stronger, the mind is clear, and the eyes are bright. This Red Hope is really useful. It's a pity that she ate 2 of them. If there were 10 or 8, what else would she say? Retracting his gaze, he walked towards the stupid little robot. "I'm done with this warehouse. Take me to another warehouse." "Oh!" The little robot stood up stupidly and led the way. After walking for about 5 minutes, he came to a cheaper metal warehouse. After the little robot helped he to open the back door, it turned around and left. Although the pig bones in the warehouse over there were taken away, there was still a lot of blood on the ground. If it is not wiped clean, it will be complained. After saying goodbye to the little robot, he turned around to observe this warehouse, which was different from the previous warehouse, which was dim and dirty. This warehouse was not too big, but it was neatly arranged. The lights were also bright. There were huge boxes inside. They were piled high, all the way to the ceiling. Ji-hee opened one at random, and found that it was a small transparent box with brown jelly-like objects in it. He picked it up and looked at it. It was crystal clear. 3-flowered pig soup treasure. A thick soup treasure made from the whole 3-flowered pig. Put it in the soup to cook noodles and soup. It tastes delicious. Note, it will expire in 30 days. It is not recommended to eat. Good stuff. There is salt and broth in it. Put a piece of it in the soup. Even people with average cooking skills can make it delicious. Ji-hee was very satisfied and closed the box. Just load boxes of it into the space. As for the 30-day expiration, it was the least of her business. Now, because of the sandstorms all over the world, everyone in my hometown is trapped at home, transportation is inconvenient, food transportation is difficult, and the living standard has dropped to the bottom. If there is a bowl of soup made with this thing, it can be used to make bean cakes easier to swallow. What time is it? I was so hungry that I ate the insect cakes deliciously. After loading hundreds of boxes, the 3-flowered pork soup was gone, and then it became a tin can. It's about the size of 4 cakes. It's several times bigger than the canned food back home. The packaging is simple, nothing is in it. Canned pork with 3 flowers, green grass flavor, an innovative taste for herbivores, but it failed and tasted terrible. Note, it will expire in 30 days, so it's not recommended to eat. Ji-hee, good meat, why must it taste like green grass? She really couldn't imagine what it tasted like. But she couldn't bear to throw it away. It's okay, take it with you first. If it doesn't work when you go back, just rinse it with water and remove the seasoning from the outside, and you can still eat it. Canned meat is good stuff. Meat can replenish a lot of energy needed by the body. It is much better than bean cakes. After the bean cakes came out, Ji-hee took a bite out of curiosity. It can only be said that it has its own merits and disadvantages compared to nutritional supplements, and each has its own unique unpalatable features. Netizens jokingly called it the greatest invention of the 28th century. It is a love-hate existence. It is probably because of the unpalatable taste that the sales are not very good. There are quite a few canned foods near the expiration date here, and most of the remaining room is canned foods. This is much more canned fish than the last time Ji-hee took away. It was already late at night when all the canned meat in the warehouse was emptied. Ji-hee breathed a sigh of relief. This was the first time she had cleared all the supplies in the warehouse since entering the dungeon. Before, her mental strength could not keep up, and she could only pack a small amount each time, so she needed time to rest. Chapter 297. Now it's good, all installed at once. Looking at the empty warehouse, she took off the gloves on her hands and turned to get her salary. It was dark outside, and even the street lights were not turned on. Ji-hee looked around late at night, but didn't see the robot. After thinking for a while, she turned around and walked back to the warehouse. She was sleepy, so she didn't look for it anymore. She went to sleep first. At worst, she could get up early tomorrow. The next morning, at 6 o'clock, Ji-hee got up, washed up, had dinner, got up and walked out. After a while, she ran into the yellow robot. It was holding a vacuum cleaner and sucking air. When it saw Ji-hee, it didn't even need Ji-hee to speak. Its eyes flashed, and then the badge on Ji-hee's chest made a prompt sound. 1 gold coin has been received. Welcome to choose again next time. Ji-hee smiled. This reward is really high. After saying goodbye to the robot, who warmly invited her to come back for a part-time job when she is free, Ji-hee ran out of the yard quickly. She had to come to the radio building before 9 o'clock to receive the award. She couldn't be late. As soon as he got off the hovercraft, Ji-hee saw the huge podium built in front of the radio building, and the luxurious decoration on it. A lot of flashing lights and flying metal balls. It directly creates a very high-end feeling for this venue. The chief director of the 3-color white cat was wearing a reflective silver robe, with a bulging belly and his head raised high. The excited look on his face could be seen from a long distance. He wanted the ratings he had just seen. He was in such a good mood that he was about to take off. Although due to various factors, many Beast surveillance cameras lost contact later, and no precious footage was captured. But thinking of the few recorded scenes, it instantly smiled. Just as it was happy, it saw Ji-hee coming, and it stopped posing, and hurriedly took a few steps, patted Ji-hee's arm gently with its furry paws, and looked at Ji-hee with particularly kind eyes. This kid, I have long said that you can do it. Among so many beasts, I am most optimistic about you. You have lived up to my expectations. After saying that, he winked at Ji-hee. He had seen before, an underage female bravely courting the federal marshal. She was strong and unyielding for love, and was willing to die. Half of his high ratings were thanks to this female. Ji-hee, What happened? Director White Cat smiled and was about to say something when a beast called him from behind, saying that the time was up and the live broadcast had begun. He quickly straightened his demeanor and walked to the center of the stage. Then, he waved his hand to the sky. The silver balls were circling and dancing in the sky, leaving beautiful colorful trails and drawing beautiful patterns in the sky. The next second, a melodious song came from behind, making everyone who heard it feel a sense of physical and mental pleasure. The faces of the beasts around them, who had a stern look, began to relax. Some beasts even began to sway left and right with the music. Even he felt it was very nice. The mood that was a little depressed just now became much more relaxed after hearing this song, as if all the mental illnesses were thrown away. I don't know who sang this song. Can I give her a copy to take away? The atmosphere was just right. The director, the three-colored white cat, touched his clothes, stood in the middle of the stage, and made a downward gesture. The song gradually faded away, and he began to give a speech with a red face. At first, he was still listening with relish. Gradually, his eyes became dull. Sure enough, no matter what time it is, he always praises the sponsor. First, he reads about the sponsor for 5 minutes, and then reads about his own mental journey of hosting this program for 15 minutes. When all the beasts began to feel drowsy and tried to cheer themselves up, the big white cat director finally finished reading. He clapped his hands and got to the main topic of today. Awarding. Let us welcome the third place of our competition today, the Thorny Hair Tribe, Sidwa. Following the white cat's excited shout, a male beast covered with long thorns stood up. He pulled the star beast he contracted with openly, and his expression was very excited. The star beast was very round, with smiling eyes, and seemed to be in a good mood. More than 20 cameras flew in front of him, shooting them madly from 360 degrees without blind spots. It took a while to show. The metal platform behind him suddenly became longer and extended to his feet. CI Duo stepped on it, and the metal platform slowly retracted and returned to its previous length. He also stood to the left. Behind him, the prizes he won were written: 1 Red Hope, 52 beautiful spider silks, and the third place saw the marshal. Gee. Meeting the marshal, what's going on? She was full of questions, but no one answered them for her. Director White Cat recited in front with great emotion: 2nd place, Tansen of the Yonkejuo tribe. As soon as the words fell, a muscular male beast came out, showing off his muscles. When he stood on the right side of the stage, his prize was also written behind him: 1 Red Hope, 60 beautiful spider silks, and the 2nd place will meet the marshal. He looked at the last few words and the familiar figure. She had a guess in her mind. Before she could think about it, the voice of the three-color white cat reached her ears. Let us welcome our first place, the underage female cub Gee. As the voice fell, applause rang in her ears. Countless lights shone on her instantly, flashing continuously, causing her to squint her eyes. This time, she didn't need the metal steps. She flew up and stood directly at the highest point. And behind her, her victory was clearly written: Red Hope 2, Mimi Juicy 68, the first place will see the marshal. He just smiled when she heard the big white cat director shouting enthusiastically, let's applaud this brave little female who proposed to the marshal. Only love and food, can't be let down. What? Who proposed to the marshal? What's going on? She just opened her mouth and hadn't spoken yet, and the next moment, she heard a familiar system prompt sound in her ears. Dear Xiantian Zaiji 50 billion, hello. Congratulations on successfully completing the 4-star game, and now you are about to be transferred out of the copy. The next second, Jihee's eyes went dark. Opened her eyes again. She came to the dark and enclosed space, and in front of her was a familiar slot machine. It was so quiet that she seemed to be the only one in the world. Jihee opened and closed her mouth. Forget it, it doesn't matter. Propose or not. Anyway, we won't see each other again. What's in front of us is the most important. The game started with questions as usual. Hello, borrow another 50 billion from the sky. Congratulations on successfully completing the game. Would you like to participate in the lottery for this round of the game? Yes or no? Chapter 298. Jihee thought about the money she owed and the income from this game. Although she still owed a lot of money, it was not a sky-high price compared to her supplies, and she was confident that she could pay it back. Compared with gold coins that could only be used to buy supplies, props are more precious. If she could get powerful props, her survival would be guaranteed to a certain extent. So, she hesitated between yes and no, and finally chose yes. The red slot machine gradually grew larger, and the light began to flicker, accompanied by cheap music. Ji-hee seemed not to hear, walked to the slot machine, and pulled the lever down with all her strength. Her voice was so sweet. "Baby, you don't know how much I miss you. Your figure haunts me, and I can't forget it for a long time. I miss you during the day, and night, and in my dreams. You are the cutest and most charming slot machine I have ever seen. May the secret weapon show up soon." As she spoke, she stroked the machine, touching it here and there, and she had to let the lottery machine feel her enthusiasm. The machine paused for a moment. Then it started to turn as if nothing had happened. The sound was obviously much more cheerful. It was obvious that the flatterer was very happy. A minute later, the whole machine stopped, and the cheap colored lights flickered in the dark, trying to make people excited. Unfortunately, the effect was close to zero. Ji-hee stared at the right side, and an upside-down glass bowl appeared in the window. The image was particularly simple. Ji-hee guessed that it should be a protective shield. The system prompt sound rang in her ears. "Dear Xiangtian borrows another 50 billion. Hello, your lucky turn will give you 2 kinds of supplies, food and props. Please choose freely." Props. After the voice fell, the familiar big scale appeared in front of Ji-hee. She began to put supplies on it silently. This protective shield is obviously a good thing. It needs twice as many supplies as last time to exchange. After all the vegetables in Ji-hee's space were put in, potatoes and sweet potatoes began to be put in. Finally, after putting in the 40th tray of supplies, the big scale disappeared instantly. The upside-down bowl on the left floated in front of Ji-hee. She reached out and gently grasped it. The next second, the world in her eyes turned completely black. She left the game. She opened her eyes again and returned to the place where she entered the game, which was still the dark and dim cemetery. Just as she was about to take out the prop she got in this game to give the bald fool in front of her a quick death. Make him a retard. The system prompt sounded in her ears. Congratulations to Xiangtian for borrowing another 50 billion, killing the murderer, and maintaining world peace. Now you are rewarded with 10 energy stones of grade C. Ji-hee, ? Just about to strike hard, the enemy died, although a little confused. But generally speaking, this is a good thing. It's okay if the person dies, and she can save props. Ji-hee took a last look at the bloody scene in front of her, and turned to leave. Although she was sorry for the death of others. But if she had another chance to choose, she would still choose it. Choosing between the life of a stranger and her own life, she would choose herself 10,000 times. Ji-hee did not forget that the system notified her before entering the game. It will take her 5 hours to teleport here. Not counting the game world, there should be more than 4 hours now. She still has time to walk around here. I have never been abroad before, so I don't know what it is like abroad. Now I finally have a chance. About 10 minutes after Ji-hee left, several figures dressed in black came to the cemetery. They all fell silent as they looked at the broken bodies. This Xiangtian is too bloodthirsty to borrow another 50 billion. It doesn't match the situation in the information at all. Noda Ichiro is dead. That Xiangtian Zaiji 50 billion is a tough character, and Noda Ichiro didn't kill her. Should we continue to pursue her? The boss said that we should contact the country's undercover personnel to search as many houses as possible, and it would be best to find out her true identity as soon as possible. As soon as these words came out, the surroundings were instantly quiet. Everyone understood what these words meant, and those people were about to become abandoned. Xiangtian Zaiji 50 billion has caused so many bloody things recently, and everyone knows that she is not easy to mess with. Going to her now is tantamount to sending herself to death. In addition, many of their personnel have been captured by country aid during this period. Although they thought so, no one said it. Having come to this point, their lives are no longer determined by themselves. Ji-hee walked in the yellow sand with a scarf on her head. The wind and sand were strong in her hometown, and even stronger here, with visibility less than half a meter. The whistling wind in her ears made her feel like she was the only one in the world. After walking in the dark for more than 10 minutes, she didn't even find a place with light. Let alone tourism. You can't see any scenery clearly. It's like a desert in the dark. It can't be said that there are no advantages. At least such a strong wind has conquered all the rampant mosquitoes and fart bugs. They have disappeared. They are probably blown away. There are also some shops on the roadside. Without exception, the doors are smashed open. Basically, there are few good ones, and there are garbage and coagulated blood everywhere. As soon as you enter, you can still see black bugs running around in panic. She took a quick look and came out. There was nothing useful. Even garbage collection took up too much space. It was much worse than the one in her hometown. At this moment, Her ears moved and she seemed to hear people groaning. Pulling out the pistol, Ji put on a mask and ran carefully to the place where the incident happened. The wind was howling. It completely covered up the sound of Ji's footsteps. It made her look like a ghost in the dark. The place where the sound came from was a somewhat dilapidated house with a hole in the door. It was pitch black inside. The sound came from the house. Ji steadied her breath, slowed down her pace, and quietly walked in. Her entry did not attract the attention of the people in the house. As she entered, the groans became louder and louder. In the corner, a middle-aged man in his 40s was lying face up. His face was flushed, his whole body was soaked with sweat, his lips were so dry that he had fallen into a coma. He was struggling unconsciously at this moment. Ji frowned. Was this heat stroke? After watching for a while, she suddenly felt that the man was not in a good condition. She couldn't tell what was wrong, but it gave her a bad feeling. It made her feel a little sick. It looked a bit like a turbid beast. Ji shook her head. She felt that she had thought too much. But she didn't leave, and turned around and found a place to sit down. Subconsciously, she felt that if she waited, she would make an unexpected discovery. The waiting time was a bit boring. She took out the upside-down bowl she had won in the lottery. Energy protection barrier provides protection. In principle, the energy is sufficient, and the shield will never be destroyed. According to the size of the energy shield and the intensity of the attack, the energy stone is consumed. Note: how dare a poor guy use this gold-eating beast? Chapter 299. Ji Can he talk? What's so poor about her? Do you know how many people envy her now? When she heard that Xiang Tian would borrow another 50 billion, she wanted to do a 360-degree spiral hug. She is the richest woman, the richest woman. Do you understand? Rolling her eyes, Ji quietly put away the energy protection barrier. Energy stones are hard to come by. She can use the helmet fruit first. When the helmet fruit is used up, she can use this. Looking at the man who was still moaning in front of her, Ji opened the game chat channel. She didn't enter the first round of 2-star dungeons. She was a little curious. Tornado Little Golden Bean, take the test. This is a crappy test. If you don't die, just keep taking it. 7th place. Who in the family understands? Because I couldn't learn, I was hung up and beaten by that monster teacher. I was beaten to pieces. Cinderella's vicious stepmother. I am a doctoral student in a top university in China. I stayed in school because of my excellent grades. I used to think that studying was the easiest thing in life. As a result, this fucking exam made me take the test on a roller, which made me dizzy. I also had to write by hand. There was no multiple choice question. If my handwriting was not good, they would whip my hand with a cane. I am a height that you can't reach. +1, I can't imagine how I came back alive. Happy little genius. Don't pretend, you must have used props, you hit hard in the game, but you are timid in the chat, two-faced people are playing you to understand. Ji looked around and basically everyone was discussing exams. It seems that the first round of 2-star tasks should be related to exams. This made her feel relieved. She didn't like exams either. She used to study hard because there was no way out, but this was not her habit. Clicking on the store, Ji was about to put the items on the shelves, but she saw the words -1 gold coin and 10 silver coins in the upper right corner. How can the richest man's account be negative? It's embarrassing to say it out loud. Without looking at the negative sign, Ji started to put items on the shelves. In this 4-star dungeon, basically all the materials obtained have attributes. If she sells them all, she can't imagine how much gold coins she can earn. First, pick the sand scorpion fruit with the largest number and put it up. She has thousands of this sand scorpion fruit in her space, so she doesn't feel bad about putting it up. And it is very practical. It can be called a life-saving artifact. She quickly put up the price of 2 gold coins each. Let her also see the strength of these people who came out of the 2-star dungeon. Everyone here was browsing the store to see if there was anything new, and at a glance they saw the 200 positions full of sand scorpion fruits. After curiously clicking on it, they were all shocked. Oh my god, how could someone get hundreds of props, as if they were free? Then, they clicked on the introduction, and thought it would be a very rubbish prop. Unexpectedly, the effect of this prop is so awesome, they are willing to call it the strongest defense prop. They are willing to take it out. Everyone. Shock. The boss is really awesome. I thought I was already awesome enough to get a prop. The boss actually wholesales. Why is there such a big gap between you and others? Envy and jealousy. But his hands clicked crazily subconsciously. Are you kidding? If you don't grab such a good thing, you'd be a fool. The system popped up a message to remind them that their balance was insufficient. Take a closer look. How much? 2 gold coins? Oh my god, it's so expensive. I won't buy it. No, I still have to buy it. Such a useful prop is not easy to appear once. It can save lives at a critical moment. I must not give up. This is their second life. On the other side, almost 3 hours had passed. Ji found that the changes in the man in front of him began to accelerate. His breathing became heavy, his skin began to shrink inward, and his bones tended to lengthen. Ji stood up and frowned at the man. Why did she feel that this man's changes were somewhat similar to those of the turbid beast? Has the turbid beast invaded reality? After more than 10 minutes, the man had completed his transformation, and he had degenerated into an ugly turbid beast. It looks like a big ball of mud with thorns. Or like a black bed sheet that has become a spirit. Ji stood up, patted the dust off her pants, and pulled out a shovel. The energy stone that was delivered to her door, she would not miss it. After saying that, she swung the shovel down. The turbid beast in front of her had not yet opened its eyes completely, and was thrown aside by Ji's shovel, smashing through the row of houses. Ji shook the shovel. This turbid beast is a bit weak. This turbid beast has been rolling on the ground. As soon as it opened its eyes, its first reaction was not to attack Ji, but to escape. It touched the ground with its huge body, trying to leave. How could Ji give it this opportunity? He exerted force on his feet, and the whole person instantly appeared in front of it. The shovel was swung down, and the monster was cut into 2 pieces before it could show its hideous side. As it lay down, the surrounding floor began to turn black. He was the source of pollution. Ji used the shovel to search in the moving part of the body, and finally found a small and pitiful energy stone. G-level energy stone. Contains very, very little energy. This time the talent did not even have a note. I guess there is nothing to say. Ji put away the energy stone. He looked down at the corpse of the turbid beast under him. With the corpse of the turbid beast as the center, the land around him began to turn black and smelly, as if it had been deeply polluted. Ji took out cooking oil and poured it on the turbid beast, then took out a match and lit it, and then threw it on the turbid beast. The flames burned with a bang. Then came an extremely unpleasant smell. As soon as Ji smelled it, he felt his brain go blank for a moment. She felt that even the farts of farting beetles were not as bad as this one. Under the wind, the fire burned more and more vigorously. Covering her nose, Ji turned and left. But it was too smelly. She really couldn't stay. Quickly leaving the crime scene, Ji walked on the empty street. In this place, apart from the sound of the wind, there was no sound of human activities. It felt like a dead city. From the time she came out of the cemetery to now, in a few hours, Ji met a person who turned into a turbid beast. The surrounding environment was also very dilapidated. Not to mention finding food, there was not even a single usable thing. The houses were empty, and the furniture and kitchen utensils were broken. It looked like they had been evacuated, leaving behind an abandoned dead city. Ji was walking and suddenly heard someone talking. He leaned against the wall quickly. Damn, I didn't see a single 2-legged sheep today. They hid like mice, so hard to find. I know there is a sewer entrance, we can wait there. Sadokun, it has to be you. You're welcome, you're welcome. Chapter 300. The voices of several people gradually faded away. Ji looked at their backs and said nothing. This place is much messier than the one at home. From what they said, they have already started to eat human flesh. She squinted her eyes, took a last look at the direction where the few people disappeared, and turned to leave. After walking for an unknown period of time, Ji smelled the salty sea water. There was also a pungent stench. She frowned and pulled out a gas mask from the space. Put it on her face. She raised her foot and walked towards the sea. There was no sandstorm on the sea here, and the turbulent sea surface could be clearly seen under the moonlight. This was the first time she saw the sea after the natural disaster. The pure black sea water splashed up turbulent waves in the storm. It gave Ji a sense of suppressed madness. This was the first time she saw the sea after the natural disaster. For some reason, looking at the sea with waves higher than one, she had a bad premonition. She subconsciously predicted it. I just came out of the game, so there should be a period of peace. It's okay to use the omniscience fruit. A scene soon appeared in front of her eyes. It was a tsunami. A tsunami that surged and covered the sky. And there was heavy rain. After a while, Ji blinked, and her pupils regained focus, but her face was a little pale. But it was much better than at the beginning. The red hope still worked. She looked at the sea in front of her for a long time without saying a word. She just saw a huge tsunami, which was global. The tsunami was accompanied by rain. Countless people who survived died because of it. And the first city to be submerged by the tsunami was this city near the sea. Those who had underground and dug holes for a living could not escape. There are still 2 minutes before the tsunami breaks out here. It's too late for anything. But there is still some time before tsunamis break out around the world. Thinking of the shocking tsunami and the large number of deaths, He fell silent as he looked at the dark sea in the distance with waves higher than the waves. The city next to her hometown is by the sea. She had been there once. The buns made by the auntie selling buns were delicious. The pretty girl saw her forehead sweating and handed her a piece of paper. An uncle passing by had also pointed the way for her. Although she didn't know whether these people were alive or dead. But it would be a pity if they were drowned by the tsunami. He blinked. He opened the backstage, logged into the account of borrowing 50 billion from Xiantian, and sent a message in the chat channel. From now on, in 1 minute at the earliest and 2 hours at the latest, a super large tsunami will break out in various places, accompanied by heavy rain. Whether they believe it or not. Anyway, she told him. It's his freedom to believe it or not. She can't control it. Close the background. Switch accounts, he did it in one go. Ignore the riot caused by this sentence. Just as she was about to breathe a sigh of relief, he suddenly heard the sound of raindrops falling on the water. Raining? Raised her head, stretched out her hand, and soon she felt a drop of warmth in her palm. Then, raindrops fell on her forehead. Then they became heavier and heavier. After more than a year of extreme heat, it finally rained. Or hot spring rain. The rain became heavier and heavier, and soon it turned from a drizzle at the beginning to a downpour. Accompanied by the Black Sea water, with waves higher than the waves in the distance. There was really a suffocating feeling of the end of the world. Looking at the dark sea water. He didn't know how many more people in this world would lose their lives after the tsunami tomorrow. The heavy rain poured down, and he just took out the umbrella from the space, and his eyes went black. When he opened his eyes again, he had returned to his familiar home. Looking at this environment where she had lived for a year, he felt a rare sense of relief and reluctance. She walked back and forth in the house, and found no signs of anyone coming in. She was relieved. She had just used the complete knowledge fruit, and was still a little weak. She didn't want to do anything, and just wanted to lie down and sleep. But thinking about what was going to happen soon, it was not time to rest yet. She also had to go to the backyard to put away the space capsule in the basement, and then take a shower. It was really uncomfortable to be wet all over. The whole world is in turmoil, because of the words of borrowing another 50 billion from the sky. Chung Jun has been busy since the game was released. When he was arranging for treatment, a staff member ran over anxiously, "It's bad. A tsunami is going to break out." Chung Jun's pupils suddenly trembled. He was stunned by the word tsunami. But he immediately realized that they were dry and extremely hot. So what kind of tsunami would break out? What nonsense are you talking about? Don't you know what the environment is like outside? It's true. Xiantian said in the chat channel that from now on, within 1 minute at the earliest and 2 hours at the latest, a super large tsunami will break out in various places, and heavy rain will fall. Chung Jun touched his face, closed his eyes, and looked at the time again. He looked at the anxious colleague in front of him. He reached out and patted the man on the shoulder. "Don't be afraid." After saying that, he rushed into the room and went straight to the leader's office. If Xiantian said that he would borrow another 50 billion, the consequences would be disastrous. Thinking of the people hiding underground because they were afraid of the heat, and the population of coastal cities, and the bases they built, he ran directly in the corridor. He knocked on the door hurriedly and walked in quickly when he was allowed. In the office, a white-haired old man in his 60s was writing at his desk. Even when he was writing, he was upright and dressed meticulously. "Be steady, don't be so impetuous at such an old age." Chung Jun looked anxious and spoke in a hurried tone. "Mr. Zheng, borrow another 50 billion from the sky. In 1 minute at the earliest and 2 hours at the latest, a huge tsunami will break out in various places, and heavy rain will fall." As soon as the words fell, the pen under Mr. Zheng's hand drew a mark. The paper was directly torn. "Leader, it's too late." Chung Jun's face was extremely impatient. Mr. Zheng took a deep breath, trying to hold it in, but couldn't hold it in, and shouted, "Then why are you still making a fool of yourself in front of me? Hurry up and call those people who eat nothing in the Talent Management Bureau. Hurry up, meeting, go quickly." Oh. Chung Jun hurriedly agreed and turned and ran. Mr. Zheng was so angry that he was panting. It was so late, and he was so slow, unworthy of the task. He was so angry. He stood up, picked up his hat, and ran immediately. 5 minutes later, everyone gathered together. After Mr. Zheng said everything, he concluded, in summary, I suggest that we organize the evacuation immediately. Evacuating several cities is not a trivial matter. If there is no tsunami, what should we do with the manpower and material resources we wasted? Which is more important, things or people? If there is a tsunami, many cities will be affected. Can you bear the responsibility? Chapter 301. That's right. Do you know how big a mess this phone call will cause? How big a mess will it cause if a notification is sent out to evacuate such a big city? If it turns out to be fake, who will bear the consequences? I strongly disagree with this. It's not that I don't trust you, but I need to consider it comprehensively. Be cautious. I agree with evacuation. Life is more important than anything else. We can't put people in danger because we are afraid of losses. We are not putting the people in danger. I mean to find a gifted person to predict. We cannot make a decision lightly. We must be cautious. The same quarrels are happening all over the world. Country K. It's ridiculous. A high school student. Why should we take her words seriously when she is 18 years old? Are you stupid? The food you have eaten for so many years has gone into the dog's stomach. Why do you take her words as an imperial decree? I strongly disagree. So many people didn't find it. Why did she find it? It must be revenge against us, to destroy our dignity. Don't be so hasty to draw conclusions about this matter. We need to observe and see. This matter has too wide an impact. You? If what he said is true, why didn't he respond when we contacted him later? Impossible. How severe is the drought in the world? How could a tsunami suddenly break out? Before, some experts predicted that it would rain and a tsunami would break out. They predicted it for half a year, but what happened? Don't make yourself too dramatic. Trying to get the world's attention is a waste of public resources. It's normal for young people to be impulsive, but they should also have a clear understanding of themselves, and not think of ruling the world by themselves. You're still too young. Our country. Baga, tsunami? What nonsense. You actually want to predict a national disaster? It's ridiculous. Hurry up and ask the most powerful sorcerer in our country to make a prediction for us. We must give a slap in the face of this guy who borrowed 50 billion from the sky. I don't know what it means. A businessman who has a little ability shows off? It's too shallow. If you ask me, we should not be in a hurry. After everyone else has finished speaking, we should follow our boss and support him. That's the truth. When our country was bustling with activity, and the meeting atmosphere was very harmonious, a short bald man in a suit suddenly pushed open the door of the conference room. His face was frighteningly pale. A pot-bellied old man in the conference room frowned. What are you panicking about? If you don't know the etiquette, get out. The short bald man was not as fearful as usual. He swallowed his saliva, looked around, and said tremblingly in the increasingly impatient eyes of the people around him, Tsunami. Tsunami is coming. Squeak. The stool slid across the ground, making a sharp sound. But no one cared. Everyone's face was pale, as if they had seen a ghost. Just when the conference room was arguing endlessly, there was a knock on the door. A very young soldier with a very pale face walked in. He saluted first, and then said in a somewhat anxious voice, It's raining outside. It's heavy. After this, there was silence. After a year of drought, no one thought it would rain at this time. Everyone, get ready, help the people evacuate to a safe place. No one objected this time. Before the natural disaster, rain could cause floods, submerging surrounding villages and cities. After the natural disaster, he would not be lucky enough to say that the rain would stop in an hour. We must prepare for the worst and welcome the best outcome. For a moment, all those who had just opened their mouths shut. When they thought about the possibility of a tsunami and countless deaths, none of them could bear that responsibility. After he went to the backyard to collect the space capsule, and took a comfortable shower. She laid down on the bed, and closed her eyes to rest since there was still time. Someone might come to see her later. She couldn't enter the space now. She found the energy stone she had obtained before from the storage space. Some are big, some are small, and they look very beautiful. I never found the time to give them to the space before. Now I have time. Considering that the newly acquired energy protection barrier also needs energy stones, he did not plan to hand in all the B-level energy stones at once, but kept 5 as a backup. After handing in all the energy stones, he thought that the space would change a little, but found that there was no reaction. Not even a drop of water splashed. I can only say that it is far from enough. She had no other options for the time being, so she had to put it aside. She closed her eyes, and began to organize the space. This time, she had put in quite a lot of materials, and there were a lot of props inside. They were piled up in a mess in the space. While she was organizing, Ji-hee suddenly heard a faint sound coming from outside the door. She listened carefully, but the sound of the rain was too loud to be heard clearly. She put on her raincoat, walked to the door, and opened it. As soon as she opened the door, she could feel a wave of hot air coming towards her. It was like taking a sauna, making people feel a little breathless, their chests a little stuffy, and their whole bodies damp. Without the barrier of the room, she could clearly hear the knocks on the door. The visitor was obviously very anxious, knocking loudly one after another. Ji-hee walked to the gate and opened it. Director Soo was wearing a raincoat and was about to knock again. He was a little surprised to see the door open so quickly. It was windy and rainy outside, especially hard. She was soaked by the rain, and her face was abnormally red from the steam. When she saw the door opened, she stretched her neck and shouted loudly. The government organized an evacuation, saying that there would be a flood. Our place is low-rise, and not very safe. Let's go to the nearby shelter first. Pack some things quickly, and gather at the door of the neighborhood committee. We will all go together. By the way, everyone has to go. Even if you are a god, you have to go to take shelter today. After Director Soo finished speaking, she stared at Ji-hee. She was afraid that Ji-hee would do something strange. This natural disaster is a disaster for people. It makes a good person mentally unbalanced. There was a sandstorm some time ago, and this child insisted that he didn't want water, which made her very worried. Thinking of the people who committed suicide at home due to depression during this period, a trace of sadness flashed across her face. Looking at Ji-hee, it was like looking at that silly kid who was about to cut his wrists at home. Ji-hee, alright. Even gods would go to take shelter from the rain. Then she really had to go too. Got it, Director. Good kid. Director Soo patted Ji-hee on the shoulder, showing satisfaction. Take as much luggage as you can, including quilts and mattresses. If this house gets soaked in water, everything will be wasted. Chapter 302. Director Soo said this and turned to go to the next room. It was so hot for such a long time that everyone was very thirsty. Many people came out of their homes and took basins to collect water. Some people wanted to take off their clothes and take a shower outside while it was dark. As a result, as soon as they came into contact with the rainwater, they screamed with heat. The water was actually hot. Although it was not as exaggerated as 100 degrees, it was at least 50 degrees. Director Soo's knock on the door was soon heard by these people. Hearing the discussion in the distance, Ji-hee turned back to the house. There weren't many things in the house, just a big pot and a few kitchen utensils, and a room full of dry firewood. She had almost packed them just now. Now there was only the bed she had just been lying on in the house. After taking the bed away, she quickly took out a large bag that was filled with things. It was half a person's height and looked bulging, but it was not heavy. After taking out the bag, she also wrapped her backpack with plastic cloth so that it would not get wet. She actually still had a tricycle, but thinking about the heavy rain outside, she decided to forget it. Riding a bike in the rain is such a pain in the world. After packing up everything, Ji-hee put on her raincoat and rain boots. She looked down at the watch and saw that only 2 minutes had passed. She opened the game background. The inconvenience of not having a network is that you can't receive news from the outside world. Now if she wants to get intelligence, she can only watch the game chat channel. Thanks Xiangtian for lending me another 50 billion to save my life. As soon as I saw the news, I immediately asked my parents to pack up the supplies. My mother didn't believe it at first, but later she realized that if there was no time difference, even if we could survive, we couldn't take anything with us at home. We would really go bankrupt. Thank you for lending me another 50 billion. I will believe whatever she says in the future. I am sitting in the evacuation car. The family next to me is crying, and their eyes are swollen. They fled in a hurry, and didn't bring anything. They don't know how to survive in the shelter. Compared to them, I am so lucky. Why do you have a car? Why did we evacuate on foot? My family is not in a coastal city, but I have relatives. Now the signal is cut off, and I can't contact my relatives. I don't know what's going on over there. I am very anxious. I hope there are gifted neighbors near their home and can notify them. Fortunately, I had a great luck before and got a second-hand space button with a cubic meter of space. This time, I can put all the food in it. My family and I can carry some bedding on our backs, so we can live well wherever we go. Brother, be careful. What if someone is jealous of you and comes to rob you? Don't worry, I have 8 uncles, each of whom gave me 2 brothers and sisters. They are all gifted. We are now gathered together. If anyone dares to touch me, my 16 brothers and sisters will beat the shit out of him. The above person is awesome. Aren't you curious about why Xiang Tian can get information better than the predictive gifted by borrowing another 50 billion? That's his ability. Are you jealous? Just as she was about to close the chat channel, the system prompted that someone had mailed her supplies. She clicked on it, and saw tens of thousands of private messages. Some thanked her for publishing the news, and some wanted to find out more detailed information. She swiped a circle from top to bottom, and ignored them all. There were a few people who mailed her supplies, some expensive and some cheap. Most of them were food and some rain gear. They were all thanking her for posting the news in the world so that they could be prepared. Ji saw it, and felt a little comforted. She didn't expect to get any reward when she sent that message. But she still felt very happy to get others' gratitude. Chung Jun also sent her a message. The content of the message was very brief. He first thanked her, and sent her some intelligence. The main thing was to send her a list of known foreign lurkers. There are more than 100 people in it. Tell them to be careful if they meet these people. After clicking it, Ji quickly read down, not expecting to find anything, but she saw a familiar name, Li Qiu. The psychologist. Affiliated to our country. Her eyes darkened. But she didn't know if this Li Qiu was the same name, or the same Li Qiu she knew. After closing the list, Ji stood up, opened the door, and walked into the rain. Leaving this place where she had lived for a year and felt like home. Towards the unknown. On a dark rainy night, listening to the sound of raindrops around. Feeling the sound of raindrops hitting the top of the head. Ji suddenly thought that she still lacked a lot of things. She felt that if she just wanted to survive, she would have everything. Having food and drink was enough to meet the most basic needs after life. But if she wanted to live more comfortably, she still lacked a lot. She had never thought about moving at the beginning, but she had not prepared the two essential materials for home travel, the mobile villa and the RV. Now it was time to prepare. He was thinking about the things he was going to buy, when he arrived at the entrance of the neighborhood committee. From a distance, he could see that the entrance was already full of people. Some were pushing homemade carts, others were riding tricycles, and he even saw camping carts with 4 wheels underneath. These people covered their carts with plastic sheets to prevent the rain from getting their luggage wet. Through the plastic sheets, he could see that many people had put the vegetables they grew in their flower pots on the trailers. This was the most valuable property in the family, and it couldn't be lost. In addition to the vehicles filled with supplies, most people were carrying large and small bags on their backs, carrying all the valuable luggage of their families. All stuffed to the brim. Compared with the luggage of these people, the big bag behind he was so simple that it was pitiful. Some of them wore raincoats, and some wore cloaks made of plastic cloth. They didn't dare to get wet directly in the rain. The rain was a little hot. Although it wouldn't cause big blisters, if it fell directly on the body, it would burn the body red. Although the surrounding environment was humid and hot, everyone was very happy, and was discussing something with each other. The noise accompanied by the sound of rain spread far away. The words were full of joy. Thanks to the strong wind that blew away the dense fart bugs, everyone was cured without medicine, otherwise they would not dare to get too close to chat. Finally it rained. If it didn't rain, the dust on my body would almost become armor. You are so humble. I think you have become armor a long time ago. The smell on your body is choking, and it is easy to faint if you get close to me. You are still licking my face and talking about me. I think you are almost the same. What are you rubbing? Blame me. I haven't finished my bath yet, and Director Sue knocked on the door and asked us to leave. If you ask me, why leave? It's just raining. It's been so dry for so long. What can happen? The ground is cracked, and a little rain is just the right way to relieve it. Chapter 303. It's just that the water is a little hot when it hits my body. My arms are all red. I don't know how hot it is. It would be fine if the temperature could be lowered a bit. Since it's raining, is the natural disaster over? Can we return to normal life? I just filled several basins with water when it started to rain. I have to go out to avoid the rain before I can boil it. It's really annoying. At least let me boil some water at home. My vegetables can't be scalded to death by warm water, right? He stopped approaching the crowd after walking 1 meter away, and waited quietly. The heavy rain and darkness made visibility very poor. She thought no one would notice her, but the ladies saw her at a glance and came over. Girl, why do you only carry so little stuff? As soon as the words came out, the old lady next to her elbowed the person who was talking. I don't know why this girl is poor and keeps talking about things all day long. Turning to look at girl, when we go to the shelter, you and I will go together. There are many people there, and it's not safe for a little girl like you. He was surprised and was about to speak when the person who was speaking changed the subject. If you feel embarrassed, come and help your aunt carry some luggage. Oh, this old lady, the weasel is paying New Year's greetings to the chicken, with no good intentions. Your luggage is filled with a lot of firewood, and it is so heavy after being poured with water. Anyone who can carry it for you is a fool. The aunt who was speaking rolled her eyes, and said in a very loud voice, Girl, help me carry it, and I will give you a glass of water later. It is said that a broken home is worth a fortune. When you are suddenly notified to go out to avoid the rain, you are reluctant to give up anything at home for fear that it will be stolen. When packing, they packed more than 10 large bags, which could not fit in the tricycle. They were reluctant to throw them away, but now the problem came. It rained and the luggage became particularly heavy. Originally, they thought of asking neighbors to help move some, but when they went out, they saw that other families also thought so. They were just getting upset when he appeared with very little luggage. They knew this girl was energetic and hardworking. Now they all gathered around. They wanted he to help carry the things. They even blamed each other for this. Your bag of garbage, and all kinds of unwashed dirty clothes are not necessary to take away, just throw them away. You are not as good as mine. Who would carry a stainless steel basin when going out? What? Use it as a shield. What's wrong with a stainless steel basin? Did I offend you? My basin was passed down from my mother. It is the treasure of my family. I will pass it down. You? The old ladies quarreled for a long time, and no one was convinced. They were about to ask he for justice. When they turned around, they found that he had found a half-person high barrel with a hole from somewhere, and there were 2 pairs of roller skates tied under the barrel. Sitting in the bucket, holding 2 pool cues in both hands, performing bucket sliding in the water. Several old ladies, I always feel that this girl is not normal. But I can't tell what's wrong. He saw that the old ladies stopped arguing, and he used his hands to paddle over. Andy, come on, there is still some space behind my butt, you can put it behind me, and you can give me some firewood later. As they were talking, the rain was too heavy, and the bucket slid back a meter uncontrollably. He quickly rowed back with the pool cue. The old ladies watched her rowing and felt that she was unreliable, fearing that the treasures in their homes would be lost by he again. Finally, they looked at each other and changed the subject. Girl, there is no need. We suddenly remembered that the things are not heavy and can still be carried. Look, there is still room in your bucket. Why don't you go home now and get some things from home? You have too little luggage, and you don't need all of it. As she was persuading him, a sarcastic voice came from behind. Oh, this girl is so poor. I guess she has exchanged her quilt for points. How can she carry anything? The package behind her is probably her only thing. The person who spoke was a 40-year-old aunt, the kind of person who feels that she is at a disadvantage if she can't get an advantage. She was deceived into buying a lot of fake seeds before, and when she found out that he didn't buy them, she said a lot of sarcastic things overtly and covertly, and made up a lot of things about The reason was that he knew that the seeds were not good, but he didn't tell her, causing her to be deceived. She was mean and mean. He was quite confused after hearing this. Not to mention that she didn't know whether the seeds were real or fake. The price of the seeds was such that as long as she didn't try to get a bargain, she wouldn't be fooled. This person was more than twice her age, so why did she need to persuade him? The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. She simply didn't tolerate it. She caught several bags of fart bugs and released them all to her house. For a long time, the family was bitten by bugs and farted all the time, and no one dared to approach them. So the 2 of them had a grudge. Aunt, I can understand that others wear raincoats on rainy days, but why do you need this thing? This rain won't affect your skin. The aunt was confused for a moment. How did she pull the raincoat? But when she heard the laughter of people around her, she subconsciously felt something was wrong. After thinking for a while, she realized that the girl was saying that she was thick-skinned. She widened her eyes, pinched her waist, and rushed towards You little girl, you dare to say that I am thick-skinned, I will beat you to death. The bucket under he suddenly slid back a meter, and the aunt missed and fell to the ground. She was splashed with mud. Long-term drought and sandstorms have left a thick layer of soil on the road. Now it was raining heavily, and the surrounding soil turned into yellow mud with the rain, which looked yellower than the Yellow River. Before she could get up, she heard he shouting not far away, Don't be afraid, Auntie, I help you. She subconsciously felt that something was wrong, looked up, and was about to refuse, when she saw he standing in the bucket with excitement on his face, supporting himself on the ground with his hands like skiing, and with a push, the wooden bucket slid quickly towards her. The aunt's eyes widened, and she didn't even try to hide at this moment. When Ji-hee slid in front of the ant, he suddenly turned a corner, and the splash of water was more than half a meter high, spraying the ant's face, making her particularly embarrassed. "Ant, come, hold my cue, I pull you up." The raincoat the ant was wearing was now scrapped, and the rain kept flowing down her neck. She simply wiped her face with her hands, waved away Ji-hee's billiard cue, and climbed up by herself. "I don't need your fake kindness, I tell you. Sooner or later I will expose your true face." Ji-hee nodded. "Yes, Auntie, you are the first person to discover the truth. Do you believe in light?" "What is that?" Auntie didn't understand and felt a little confused. At this time, a laugh came from the crowd watching the excitement. A clear child's voice shouted, "Ultraman." Sister G said, "She is Ultraman." Auntie, Chapter 304. Just as he was about to speak, Director Sue suddenly roared from behind. Gather, listen to me." Everyone stopped talking, stopped watching the fun, and looked up. The ant also glared at Ji-hee, turned her head and left, the sharp-tongued little girl, poor and arrogant. The people around were all old neighbors, who had lived together for decades. Even if there were bumps and bumps, they were just verbal quarrels, and would not escalate to the point of fighting outside. When the old lady and Ji-hee quarreled, the family members were not far away, and just pretended not to see it. This 50-year-old lady and a 10-year-old kid are quarreling. If they come out, it's really embarrassing. How can they live in front of the neighbors? Besides, that Ji-hee girl is not a pushover. If they dare to rush over, that girl will definitely find a way to mess up their family. Let's just leave it this way. The old lady's quarrel can also increase her lung capacity. It's not easy to get Alzheimer's disease. It's a good thing. Director Sue braved the heavy rain and shouted at the top of her lungs. While shouting, she held a list and called out the names. She only called out the house numbers, and didn't call out the individuals. She kept calling out twice to make sure that she was right. "All those who are here follow me. The others are not at home. Our team leader Chief Lee will be responsible for notifying them. He will take them to the resettlement site. Don't worry, we won't give up on anyone." Although the authorities encouraged people to stay at home and not go out due to the sandstorm, there are always some special people who insist on doing things that are forbidden. He hasn't come back yet. After saying this, Director Sue took the lead and walked to the front. That's right. They are going to walk to the temporary shelter nearby. As for the car, don't dream about it. Due to the long-term heat, the quality of most cars is worrying. They have long been dismantled and used as scrap to exchange for food. In addition, gasoline has long been classified as a strategic material. Now in the whole city, except for some high-level and rich people, no one below has a car. The limited government vehicles had to go out to rescue precious supplies at this time, and there was no way to allocate them to ordinary people. Anyway, the heavy rain had just started, and there would be no danger as long as we retreated in time. The person above slapped the table and said, "Just walk. Nothing will happen, and getting wet in the rain is like taking a shower. The heat is just right to wash away the old wrinkles on the body." After more than a year of hot torment, people have long lost the pretentiousness when it was just extremely hot. Even if they marched in the rain, they were in a good mood and followed Director Sue to take care of their relatives as a family. The neighbors in front and behind were chatting happily, and there was a sense of relaxation like camping. These were the ones who didn't have much luggage. The large group behind them were all frowning, silently moving forward. Ji-hee fell to the end, keeping a distance of about 3 meters from the others. She was very strong, and with a little effort, she could slide far away. The people in front of her were basically her neighbors. They would see each other every day. Among this group of people, there were basically no elderly people over 60 years old and children under 6 years old. Disasters and heat waves came one after another. The elderly and children were the first to be eliminated. Unless the families were very well off and could maintain their lives before the natural disaster, the two would definitely not survive. And the neighbors around her were obviously not well off. There were also elderly people, such as Aunt Dong Rishiomei. At this time, she was walking in the team, carrying a huge bag in front and behind her, and was tying a rope around her body, walking forward against the strong wind. Her daughter-in-law didn't even wear a raincoat. She was tied with a rope and staggering in the rain. The other end of the rope was tied to a tricycle. The child's father was pedaling a tricycle in the rain. The tricycle was piled high with luggage. Her little girl was sitting in the luggage and quietly reached out of the car. The gifted person's sensitive hearing allowed her to hear other people's words clearly. Can we return to normal life? Let us take shelter from the rain. What do you mean? Are we going to have a heavy rainstorm? What are you afraid of? The north has the lowest terrain, so if there is a flood, it will flood there first. We are not afraid because our terrain is high. How naive. You are not afraid of mudslides? Look at how serious the desertification of the land has been recently. If it rains so much, I am really afraid that the mountains over there will not be able to bear it. We are not near the mountains, so the mudslides will not reach us. Then where are we going now? Can't you take us to the mountains? Let's go! What we can think of, the government must have thought of long ago. In the dark night, Ji-hee sat in the wooden barrel, slid forward with one hand, and opened the shop with the other hand. The sand scorpion fruit that was hung before was selling at a normal speed. It was good, but it was really expensive. Only more than 10 were sold at this time. Ji-hee took down the gold coins and quickly paid off her debts. Since she didn't owe any debts and knew that the sand scorpion fruits were sold out, she quietly took down all the sand scorpion fruits, leaving only 10, and began to hang food on the remaining positions. For exchange items, choose various RVs, off-road vehicles, drones, gasoline, diesel, mobile villas, tents, and other daily necessities. This dungeon trip was fruitful. Not only did I get a lot of materials with attributes, but there was also a lot of food in the 2 warehouses of the factory, which was just right for exchange. Assault boats and inflatable boats were cheap during the drought, but now with the heavy rain, their value has increased dozens of times in an instant, and there is no market for them. Ji-hee had exchanged a lot of them when they were cheap before, and now they are all in the space. She doesn't need them, so she didn't exchange them at this time. This is a good opportunity to exchange for some supplies that are difficult to store during the heavy rain. This heavy rain is coupled with the upcoming tsunami. It is easy to imagine that a lot of supplies will be destroyed. If you don't take this opportunity to exchange for more, it will be difficult in the future. Anyway, the energy stones she needs to upgrade are not easy to obtain for the time being, so it is better to improve the quality of life. Thinking of this, Ji-hee added a lot of refrigerators, air conditioners, washing machines, mattresses, etc. Anyway, it is very cheap, and a piece of pork bone can be exchanged for it. Of course, ammunition, guns, and so on also need to be replenished. Although it is useless to the muddy beasts, it is still a great deterrent to humans. In natural disasters, unless you live alone or pretend to be poor like she did before. Otherwise, man-made disasters are inevitable. There are jealous people everywhere. She can't pretend to be poor all her life. Before, pretending to be poor was just a performance, but now pretending to be poor is to really criticize herself in the crowd, so forget it. Not to mention the far distance, she didn't want to eat a bite of the insect cake distributed uniformly in the shelter. Can't eat it, can't eat a little. Chapter 305. As Ji-hee put up the goods, many of them disappeared. This time, Ji-hee put up mainly pig offal, pig head meat, pigtail, etc. They were all raw. But the sales were also very fast. In exchange, several RVs were obtained. There were Mercedes RVs and Nomadison Navigator F. The owner of the Nomadison Navigator even bargained with Ji-hee. Because his car had been modified, the modification cost several million US. If it was not for the emergency evacuation, he would not be willing to give it up. Ji-hee looked at the photos, and it was indeed good. The man guaranteed that it was brand new, and had never been driven after the modification. In addition, if you bought this car, you would get 3 other off-road vehicles as a gift. Each one was equipped with bulletproof glass, bulletproof tires, etc. All of these could be inspected by the system. He was very reluctant to replace all these cars, as this was his life. But there was no other way. He had to take a helicopter, and could not take any of these cars with him. If he did not exchange supplies with Ji-hee here, these cars would be soaked in water, and it would be unknown when they could be fished out of the water again. It would be better to sell it here, and exchange it for a batch of supplies. The 2 bargained for 95 kilograms of pork. It was an extremely hot year, and most livestock had died. The price of meat has become more and more expensive. Only the rich can afford it. Ordinary people can't even find some minced meat, let alone eat meat. Vegetables can be planted with seeds from the talented mall, but livestock are not something that ordinary people can afford. Not to mention the large amount of food and water consumed, there is also the possibility that they will die for various reasons before they grow up. In the end, she lost everything. The price of a pig is now more expensive than a Lamborghini before the disaster. Whoever gets a bite of the meat will brag about it for a long time. Ji-hee and the man talked about the price for a long time, but the man refused to lower the price, so she finally agreed. For others, 95 kilograms may not be enough now. She is different. She has at least hundreds of big fat pigs. These 95 kilograms are less than half the weight of a pig. Besides, she has more pork ribs. I couldn't finish it. I couldn't finish it at all. He got the RV, and the man got half a pig. Everyone was happy. After exchanging supplies for a long time, my arms were a little sore. He then opened the game chat channel. I wanted to relax by watching the excitement. As soon as I entered, I was flooded with our country was submerged by tsunami. These people are well informed. How did they know this? She flipped through it casually, but didn't find any other news. She closed the back end, and then clicked into the mall. This is just her habit. Every time she comes out of the game, she will check the system to see if there are any new changes. The system upgrade has always been silent. This time is no exception. A new notice has been refreshed on the homepage of the mall. Hello, all official game players. The system will open a transmission channel in the following major cities. From the next game, the transmission mode will not be adopted. Please go to the transmission channel entrance and start the transmission. From now on, a round of games will be played every 30 days. Expired games will be invalid. Please choose by yourself. Link. Click on the link, and it shows the name of the city with the teleportation array. If there is no teleportation array in the city, these taskers will have to leave their city to complete the task. Otherwise, they can only give up. He flipped through the pages, and found that there was no teleportation array in her city. The nearest teleportation point to her would take 3 hours to drive before the disaster. After the disaster, it would take an unknown number of hours to get there. This is good now, and I don't have to worry about whether to pretend or not. Unless she doesn't want to enter the game, she will have to consider moving. At the end of the link, the system sincerely explained the reason. The above cities are selected based on the largest population and the location of the base built by the government. I hope everyone understands. It doesn't matter if you don't understand. The right of interpretation belongs to the system. No protests will be accepted. If you don't want to, you can give up. This system either ignores people, or when it does, it is as annoying as her talent. He shook his head, and didn't want to think about it. He clicked on the background and continued to put supplies on the shelves. At this time, she was selling goods very quickly. After all, compared with the food needed to sustain life, these things, even gasoline, diesel, coal, Gatling guns, and other materials that are usually very precious, seemed insignificant at this time. It might even delay their escape speed. If they could make use of the waste and exchange some necessary materials for them to survive before the tsunami broke out, it would be worth it. More than an hour later, everyone came to a huge high-rise building. There was a dim light in the room, and a group of people were carrying supplies in the rain at the door, a busy scene. When he saw everyone coming, he didn't even raise his head. Seeing this, Director Sue breathed a sigh of relief. Finally arrived. It was not easy to walk all the way. She hurriedly called everyone behind her to keep up. At this time, she vaguely saw a group of people appearing in the distance, more than them. And the conditions were obviously better, and some people were riding electric tricycles. It was amazing that the battery was not soaked in such a heavy flood. Let everyone go in and wait. She quickly went to the person in charge to negotiate and divide the rest area. There are too many things to say here. Everyone was like a poor quail, huddled together, standing in the lobby on the first floor, watching the busy people coming and going. Confused and helpless. Their raincoats and rain boots have become a decoration and filled with water since they walked all the way here. Fortunately, there were no accidents and they came here smoothly. Many people even brought the flower pots for growing vegetables at home. Only when people reach this point in their lives do they realize that all external things are empty, and not as important as a bite of food and a bite of water. It is called a shelter, but it was originally a shopping mall. Although it only has 8 floors, it looks higher than the 10-story family quarters because of the high floor height. The light inside is not very bright, but there are some solar lights that allow people to see the surrounding environment. The original supplies in the mall are gone now. Most of them have been carried away by people in exchange for food, and only some counters cannot be moved. There was no arrangement for people to rest on the first floor. It was only used to store supplies. After all, so many people were resting and taking refuge here, it was impossible not to prepare anything. 5 minutes later, Director Sue came back with a bad look on his face, and saw everyone trying to smile. Everyone follow me. Everyone looked at each other. Subconsciously, it felt bad. But after walking for more than an hour in the sauna weather, everyone was tired and hungry, and they couldn't muster the energy to argue at all, and just wanted to find a place to rest. Chapter 306. When Director Sue took everyone to the rest area, Everyone understood why she looked so unhappy. These people were assigned to the bathroom on the second floor. Not only was the smell unpleasant and the environment humid, but if the rain continued, their floor would be at risk of being flooded. At that time, they would definitely have to take shelter on a higher floor. Isn't this a waste of time? Some people were dissatisfied immediately. Director Sue, are they bullying us? We finally came here, and you let us live on the second floor? Why did we come here? My home is a 2-story building, and I feel more comfortable at home. Yes, at least the 4th and 5th floors should be there. Director Sue's face was not looking good, but he still tried to comfort her. Are you going to starve to death at home? The shelter will give each person a bean cake and 500 milliliters of boiled water every day. At least you won't starve to death. Be patient. When the rain stops, you can go home. Everyone was noisy and protested. Finally, they went to find the person in charge, who choked them back with one sentence: this is a random assignment. There must be someone sleeping in each place. You pick, and others pick too. After saying that, he turned around and left. There was nothing they could do. Protesting was useless. In the end, they had to rest nearby honestly. Fortunately, the place they were assigned was quite large. In addition to a place to lie down, everyone also had an area where they could move freely. Otherwise, there would be more noise. After everyone was assigned, Director Sue found that he was missing when he called the roll. After asking around, no one knew. After all, it was raining so hard, and everyone had to pay attention to the family members who were very tired. How could they have the energy to pay attention to other people? Director Sue was a little anxious. Where did this child go? Don't let anything happen to her. At this time, the aunt who didn't get along with he spoke up. It is said that the person who knows you best is your enemy. Others have forgotten but she has not forgotten him. Don't worry about it. The girl left on her own, but no one forced her. I think she is very cunning. You can't lose her even if you lose her. Okay, stop talking. It's so ugly to keep bothering a 10-year-old child all day. Hearing this, the aunt rolled her eyes and stopped talking. Don't worry, wait a little longer. If the child doesn't show up, let's go look for him together. Hearing everyone say this, Director Sue felt relieved. It was fine as long as he didn't get lost in the heavy rain. But why was this child wandering around? It was so chaotic outside. Although she was anxious, she couldn't leave for a while. After all, there were so many people, and so many things that needed her to arrange. I just hope that nothing happens to He had already known the resting place when he saw it. There was nothing he could do about it. The environment in the shelter was good and bad, and the people who arranged the place had some selfishness. Those with good conditions were arranged to good places, and those with poor conditions were arranged to poor places. However, she didn't want to suffer here. Carrying a big bag, she observed for a while, and found the person in charge of arranging the rest area. First, she stated her identity as a gifted person, bit a stainless steel chopstick in front of him, and then stuffed him with 2 dried red dates. Uncle, natural disasters are hard, and we humans need to help each other, right? It is said that children are the hope of the future of mankind, and I am a child. If you help me, you are helping the hope of mankind. Don't you think so? The uncle took the red dates very naturally, and quietly put them into his pocket, nodding his head in agreement. As expected of a gifted person, he is generous. Red dates are good things. They replenish chi and nourish blood, and are very precious. The last time I ate them was half a year ago. Child, you are right. It is my duty to take care of young people. Come with me. He followed the uncle with a smile on his face, walked through the crowded crowd, and remained calm under the gaze of everyone. When someone looked at her, she nodded calmly. That person would subconsciously raise a smile. This reaction was already ingrained in their bones, and a year was not enough for them to completely forget it. He tried to ask, Uncle, did everyone come here to take refuge? No, those who live on the upper floors will take refuge at home. After all, the floors are high, and there is no risk of flooding for the time being. For those who live on the lower floors, we will organize them to take refuge together. After all, although this floor is only 8, it is high and not easily flooded. He nodded, that's right. Although many people died in the natural disaster, many people survived. This house can't accommodate them. Going up the stairs, he found that the higher he went, the more crowded it was. The 2nd, 3rd, and 4th floors were low and dangerous, so there were fewer people assigned to them, and each person had a larger area. In addition to the sleeping area, there were also some activity areas. It wasn't too crowded. Those who were well off in these places had average conditions. The clothes and bedding they brought were all soaked. Fortunately, the temperature was high, Otherwise they would have to worry about catching a cold again. Many of them did not forget to hold the flower pots when they ran away. The vegetable planting plan implemented by the government some time ago was very successful. Many families bought 1 or 2 seeds, and this period is the fruiting period. Seeing that they can be sold soon, they can't bear to throw them away. Even though they just went forward in the rain, these plants were well taken care of. Now they put the plants in the innermost enclosure, and everyone is taking good care of them. Although life is hard, their eyes are still full of hope when they look at the plants. There were more and more people on the 5th floor, and the conditions were better than downstairs. When we got to the 7th floor, the conditions of these people were obviously much better than downstairs. Not only did they have dry bedding, but some families even brought tents. However, in such a crowded environment, the tents were obviously a bit out of place. They were too big and took up the space of the people next door when they wanted to set them up. How could that family suffer a loss? The two families had a quarrel over the territory and were pushing each other at this time. No one cared. There were some people watching the excitement around them, and their mental state was obviously better than that of Jihee's family. At least her face was rosy, and she didn't seem to be short of food. The uncle who was leading the way in front of Jihee, he saw this scene, but pretended not to see it. He took her straight to the side of the 7th floor. Seeing Jihee looking at the two parties quarreling, he also made a look at Jihee, motioning her to follow. Jihee nodded silently. The two came to the innermost part of the 7th floor, opened an iron door, walked a few meters inside, turned left, and a small iron door appeared. The uncle opened it with the key. The area inside was not large, about 10 square meters, less than 20 square meters, just enough for Jihee to live. There was nothing inside, and the corners were relatively dry. It was just a lot of dust. The uncle gave the key to Jihee. "This is my lounge. You can live here for the next few days. I will go and squeeze in with others." Chapter 307. Seeing Jihee nod, he was a little worried and continued, "Don't go upstairs. Those people are powerful, and not easy to mess with. The people on this floor are also mostly gifted. They have bad tempers and are fearless. You should try to go out less often. By the way, let me tell you first, people living on the 7th and 8th floors don't get free bean cakes and water." After saying that, he looked at Jihee's somewhat immature face and added, "This is the city's regulations. If a gifted person wants to get bean cakes, it's okay, but you have to live downstairs. Everyone knows that upstairs is good and downstairs is bad. But someone has to live in the bad place, and drawing lots at this time will not be completely convincing. It is better to divide it with precious food, so that even if there are objections, there will be fewer." After saying this, he was about to leave, but was pulled by Jihee. He stuffed a handful of red dates into his palm. "Uncle, there are relatives of mine living in the area over by the toilet on the 2nd floor. Some of them are in poor health. Can you help them move to a place upstairs? Oh, don't say it was me who said that." The uncle stuffed the jujube into his pocket, touched it, gave Jihee a look of understanding, nodded, turned around and walked out quickly. Jihee saw him leave, took a last look inside, locked the door with a key, and turned around to leave. She didn't tell Director Sue when she left, for fear that she would worry, so she had to tell her now. When she went out, she found that the people who had just quarreled had stopped quarreling. The crowd watching the excitement also dispersed. Now they are back to their own territory to rest and cook. It can be seen that people's living standards are gradually becoming different. The people on the bottom floors are thirsty and hungry, and can't even drink a sip of hot water because it's not time for unified distribution of food and water. The gifted people upstairs have changed into dry clothes, and are lying on comfortable mats ready to eat. Many people with better conditions have brought pots to the shelter, and are now using portable stoves to cook porridge, and you can vaguely see some green vegetables in it. It was a tragic contrast to the people downstairs. No wonder they didn't give out bean cakes. If people who could eat rice porridge were to receive free bean cakes, I guess the people downstairs would really protest. Most of the gifted people also have families. If a family has a gifted person, they can lead the whole family and live well. Many of them saw Jihee walking out alone, and although they were a little curious, no one came up to talk to her. They saw just now that the girl came up alone with the supervisor. Those who can live on the 7th floor are basically gifted people. Who knows what this girl's talent is? In this case, no one wants to make an enemy for no reason. I am not afraid, but I still have several family members behind me. So many people watched Jihee leave, but no one approached her. Everyone was observing. But in the crowd, there was one person who looked at Jihee's figure in shock. If she was not mistaken, this person should be Jihee. But why did Jihee appear here? Jihee went downstairs. The atmosphere above the 5th floor was quite peaceful. Everyone had brought enough things with them. They had already started to go downstairs to get water to wash clothes. Below the 5th floor, the atmosphere was very bad. Not many people could change their wet clothes and have a dry blanket to cover themselves. Most people were wrapped in wet clothes and looked at others with defensive eyes. After all, it was raining so hard just now. They walked in the rain for 1 or 2 hours. It was already difficult to protect the plants in front of them from being knocked down by the rain. It was basically impossible for them to protect their clothes from being wet. Fortunately, the temperature is not low now, so even if you wear wet clothes, you don't have to worry about catching a cold. Otherwise, it would be like a house leaking in the rain. Ji-hee walked all the way to the 2nd floor and quickly found the area closest to the toilet. Under the arrangement of Director Sue, everyone has now started to rest in the area they are assigned. Although very tired, his face is no longer completely pale. Ji-hee found that only 2 of the gifted people near their home were still living with everyone, and the others were gone. This is normal. If you have the conditions to live in a better environment, you naturally don't want to live in a place with such a strong smell. Director Sue was facing away from Ji-hee, lowering his head and talking to his daughter. His daughter patted him and pointed behind him. She turned around and saw Ji-hee standing not far away with a big bag on his back. He hurried over and said, "Why are you running around? Kid, come on, there's some hot water up there. Come over and have a sip." Director Sue lied to Ji-hee. The shelter had a unified time for hot water and food distribution. It hadn't arrived yet, so it naturally hadn't been distributed. She took out her own hot water for Ji-hee to drink. Knowing that Ji-hee's parents had passed away, she was afraid that the child would be sensitive, so she simply said that it was sent by the higher-ups. Ji-hee heard it. She knew Director Sue was kind. But she couldn't drink this water. Director Sue's family had no gifted people, and there was a 16-year-old girl below, and life was not easy. "Director Sue, I have something to talk to you about. Let's go to the other side to talk." "Okay, let's go." As she spoke, Ji-hee glanced at Director Sue's daughter, who was leaning on the luggage with a pale face at the moment, and smiled when she saw Ji-hee. Unlike Ji-hee, who pretends to be poor and cannot gain weight, her daughter is really thin. Compared with her healthy and slightly plump appearance a year ago, she looks much thinner, and her cheeks are a little sunken. Fortunately, Director Sue is a formal employee who pays wages and subsidies on time every day, otherwise their family life will be even worse. Director Sue handed her daughter to her husband to take care of, wiped her hands on the sides of her casual pants, and followed Ji-hee to the side. "Director, I found a relative, and I'm going to live upstairs now. I won't be back for a while, don't worry." Hearing this, Director Sue nodded. "Okay, your uncle's family is well off, you can go live with them. The environment here is just average, and there are natural disasters and man-made disasters. With family, you can have someone to help you if you have any problems, which is better than being alone." The old neighbors all knew that Ji-hee had an uncle. When the child said she was looking for a relative, she only thought of her uncle. "I couldn't help but sigh in my heart. After all, he was a relative, and even if the bones were broken, the tendons were still connected. I couldn't take care of him at ordinary times, but I couldn't bear to do it at the critical moment. After all, my younger brother has gone, leaving this girl behind, so I have to take care of her a little bit." Ji-hee didn't explain much, otherwise it would take a long time. She handed over the 1 liang of brown sugar and an unpackaged painkiller in her hand. "I just saw that my little sister didn't look very well. Give her some brown sugar water to nourish her. But this brown sugar has been stored for more than a year. It's a bit dry. I don't know if it's bad or not." Chapter 308. The white one is a painkiller, the cheapest one in the pharmacy. I take it myself. If my little sister has a stomachache, give it to her. No, I definitely can't take it. It's too late. It's not easy for you to leave some things. Don't give it to us. Director Sue quickly refused and tried to stuff the thing back to Ji-hee with great force. If Ji-hee wasn't strong now, he would not be able to resist. Since Ji-hee took it out, she didn't think about taking it back. She stuffed it a few more times, but Director Sue kept refusing and refused to take it. If she had asked for it before, she would have. But at this time, the supplies were so precious that she was afraid she could not pay it back. Just as she was about to say something to Ji-hee and told her to be careful outside, she heard a cry from behind. Director Sue, please check, your daughter has fainted." Ah. Director Sue was a little panicked. She had just taken a few steps when she thought of Ji-hee and hurriedly turned back. "Okay, girl, the environment here is not good. I won't keep you here, you hurry up. If you need me, come down and find me. We can find you here at any time. After saying that, without waiting for Ji-hee to speak, he walked away quickly, his eyes full of anxiety. Ji-hee followed slowly behind, and while Director Sue was in a panic, he stuffed the brown sugar and medicine into her pocket, glanced at her daughter again, and turned away while no one was paying attention. Here, everyone surrounded her daughter, with a concerned look on their faces, and when they saw Director Sue, they made way a little. Director Sue had worked here for so many years, and was considered an old neighbor for many years. They usually troubled her a lot, and she still had a lot of prestige among the neighbors. Director Sue hugged her daughter's head, and pinched her philtrum fiercely. His eyes were full of panic. After a while, her daughter slowly woke up, and the first thing she said was, "Mom, my stomach hurts." Hey, Mom knows. Director Sue choked up a little. If it was before the natural disaster, it would be fine, but now medical resources are extremely scarce, and there are more diseases waiting to be treated. No one will treat stomach pain during menstruation, and even if they do, there is no medicine. It's useless. You can only endure it. But this disease, although it won't kill you, it's really painful when it hurts. Seeing Director Sue's daughter wake up, the neighbors who were surrounding her also made way. Everyone was very tired, and seeing that her daughter was fine, they naturally went to do their own things. Director Sue hugged her daughter, tears in her eyes, feeling that she was an incompetent mother and had not taken good care of her daughter. Her husband was also full of guilt. He was incompetent. At this time, he suddenly saw that his wife seemed to have something in her pocket, and he touched Director Sue's arm. "What's in your pocket?" Director Sue was a little confused, and she reached out and took something out of her pocket. At first glance, she saw the brown sugar and a painkiller in the plastic bag. Her daughter looked surprised. "Mom, where did this come from?" Director Sue realized instantly that this was given by Ji-hee. She frowned. Why is this girl so stubborn? She was about to stand up and send the things back, but when she looked up and saw her daughter's pale face and bright eyes, she stopped on the spot. She could not want anything, but what about her daughter? Finally she sighed. Forget it, she took advantage of the girl this time, and she will return it when she has the chance in the future. Holding the brown sugar in her hand, her heart was filled with a trace of warmth. Natural disasters are ruthless, but people are kind. Touching her daughter's face, she said softly, "Should Mom ask someone to change it? Be good, take the painkiller, and it won't hurt after taking it." The girl is young and her mouth is not reliable. She can't tell anyone about Ji-hee, otherwise she is afraid that it will cause trouble. Director Sue watched his daughter take the medicine obediently, and her face was not so painful, and he breathed a sigh of relief quietly. Just as she was about to get up to work, a strange voice came from behind her. "Come with us and move to the 4th floor." Hearing this, the wet neighbors all raised their heads in surprise, with disbelief on their faces. The 4th floor is much better than the 2nd floor. Ji-hee walked upstairs without encountering anyone causing trouble. She returned to the 7th floor smoothly. At a glance, she saw a group of people lying on the stairs on the 7th floor. There were about 7 or 8 of them. What are these people doing lying there? Since she couldn't figure it out, Ji-hee gave up thinking about it. She pushed through the crowd and prepared to go up, but was stopped by a young man next to her. "Don't go up, just smell it here. If they see us going up, they will chase us away." As soon as the young man said this, he was confirmed by the people next to him. "Well, you can smell it here, don't take the risk." Ji-hee then saw that these people were squatting here eating bean cakes in their hands. Just as she was about to speak, she smelled the aroma of cooking coming from the 7th floor. Everyone instantly forgot about Ji-hee, twitched their noses frantically, and sniffed hard. It smelled so good. What kind of family is this? Can they cook in this situation? Too rich. Ji-hee understood immediately that they were here to smell the smell. Looking at the people around her smelling the smell, and taking a bite of the pancake, she was silent, and raised her legs to walk up the stairs. She would not smell the smell with them. She hadn't eaten yet after coming out of the dungeon, and she was a little hungry now. Seeing her leave, the others were a little anxious. Before they came up, their family members had specifically told them that the people upstairs were all talented, and their tempers were not particularly good. If they smelled the smell, they could smell it, but they must not get close. After the natural disaster, food is the life of every family. If anyone dares to approach, it is easy to cause a loss of life. But Ji-hee walked too fast, and they didn't catch him, and he had already gone in. What should we do? Doesn't this person know the rules? Will he be beaten out? I don't know. Should we go in and pull her out? You go, I won't go. There was a young man, with a plastic bag on his glasses next to him. He pushed his glasses subconsciously, I don't think we need to be too anxious. She doesn't seem to be greedy and lose her sense of proportion. Let's wait here for a while. If she is beaten out, we will carry her down together. What if he didn't get beaten out? After saying this, the man with glasses glanced at him and said nothing. Didn't get out? Is it their turn to care if he didn't get out? The talents came out of the game, some to heal their wounds, some to share their joy. Before they had time to rest, they were notified to come to the evacuation area. After walking all the way, they were a little hungry. They were starting to cook in separate families. At this time, it can be seen that there is a gap between the rich and the poor among the talents. Families with average conditions would cook a bowl of vegetable soup and eat it with multigrain cakes. Although it is light, it is thousands of times better than the bean cakes that the people downstairs are eating. Families with better conditions would pour some oil and stir-fry some small vegetables. Although there is not much meat, it is oily and salty, which is already a very good meal. Chapter 309. There are people with better conditions. Most of these people are lone rangers and have no burden. If one person is full, the whole family will not be hungry. They eat even better. He also saw two people eating egg pancakes. The golden color made people around them greedy. Eggs are hard to get now. They are ranked just below meat. In addition to these, he also saw several families taking chickens and ducks with them to escape. The gap between the rich and the poor, the people downstairs can only eat one bean pancake a day, while the people upstairs eat stir-fried dishes. Can they even eat an egg if they have nothing to do? He didn't stop walking as he pushed open the iron door, took out the key, and walked into the small room. As soon as he disappeared, a girl next to him put down her phone. She swore that she was not mistaken, the girl just now was Ji. But wasn't Ji doing very poorly? How could he get into the 7th floor now? She felt mixed emotions, and jealousy made her eyes red. She couldn't believe that Ji, who had the worst conditions in the class, could get into the 7th floor by himself. She stared at the photo with her head down, not knowing what she was thinking, when she suddenly heard a scolding, playing around, all day long. You don't do any work, just playing with your phone. Hurry up and get to work, mop the floor. You still have to make the mattress to sleep at night. You're a grown-up child. Why are you so lazy? I don't know who you look up to. I thought it was that rich girl. It's better to raise a dog than to raise her all day long. She's so old, and she's still eating at home. Su Qian didn't dare to refute when she heard this, and hurriedly put away her phone, got up quickly, knelt on the ground with a rag and started mopping. His father saw it, but pretended not to see it. The story is different now. The one who spoke just now was Su Qian's stepmother. She and his father were a reconstituted family. She had a daughter with her ex-husband, and gave birth to a son after coming in. Before, his father made money, and the family was well off. Although Su Qian's status at home was not as good as her brother, it was definitely higher than that of her stepmother, and the burden she brought. But after the natural disaster, everything changed. At the beginning, she could still maintain a barely adequate life, and she had the opportunity to be picky, but after several months of hot weather, everything changed. Long-term living off the land and being robbed by bandits made the family's food less and less. At this time, the daughter brought by the stepmother stood up and said that she was a gifted person. Looking at her father's gratified eyes and the proud expression of her stepmother, at that moment, Su Qian felt like she was falling into hell. He carefully checked the room after entering it and found that it was the same as when she left, with no changes. She was relieved. She put her bag casually by the door, took out a rag from the space, and prepared to clean up simply. Although she couldn't stay there for a few days, she couldn't stand it if it was too dirty. After wiping off the dust, he took out the tent and the sleeping bag and put them away. This was where she would sleep at night. In addition to this, she also took out a dehumidifier. The weather was hot and sunny before, so she bought a lot of solar panels and solar chargers. They were all fully charged, and now it was just right to use them. Although she was not afraid of heat, she always felt sticky in such a humid environment. After getting everything ready, she sat on a clean mat, took out a small folding table, and started to eat. Life is not easy, and you can't treat yourself badly when it comes to food. A plate of spicy fried clams, 4 large oysters with garlic, a large pork elbow, and a plate of cold potato shreds. There are meat and vegetables, meat and seafood. Although I'm not a chef, my own cooking is not bad. While eating, I opened the game for him. It has been 2 hours since she predicted the tsunami. When I opened the game chat channel, it was no longer our country that was flooded. Iberica, damn it, I was scared to death. A city was flooded in the tsunami. If I hadn't left in time, I would be a dead body now. 10 years. Regret. I didn't win anything good in the last lottery and was scolded by my family. This time I chose not to draw. As a result, I just came back with food, and before I could smile, I received a notice to leave. Each person was only allowed to leave one luggage. Oh my god, all the money I had worked so hard to save is gone. Misty Forest, be content, we have borrowed another 50 billion from the sky, and there is support from above. We were notified more than an hour in advance, and many countries didn't make it in time. The tsunami swallowed up a city, and basically there was no one alive. It was too tragic. Forget worry. Natural disasters should be in the next stage. Everyone should pay attention to humid weather. Humidity is worse than drought. Heat does not breed bacteria, but humidity can cause many diseases. Forget worry. Have you all read the new notifications of the game? I checked it out. Guess what? The game exposed several bases built by the country. I asked a new friend about it, and the teleportation array was opened at the entrance of the base. It's amazing. Yu Jiao, the rain is too heavy, it's inconvenient to travel now. I plan to rest for 2 days before going to the base. I can find a good place to stay if I go early. Chun Fenjuni, I can provide a vehicle, and each talent can bring a family member for free. We can go to the base together. If you are interested, please PM me. Happy little genius. I plan to go to the base in the rain now. There are too many people in the shelter, and the environment is too bad. I can't rest well. It's better to act early. Brothers, wish me good luck. Love to eat chestnuts. Isn't it true that no one is discussing the 2-star book? Damn, I'm dying inside. Little bear, come to the side. So eat and drink. I was swallowed by the whirlpool in the water and passed out. I thought I was going to die, but I woke up on the shore. I was able to survive this game because of the system's blessing. Yu Jiao, please bless the system. He felt the fatigue coming from his body, closed the chat box, and sped up his eating speed. I just used the perfect knowledge fruit, and was busy for a while. Now I don't want to do anything but sleep. Put the dirty dishes into the big basin, and wash them together later. He brushed his teeth, and laid down in his sleeping bag and fell asleep. It rained heavily for the next few days. Because he was not feeling well, he did not go out. He ate and drank in the house. His biggest job was to go to the mall to change things, and do farm work in the space. The people outside also went from being excited and expectant at the beginning to washing hot springs and washing clothes in the rain to being uneasy now. Although there was no shortage of water to drink. But there is a lack of fuel. How can we make a fire without firewood? When we asked everyone to come to the shelter before, most people did not bring firewood. Now if they want to drink water every day, they can only drink the 500 milliliters boiled water distributed by the higher authorities. The heavy rain did not improve their lives much. On the first day, some people would go out in the rain to collect firewood and find supplies. In the past 2 days, as the rain got heavier and some people went missing, everyone no longer dared to go out. Chapter 310. It's easy to say death, but few people would venture out knowing that they might die. Everyone lay on the wet floor tiles, and began to worry again. What would they do if the rain never stopped? When it was extremely hot, they could still go out to pick up scraps. But now it's raining heavily, how could they pick up scraps? When people were idle, they began to think about random things. The atmosphere in the shelter began to become strange in the past few days. Everyone cherished food more and more, and they were reluctant to eat all the bean cakes they were given. I always want to save some. Because of this, several theft incidents occurred. Many people's food was stolen. Some found the thief, while others never found him. Everyone was in danger, and when they gathered with familiar relatives and friends, everyone looked like a bad person. Su Qian, who had been waiting for He to appear outside, was scolded by her stepmother a lot during this period. You eat more than a pig every day, and do nothing. Do you still think you were the eldest lady before? Don't you see what time it is now? You come back more punctually than a dog at mealtime, and run away after eating. Do you think this is a hotel? A series of scolding made Su Qian look very ugly. She and her stepmother didn't get along well, and they had fought many times before, but she never won after the natural disaster. She also tried to resist, but she became obedient after being hungry for a day. In the world outside, she couldn't survive at all, and the feeling of hunger was so unbearable that she really couldn't bear it. She lowered her head, and didn't say anything, listening to the scolding in silence. She stubbornly refused to work, and stared at the direction of Jihe's room. She didn't know what the point of her desperately trying to prove that the person was Jihe was. But when she thought about how miserable her life was, and how good Jihe's life was, her heart felt like it was cut by a knife. She and Ji-in had laughed at Ji-hee for selling offal at the morning market before. How come everything changed in the blink of an eye? Downstairs, Ji-in was washing clothes in silence. This year has changed a lot for her. At first, life at home was still good, but later, as the natural disasters became more and more serious, the supplies at home became more and more scarce, and her living conditions declined again and again. First there was no water for bathing, then even drinking water became a problem. Before, she complained about the heat when queuing to buy food, but later, she didn't say a word even when she was bitten by fart bugs while queuing to buy bean cakes. The basin of clothes in her hand had not been washed yet. When she looked up, she saw her mother coming in with a basin of water, her face full of impatience. Why don't you wash it faster? After washing this batch, there are still your brother's clothes waiting to be washed. This brother is the child of Ji-hyeon's uncle. After the natural disaster, their family got together to survive. She is a girl, so she has to do more work than boys. Yeah. Ji-in was silent and worked faster. There was laundry detergent at home before, but when I came to the shelter, I only thought about taking food and threw the laundry detergent at home. Now I feel that the clothes can't be washed clean without laundry detergent. Although their family conditions have deteriorated a lot, they are still better than ordinary families. His father got a second-hand tricycle before, and this time he took them to the shelter on a tricycle. There was a lack of water before, and the original color of the clothes could not be seen after wearing them, and there was no water to wash them. It rained these few days, and she and his mother washed clothes non-stop. These clothes are not damaged. After washing them, I will see if I can sell them second-hand and exchange them for some food. Hey, I don't know how Ji-hee is doing. She used to sell mutton soup at the morning market. I guess there is a lot of food at home. Speaking of Ji-hee, Aunt Pan Li-feng missed the mutton soup she used to eat. It seemed like it was in her last life. Before she finished her words, she was interrupted by Uncle Ji-hwa. It has nothing to do with our family anyway. If you have time to think about those useless things, it should be time to distribute bean cakes downstairs. Go and take a look and get ours. Pan Li-feng glared at Uncle Ji, very dissatisfied. It's not enough to talk. Is it illegal to talk? After scolding, he turned around and ran away in a hurry with his ID card. After sending Aunt Pan Li-feng away, Uncle Ji-hwa looked at Ji-in. Don't listen to your mother. She is confused. Don't be confused. Ji-hee's good or bad has nothing to do with us. Ji-in silently agreed, lowered her head, and concentrated on washing clothes. I met Su-chien a few days ago. She said that Ji-hee came to the shelter and seemed to be living upstairs, but she was not sure. I don't know if it's true or not. Ji-hwa looked at Ji-in and sighed silently. Although I don't know how Ji-hee is doing. But since childhood, that child has been a worry-free one. If possible, he would of course like to let Ji-in and Ji-hee get together and become a companion. After all, they are sisters. When he and his mother are gone in the future, the child will have someone to take care of him. Besides, he has known Ji-hee since childhood and knows that he is not a bad child. But the natural disaster has lasted for so long, and the family has never given any help. Even if it happens now, will Ji-hee be happy? If you don't handle the relationship well at ordinary times, you can't make it at the critical moment. My daughter is usually so proud. Let's forget it. Ji-hee lay in the sleeping bag, eating the spicy duck wings made by the chef, watching entertainment videos, and was very happy. She thought, at most she can wait for 2 days. If the heavy rain doesn't stop after 2 days, she will go forward in the rain. Although it's a bit troublesome, she can't wait any longer. I heard that many people have moved into the base in advance. If they don't move in, they may not have a good place. It was said in the chat channel that so many death row prisoners suddenly disappeared. They were all taken away by the country to build bases. These bases were predicted by the gifted, and the location is very good, not afraid of floods or earthquakes. It was supposed to take some time to build, but it was caught off guard by the sudden rainstorm. In addition, the system exposed the base address in the world, so it simply announced the base address directly. Let the survivors choose freely. But it is still recommended to go. After all, if you don't go, what can you eat and drink in the city? Everyone saw that these addresses were exactly the same as the city sent by the system. After eating the last bite, Ji-hee wiped her hands and clicked on the backstage to find Chung-jun. She wanted to order more dishes. This chef's cooking skills were really a bit amazing. Chung-jun was really professional. He sent her a lot of recipes. Ji-hee wanted to eat them all at once. She simply ordered 20 dishes of each dish, and ordered more after eating. Well, you can also make spicy hot pot, cold noodles, and rice noodles, that's fine. Give her 10 servings as well. She was just a poor person. She had a sea cucumber in her space. She had eaten it once, but she really didn't like the taste. She was not as happy as a bowl of spicy hot pot. But abalone stewed chicken was an exception. She liked this dish. He finalized the recipe and sent the reward. After all, the chef was a craftsman, and she respected him very much. The reward was 1/10 of all the ingredients. Chapter 311. This price is very high. But it is worth it for the delicious food. Chung Jun sent her a dish cooked by the chef once before. He felt that the so-called 5-star chef in the hotel was just average after eating it. This is what you call delicious. She couldn't forget it after eating it once. When her space didn't have a kitchen, she was afraid that she would have no place to cook after eating the cooked food. Now that the space has a kitchen, she found that she could outsource the cooking after eating the cooked food. It saves time and trouble, and it tastes several levels better than what I cook myself. Perfect. Just after ordering the dishes, he did not forget to send the pollution detection props she got to Chung Jun. Last time he gave her a teleportation prop, which she just happened to use in this game, so sending this one over was also a courtesy. Just after teleporting, she heard some sounds vaguely. The sound of the rain was too loud, making the sound in the house unclear. Standing up, she looked at herself, wearing a black sun protection suit, nothing wrong. After looking around, there was nothing out of the ordinary. Then he locked the door and walked out carefully. In the lobby on the 7th floor, a man was holding a loudspeaker and reading a notice. A gifted person predicted that the heavy rain will stop in 3 days. At that time, our city will organize people to go to base number 8. If you want to take a car or a speedboat, each person can hand in 5 kilograms of food as the fare, and then a special person will take you to the gate of the base. By the way, the speedboat or truck has limited space, and each of you can only bring 1 large bag of luggage, no more than 20 kilograms. Extra luggage will be charged separately. Each person who goes to the base will be charged an additional 30 credit points as an entrance fee. This is something everyone has to pay. If you don't want to go to the base, we won't force you. Of course, if you can't pay, we won't kick you out. You can owe it, and pay it back by working. The base did this purely because it was afraid that these people would be idle, eat too much, and find trouble. Some time ago, sandstorms and tornadoes directly cut off the network that had been maintained with great difficulty. The higher-ups were afraid that the people below would starve to death, so they simply distributed bean cakes and water for free. At first, it was okay, they were still honest, but later, as visibility decreased, some monsters came out again. They either stole things, occupied territory, or kidnapped decent women. They didn't mind the smell of not having showered for a year. They were so angry at the higher-ups. This time, the base address was announced, and people were not allowed to enter for free. Everyone was treated equally. Those with credit points, no one said anything, just pay it out. Lazy people without credit points, I'm not going to force you to death. You can owe them, and work to pay them off. So that they don't have to show off all day, when they have nothing to do and burden others. As soon as this was said, it attracted a lot of discussion. Why? Why do you charge us to send us to the base? Can't you just send us there directly? No, I heard that you don't charge for sending the people down there. Why should we pay? Why don't those people have to pay? It's not fair at all. It's fine that they give them free bean cakes but not us, but now they are so hypocritical when sending us to the base. As for the points required to enter the base, not many people discussed it. The people here are in good conditions, so it is not that 30 points are not available. The man heard this, his face did not change, and he picked up the loudspeaker and shouted, "It is raining heavily outside now. We can't see the high terrain here, and the city center has been flooded to the 2nd floor. I don't know if the water level will drop after the rain stops in 3 days. If it doesn't drop, we will definitely need a speedboat or kayak." Those survivors didn't have much supplies. There were several people sitting in a kayak. They kayaked to the base by themselves. We only provided 1 kayak, and the kayak had to be handed in when they arrived at the base. If you are willing to go to the base by kayak, you can do it for free. Okay, you discuss it among yourselves, and then register with me after you are sure. Let me tell you first, the number of speedboats is limited. If you are left with only kayaks when it is your turn, don't blame us. The number of boats is limited, and we can't leave the survivors behind just to move your supplies. The man is not afraid that the gifted will hide the kayak and not hand it in. First of all, the kayak will definitely be registered under the name of the individual, and then it will be clear how many points the person has in his account. If the kayak is really not handed in, they can also deduct points. On the one hand, if these talented people want to continue to enter the game in the future, they must go to the base, otherwise they will not be able to enter the game in the future. Only a fool would do such a thing as being blacklisted by the base for a kayak. He did not hesitate for a second, got up directly, went back to the house, put on her bag, followed the man, and chased out. She wanted to reserve a speedboat. She knew about kayaking, and if she really had to paddle to the base, it was not impossible, but she had to say it at what time. Before, she was poor and had to do everything by herself. Now that she is at the base, her identity as a gifted person will be exposed sooner or later. Going there to suffer is obviously a bit foolish. It's not that she can't use her strength. It's just that she is reluctant to give up this and that. What is she going to do with all the supplies she earns? The man felt someone following him, turned around in surprise, and found a little girl with a pale face. Is there anything? I want to reserve a speedboat. His eyes widened a little, as if he didn't expect someone to be so efficient. Although 5 kilograms of food is not a big deal for a gifted person now, it is not a small amount. After a pause, he pretended to be calm and said, "Follow me." He nodded and followed him silently. On the way down, he met Chili, who looked a little pale. Seeing he smiled and nodded, and asked the man in front of "What are you doing?" "Nothing, it's just that this girl wants to sign up for the charge." Chili smiled. "I take her." "Okay." Chili tilted his head towards and walked in front. Looked at his pale face and asked, "Are you injured?" "Well, it's nothing serious." Chili didn't plan to talk to He received an order to chase the spy Li Chiu that day, but he didn't expect Li Chiu to hide so deeply, and even have combat props and weapons. He had just come out of the game, and his talent was used up, so he was not at an advantage. In the end, although he successfully killed Li Chiu, he was also shot in the body. It has been raining heavily for several days, and he has no time to rest due to his busy work, so his wounds have not recovered. Fortunately, the gifted have a good physique, otherwise he would definitely have a big problem this time. He didn't say anything, and he didn't ask more. Although they had met several times, they didn't have a deep friendship. Since he didn't want to say it, she didn't ask more. Chapter 312. Chili saw that he didn't speak, so he turned around and smiled. "You little girl, you are still very secretive. 5 kilograms of food, do you know what kind of food it is?" "Corn kernels?" He tried, corn, potatoes, sweet potatoes, the 3 kinds of food with the highest yield. She planted a lot of these 3 in her space, but it was difficult to explain why sweet potatoes and potatoes were taken out at this time. "Well, you are quite smart, corn kernels will do," Chili said, pointed to the front with his chin, turned around and said nothing more, silently leading the way. The place to hand in grain was on the first floor. Before there was already a man who handed in 30 kilograms of grain at one time. A heavy vacuum bag. The staff waited on the scale, and registered his name after making sure it was correct. He asked him to come on time in 3 days. The man turned around and saw Chili, nodded silently, and turned to walk upstairs. He glanced at before leaving. Looked at his thick arms, the back of his hands with exposed veins, and the scar on his cheek, and defined him as a tough guy. "It's just that I haven't heard of it before." Chili didn't mean to explain. He took to hand in the food, and after confirming that his name was registered, he turned around and left. "Go upstairs, don't walk around. Come on time in 3 days, don't be late, and remember to bring your ID, don't lose it." He nodded silently. Walking upstairs, she found that the environment downstairs was a little different from the previous few days. Last time she came down, she could still see smiles on people's faces, but now she found that many people were frowning. "Let us kayak to the base? We are not allowed to bring luggage, aren't we starving to death? It's raining up to our knees outside, how can we go? Can't we not go? I've been in the city for so many years, I don't want to go to the base. The base is so good, they said they can arrange jobs for us, and with jobs we have food, so we don't have to worry about starving to death. Anyway, I'm willing to go, I've already signed up, and I'll be in the first group when the time comes." "Yes, don't blame me for not reminding you. There are so many people, there must not be enough places to stay. Maybe we can get a good place if we go earlier." "What are you thinking about? It's all about ability. Now many rich people have gone there. I heard that some of them drive yachts and Mercedes-Benzes. They live in villas when they enter, while poor people live in beds without any privacy. Can it be worse than this? Aren't you afraid of drowning if you don't leave? You don't even have firewood to burn, so why stay? Starve to death? Anyway, I'm leaving." Walked all the way upstairs. Different from the downstairs, where they were still a little entangled. The talents on the 7th floor had never considered the second option. Since the game notified them to open the portal to the gate of the base, they had to go to this base unless they didn't want to enter the game. But they were struggling with how to get there. Choose a speedboat or a kayak. There were few people like Ji-hee who could feed the whole family with one person. Many of them brought their families with them. Speedboats were good, but if they had to hand in the food for the whole family, it would definitely be a large amount of food, and most people would feel a little bit sorry for it. But kayaking would not work if there was so much food at home that they couldn't take it away. Of course, there were also those who had better conditions. When Ji-hee walked upstairs, several men came downstairs together carrying a large opaque bag. When she saw Ji-hee, she smiled and nodded. Ji-hee nodded silently as a response. When she reached the innermost part of the 7th floor, she opened the iron door, and was about to close it when she heard a voice coming from the front. Ji-hee turned her head, and looked over there. The place where she lived was quite remote, and there was only one room inside. She would not believe that the person came here unexpectedly. She walked lightly, and turned the corner. Ji-hee saw a black figure in the dark corridor, bending over and mumbling something beside her door. From the back, it looks like a girl's. Life is so hard now. Girls are starting to pick locks? Damn, why can't I open it? Shouldn't this door be so strong? Ji-hee leaned against the wall, and looked at it for a while. This girl is so stupid, she still works with this skill? I have a key here, do you want it? Okay. Su Qian just finished speaking, and suddenly froze. Where did she get the key to pick the door? She turned around suddenly, and the strong flashlight shone directly into her eyes. She was so dizzy that she quickly closed her eyes, bent over and covered her face with her hands. Don't take pictures, don't take pictures. Ji-hee felt that the voice sounded familiar, so he looked at it carefully. Finally, he recognized who it was. Su Qian, Ji-heen's good friend. She and Ji-hee were known as the two sisters who showed off their wealth. They looked down on Ji-hee the most at school, and always liked to say some sarcastic words. Su Qian, you still don't forget to find a job even after a natural disaster? What, your new job is stealing? Su Qian was panicked when she heard the teasing. She subconsciously put her hands behind her back, hunched over, and her lips trembled a little. She seemed to want to say something to change the subject, but she couldn't find it. How could she not panic when she was caught doing this for the first time? After waiting for a while, she saw that he didn't make any moves, so she quickly adjusted her mentality and calmed down. Strike first. Why are you here? Ji-hee smiled. You pried my door open, and you asked me? Su Qian raised her eyebrows, and subconsciously treated Ji-hee with the attitude she had before the disaster. Okay, you are really poor and petty, aren't you? Can you stop being so petty? We have been classmates for many years, and we are just joking. Why are you harping on such a small matter? If you tell others about it, people will laugh at you. You look like you have never seen the world. After saying that, she stood up and wanted to leave, looking like she didn't care. Ji-hee was amused by her. He picked up a strong flashlight with his left hand, and aimed it directly at her face, and kicked her calf with his right foot. Ah! Su Qian knelt on the ground, and her knees made a bang sound when they touched the ground. She quickly put down her hands that were covering her eyes, and touched her knees. Tears flowed uncontrollably from the corners of her eyes. It hurts. It really hurts. Ji-hee stood aside and pointed outside with a flashlight. Tell me, what should we do about this? If you don't want to be taken away by the management to mine, just take out 20 kilograms of grain. Ji-hee felt that she was very kind to put forward this condition. Su Qian sat on the cold floor tiles, and when her eyes stopped hurting, she looked up and looked at Ji-hee's clean and refreshing face. She was wearing a set of black clothes at this time. Although she was thin, she didn't look much different from before the disaster. But the lack of change just proves that she is living a good life, doesn't it? And what about her? The clothes on her body were half dry, and it was uncomfortable to stick to her body when they were wet. Thinking of this, she rubbed her hands behind her back subconsciously, and was awakened by the rough touch of her hands. Chapter 313. Why? Ji-hee's parents are dead, she is an orphan, she doesn't even have living expenses, she can only drop out of school and sell dirty pig offal at the morning market. Why does such a person living at the bottom of society look down on her, but thinking of 20 kilograms of food? She looked up, trying to ignore the unhappiness in her heart. Ji-hee, you have beaten me, I won't bother with you about this, we are even. After saying that, she stood up and prepared to leave. In her heart, she was secretly calculating that when she left, she would never let Ji-hee go. She can't do it alone, so if there are more people, you still don't believe that they can't deal with her? Ji-hee sighed. He didn't understand what people were saying. You are determined to dig the soil, right? Okay, I help you. Hearing this, Su Qian's back stiffened. During this period, the punishment measures for criminals have always been very severe. Her emotions exploded instantly. She rushed over, stretched out her hand to push Ji-hee. Yusu, I just pried the door. What can you do to me? You didn't even break the door. Do you think the management will listen to your one-sided story? You still ask me for 20 kilograms of food? Who gave you the face? You are so greedy. Don't you understand what people say? You keep complaining about such a small matter. Just like your parents who are so poor, you can't let go of the little things. The more she talked, the more she felt that she was right, and her face was distorted. Do you think that you can look down on me just because you are living a good life now? I tell you, a lean camel is bigger than a horse. No matter how poor I am, I live better than you. Before she could finish her words, she was kicked out, hit the wall, and fell to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. She lay on the ground gasping for breath. Ji-hee retracted his outstretched foot. He took a few steps forward, stood in the darkness, and looked down at this person who had changed so much in just 1 year. A year ago, Su Qian wore clothes worth tens of thousands of yuan, strolled in high-end shopping malls, and ate ice cream for hundreds of yuan. Her online name was Life is Easy. But now, her hair has been shaved off because of the heat, her skin is rough and cracked, and her face is covered with spots. She looks more than 10 years older. Even without being told, she knew that this person was not doing well. But that was not the reason for her to come and make trouble. At this moment, Su Qian was lying on the ground, looking at Ji-hee with hatred, as if Ji-hee was the murderer of her father. Ji-hee was a little puzzled. To put it bluntly, if Su Qian had not suddenly appeared, she would have forgotten that this person existed. And she also guessed the reason why Su Qian came to pry open her door. She must have recognized her, and felt that Ji-hee was still the junior high school classmate who could be bullied by her. If it were a stranger gifted person, an ordinary person like her, would she dare to pry open the door? As for why she was so confident, Ji-hee was not going to guess. My door was not pried open, because I have strong anti-theft ability, and I am aware of prevention. It does not prove that you are innocent, but only proves that you are nothing, a waste who can't even open the door. Ji-hee looked at her, looking at her eyes full of hatred. I think this person is hopeless. I don't want to waste words with her. He grabbed Su Qian's collar, and turned to walk out. If I guess correctly, Su Qian should live on the 7th floor, otherwise I wouldn't know she lived here. Following Ji-hee's actions, Su Qian struggled desperately, but to no avail. Her eyes were terrified, and she pulled her collar with both hands, trying desperately to open her mouth to say something. Until this time she finally felt scared. Reason also returned. What should I do now? This little thing is not worth Ji-hee using the omniscience fruit. With the sound of the iron door being closed, many people's eyes subconsciously cast towards the place where the sound came from. At a glance, she saw Ji-hee walking in front, and the woman with a bloody face behind him. Everyone exchanged glances. Subconsciously, they felt that there was something exciting to watch. People who had nothing to do because of the rain immediately cast a look of excitement, and some people stood up and walked over. She didn't dance in front of Ji-hee, so she just pretended not to see it. Walking in the crowd, looking for her target. She had seen Su Qian's father at school. Her family was rich, but not rich enough to hire a driver. Su Qian's father once sent her to school in a Cayenne, which caused a sensation among her classmates. The 7th floor is very big, and has a wide area. Ji-hee thought she would have to look for a while longer, but as she was walking, she heard a voice from the side. Girl, what are you looking for? Where is her dad? Ji-hee looked in the direction of the voice, and saw a girl with short hair, wearing a t-shirt and shorts, sitting cross-legged on the ground, chewing on dried meat. I know, I take you there. The girl stood up, and was about to take Ji-hee there. Oh sister, if you go now, Mom will scold you when you come back. A helpless male voice sounded. Although he was bald, he looked young and didn't look old. Hey, why don't you just not tell her? The girl waved her hand indifferently, and walked in front of Ji-hee's sister. Follow me. Ji-hee nodded and followed behind. Hey, her brother was sitting on the ground, shaking his head helplessly. His parents went downstairs to deliver food, so they asked them to watch the luggage here. His sister left, so he couldn't leave. He probably couldn't watch the excitement. What a pity, he must open his mouth earlier next time. The girl walked in front of him with great interest, and swallowed the dried meat in 2 or 3 bites. He took 2 steps at a time, and quickly took Ji-hee to Su Qian's house. It's here. The girl pointed here and shouted, Uncle, Aunt, come out quickly, someone is looking for you. After that, she stepped aside and found the best place to watch the movie. Ji-hee looked at the residence in front of him, which was a bit simple but clean. A shelf was built with wood around it, and damp and clean sheets were hung on it, enclosing a private space, so that people could lie in it more comfortably. Many people on the 7th floor who are particular about this do this. It's not too out of line. "Hey, you're here, what's up?" As soon as the words fell, a woman who looked a little old but still healthy opened the curtain and came out. She was still a little confused when she saw Ji-hee. "Child, who are you looking for?" Ji-hee didn't know this woman. She looked up and down, didn't say anything, and turned sideways to let the figure behind her. He raised it in front of the woman. Su Qian's stepmother was startled by the face that suddenly approached her, and subconsciously pushed it. The result? It didn't push. The bloody face was still in front of her. She suppressed her pounding heart and tried to identify it. Finally, she found that the face in front of her was her greedy stepdaughter. "Su Qian, how did you become like this?" Chapter 314. Hearing this, Ji-hee nodded in satisfaction. Yes, he had found the right person. "I caught your daughter prying into my room. What do you think we should do about this?" Su Qian's stepmother took a deep breath, swallowed the pressure on her heart, and forced a smile. "This is between you and Su Qian. I am the stepmother. It is not my business. You can do whatever you want." After saying this, she turned around and went into the house. It was obvious that she was not going to take care of Su Qian. Su Qian opened her eyes wide, full of disbelief, as if she had not expected her stepmother to be so cruel. "That won't do." Ji-hee shook his head. "You are a family. You say you are a stepmother, so you are a stepmother? Anyway," she broke into the house, "you have to give me 20 kilograms of food." She didn't care about biological mother or stepmother. The family lived together. If you were afraid that someone would make a mistake and be implicated by you, you should discipline them strictly. Even if she is a stepmother, what about the biological father? There are still 3 breathing sounds in the room. Why are you pretending to be stupid with her? 20 kilograms? Su Qian's stepmother's face was full of disbelief, as if she had never thought that he would say such unreasonable words. If it was before the natural disaster, 20 kilograms of food would not be a big deal. But what time is it now? It has been extremely hot for a year. The food on hand has long been running out. She can't spend such a large amount of food for this girl. If there is no food, this girl stole your things, you can ask her for it. Although she said so, Su Qian's stepmother thought in her heart that this girl's life would definitely be saved. At most she would be beaten. After all, this is a public territory, and the gifted cannot kill people in public. As long as she handles this matter calmly, it will definitely be over in the end. As for Su Qian, it's okay if she doesn't die. She can still work for the family when she comes back. Or, it's better if she dies, she can still blackmail this girl. Su Qian's stepmother was calculating wildly in her heart. "So, are you going to play rogue with me? Are these two really not mother and daughter? Why are the words so similar?" Hearing this, Su Qian's stepmother was a little nervous, but the little girl in front of her looked skinny. It seems that even if she is a gifted person, she is not a very powerful gifted person. She simply forced a smile, and tried to smooth over the facts. "What do you mean by playing rogue? You have already caught him and beaten him, so let's call it even. How about that? Su Qian is just an ordinary girl. How could she steal something from a gifted person? You didn't lose anything, so let's just let it go." At this time, a circle of people gathered around. Although the natural disaster has come for a year, under the protection of the country, the people's lives are still stable, and some people still have compassion. I also followed suit. This girl is just an ordinary person. She stole your things, so you should just beat her up. Forgive her when you can, that's enough. This stepmother is also unlucky. Such a big child can't bring income to the family, and she has to clean up her mess all day long. You don't seem to suffer any loss. Why should you be so unforgiving? This girl looks miserable. I hope she won't be beaten to death. You are really good at making sarcastic remarks. It seems that the stolen things were not from your family. You should forgive the victim first. A girl with a gentle voice retorted. Although her voice was gentle, her words were not polite. Just watch the fun. It has nothing to do with you. Why are you making random comments? You are still talking nonsense with your values not correct. You are so old. You are living a dog's stomach. Isn't it normal to be caught and beaten for breaking into the house? After the girl said this, many uncles and aunts rolled their eyes, and were about to say something. They were pulled away by their families. What time is it now? Don't you know it? How dare you go out and gossip? Su Qian's stepmother was a little nervous when she heard this, but she thought about the food at home, rolled her eyes, and started to ask for a big bargain. You are too cruel, child. Look at how Su Qian was beaten. We are all compatriots and classmates. How can you be so cruel? You can't just leave like this. You have to pay me some medical expenses. Otherwise, I will talk to the public manager. Just when she was about to say to the police, she suddenly realized that there was no police, so she immediately changed the subject. He was amused by her. Ever since she pretended to be poor, she has never met such a funny person again. This person is even more cruel than her. It seems that she is a little soft-hearted. If you dare to find the person in charge and confess the theft at this time, you will only be forced to do hard labor until you die. After the natural disaster, there is no need to support idle people. People with good morals are almost starving to death. How can the higher-ups support a bad person? Just as he was about to speak, he saw Su Qian's angry eyes from the corner of his eyes, and felt that there was something interesting to watch. He loosened his grip on the collar. The next second, Su Qian's angry roar came. Bullshit, you told me to pry the door open. You still want to send me away? I tell you, I take you with me even if I die. As soon as these words came out, the eyes of the people around him lit up instantly. Is there a reversal? Su Qian seemed to have given up, her eyes spitting fire. I said I saw my classmate, you instigated me to pry the door open, and you said you were covering for me, and you found all the tools for me. You watched me work like Huang Shuren every day, and you didn't tell me to go. How could I disappear for so long? You want to dump me now in exchange for something good? I tell you it's impossible. Su Qian's stepmother was not to be outdone. What does it have to do with me? You are very jealous and can't stand seeing your former classmates living well. What does it have to do with me? Where can I control you when you are an adult? I have nothing to do with you. He was watching it very well, took out a wet towel to wipe his hands, and then took out a handful of salt and pepper soybeans to eat. This was custom made by her, from the chef of the state banquet. You really can't tell what's good about it, but it's just delicious, fragrant, and you can't stop eating it. Thumbs up for the chef. A treasure of mankind. Love him for 100 years. The people watching the excitement nearby also shifted their gaze from watching the excitement intently to staring at Ji's mouth. Are these soybeans really that fragrant? They seem to be delicious. Many people swallowed their saliva while watching. Oh my god, I'm so greedy. This year, I can only have some snacks in the first half of the year. I don't even know what snacks are in the second half of the year. Now when I suddenly saw fried soybeans, I felt that my saliva was flowing uncontrollably. The short-haired girl who brought Ji here pushed away the others, came to Ji and asked quietly, is it really that delicious? Ji glanced at her and nodded silently. Do you want to eat it? The girl nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. Her eyes couldn't leave the handful of soybeans. She never thought that one day, she would be so greedy for soybeans. Come on, tell me what's going on at Su Qian's home, and I give you a handful. Chapter 315. The girl's eyes sparkled, and she was about to speak. A soft female voice came from the side. Her family is a reconstituted family. Her stepmother took care of a sister and gave birth to a brother. Her stepsister awakened and became a gifted person. She has the final say at home. She usually works and eats at home. After the girl finished speaking, she added, this is what her stepmother always says, and Su Qian's treatment is actually good. She also eats rice and flour. Except for doing more work, washing clothes, etc., she was occasionally scolded, but she was never beaten. His father, sister, and brother are all behind the curtain. Her sister is a water-type talent, weak in combat, but she didn't join the country during the extreme heat, and made a lot of money by selling water. The girl said, looking at Ji eagerly, if you want to know anything else, you can ask me at any time, I can tell you everything. This girl is the one who just refuted the old men who were watching the fun. The short-haired girl next to Ji, he was a little dissatisfied when she heard this. You are also a person who steals business? Sorry. The girl smiled weakly, clasped her hands together, and begged for mercy. I'm really too greedy. I really can't help it. Next time I have this opportunity, I will definitely give it to you. Short-haired girl, Damn, she also wants to eat soybeans. Ji grabbed a handful of soybeans and gave them to the weak girl. The girl quickly stretched out her hands and took the soybeans with a pious look. Oh my god, this is the taste of a dream. So her family is well off? Well, if you want 20 kilograms of food, her family will definitely be able to take it out. Her father was rich before and stored a lot of food. Her sister also sells water. When she came, her family rode 2 tricycles. Usually, she was asked to work to calm her stepmother and stepsister. After all, she had given them a bad look at home before. Now the world is different. It is normal to eat and drink well at home. The girl smiled shyly, but her mouth kept chattering. Before the natural disaster, she and Su Qian were neighbors, and she knew all these things. After receiving the soybeans, she carefully held them in her palm, then counted out 5, and handed them to the short-haired girl, with a smile full of flattery. Sorry, you can't be angry after eating it. Short-haired girl, eh? She didn't want it, but she couldn't go against the food, so she took the soybeans and ate them. Humph, I forgive you for now. As soon as the soybeans came into her mouth, she regretted it. They were so delicious. They were really fragrant and crispy. The mother and daughter had already reached the stage of scolding each other. Anyway, they said everything, but didn't mention the return of the food. He ate 2 more handfuls of soybeans and felt that they were a bit salty. She wanted to go back and drink water. She didn't plan to let them waste their time like this. Just walk in. As soon as she reached the door, Su Qian and her stepmother stopped at the same time and shouted at him, "What are you doing? You are not allowed to enter. Breaking into a private house is illegal. Do you want to be arrested and forced to do hard labor?" Hearing this, Ji laughed. What time is it? They didn't think of breaking the law when they pried open her door, but now that she went in, they thought she was breaking the law. Okay, since you two are not going to let it go, then both of you go to work. After saying this, she turned around and raised her voice. Who can help me call the administrator? I. The short-haired girl shouted immediately. Her voice was particularly loud, and she didn't forget to add, I take this job. Don't compete with me. Otherwise, don't blame me for splashing foot-washing water at your door. After saying that, she ran away. Salt and pepper soybeans, sister is here. It was not until then that Su Qian and her stepmother felt a little panicked. Su Qian looked at Ji with disbelief in her eyes. They actually really asked for management? Ji was not such a person before. Obviously, she would not resist. At most she would just walk around them. Even if she was bullied, she would not report it to the teacher. How did she become like this now? Su Qian's stepmother forced herself to calm down and took deep breaths. It's okay, it's okay. The door-breaking incident was Su Qian's own business. It had nothing to do with her. Even if the management staff came, they would not take her away. Although she thought so, she was still a little panicked. She began to regret it. Why didn't she just take out 20 kilograms of food? It was just 20 kilograms of food. The family could afford it. Why did they make such a fuss until now? The short-haired girl left quickly and came back quickly. When the person in charge downstairs heard that the gifted person had a conflict, he immediately put down his work and rushed over. The destructive ability of the gifted person is different from those of ordinary people. This matter cannot be delayed. Qili followed the short-haired girl and walked quickly into the middle of the crowd. At a glance he saw Ji, who had just separated not long ago, and the girl with blood on her face not far away, and a middle-aged woman who looked a little haggard. He looked serious and pretended not to know Ji. She caused trouble for him right after they separated. He thought this girl was honest and was afraid that she would be bullied. It turned out that he was wrong. What happened? Before Ji could speak, someone who was watching the fun in the crowd quickly told him the whole story. Qili nodded when he heard it. This matter is easy to handle. There is no misunderstanding. He turned to look at Ji. Did you suffer a big loss? I didn't pry open the door. Ji shook her head. This matter was not worth her lying. Then I know. Qili nodded. According to the new law, all thieves will be severely punished, regardless of whether or not serious consequences have been caused. As long as it is theft, the owner has the right to kill the thief. Since the thief is not killed, the owner will be rewarded according to the degree of the criminal's violation, with a minimum reward of 10 kilograms of grain and a maximum reward of 100 kilograms of grain. Okay, let's go and do what we need to do. You, come with me to collect the rewarded grain. After he said this to Ji, he nodded and signaled everyone to disperse. She raised her foot and was about to catch the 2 men. It was already so late, there was no time to settle the case. Anyone who dared to commit a crime would be treated as a felony. It was not until this time that Su Qian finally panicked and screamed, "No, you can't take me away. I'm innocent. It was her. She asked me to pry the door open. This can't be blamed on me. She is the mastermind. What does your jealousy have to do with me? I asked you to eat shit. Why didn't you go?" Su Qian's stepmother didn't care about her dignity at this time. She chose to tear her face directly. She didn't want to be arrested. Come with me. Someone will deal with your sentence. You can discuss it at the construction site. Qili has seen a lot of these people. At the moment of arrest, everyone will frantically put the blame on others. If you knew this earlier, why did you make a mistake? At this time, the person behind the curtain finally couldn't sit still. He didn't mind the woman being arrested, but he still couldn't bear to let go of his biological daughter. Chapter 316. Hello, policeman. I'm so sorry to cause you trouble. Actually, my daughter and that girl are classmates. It was just a joke. They know each other. My daughter didn't pry open the door. She just knocked on the door to play with her classmates. This girl came back from outside and found someone at the door. She beat my daughter without asking any questions and asked us to pay 20 kilograms of food. How can we afford it? Isn't this a misunderstanding? It's just a matter between children. Just explain it, and it's over. As he said that, he secretly stuffed half a box of cigarettes into Chi Li's hand. Cigarettes are hard to come by now. No one gives a whole box of cigarettes as a gift. They are given one by one. Half a box is already a big gift. Chi Li touched the half box of cigarettes in his hand and smiled. This man is quite generous. Wasn't this a mistake for him? After laughing, he stuffed the cigarettes back and his face turned cold. Just now your daughter admitted that she broke into the house, and you are still quibbling. Do you want to be taken away too? Also, don't think about taking crooked paths. Once they are reformed, they will be set back naturally. The premise is that they can survive. The hardest and most tiring work after the natural disaster was assigned to these prisoners. The workload is unbearable even for adult men, let alone 2 women. After saying that, he walked forward with a cold face, one in each hand, and carried Su Qian and her stepmother away on the left and right like carrying chickens. No one gossiped. Su Qian's father stood there with a very ugly face. He had a prominent figure before, but this person was not even worthy of carrying his shoes before, but now he is shaking. He felt a surge of evil in his chest. Ever since the natural disaster, he felt that everything was not going well. The 2 people in the room could not stand it anymore. They rushed out directly. The youngest son is 8 years old this year, and his crying voice was deafening. I don't want my mother to leave. I don't want my mother to leave. He looks very fair, and looks completely different from the children in Jihe's family. Su Qian's stepsister rushed to Chi Li quickly, blocked her mother, and prevented her from leaving. Wait, we are willing to pay the fine and redeem the person. If Su Qian was taken away, she didn't care, but she couldn't bear to leave her mother. She might not be a good stepmother, but she was definitely a good mother. Su Qian's stepmother's eyes turned red, and her voice choked with sobs when she heard this. No, daughter, no need, isn't it just work? Mom is capable, you go back and take care of your brother. This little bit of food is not easy to come by, you save it and eat it, and I come back to find you after I finish my work. Her daughter's eyes were also a little red, but she didn't move, and the meaning was very clear. Chi Li glanced at her. He is more responsible than that man. He doesn't make things difficult for others. He handles things impartially. There is a saying that you can buy your sentence with food. The amount of food you buy your life varies according to your sentence. But don't blame me for not telling you. It requires a lot of food. For one person, at least 50 kilograms is required. If there are 2 people, at least 100 kilograms of food will be needed. As soon as these words came out, there were gasps from the people around. You have to know that if a talent is busy in a 1-star book without special luck, the materials and silver coins he gets in the end are only about 10 kilograms of food. The better ones don't exceed 20 jin. 50 jin was taken at once. How could it not be more? After the introduction of this policy, the punishment significance is greater than the implementation significance. Not many people chose it. After all, people who can take out so much food really don't need to rob. Those who rob can't take out food. Just as the crowd was talking, the short-haired girl came to Jihe, smiling, rubbing her hands. Sister, I called for you, that? He? Although this person didn't say he wanted to get soybeans, what if? It's not much, half is fine. Jihe glanced at her. Although this person said he wanted something, there was no greed in his eyes, which made her not hate him. He took out a handful of salt and pepper soybeans. Hold out your hand. The girl was surprised and wiped her hands on her clothes first, then raised her hands. Thank you, boss, thank you, boss. Call me if you have anything in the future, I am the most reliable person. Jihe didn't say anything. At this time, Su Qian's stepsister in the distance had already made up her mind and nodded firmly. I will pay for the food and redeem my mother. She didn't mention Su Qian at all. She didn't have a good relationship with Su Qian at all, and it was impossible for her to pay for food for Su Qian. 50 kilograms of food was not a lot for her. If she sold water, she could get enough sooner or later. At worst, she could sell more water when she got to the base. Chi Li glanced at Su Qian, who looked unhappy, and nodded. Then you come with me first. After we calculate the food and sign the contract, You can bring the food to exchange for people. After that, he looked at Ji-hee, motioned her to follow, and turned to go downstairs. Su Qian's father's face was pale and blue at this time. He would not pay for so much food, and he would not pay for that woman. He would rather save his own daughter. After all, they are related by blood. But his stepdaughter is a gifted person, so it is not good to tear each other apart directly. Standing there, he wanted to follow her out, but was afraid that no one would be robbed at home. Feeling irritated, he turned around and slapped the child on the back. Cry, cry, your mother is not dead, cry your ass. Qili pulled the two of them, and went directly to the security room on the first floor, opened the door, and motioned to the two of them, hold your head and squat down. Although Su Qian and her stepmother were somewhat reluctant, they didn't say anything and squatted down obediently. There were many people in the room. Some had just come back from duty to rest, and some were about to go out. Captain Qi, what's going on? The door was broken, and the family wanted to redeem them with food. Hearing this, the man glanced at the two people squatting on the ground. It would be best if they could be redeemed. These two people don't look like they are suitable for work, and they will be despised if they are taken away because of their poor physique. Qili found a book, took out a pen, and started to register. Name: Su Qian. Crime committed? I didn't commit any crime, I am innocent. Qili didn't even raise his head. Robbery. Su Qian's stepsister was indifferent to Su Qian, but felt a little distress for her mother squatting on the ground. But she held back. They interrogated together. Qili announced, Su Qian, robbing, not serious, 3 months of reformation, redemption of 60 kilograms of grain. Song Lihua, instigating others to rob, not serious, 2 months of reformation, redemption of 50 kilograms of grain. Okay, if you want to redeem it, go get the grain now. Su Qian's stepsister nodded, and gave her mother a comforting smile. She didn't even look at Su Qian, and turned to go upstairs. Fortunately, her mother was the lowest class, 50 kilograms of grain. Her family could still afford it. Chapter 317. After the people left, Qili looked at Ji-hee and said, You are a victim who bravely resisted criminals, right? We have investigated this matter clearly. Thank you for catching the criminals in time and finding out the mastermind behind them, which prevented the situation from getting worse. In order to encourage more enthusiastic citizens to stand up bravely and resist the evil forces, according to the regulations, you can receive a total of 20 kilograms of food. Is that okay? The two evil forces squatting on the ground said nothing. Regret? It was not until this moment that they felt regret in their hearts. They did not regret prying the door open. They regretted not taking 20 kilograms of grain to settle the matter. If they had known that such a commotion would happen, they would have taken out so much extra grain. It would have been better to just pay 20 kilograms of grain to settle the matter privately. Su Qian's stepmother knew that she would not be taken away to work, so she was not very scared. Seeing that no one was paying attention, she pinched Su Qian's arm and twisted it. I strangle you to death for causing the family to lose so much grain. Su Qian bit her lips tightly and dared not scream. She was extremely terrified at this moment. She didn't want to work at the construction site. That was where criminals went. Woo woo woo. Ji-hee nodded. Okay, thank you very much for this selfless leader who made the decision for me, punished the darkness, gave me justice, and let me know that there is still justice in the world. Ji-hee wanted to continue talking, and Qili glared at her obscurely. That's enough. Let's talk about it later. Ji-hee understood immediately and cleared his throat. Then where do I go to get food? Wait. Qili stood up and walked out the door. After about 5 minutes, he came back and brought Ji-hee a bag of grains. It was packed in a pure black bag, so outsiders couldn't see what was inside. Although it couldn't completely prevent others from snooping, it was not bad. Be careful when you go up. Yes. After saying goodbye to Qili, Ji-hee carried the grain up the stairs. When she reached the 5th floor, she was just going up, and suddenly a girl rushed out from the 5th floor and ran straight towards her. Ji-hee used his right foot to jump 1 meter away. The girl couldn't dodge and hit the handrail in the corridor. She groaned. Ji-hee raised his foot to bypass the person and continued to go upstairs. It seems that I am in trouble today. I'd better go back and lie down. Ji-hee? Pretending not to hear, Ji-hee continued to walk forward. Ji-hee, Ji-hee? Seeing that Ji-hee didn't respond, the person called several times in a row and ran over to pull Ji-hee. Ji-hee took a step to the right. He turned around and looked at the person. Ji-een. What do you want to talk to me about? If it's nothing, can I call you? What do you want me to do if it's nothing? Ji-een choked. You are a gifted person. Why didn't you tell your family? He showed an unreasonable expression. If you have money, why don't you transfer it to my card? Forget it, I'm not here to talk about you. Can you let Su Qian go? As soon as these words came out, Ji-in hurriedly tried to make amends. I don't mean to say that she is not wrong. I heard that she went to pry open your door, and she did do something wrong. Let her compensate you with some food, and then forget about it, okay? Ji-he looked at her, as if he was looking at a child who was making trouble for no reason. Are you not obedient? I asked her for 20 kilograms of food before, but she didn't want to give it to me and acted like a rogue, so I asked the administrator. You come to me now, you are quite strange. But if she went to the construction site, she would die. She is our classmate. How can you be so cruel? You go to the person in charge and tell him that you forgive her, isn't it okay? Ji-he nodded, very calmly. You know I am cruel, but you still come to talk to me. If you are not cruel, go talk to the person in charge. Ji-yin's eyes widened, and the nose kept blowing air out, like an angry calf. Isn't it because Su Qian bullied you in school that you dislike her? How can you do this to take revenge? 5 classmates in our class have died, and there are fewer and fewer friends alive now. Why can't you be more generous? Ji-he nodded. Yes, you are generous, you are especially generous. According to what you always said, money can solve 99% of the problems. I will give you a chance to solve the problems. Carry the food, go downstairs, solve all the problems, and make life easy. After saying that, Ji-he turned around and went upstairs. Puzzled. Hey girl, don't be in a hurry to leave. Your uncle has been talking about you all this time, saying that he misses you. Come on, sit at your uncle's house for a while. At this time, Ji-he's aunt came out from the 5th floor. Her eyes secretly glanced at the black bag on Ji-he's back and the dry clothes on her body, with a smile on her face. You girl, why don't you come here to see your uncle? There are natural disasters and man-made disasters outside during this period, and it's not safe for you to live alone. Otherwise, you can move in with us, and we can take care of you. After saying that, she was about to come up and pull Ji-he. Ji-he raised his hand, naturally dodged the hand of his aunt, and shouted to the sky, Robbery, robbery, administrator, administrator. The voice spread far in the noisy corridor, and even echoed. Aunt Ji was subconsciously startled, and her first reaction was to turn around and pull Ji-in back. Just kidding. It's illegal at this time. Without a large amount of food, it's really a dead end. Ji-he waited for them to leave, shrugged, and continued to go upstairs. After running away, Aunt Ji patted her chest desperately, took several breaths before she felt alive again, and scolded Ji-he. She turned around and complained to Ji-in, you girl, it's time now. Can you change your temper? Ji-he has never spoiled you since you were a child. Why don't you know it? Mom, don't blame me. What about Su Qian? She is my best friend. It's okay, if his parents don't care, what can you do? Come home with me quickly. Ji-he is in a bad mood now. Hey, I have to talk to your dad. In the next 3 days, Ji-he did not go anywhere. She was busy as a dog in the space, and put supplies on the shelves. In addition to the RV, Ji-he also exchanged for a mobile villa during this period. It was not expensive anyway, just in case it could be used in the future. There were many props obtained in this 4-star book. If she exchanged for ordinary supplies, she felt a bit of a loss, so she hung the thigh of the singing and dancing chicken on it, and chose to exchange for some energy stones. She never succeeded in the exchange, and no one even came to bargain with her. Instead, many people asked what energy stones were in the background. Just when he was enjoying a rare moment of relaxation, the atmosphere in the shelter became more and more impetuous, frictions between people increased, and many quarrels occurred. The official managers were overwhelmed. The beautiful fantasy of the end of the Doomsday was ruthlessly extinguished by the heavy rain. Everyone began to fall into the fear of floods again. Chapter 318. The shelter only gave them 1 bean cake a day. They could barely keep themselves from starving, let alone being full. Fortunately, it tasted terrible, otherwise there would be robberies. Not to mention the food, they couldn't even keep up with the water. It was raining outside, but they couldn't even dream of drinking water, because there wasn't enough fuel. Although there was water, there wasn't enough wood to boil so much water. If they wanted to drink more water, they had to boil it themselves. The shelter didn't restrict them from going out. Anyone could go, but they had to be responsible for their own safety. If they couldn't come back, no one would save them. They wanted to drink raw water, but were afraid of insect eggs, so they only dared to drink the boiled water distributed by the higher-ups. It was hot and stuffy, and they were thirsty and hungry. Plus, they had nothing to do, so they could only quarrel all day. Some people began to face reality, and discuss with several families, to go to the base together in an inflatable boat. Some people even prepared for the rainy day and rented an inflatable boat from the official in advance to practice, so as to avoid not knowing how to row. Those who were gifted and had the conditions to order a speedboat also paid for food in advance, and those who were reluctant to spend food to order a speedboat found reliable companions to go to the base together. As long as the deposit is paid, the shelter is easy to talk to. 3 days later, at about 5 o'clock in the evening, Ji-hee got up on time. It was not until the morning that she finished all the accumulated work. Although the space is not big, there's a lot of work to do, which can keep people busy. Mainly thanks to Red Hope, otherwise she would have to lie down after a long time of breathing. Sitting on the stool, she concentrated on eating spicy ice shrimp, beer helmet duck. The duck meat was a bit dry, but after the chef's skills, Ji-hee could still accept it. I ate to my heart's content. After finishing her meal, Ji-hee waved her hand and put her luggage into the space. She took a final look to make sure nothing was left out, and then took out the bag she had prepared earlier from the space. When she walked out of the room, Ji-hee realized that she was not the first one to pack her luggage. Many people's places were already empty, and they had packed their luggage and gone downstairs early. But most people were eating now. White porridge with some green vegetables is the best meal. The official announcement time is around 7 p.m., so it's still in time. Those who went downstairs had spent their food to ride the speedboats, and the time stipulated for these people was earlier, around 6 o'clock. The speedboat team was responsible for setting up road signs for the kayaks behind them, so they had to leave early. There were already many people waiting on the first floor. These people were wearing several pieces of clothes, and some even wore 6 or 7 pairs of pants, which looked thick. Most of them were in family units, and there were basically no single people like Ji-hee. There were families of 3, 5, and the largest family was 8. The people standing here all looked good, their clothes were clean and tidy, and they stood aside without disturbing each other. Ji-hee's arrival also attracted a lot of attention. Are you alone? A gifted person? Yeah, I think so. Ordinary people can't afford the boat ticket. You don't look like a very powerful person. Don't be just pretending to be rich. Okay, it's none of our business. It seems that the rain outside has stopped. It has stopped. It has stopped for more than 3 minutes. The gifted person said it was predicted. If you ask me, this gifted person can really do something better than some experts. It's so hot, I feel like I'm going to get a heat stroke. Let's go. It's really painful to wear so many t-shirts at the same time in this hot weather. The people's small discussion stopped as a group of people walked in front of the door. They came in without any nonsense and got straight to the point. Because the rain outside has stopped, we will set off early. It doesn't matter if you don't come. As long as you hand in the food, you will definitely be sent away. Come, those whose names are called stand up, and those whose names are not called wait first. Su-hai Su-guodong. Ji-hee. Wang Lin. After all the people whose names were called had their documents checked one by one, Chi-li waved his hand and said, "Let's go." There was a huge scale at the door, and everyone's luggage had to be weighed. If it was overweight, it had to be taken out. Almost everyone's luggage was overweight, and everyone sighed, and couldn't bear to throw any of it away. If it was thrown away, it would be difficult to find it later. The staff insisted, the speedboat has a limited capacity, and overweight is absolutely not allowed. Finally, they had no choice but to throw away a lot of luggage reluctantly. Their area was high, and the water outside the door was relatively shallow, only up to everyone's knees. Chi-li took the lead and walked in front. Everyone follow me, we have to go to a place with a suitable depth of water to get on the boat. Ji-hee looked down at the water in front of him. It was muddy, and there was a foul smell. There were a lot of debris floating on the water, broken plastic bags, feces, etc., which looked very dirty. The people in front of Ji-hee couldn't move their feet when they saw the water. They were dressed neatly, and really didn't want to wade into the dirty water. But they had to go. Chi-li had already walked a long way. If they couldn't catch up, they would definitely not wait for them. Just as they were carrying their children and supporting the elderly, a figure suddenly walked by. Everyone subconsciously looked up. The little girl was wearing a rubber jumpsuit for killing fish in the market, and a pair of water boots underneath, and stepped into the water. Her movements were neat and crisp, and she looked very cool. Everyone, shock. Chi-li felt someone approaching from behind, subconsciously turned around, and saw Ji-hee at a glance. And her clothes. The corner of his mouth twitched. You are fully prepared. Ji-hee nodded and grinned. It doesn't count as weight if I wear it. Let's go. Chi-li was silent, looked at Ji-hee with a complicated expression, and said nothing. He looked at the group of people behind him, who had not yet completely entered the water, frowned. "Hurry up. What are you hesitating about? How come you are worse than a child? If you can't keep up with my speed, I won't wait for you." After saying that, he turned around and walked forward with big strides. Everyone, listen to what you said. Is that human? A child? A child this big? After all, he is a gifted person. He has passed so many levels of the game, so he must have some ability. The strong man that he saw 3 days ago directly carried an old man on his back, hugged an old man in front of his chest, and walked forward with big strides. He caught up with He and the others in a few steps. It was very easy to walk, without reducing the burden at all. Other talents behind him also began to catch up. Those with wind talents manipulated the wind to help their family members move forward and reduce the burden. Those who did not have such abilities to facilitate the journey, they simply carried the elderly on their backs or took more luggage to reduce the burden on their families. The group followed closely behind Chile, and no one fell behind. The group walked for more than 10 minutes, the water became deeper and deeper, and soon reached the standard water level, and they also saw the speedboat parked there. Chapter 319. After Chile and a person completed the handover, he invited everyone to board the boat. "We are the first group to open the way. Under normal circumstances, there will be no danger, but there are always accidents. Once you encounter danger, many of you are talented people. You can always take care of your family, right?" Chile nodded with satisfaction after getting a positive answer, and pointed at Ji. "You sit behind me." Ji nodded, and was about to sit on it. The person behind him was unhappy. "Why let her sit over there? It's the same price. Everyone knows the bow is more comfortable. Although it's a natural disaster, we can't forget the virtue of respecting the old and loving the young, right? We have elderly people and children here. Can they sit first?" Chile glanced at the person. "Because she paid first, and I saw that she was the last one to pay. So according to the rules, she should sit at the back. If you don't want to, you can choose not to do it, and the boat fare will not be refunded." The person seemed a little unhappy. Chile added, "You paid for the boat ticket, not hired bodyguards. No matter where you sit, you will not be protected. If you feel comfortable leaving your elderly alone, then you can discuss it with this girl. If she agrees, we can change. Okay, everyone else hurry up and get on board." After saying that, he boarded the ship immediately, ignoring everyone else. The man opened his mouth as if to say something, but held it back. He was indeed worried about leaving the old man alone in the front. Although he didn't think there would be any accidents on this trip, he was always worried about not sitting next to each other. He didn't say anything, but just took a closer look at the middle-aged man in his 50s next to him. For some reason, she always felt a little concerned. Although the rain has stopped, but under the hot temperature, the surrounding environment is more uncomfortable than when it is completely dry. The whole person feels like soaking in a sauna, and even breathing is a little suffocated, and the chest feels like a stone is pressing. In such hot weather, this person does not sweat, and his face is a little pale. His expression is very normal, and he is still talking to the white-haired old lady next to him. It can be seen that his family should have been well off before, otherwise he could not support 3 people with only one gifted person. Besides, there was an old lady who looked at least 70 years old. While thinking, everyone boarded the boat. No one protested this time, and they boarded the boat in the order of buying tickets. Originally, there was another family in front of Ji. The strong man was called Zhao Yun, a family of 5. He, his wife, a 6-year-old daughter, and 2 elderly people. But they said it didn't matter, and directly signaled Ji to sit in front. "Our boat is equivalent to exploring the way. Who knows if there will be any danger ahead? If an accident happens, the front row is the most dangerous place. If you are willing to go, I will be happy. I don't feel comfortable leaving the elderly and children in the front. My wife and I are both gifted. We can protect our family members on each side. Although he is strong, he is a man with a rough but delicate mind." He didn't care. She sat directly behind Chile. In addition to them, there was also a woman who got on this trip. She had short hair and sportswear and looked very energetic. Also sat in the front row. After they sat down, Chile made a gesture, the speedboat started, and rushed out directly. The network was scrapped. Chile took the printed map to check, and there were a lot of debris floating in the water, so the speed was not increased. After driving for a while, she stopped and nodded to the woman next to him, who had been quiet. The woman didn't say anything and directly put her hand into the sewage. The next second, a huge fluorescent yellow spear stood up in the middle of the water. It was still more than 2 meters above the water. The color was very bright, and it was not easy to ignore even in such a dark night. After the javelin was erected, Chi took out a piece of yellow reflective cloth and wrapped it around it. Such a simple road sign was made. For the rest of the journey, Chi stopped every 500 meters to let the woman erect a road sign, until the woman's face turned pale, indicating that her talent was exhausted and she needed to rest. Chi then slowed down the speed of the boat. He counted that the woman had erected a total of 22 javelins. Pretty impressive. He nudged Chi with her arm. Captain Chi, have some candy. This candy was the cheapest kind before the disaster, bought from the wholesale market. No one ate it, but it was really good stuff now. Chi glanced at her, and didn't take it. Just tell me what you want. I'm afraid I can't do it. This candy makes my heart burn. He stuffed a handful into Chi's hand. I just want to ask what the base is like. Chi wanted to refuse, but found that this girl was so strong that he couldn't break free. As for the base, there's nothing much to say. It's been under construction. It's simply divided into 4 areas, A, B, C, and D. Area A has the best environment, and D has the worst conditions. There are advantages, too. You only need to spend credit points. If you don't have any, you can still owe them. When you complete the work assigned by the base, you can offset the rent. Speaking of this, he looked at Ji. If you have the conditions, it's best to live in Area A or B. Those people in Area A, wow, their lives are still similar to before the disaster. Although their assets have shrunk a lot, their living standards have not dropped much. Some people can still eat a meal of vegetables every day. Chi was a little envious when he talked about it. At this time, Tang Xiaoxiu, who was opposite Ji, recovered a little, opened his eyes, and looked at Ji. You are also a gifted person. Do you want to join us? The treatment is not bad. There are dormitories to live in, and it's free. Chi also nodded. Our treatment is not bad. We eat in the cafeteria. Life is particularly fulfilling, and every day is particularly meaningful. Ji understood. That is, there is endless big pot of rice to eat, and there is endless work to do, plus the endless smell of stinky feet in the dormitories. She smiled. Thanks for the invitation. I don't have this idea for the time being. The path these 2 people suggested to her is indeed good. If it is for ordinary talented people who have no worries about food and drink in this era, it is a very good job. But she is not suitable. She has no shortage of food, so there is no need to find a lot of work for herself. She just needs to make others think that she can support herself. Chi nodded. Okay, whenever you want to join, come to me at any time, I will recommend you. Well, it's not easy to join now. You have to ask for it when you come, and now you have to have someone recommend you. Once you make a mistake, the recommender will also suffer the consequences. He understood. It's a joint responsibility system. One person commits a crime, and the whole family is punished. Tang Xiaoxiu told Ji about the base while taking a break. She had never been there either. She just heard it from her teammates. They had already arrived in the city center. This place was a low-lying area. The water was very deep, and the tops of the lower buildings could no longer be seen. Chapter 320. Some of the high-ranking people around were still exposed. When they heard the sound of the ship, many of them leaned out of the window and waved at them, asking for help. They kept shouting. Chi had no intention of stopping. His mission this time was to set up road signs, so that the large force behind could reach the base smoothly without delay. Besides, their ship was full to begin with, and there was no room for people to sit. But those who were waiting for rescue were not happy. Seeing Chi and his men leave, they started to curse because there was no hope of rescue. An old man on the boat couldn't bear it, and was about to speak when he was stopped by someone around him. What's the situation now? He has to rely on others to save him, and he still wants to save others? Just when everyone thought that they would arrive at the base smoothly, something unexpected happened. After sitting on the boat for several hours, the little girl was seasick, and Zhao Yun's wife asked her to stick her head out and vomit outside the boat. Originally, I just wanted to hold the child and prevent her from falling into the water. Who would have thought that a very ugly monster suddenly jumped out of the water, opened its mouth, and swallowed most of the little girl's body? The parent panicked and subconsciously tried to pull the child back. As a result, he almost tore the child in half. As he hesitated, the monster took the child back into the water. Which parent could bear this scene? In this day and age, it takes countless efforts to raise a child safely. He jumped in immediately and disappeared into the water. When the child's mother jumped, Zhao Yun wanted to follow her, but was stopped by the old man. Let her go. We can't have any more accidents in our family. Yes, if you follow me down, what will happen to me and your father? That's my child too. After Zhao Yun finished speaking, He broke free from the two old men and jumped directly into the water. Seeing this, Chili quickly stopped the boat. How could there be such a big monster? He subconsciously had a bad premonition in his heart. He also looked underwater, but unfortunately the sewage was too turbid, and he couldn't see anything. When the monster came out just now, he was looking forward and didn't see the whole face. When he turned around, he only saw the back of the monster. It looks a bit like a turbid beast. He had seen the whole process of a turbid beast awakening in our country before, but he didn't expect to see one here too. Everyone waited for another 5 minutes, and the bad feeling in their hearts became stronger and stronger. The faces of the old couple were particularly ugly at this time. If the two gifted people in the family were gone, they would definitely not be able to survive relying on the old couple. Just like that, another 5 minutes passed. Chili looked at the watch and said, "It is estimated that they can't come back. We can't wait any longer. We have to drive forward." 10 minutes had passed. Even if the gifted could survive, the child could not hold his breath in the water for 10 minutes without dying. The two old men immediately cried and begged, "Please, wait a little longer, wait a little longer. My son and daughter-in-law are both down there. If you drive away now, they won't survive even if they swim up alive. Alright, don't wait any longer. What time is it now? You know it's unsafe because there are monsters under the water, so why are you still waiting here? You've done your best to wait for 10 minutes. You are the only one with children, but others don't. If you stay in such a dangerous place for one more minute, you will take one more minute of risk. Let's go!" Yes, I thought this trip was just a little longer, but I didn't expect it to be so dangerous. If I had known this, I should have found a few more talented people to go with me. We are all old men and women on this ship. If there are a few more monsters, we can't protect them. Let's go quickly. Chili frowned and asked everyone to be quiet. Wait for the last 5 minutes. If no one comes up, we will leave. The two old men looked distressed, and they dared not stick their heads out of the boat, fearing that another monster would come and swallow them. When the others saw Chili talking, they all shut up. Chili could not be offended. There were 3 gifted people around Chili, not counting him and the short-haired girl. The younger and thin girl was also a gifted person. As the saying goes, one person feeds the whole family. If something really happened, this girl would be the one with the least burden and most likely to lend a hand to others. Other families have families to support, and a gifted person has to support at least 2 people, so he can't spare any hands to help others. The young man who had confronted He before boarding the boat just now also looked unhappy. He only thought about taking a boat trip, and as long as he didn't fall into it, he didn't need anyone else at all. He didn't expect that there would be an accident along the way. If he had known this, he would never have asked for it. After all, he was alone, and he couldn't guarantee that he could protect his father and his grandmother. At this time, he noticed that Chili seemed to be clicking something out of thin air. She understood immediately that this was to contact the base. If this system is used well, it can solve a lot of problems. Chili has good combat ability, so he can take the responsibility of the first ship. He is now telling the command center what happened. The command center was also very shocked. They had sent people to investigate before, and there was no monster at all. It was smooth all the way. After the shock, several questions about monsters were sent in a row, and Chili didn't know anything. The incident happened within a few seconds. At that time, he had been looking ahead. If the person hadn't fallen, he wouldn't have noticed it at all. The command center had no choice but to tell him to be careful. After all, the large group behind had already set off on time, and it was too late to say anything more. After hanging up the call, the command center immediately sent someone, "Gather the people, there is a situation. The people in front can't be taken care of, and the people behind can't get into trouble again." When the 5 minutes were up, with the 2 old men looking ashen and the others feeling relieved, Chili was ready to leave. With his hand on the accelerator, he suddenly saw 2 people swimming over from a distance. She shouted, "Wait, they're back." As soon as he said this, everyone looked in the direction he pointed. "Aren't they Zhao Yun and his partner over there?" There was a child in the middle. No one was talking at this time. The 2 old men looked much better. Several people helped pull the child up. The child was unconscious, covered in blood, and the skin on his face had fallen off. He looked like he was dead. The 2 gifted people were also very tired. The woman was covered in blood. She said, "Please, please, help save my child." Tang Xiaoxu put the child directly on everyone's luggage and began to rescue him. The child was covered in blood, and there was no good skin on his face. But fortunately he came back alive. After Zhao Yun climbed up, he hurriedly rummaged through the luggage and took out a tube of treatment spray to spray directly on the child.